launched from Steam a minute ago because I had to restart for fucking something, I don't know, but I launched from Steam and I got a fucking Epic Games notification, like from Epic Games, if I wanted to enable like cross progression or some shit. I've never played this shit. I was like, what? No, fuck off, Epic Games. It did it again! It did it again! No, I don't want to cross. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, it just did the same thing. No.
So you said enable crossplay?
Yeah, it should be in the settings. It should be under gameplay. It'll be literally at the top. I didn't notice it at first.
Interesting. I didn't know that I bought the DLC. That's actually
I'm sorry, what?
Since when?
I can't even look at my lobby anymore? I'm sorry, who? Drew, did you allow the fucking Epic Games thing?
No.
Me neither. Okay.
What you doing, Bo?
I guess I can make a game and then I just make a password for it.
That's what I was doing and it's been kind of fucking weird.
Well, let me start the game. Okay, I'm restarting the game again.
Yeah, well, let me start gaming.
Can I even change my name? This game so much. Oh yeah, the railgunner is actually so cool.
Hello, the lobby.
You know what?
Lobby.
I allowed it.
See, I don't want to allow it because I'm pretty sure my Epic Games gets hacked when we're done. So.
Okay.
Is this still not letting you?
I see. So I guess the multiplayer you kind of need Epic Games for? Question mark?
Ngồi để chơi mấy thằng bạn tí can kìa tí thì tại sao đừng
English, please.
He's definitely talking shit right now.
He's not that my friend my chat is asking me like why I'm not playing Unreal right now and I said I'm gonna play Risk of Rage through a little bit before I do anything else.
Okay, well I enabled Epic.
Yeah, your chat said get your bitch ass on Elden Ring.
Dude, I spent too much time yesterday. Chỉ qua đi offline mấy ông bạn trên Discord này I hate you. Sorry.
Alright. Now I need to add you on Epic.
Oh yeah, I see it now. It's. I don't know my fucking Epic because my Epic gets hacked. I'm pretty sure.
No way.
My shit's always different.
What does it not have? If you press multiplayer, does it have a name there?
Yeah, yeah. Is that what's all you need?
Yeah, should be.
All capitals. V8.
Hold on. VV
GH.
GH
Space. VVGB.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's just like a random second account.
Is he?
Because my main account, I think it's hacked. I don't know. I can never log into my Epic.
Tuyệt vời rồi anh Đức. Rồi rồi. Cảm ơn em.
It's so weird sometimes. Invite. Hopefully that works. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. Now we need
Core,
Kenny on
did you
Epic.
download?
Yeah.
You need an invite?
I enabled crossplay and my fucking game crashed.
Yeah, mine too. You had to restart it anyways.
You had to restart it.
Make sure you accept it.
Fucking look at
whenever
the Sorry.
What?
Huh?
Someone just like made a fucking someone. I don't know who that was.
The
Anyways,
burp? That was me.
that was
Oh,
the burp.
this fucking
was a
game
joke.
has like limiting on the corpse. You can actually like, yeah. What the fuck? That's good. I can limit it down to 10. I don't want to fucking look around and see a bunch of corpses around. That's nice. Okay.
I like looking at my I like looking at my horde of corpses.
I like looking at the bodies of my enemies.
Kenny, what's your epic name?
It's your Discord.
Okay, hold on.
What's your Snapchat?
Just kidding.
What's your Snapchat?
What's your MySpace?
What's your Skype?
Shut the fuck up.
How I join you?
How do you join me? I sent you an invite.
It's just K3 and then
Oh, you didn't?
Y. Here, I'll send it in chat.
Well, send me another one because I think you sent me one and then my fucking game crashed.
Just fine.
Hey, fucking, why is your Xbox gamer tag Susan Zero?
Susan Zero. So
How do I join you?
that's because that was like it's because of Smite technically, but I just couldn't use another zero.
Right, he sends you an invite and you should get a pop-up from Epic and you just accept.
Okay, I gave you another one.
You see that? I sent in chat.
I ain't getting it.
Did you put it in the general?
Yeah,
Okay.
Ray, stream? Go to your settings. Oh no, go back to multiplayer,
Cloud 312 TTV.
Click the little plus.
TTV baby.
Click the
Yes,
plus.
sir.
I think
Actually,
your
I
game
don't
just
even know if
restart
that's
your game.
my thing.
Wow.
Who the fuck is?
I think it's just restart it.
I'm gonna go down.
Yeah, I don't know who that guy is. That guy's got a weird ass name.
I'm gonna go down get some break. Get out. You got it.
Okai's doing it again.
Fuck.
Ray, stream when you get back in the game.
Hippopotamus.
Alright.
Classy ass!
Golden
That
hippopotamus.
was my fucking chair.
No.
It was
Yeah,
squeaking
that was
against
your
my
ass
desk
in
because
the
I
chair.
backed up.
No.
Back it up.
You did your best.
Okay, plug in. What do we send him an invite?
Literally sent it to him in a while.
Hit multiplayer.
Oh, there it goes. Alright. Creating game.
Who the fuck is BVGA CBGB?
That's what I'm saying. Who the fuck is this random guy?
Kick him.
I'm not kicking him.
I'm robot guy.
I'm a robot guy.
I'll be Rogan guy.
Okay, fine.
I think
this guy.
I think I'm also gonna be Railgun guy.
No, I'm gonna be dual push you guy because I don't want to be the same as everyone video.
Okay, well, we'll be this guy then.
Wait, is anybody robot guy?
Railgun or robot?
Railgun, sorry. Ah, fuck it, I'm being Railgun guy. I haven't played him yet. Ray, the bow chick's pretty fucking sick, by the way. Alright.
Did you get the flurry attack for the primary attack for her?
English or Spanish?
Yes. I haven't used it yet, though.
I like using it. It's pretty good. It's really good whenever you get like crits and like applying tick damage stuff because each arrow Does a different
Yeah.
tick. It's
Oh,
pretty
sweet.
nice.
That's pretty OP.
Who hasn't locked in? Okay.
Damn, let that shit out.
Titanic. That's a particular prank.
Oh,
Somebody
shit.
put a ping over there. Let's get over there, guys. Holy shit! Who did the 240 damage on that little guy?
Might have been me.
Oh. That's fine.
Damn, he died. So what I
Sniper does
wonder
big
about is
damage.
like, is if the money is shared, and if items are shared.
Nope,
Oh, I see.
it's not.
Heard you get to like pick your item or some shit. That's what it said.
Yeah, you can pick your item, yeah.
Oh my god, that's insane.
I
is this
put
fucking line,
that
dude?
for you guys. It's like a artifact.
Oh shit, we're going.
Hey, yeah, he started the thing.
Who the fuck started?
That guy, I fucking hate this one so much. He does. Watch out for the ball. The ball does a lot of damage. It has a huge radius, by the way.
By the way, you wanted just to farm money for now. Just don't start this.
Oh, there's a race for something.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I ain't no pussy.
it's his first time playing.
It's fine.
If you're a bitch, just say that, bro. That's all.
It's fine. It's fine. It's not fun.
I got the
Dude, I want a ukulele. No.
got the scroll. I got
How?
the death mark.
He's getting all the items. He's real cool.
I'll stay in here. You guys go and fun.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is happening right now. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Just kill ads. Just kill ads. Have fun killing ads and then get money. You see like there's like dollars.
Tell me to have fun one more time when they kill you.
Don't have fun.
Oh, you can't get shit.
I am playing fucking. I am playing Overwatch. I'm coming to good luck, have fun every single time I fucking load into a game.
God, I hate that shit so much, bro.
I inherited the beef.
Why is this shit locked?
Because the thing is charging. No. I think you'll be able to do it after it's charging, but because it's
After
charging.
it's finished lockdown, you guys can go. Yeah. There you go. You guys can just get it.
Shit, I don't know what any of these motherfuckers do, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I have to like scroll and I'm like, I don't. It's probably.
Ooh,
Oh, you like an
shit.
enemy releasing homing daggers? That sounds badass.
Got a good one. Oh hey, does anybody want to gamble?
Crowbar.
Yo, Cloud, you want to gamble?
I'm gonna gamble, yeah.
Yeah, let's go, let's gamble. Okay!
I got something.
You go ahead, get that.
I'm going again. Oh, I got something again. I'm nuts.
Hold on.
See you push a P.
I got the bird.
He's got the bird.
I need movement.
Oh, let's go to the
speed.
next stage, I think.
Oh wait, chill. I just need movement speed. And
I'm going to the next stage.
Go ahead. Just go.
He's got the wax quail. I don't know if me saying enter teleport means all of us do.
No, you,
Oh, no, try it.
you press on it and we all go together.
Hey, I
cool.
teleported somewhere.
He got teleported.
I gave all of my health to a fucking hemward on the ground.
Hey, by the way, don't start first. Just leave us like farming for money until until there's nothing left?
Nah.
Mm-mm.
Oh my god, you're hell, buddy.
Hey,
Give it
Colin,
HP.
you guys.
I already did. I gotta let you get more HP before I can give her some more.
What, Logan?
Yeah, what's up? You got no health. That's what I want.
Yeah, no, I'm giving it to the statue. Because it's telling me to. I'm a good little
I could
boy.
just-
Dude, I
Just 'cause it's
don't
gold.
know what these do, but these look sick.
What does this do?
Free catch.
I don't know what that did.
I got a lunar coin.
Huh?
I got a lunar coin.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either, but
Oh,
we
14
need
health?
$724.
I just got this all pretty good with it. What happens if you die? Not too bad.
I don't know.
You just wait for the next round to respawn.
So, is it shared funds?
I think.
No, I don't think it is.
Oh, it's not.
I got
good?
$326.
Yeah, so you can spend your own money, but I think we all collect money, you know what I mean? So like
Oh,
if I
okay,
killed
okay,
somebody,
yeah.
that we all collect it, but if I spend money, I spend money.
What?
There's this thing over here which allows, I don't know what it does, but if you spend 724, it's gold statue. So I think it's going to be pretty cool. I really want.
You guys are killing everything.
Who's killing everything?
If you guys want like
Oh, you guys
speed
before
or-
I get there.
That's what I'm saying. I'm
Oh, yeah,
fighting
yeah,
like
guys,
one
guys,
lizard guy.
Hold on, don't start it. I'm gonna do something real funny. I found the teleport thingy.
I got a fucking stupid ass white item.
Dude, I keep only getting white items, but it's okay. I have 4 crowbars.
Don't worry, bro. I just got incandescent.
Yeah, it's just kind of be a killer.
You got incandescent.
Good, bro.
Shit gets hard in the paint.
Incandescent is pretty sick.
There's
a
one
really
that
good
burns them,
perk.
and there's one that fucking ignites them.
I got the ignite. So what do I got incandescent?
You got $724.
Yo, mama.
Okay, fuck you.
But if anybody does have $724, or yeah, $724, I really want to see this thing opened up.
Nope.
No, you're just gonna spend money?
Yup.
Hey man.
Tell
How I
me
feel.
You guys want me to start with that? Okay, you already started the fucking shrine.
Hey guys, I'm fighting the Beetle Queen.
Hey guys, I think he started the shrine.
Don't worry, bro. I'm giving this guy to work. I'm about to die.
By the way, guys, this game have cold in it.
Honestly, he's kind of kicking ass right now.
No, man.
I'm about to go crazy.
Dude, I can't wait to see damage numbers and see. Uh-oh. Hey, Quan, there's a guy over there.
I ain't worried about that guy.
There's a guy, I killed him all.
I'm worried about the Beetle Queen.
Me too, man.
I'm just full crit, bro.
Dude,
I'm going full crit. Just
at some
don't
point,
want that
that's gonna do some fucking
Oh, give me the
insane
legendary.
damage.
Oh, you
Fine, no, you can have it, you can have it, you can have it.
what the fuck, man?
I just want to stop getting hit by this fucking lizard.
I'm getting this ovary.
Uh-huh.
No, I got an egg, bro. Receive flat healing with attack. I don't want the ovary, bro.
Do you guys still have one left on me? Oh, you guys took all.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, one's left for you. No.
I didn't do any of the candies.
Oh, I got $724.
You do really?
I got $790. What I need to
I
go
want to
touch?
see you do the thing, but I think we need to
Someone's
charge
gotta
up the
stand
statue
the
first, or the teleporter first.
Nah, fuck that.
Okay, it's okay. I'm gonna get $724 then,
Nah,
because
I'm
we're
going.
getting a lot of money right now.
I just did 790 more damage.
The statue thing was over here, wasn't it?
It's way over there, right?
No, pack a
wait.
punch.
Wait, I think it's more like towards.
It's in like the middle area.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck that is.
Dude, me neither.
You just have to stand in the...
Alright, I'm going to help Logan because I think this shit captures slow as fuck if there's only one person in it.
Yeah.
No quick scope is there.
Actually, I have no clue if it's going any faster.
You
It is,
kill,
it
you,
definitely
you kill things in here. You make it go faster.
So far, the bow bitch and like the first little pistol guys are my favorite, I think. This guy's pretty cool.
I like the bow girl a lot, and then
Yeah.
I
How do I
really, I
unlock
think there's
these
one of
chests?
them. I think it's like engineer or
Just
some
wait
shit like
for,
that. He has a really cool like drone like ability.
So why are all these like chests
Dude, you do
locked?
so much damage to that fucking dude. Are you having fun on that guy?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The sniper's pretty cool.
This guy does a lot of damage.
These little like landmines, kind of lame. Though.
The concussion mines.
The,
I really.
I just been
Really
using
wanna
it for
go-
boost. Ah,
I'm gonna go do it.
what gives me great chance? I don't know.
So it's gonna be the common, and then it's gonna be the lens marker glasses, which is to the left of the crowbar.
Yeah, but what in the green? Does anything in green give me great chance?
I don't know. I'd have to. I literally have to look at a list of the shit.
predatory instinct give you critical strike. Predator instinct.
What does that look like?
Like the red. Press tab.
Corn, did you do this chance thing?
Press tab's true.
Wait,
The first
Oh,
one-
I'm
what the
in
fuck
the.
are you
I'm in
even
this.
talking
Like,
about?
Kenny, I'm in
Alright,
this
you see
select
the
for
statue?
green
Never mind,
items.
you can't do it anymore.
It's called. It's like the predator.
Why not?
It's like the
I
red
don't know because
one.
it just don't show
that
up.
have a mask with a red kind of like lion-looking ass thingy. It's a mask
Wait, I can give.
and a red one.
Do you want to do that?
Absolutely.
You got it? Never mind.
You got
Nah,
$200.
Sure. Press tab.
Let's go.
Hold tab. Sorry, hold tab. The first item in my inventory is.
What
Okay,
is
I
it?
see. I see. Yeah.
That's the one you wanted.
Well, that just increases attack speed. That doesn't increase critical chance. But yeah, that's
Critical
still nice.
strikes heal you. That's pretty cool. Harvester's scythe.
Oh, I need that one.
Yeah. It's literally just gonna look like fucking. That's just a scythe in
what
the green.
rarity is it? It's green.
It's green. Yeah.
You know what this game reminds me of?
Roblox.
Let's go next, I guess. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, kind of muckish.
What's muck?
You ever play Muck?
This-
Muck is like a Minecraft and a roguelike combined.
Yeah, no, that bitch is a lot more harder.
A lot more. We're on the first.
I don't know if we
stage,
can-
though.
Muck is free, Logan. I definitely recommend
guys,
you
go-
give it a
uh,
try.
Muck is
You wanna
fun.
go
We
to
can
the,
definitely
you wanna
play
go in
most
the
of
blue
time.
portal, or
Go
what do you
in
want
the
to do?
blue. Go in the
The
blue.
blue
go in the
portal is
go in the
always hard as fuck for
No,
me.
no, no.
Oh, okay.
Go in the
so
blue
I guess
portal.
Go in the blue. Go in
How
the
am I
blue.
we're going
going
to the
here?
blue portal.
Go in the blue.
You should wait.
I already pressed E on it.
Go blue. Go in the blue, and then just don't do anything. Let me buy this for you guys. Just come here, come here.
Don't worry, guys.
Yeah,
I'm
I am
DPS.
not listening to a word you're saying. I'm going.
You are.
Oh.
Come here. Let me buy this
Yeah,
for you
it's
guys.
Drew,
Come here,
Drew
come
is
here.
really going. What am I
Okay, he
buying?
just has 0 health because he launched it himself. Okay.
I want Tyranitar. I got Tyranitar. Drop a permanent effigy that cripples all characters inside. Can place up to 5. I don't know what the fuck that means.
I don't know what any of these do, but I like the spike
What
ball.
is your command? Is any of these your crit
Get
chance?
Purify.
Crit damage?
Reduces your skill cooldowns by 2 seconds. You are unlucky.
Ooh, I got a red thing.
You poor child. Oh wait, corn. Shoot this guy. Corn. Shoot this guy.
Ah!
He doesn't do anything. He's fucking invincible.
You shoot him. Let's keep him shooting.
I feel like that's not a good idea.
Alright, I'll take care of this guy. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna run out of my ult.
Hey, you guys wanna go down here with me?
I went down there and I never found nothing.
There's a character part you can find here.
A character part you
Dead?
can find?
Yep.
You talking the little story shit? I already got that.
You heard about that?
Can you die from fall damage, or does it just get you one shot?
I don't know.
You can.
I'm down here.
You will be teleported back either way, so.
Yo, what is this fucking piss mist?
Yeah, I have no clue how far down I'm supposed to go for this thing.
What does it give? Do I even care about it?
Hey, there's a purple teleporter.
Yeah, you can go in there if you want.
I'm going in it.
How did you get down there?
Watch.
Alright, let's haul ass
I
down
did
here,
a simple
boys.
solution of.
Guys, no, stay in here. Alright. Okay. We just need to go around.
What
and
is this,
find
like the
things.
lantern encounter from fucking.
Not really. Mostly just.
These big
Hey,
ass
those guys have a lot of damage. I don't like that.
Hey, bro, it's the butter people, bro.
It's the butter people.
Bro, they're made out of butter.
Actually, just put my whole angle on.
I'm trying to find the next place to go. The way we don't go fast, we die.
I think that I think we just need to stay in here. Yeah. Okay. So you look at the top right. You see how it says breach cell? That's because I'm standing in the cell.
You just got a point.
Holy shit! Those guys do some damage.
Oh no, I'm gonna be able to reach it. No. There's a teleporter up on the top.
Oh, I died.
Oh, I lost my chickens.
Oh, I died. I did 15k damage to that pussy before I died. Ray survived.
Dude, this guy's going crazy.
Monkey. Hey, bro, can I raise you? The ghost is
You gotta beat around that.
There's a teleporter on our.
Oh, hey, there's another
top
thing
left.
right there.
Wait. Just stay in there until it gets 100%. I want to see what happens.
I think you have to activate the next one, because above that, it's just activated. Oh.
But you get some cool stuff. I mean, you get green. You get white.
Hey, some of the
You
white
get
shit's OP.
white.
ain't gonna lie.
Honestly, getting just like 100% crit damage is insane. If you get 10 fucking lens marker glasses or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, he's
And with
dying.
the railgun guy, he gets like crit damage for crit chance or some shit like that.
Yeah, so
Oh, I gotta go.
Top right.
Well, I think I'm already too late for that.
Yep, you can. Top right. Up down there.
no,
Hey,
yes,
get
down
up.
there. Yes, it's
Yeah,
right
fine.
there.
Never mind. Oh, I thought it was up. Never mind. My bad.
Yeah, we finna be here for so long watching Ray do this shit.
Because he's pretty OP at the moment. Get the scythe, man. Get the scythe.
Hey Ray, just kill yourself, man.
What does Shuriken do, man?
Sure again.
Alright.
I want to do so hey, Cloud, you want me to put on that artifact, put it
I can already choose items.
No, I think we can choose items because Kenny has some shit on.
Yeah, you can't choose item.
I think it's pretty OP. Leave that shit on.
You want me
What are you
to keep
talking
it?
about?
So-
I can choose items right now.
No.
No, but you can because Kenny has artifacts.
Oh.
Artifact. So I'm asking whether you can need to turn it off. It's like our item when you open the chest is random.
I mean, do whatever you want, man. I'm fine. However,
Yeah, I mean it's pretty good. Pretty fun like this.
it's pretty fun. It's fun either way. I think it's. I don't know any of the items really.
Hey, I don't know where to go.
Try to
go.
Run.
Find the beam.
Just
Find the beam. I don't know, but the music's going kind of hard. Where he's like, I don't know where to go. It's like, dude.
Oh, I'm running.
Oh, he's running.
Oh,
Shuriken's going kind of crazy.
I forgot that corn hit really strong.
That kicker does crazy DPS. So all that shit's on short cooldowns.
Ah,
What's your ult do?
I don't know what the fuck.
It's so you rapid fire your pistols and it stuns them.
No. Sorry. What's like the Q, whatever the Q is.
That's Tyranitar.
Okay. So what does Tyranitar do?
I don't know.
Use Tyranitar.
Tyranitar.
I don't know, but he's up. Every time he's up, I press the button.
Well, me read his name and didn't give a fuck about what he did.
Is his name actually Tyranitar?
No, bro. It just looks like Tyranitar. That's why I picked it.
Oh.
Crowbar.
Yo, crowbar!
Dude, crowbar is honestly
Goggles?
insane.
Oh, goggles, let's go.
The lens marker.
Chode. I chose two chodes.
Why'd you choose the chose, man?
But I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what I'm doing.
Purple.
There you go. There you go.
Purple.
That's
I
a
don't know
portal, just
how
go
you-
hit that bitch.
Yeah. Damn, those fireworks are fucking that guy up.
What the hell?
Whatever's going on. All I know is this corn's getting really OP right now.
Because he gets all of the shit to himself.
Exactly.
He's not sharing it.
Like it's supposed to be rewards for for 4 people.
Yeah.
It's just circulated into one person.
He is the one for all. Or all for one. Whatever the
And
fuck.
now he's got the Harvester's Sickle, which heals on critical hits, and he has lens marker glasses, so any damage, there's a 10% chance for critical strikes.
I don't know what the fuck that should even mean, bro. You're speaking Spanish to me right now.
Dude, okay, so you're playing Smite, right? And you have a
wrong with me right
lifesteal critical hit item.
Oh! I got Deathbringer.
You have Deathbringer. No, you don't. Wait, is Deathbringer lifesteal now?
No.
Alright.
Are you just picking random ones? Or
Yeah,
are
he's
you-
like
Absolutely.
he's like Rusty Key, gasoline.
I'm about to say, because no way he's picking what he wants in those like 4 seconds or 2 seconds he's taking.
I don't know what the fuck, like, I don't know how to read them.
You can't.
You can't.
Until you collect
You
them.
just have to know what the items do.
They should put like
What the hell?
like symbols on them to represent if it's like damage or defense or. So at least it
Got
overload.
the game and what is he, like, a fucking developer? So you guys having fun?
Alright, use your ult.
Brittle crown. Gain gold on hit, but lose gold on being hit.
Tyranitar. I really wish I knew what Tyranitar does.
And Logan, you had 4 crowbars.
That's what I'm saying.
Dude,
How are
so
you
it,
able to look at that?
tab. And you can read everybody's items.
I literally every time that I got a comment, I was like crowbar.
Ooh, I'm getting greens now. Definitely.
So every time I would do
Booster.
my right mouse button, I would do like 500 damage.
Kenny, do you know what the ukulele does?
Ukulele give you like so your attack is like it's an electric that can like hit other enemies. Like it's like a ripple effect.
Okay. So let's.
I don't even see that on my cheat sheet right now.
So you got a cheat sheet up? I ain't gonna lie. A minute ago I was thinking about doing that, but I was like, nah, that's too hard. And I didn't.
Well, I just wanted to see them because I honestly have no fucking clue about any of these items. Cause I was like looking at all the reds and I'm like, I know one of these.
Let me try it again, bro. I'm still cooking.
Try again, dude. He's winning.
Ray's playing mid lane, and we funneled all the farm into him, except he just
Yeah.
died.
Yeah, he's winning.
He died.
He died,
I got killed by a beetle god.
No, you got killed by parent. Oh no, I got killed by parent. They're called parents.
I got killed by a middle guard.
That's
That's
awesome,
neat.
man.
I'm gonna do something really fucking stupid. I'm gonna do something really fucking stupid.
Oh, I got this. Oh, I got the robot guy now.
Oh, I can choose. Oh, okay, so we can choose artifacts. Okay, I see.
What are artifacts?
I can't.
No, go to the right side of the screen and then press the little
Ooh,
like
okay, I see.
yeah.
So we can all just have a different one.
I don't know. It won't let me. choose.
I'm pretty sure like we're voting for what we want.
So
Oh.
okay, so
Choose your item.
choose your item is like, so I can put this item, you can choose item, but I would not
Hey
recommend.
guys, how about this one?
I would not recommend that. Please
Yeah,
don't do that. Please don't.
Pussy. Y'all,
I would rather do artifact of
Command, yeah, artifact command.
Sacrifice.
What do you want? Sacrifice.
I want artifact of death. That's what I want.
I
Okay.
think a command is the coolest.
I mean, do you have the artifact? I mean, I can put
What
it.
about
on.
artifact? What about artifact of sacrifice?
I like artifact of sacrifice too. But I'm also fine with literally anything.
You know what? Let's just do all of it. How about that?
I think I voted for all of them, yeah.
I have no clue what the fuck that even
You
means.
guys like this?
Oh, he is Dead
Lucky.
Cells. How did you become Dead Cells?
Hold on. This is this Spider-Man.
Wait, didn't I buy the DLC? Don't I have characters?
Yeah, oh, never mind. Wait, did you
You get
have
the
Railgun
Railgun
or
guy.
no?
You get the railgun go.
Oh, I do. That's it.
Oh,
Yeah,
then
Railgun
you
guy,
get-
and then you can
oh, shit.
unlock the other person.
This is gonna be. This
I
is,
can.
this is
How do
gonna
I
be so
unlock
hard.
the other guy?
With
Skip
Uh,
the timer, complete wave 50 ends.
Yeah.
oh shit! We have artifact of death.
Let's go. Artifact.
Oh, we
of
have
death.
all of them.
Okay, so when one
Nice.
person
Oh.
died, everybody died. Okay, that's cool.
I think we have all of them.
Yeah, this guy's pretty tanky. I think I'm about to die.
Yeah. I don't.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Oh, I just
I got
got
it.
one tap? Oh no.
pretty
Ray got
Oh,
one tap.
that's right.
Yeah, just don't just.
I got killed by a stone golem.
Turn off the.
I can kill by the planet.
Okay, let's just do command.
just
Hey, I think
command
I
only.
left the game by accident.
This fucking guy.
I don't even know how I fucking let. I hit continue and it just kicked me out.
This fucking guy.
Can I get an invite?
What the fuck is happening? I can't. I pressed back. Oh fuck.
Can I get an invite?
I think I fucked up my game. Actually, I think Corn fucked up my game, but
How did I fuck up your game?
because now I can't
I don't even know
do
how to play
anything.
the game. I just be shooting shit.
Right. This man.
I can't believe I got killed by a stone golem.
Just put on command only. Makes your life easier.
All right, pussy.
I mean, if you're gonna die first, if you're gonna,
I just think
Corn,
command sounds the funnest because you can actually like build craft instead of like it kind of being random.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think if it's random, it's harder, but build crafting is more fun. I want to be OP.
oh, you just wanna. Okay.
Dwayne Johnson.
Your mom Johnson.
God damn it.
He got your ass.
He did. That's why he had to live with Eddie.
I don't live with Eddie anymore.
Eddie the goat.
Otherwise, that's why you had to live. You had.
Oh.
No, fuck. Eddie is the goat. I forgot. Poppy is the guy I hate. Not Eddie. Eddie's pretty good.
You're like, that's why you have to live with Eddie, and it's like every time you see him, you're like, Eddie.
You know what I
Is-
absolutely hate?
You shut your mouth about Bob.
No. Well, not. Well, yeah, Bob. But I was gonna say the boy in the striped pajamas. I don't like that movie.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Stupid fucking kid, bro. He saw this Drew struggle and he goes, "I'm gonna join him."
You know what I hate?
That's
This
stupid
nigga Ray
motherfucker.
not joining.
Oh, I didn't get an invite.
I gave you an invite.
I didn't get it.
It pops up on the top right
giving
of
you
your screen.
two.
Bro, it's not there.
Okay, well then just go hit the plus button and just join Logan. Though.
He's not even on the game anymore.
Yeah, I fucking restarted. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Listen, all I know is that I got a big tub of peanut M&Ms right now
This is the best lobby I ever.
that I got from Sam's Club.
Dude, honestly, that sounds so good.
Bro, Sam's Club is so goated, bro.
Ah, this is
I didn't get those monsters, by the way.
You didn't?
No, I was really thinking about it. If I had like
You
more money, I would have did it.
Did I sway your decision?
No, I would
I
have got them
figured.
regardless of what your opinion was.
Where's Sam's
figured.
Club at? Brunswick?
There's one in Brunswick and one in Jacksonville. Jacksonville's closer.
Is it? But you went to Brunswick though?
Yeah, I went to Brunswick because I wanted seafood.
Did you go to the Bussies? Is it open yet?
Hell no.
It's the largest bussy in the world, bro.
Can you invite me one more time? I saw the invite, but like I wasn't even in the fucking game yet.
Okay.
Don't tell me you invited me again because I didn't.
I did.
God damn it! I don't know what the fuck I'm doing
Wait,
wrong.
wait. Just
Oh wait, hold on. I got it.
this
I spammed some fucking button and like the Epic Games menu popped up somehow. I have no clue how the fuck I did it.
Corn. Copy that lobby code and then put join multiplayer game.
Yeah, I'm already in the game.
He's in.
Is it in the game? Okay. Alright, just put on. Man, makes everyone life easy, please.
Nope.
Please don't.
We're getting the cheese touch.
And the fucking sacrifices. Okay. It's just that you will get less than.
Okay, yeah, I'll do sacrifice, but please, I don't want to do fucking death.
I don't have sacrifice
So
on
for sacrifice, like.
Who has death on?
Well, wait, no, I have that. But no, I don't.
So
it's disabled though.
So for
Oh, how
sacrifice,
does it say that?
sacrifice like I would say like the chest has more value than the sacrifice, but if you guys want it, it's fine.
I want to do command, personally.
Yeah, I mean
Fine.
it. The sacrifice is really like it's like it's
You know
like
what?
a really low rate of getting it.
Wait, what's the sacrifice?
The chest has more
Monsters
value.
drop items, but no more chests.
Chest has more value. I just really need it.
Did anyone watch the new episode of The Boys? It's pretty cool.
I have not.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. The laser some guy's penis off.
Oh,
It looks pretty cool. I'm sorry for the spoil.
it's okay. I mean, it's the boys. At this point,
There's also some human centipede type shit going on.
I heard about that.
I gained 35 gold. Y'all brokies. It only costed half my HP. Oh!
Damn it! I only got 36 gold.
Hey guys, jump on the bunions.
Dude, that guy's literally never jumped on a bunion before.
Jump on the bunions.
Dude, I haven't seen a single enemy.
If you guys pick up their almonds, you get HP. Almonds are pretty good. I don't know if the almonds are pretty good, honestly. I'm just kind of just yapping.
What's up, man?
M&M's.
Eminem.
Godzilla.
Dude, he's literally hovering.
Who?
Hey, where's the thing?
It'd be random and shit.
Oh shit. Who's ready to kill the thing? Dude, I might be the luckiest motherfucker ever.
How do I offer the shrine? I want to gamble.
Just this one over here.
I say, don't say gist. I need to. Where am I going?
Go
Just fuck that guy.
to that. You see, right? Yeah. The one with that one right there. Yep.
How's
Holy shit,
rewarded?
he got it. He's that lucky bastard.
Should I do it again?
I mean,
I do it till like, cause you can get I think 2 items from it, so I just do it till
I can't do it.
till I'm out of money.
I only hit it once.
I already got an item.
Oh, me and Logan are just that guy, bro. We need to go to Vegas.
Dude, I'm getting
Yeah, Bob-
straight attack speed right now. By the way, I'm attacking so fucking fast.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. But again, my ass kicked while I was trying to choose an item, and I'm like, I don't know what any of these do. This fucking circle is so small.
Yeah, I'm about to be attacking so fucking fast. Pick me up.
Fortnite Battle Royale. Yeah, damn, you're attacking pretty quick, dude.
I am, bro.
I think I'm attacking faster than you. Anyway.
But you have higher base attack speed. Can you like the shit up, bro?
I think you're coping to me.
How about it, cope? You all with some dope.
Hurricane.
I can't even shoot at you because I only can target enemies.
You guys want to heal, you do.
I don't want to come in. Holy shit, that guy just got lucky as fuck. What happened to all my money?
You guys are a bit too fucking fast.
No, don't say you guys.
Do not say you guys.
You know exactly who that was.
I know where I'm going.
I know who it was.
Pot.
I shot the pot and it fucking exploded. Hey guys, I have no money. Where did all my money go?
That's what I'm saying.
TP and you lose all your money.
No one told me that was in the rules.
What just happened to me?
Logan died. What is this? Oh, I got a gold item.
That one give you like a.
I'm choosing the prison realm. Don't worry, I chose the prison realm, guys. I can free Gojo.
Finally.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro.
Dude, I don't know how I died. I'm so confused. Homie's got the primordial cube.
That's the prison realm. Gojo's in here. I stole it from Ghetto.
Okay, so I was in that purple shit and then I just like exploded. Oh, that's right, because it drains your health. Hey, Corn, I just want you to be careful.
Oh yeah, if I die, I can't free Gojo.
Dude, I'm attacking so fucking fast.
Good looking out.
What do you have on?
I'm just getting like
Oh, you have the
straight attacks
soldier's
on them.
syringe.
Yeah. I have 4 of them.
Did I not have the prison realm? Do I have like...
Ouch. Ah!
You can get more shit. Okay, muskets are pretty sick though.
Hey, whoever wants a prison realm, there's a prison realm over here.
I think the only person that can get prison realm is Drew.
Hey, Drew, you want the prison realm, the free Gojo?
Yeah, I'll break Gojo. What is it? Oh. Got a primordial cube.
That's prison realm.
Homie got the fucking he got the strange goo. He's like, what kind of common item do I want? That guy looks like he's doing a lot, or he has a lot of health at least.
Can you guys like see like whenever I scan? Can you see that?
Yeah. Dude, Kenny is slurping up all of the items.
Hungry bitch.
Be fast.
What is this? What is this? Why is there an X?
Homie wants to just fire as fast as possible. Dude, I'm so curious how fast you're gonna be now. Goodbye, engineer turret.
What does this do, bro?
Do you even have? Oh, you do have crit. God damn.
My
Hey,
machine
what the fuck
gun.
you just did?
This shit is fun as fuck. 10 out of 10 would recommend.
I just converted all my health to shield.
I'm going for 10 run. Give
Really
it.
no more fucking tests?
He sat there for a second. He's like, do I want? No, I want more attack speed.
I thought I was gonna fall off the map.
Me too.
There's really no more chests here?
Kenny, how'd you open up the X hacks?
You need coin for that, but then you haven't played the game, so you don't have it. So I will
I think
open
Drew has like 4.
it. I will open it for you.
You open up
guys.
this X hack for me, cuh. Andrew, can you open up this X hack for me? It's protected by these old guys. Hold on.
Oh, I'll take care of him.
Yeah, it's the X hack.
Yeah, open
right
up
here.
the exec. So all of the lunar items are pretty strong, but they have the disadvantages.
Hey, I opened it up.
You stingy bitch!
Which one did you grab?
Using a shrine summons enemies nearby.
Can we start this thing?
Why is that even? Is that even a
I can't believe I
benefit?
asked this
Yeah, it
motherfucker
doesn't
to
sound
open
like
this shit up for me, and that motherfucker took the item anyway.
I did. I opened it up for you.
I fucking hate the Stone Titan so much. He literally just has an attack that just
I'm using a
like,
breaking room.
hey, would you like to be completely targeted and nobody can stand in his way?
Oh yeah, I am melting his bitch ass.
Who the fuck chunked the guy? Did my big musket chunk him?
Dude, I don't know who chunked him, but someone did do like half his health.
They was kidding because it wasn't me.
I'm choosing the nutsack.
The Molten Perforator. Magma balls.
And it's on hit, and it's a chance on hit, and I have so much attack speed, so
Yeah.
it's probably gonna be pretty good. What?
He just has so much shit. He has so many items. Like he's going. If you press tab, I don't know if you guys can see it when you press tab, but it's going off the screen.
But I have 9 stacks of attack speed.
So he just has a bunch of different items. You have
Oh,
9 of the same. Yeah.
Dude, once I get into the crit, critting every attack with all the
It's gonna go
fucking attacks.
crazy.
That's so much money I can fucking spend it.
Yeah, I got 9,000.
Dude, Kenny fucking hacked. He had to have hacked.
How much money does he have?
No, it's not money. It's lunar coins. He has 999 million lunar coins.
That's cheat. Oh, that's cheats.
did. I didn't. I don't. I'm not even gonna. I didn't want to do anything because I mod the fucking game.
Oh, you're not supposed to
Oh.
be modding and cheating right now.
I played it. No, I played it mod, so I had it. Either way.
Okay. No,
Ones are
no, but
things
you
you
had
get
to you
in.
had to activate the thing where it was like, more schmeckles.
I dropped my M&M. No.
Guys, kill this guy. Guys, kill him.
What guy? You talking about killing
He's
what guy?
dead. He's dead.
All I know is that
Hi,
I'm
what up the
standing
map?
with you guys.
You guys, if you need help, just stand in the turret. Heals you.
Suck my cock and balls.
God, that guy did so much damage to me.
I found this shrine. Now I'm just.
I need to put these M&M down.
If you guys don't see your thing, I'm just gonna be sorry because I'm putting everything for you.
I'm about to gamble.
Yes.
I was rewarded.
Right now I have 10 soldier syringes. The attack speed is kinda crazy. What do I?
Ocular HUD.
I just said ahoy. I got a hat! Bro, I got a cool hat! Hey, look, I even said ahoy in the chat. Yeah, you don't even come close to my cool level. Jim.
I don't even see any enemies.
Somebody's talking about it's true.
That's definitely you.
True. Is getting older.
Oh. I'm doing decent amount of shit, nothing crazy.
Imagine if it barely strike us in corrupts all ukuleles. No!
No, I have a ukulele! Don't corrupt my ukuleles.
Too late. Ukulele's corrupt. I'm
How do you
gambling
break
again?
this corruption shit, bro?
I was rewarded again, bro. I'm a winner, bro.
How do you break this corruption, Kenny? Do you know?
I don't really remember. I haven't played this DLC for a while. But you can stay in there. Fight.
You have to get. I think do the same thing that Ray was doing.
I don't see any.
Is there not a thing?
Huh? Is this it? No, I don't see any. I'm just killing shit in it, maybe that's all you
Thank
do.
you. I don't know. I don't know if I would have survived.
Almost dead.
Please don't start. Please don't start. Please don't start.
Hey, so I'm dead. You don't have to worry about it. I'm not dead. Teleport it back up. You said start it, Kenny?
Please,
You guys should have started.
please.
No, please don't.
What is this? So what happens if I fully upgrade a Shine of the Woods?
He's doing so much damage.
You're
to me, man.
so low.
It's crazy how much fucking attack speed I have.
Holy shit. I just hit fucking 1,500 damage. Dude, what the fuck is going on
You
over
guys
here?
figured out how to break that shit yet?
Hey, Logan, don't go in there. It hurts.
It hurts a lot, yeah. Why? How do we break it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on.
Oh, I think I broke it. Wait, did you break it or did I break it?
How'd you break it?
I
Did
think
you
he
go up to
did
the?
it. Thought I did, but I think he did it.
So my problem now is that I can only kill people if if they have 100% health.
Yeah, because the crowbars.
Yeah.
I mean, that shit's popping, isn't it?
No, it's popping so hard, especially because I have an ult where everything crits. So my first attack does like 1,000 damage. If they have 89% health though, it does like 20. So I'm right or dying though. my crowbar. I think it's time
I'm starting.
because we're on the second or the third level and it's insane difficulty.
Where's this boss guy?
He's above.
Zebra Wrath? Dude, hey, I'm dead!
Dude, you're so low.
Help!
Come.
Where is you?
Behind you,
You
behind
think I know where you is?
It's
Shield,
Kenny.
the
It's Kenny. Go to Kenny.
I'm fucking.
Go to the shield,
Did you die? You didn't die.
See? You don't
I
die.
don't know how the fuck I didn't die.
Stand next to me.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Ooh! Oh my god.
I'm not fine. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm dead. I'm not okay.
Did you try my die?
Kenny's a liar.
I can't hit this guy. Why can't
Dude, I literally can't even hit the guy. I can't target him anymore.
Get in the sky. Ah! I think you have to kill these little prisms on the side to kill him, or to target him.
Oh.
Man, you gotta kill to be able to target his ass.
Yeah, I literally can't target him.
I'm gonna give him the fucking prism realm. I'll hit him now. Fucking him up. Oh.
Hit him once.
It attacked him about 100 times in about 2 seconds.
Oh.
I am an ADC. I'm supposed to,
Shoot him when his eyes open.
yeah, but it like never opens. You guys attack him now or no? Broke another.
My turret is not even attacked. So the only way for us to get this guy is you guys shoot him.
Can't. But even if I wanted to, because you need to target it.
Hold up. Do you guys hit him now?
I don't know how to figure it out. Trying to figure it out right now.
Well, I just broke something, that's why I asked if you guys could do it.
I think he's too far away because I can hit him if I like if I teleport up and then do it.
Yeah.
Oh. I might be dead. What a strategic fall off the map.
Oh, I might be dead. What a strategic roll. Yeah, I can like only hit him when I jump. Right.
See what I'm saying? Like I can only hit him whenever I'm up there.
Stop it.
I just keep jumping up and then right clicking them.
Oh.
What?
Hold on. Yeah.
What?
But,
We can cheat if you don't shut up.
oh fuck! I might die. Whoa.
Just. Yeah, let me put a shield down for you guys here.
Ow.
You guys do whatever you guys do. I need to find my gun.
Oh, you know what? That might be a good idea.
I tried that.
Why the fuck is he so high up?
I don't think he's supposed to be that high up.
Shit. And then launched me up really high. Huh? Fuck.
Alright, I think we should kill ourselves.
Ah. Somebody look up the video mixer. It's just glitched.
Oh.
Which might prolong the So basically,
So what do we do?
the more we try to get close to it, the more it's gonna run away.
So should we just run away from it?
So basically, yeah.
Run away from
Okay,
it.
so if we all run away from the thing, will he get closer to the thing?
One way to find out.
One way to find out, yeah.
Oh, he did just drop down a little bit. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Never mind.
I just wait a little bit longer.
Just let my turret do the job. Let my turret do the job.
Turret gonna take forever. But I can hit him with range. So.
There you go. And my turret. There you go. Got it.
I want some of the business.
Dude, I wanna kill him. I hate look at her and him get
I'm
fucked.
going in, bro. I'm going in.
He's leaving me. I know you guys aren't hungry.
I'll think about it. Did it spawn 5?
On 3, I think.
Don't start it. I'm sorry. I have this thing to take, please.
Yeah, I got a lot of money. I'm gonna go find some shit to.
Yeah, I got 2,000 schmackaroos.
Yes, I am.
Ooh, there's a question mark over there. I wonder where that is.
Coach Macaroon's gonna be done by the time County Kenny go all this shit. W help a hacker speed. Oh, somebody get rid of this shit.
What happened?
Can I get rid of this?
Is it the lunar item?
You
Yes.
can.
It halves your speed.
The only way for you to get rid of it is that you have to offer the item in the blue places. You know the blue.
Wait, I think there's one down here. Isn't it?
I know. So
Drew got bans. Got bans.
Logan, look at my movement speed. This is me sprinting.
No shot, that's you sprinting.
This is me sprinting right now.
How many?
Kenny, can you do your little thing again?
My little what?
You're okay. First of all, I wanted some items. I have fucking 9 items.
When you die and respawn, do you lose everything?
No, I kept everything.
Do I keep this bullshit that slows me down?
So you like the fact that
yeah.
how much I heal?
Because I kept my thing that reduces the size of the zone for the teleporter. No, okay. So what is this thing down here?
That's just thing that just loses your health, I think.
No, what's this right here?
Oh, hold on.
What is this?
Yeah, give me about 20 minutes and I'll be there.
Is this anything, Kenny, or no?
No, there's really nothing else anymore.
What the fuck?
I think we are.
Nice, wait for me.
There's one more chest to the left. I think that is like the yellow one. It's not the. We should. We'll be fine.
Yay, we got some XP for our money.
We'll be fine.
We had $2,000.
Oh, this
Corn's back.
This place is really hard.
Yay! Ahoy!
Somebody put me out of my misery.
It's fucking hard.
Harder, my brother in Christ, I can't move.
Harder. my brother in Christ, I walk at a snail's pace.
For real, man.
My brother in Christ, a regular enemy is also a boss.
I'm cooking these guys down here.
Dude, you're fucking killing these guys. So what does it do? What does it do? It gives you like
it gives me like, I think it's like 50% more HP, but 50% reduced move speed.
oh, okay, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's pretty
That
fucking
kind of
nice.
sucks. It's just like not good. I wish it was like, I don't know, damage or some shit. Something
Okay,
cool.
so if you guys have a chance to buy like turret and stuff, just really buy it.
I'm not buying no
I'll think
turrets.
about it.
I'm pretty sure everything on the map is gonna be gone by the time I get there to buy it. Should I got something?
Listen, man. As long as you just leave me all of the common stuff, I'm fine. 'Cause I want 12 crowbars. I actually don't have that thing done yet, and I feel like this is the easiest way to do it.
Probably.
I mean, it's really hard to kill enemies, but hey.
Hey, that first shot is probably hitting like 5K by now.
Dude, it's doing like. Okay, so I just picked up 3 more crowbars. So let me see how much it's doing now. There's a guy over there that I'm gonna have to fuck up. But on the way, I'm gonna pick up another crowbar. Oh, okay. So that's just like the boss from earlier. Cool. Okay, heard. Okay, so you can unlock shit with the artifact on. That's pretty cool.
I tell you what, bro, I can kind of just stand here and fucking attack because I have so much health and healing so much. Kind of just deterrent at this point.
That might be really sad.
I'm doing 1,000 damage without a crit. What the fuck?
I don't want to go home. This shit is so ass. Why would they put this in the game? It's just like, it's literally unplayable. If you find anything, you can insert lunar coins and please, dear God, let me do it.
Where's the thing?
Did I just one-shot that guy?
So what's really cool is as long as the first shot does like that 1,000 amount of damage, it'll just chain that 1,000 damage to everybody else.
Oh, nice.
Dude, the primordial cube.
Yeah, I dropped it over there for the musket.
Yo, can I get that?
The primordial cube?
Unless you already grabbed it.
No, I didn't grab it. It's right underneath me.
I got this useless ass fucking shit that just says ahoy in the chat. I can only use it once every 60 seconds.
Yo, that's badass. Keep it.
Hell nah. I got another one, I think. Anyway.
Primordial cube is still underneath me if you want it.
Nah, I got that one.
Okay, he's got that one.
I fire swarm.
Somebody put me down like a fucking dog. I'm so tired of walking at us in no space.
I'm sure there's a movement speed item. You could, I guess you could like counterbalance it.
I guess I could. That's a good shout, to be honest. I've been still just purchasing like crit chance and shit.
you're like, well, I mean, it would be nice though if I had 100% crit chance though instead.
Right? Only got 40% right now. Where's the start next?
Yeah, where is the fucking teleporter?
It's down. It's very at the bottom.
Like where I am?
No. Follow me.
Yeah. All right.
Follow you? Okay, well, you're gonna have to give me a second. Here, he's on it right now? Oh my god, it's all the way down there. Hey, I'd watch out for that.
Yeah, I would agree.
I'm running from it as fast as I can.
There's still so much fucking chest.
I just dealt 385k.
That's a lot of damage. Don't worry guys, I may not be able to move, but I am indeed cooking.
I just dealt 5,000 damage in one shot.
I'm about to die, can you give me some heals? I can. Too slow, got a minute. Yeah, you're fast and I'm slow. Were you dead again? Sorry, Ray. Watch your Gatling gun and teammate.
What about BBGA, BBGB?
Yeah, that guy. You got a Gatling gun.
I got a fucking beetle guard.
You have a beetle guard?
It's kinda cute.
Unicorn. Yeah, I'm just attack speed, crit, and proc items.
Yeah, I have a little bit of assistant same because the critical strike heal.
Yeah,
that is it.
Why are we doing so
Good question.
This woman is suing her employer after they like the employer put her on like an extended sick leave. Like, so she had to do no work, but she got paid for 20 years, and she's suing them.
20 years?
Yeah,
What was she sick with? Ligma?
some shit. That shit is.
And she got paid for it.
Yes, and then she's
I'll
suing
make it
because
first.
like
I need it for the movement speed. Oh, I don't have any gold.
she claims that they give her like depression or some shit. Some make believe bullshit.
Yeah, something that is not real for someone in that type of situation.
That's what I'm saying. I gambled. Got money.
Wait, what gives moon speed? What common gives moon speed? Oh, actually, I know.
I'm not aware.
The lucky color is giving you
Yeah, I got the goat. Oh, dude, it increased?
No,
It's
no,
not
no,
even
no.
noticeable.
Energy drink. Energy drink.
The other one does too.
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
I think energy drink gives you lost
Oh, and
sprinting, and this one just gives you mid.
the foot.
Y'all sound goofy as hell right now. Hey guys, what gives me health? Oh, the energy drink. The energy drink gets you health.
Oh hell! I thought you said movement speed.
I did.
Oh, move to my bed.
I just got knocked off the map.
Hey bro.
You're just a machine, bro.
Logan, fix it.
I'll figure it out. Never mind. I won't figure it. I don't know how to figure it out. Hey, good job, whoever collected that monster log.
It was me. Holy shit, I'm almost dead.
How much syringes do you have?
10. I stopped at 10, now I'm getting crit.
You have no max to that, by the way.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
I should've just kept doing it for the memes.
Honestly, not a bad idea. I don't know.
See, and this is why I enjoy like being able to pick your own shit. Not just for OP builds, but for the memes, you know?
How do I even stop
Oh,
this one?
oh, this shit. Plasma shrimp is gonna be pretty good for me.
So do.
Dude, plasma
because,
shrimp
like-
is insane.
So like, if I have an active shield, like I shoot like little rockets at enemies, and I picked up this fucking thing that converted all of my health to a shield. So I just have a permanent shield.
If it's movement speed, let me cop it, please. Oh, it's that. Okay, no, you got it here. What does destroying these rocks do?
Damn! I have 35 HP. I'm alive, you know, goaded on the sticks. Hey, bro, how do we get rid of this fucking void dome?
I have no clue.
He knows, apparently.
Hey, Drew, come here. I got one.
Alright.
Basically around the same area that I was earlier.
I was in this
nothing
thing shit and
interesting.
I couldn't get up. Come in. Don't be mad if I'm late.
Drew, I got good
No
news.
way it
Here's
had
another
my
one.
movement speed, bro. That had to have been way more than half.
Bro, how do I get rid of this? Kenny. How do I get rid of this void fucking stupid stank
You
shit?
cannot. The only way you can remove it is from. How would I say this? You gotta go to offer your item to like a place. I guess how you really call it. And then from that, you can like hopefully it removes it for you.
We got a lunar coin.
I'm just saying to get rid of them in the corners.
Yeah, there's a bunch of dragons over there. I'm not fucking with those guys.
Where?
I'm on it right now. I can't open chests anymore. What the fuck?
Oh, what's up, bro?
What up?
You can't open up chests anymore?
Yep.
You have too many items?
Nope. Too many items. You can get as much as items as you want in this game.
Why can you open chests?
Why?
He's broke.
Ah, he broke.
I have fucking food. I have. You guys have too much fucking money.
What do you mean you
Yeah,
have too
Kenny,
much
I
money?
walk at molasses. I can't get to the chest before somebody else opens them.
Molasses walking boy.
Oh, never mind. It was my thing.
It was your what?
It was my thing.
Where's his cousin named Pink?
Homie walked up to it and was like, why can't I open up a chest? And it's not a chest.
No, it was
I 100% believe it. It was like a fucking rock.
You guys need to spend your gold.
He's like, what the fuck's
Me
going on here?
It's possible to spend my gold.
Ooh, a red item.
I love doing 3,000 damage for my first shot.
Hammer.
What's crazy is 1,600 is not enough damage to kill them in one shot.
Found one.
Where's it at? I need to take it from Drew.
No, it's not the right
I
one.
got some like this, please.
Absolutely not.
Homie opened it up on with his own volition. Was like, hey guys, help me with this. After he opened it. You got a blue instead? Dude, I don't even think I have a blue at all. Wait. A blue. Oh, that's the equipment.
I die here, guys.
Oh,
That's crazy.
dude!
I'm dead.
Dude,
Fucking
homie's
some
dead.
dude just dropped his nuts on me.
Who's some dude, man?
It was the
Fucking
same.
the goddamn bronzong looking motherfuckers.
Where is? Hey, chill out. Chill out, man.
I actually died because I couldn't run fast enough. The big thumb looking guy from Spy Kids was chasing me and I wasn't fast enough to run. Homie was on my ass.
Where the fuck is this thing? Kenny, where is it?
I'll show you.
I can see it. I can see it now. Dude, Bronzor is over there.
Oh, that's what I was saying, bro. There's bronzongs. I got an achievement for dying 5 times.
I have an achievement for dying 20 times.
Like Logan has like no items, bro.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
You
I
gotta
was
be
dead
nice to
once.
me and be donating me your comments for
Oh,
so I could.
Drew got
It's a
Tyranitar.
Yeah, I did not dud. I'm blaming one for Minotaur.
I think if I didn't have the shield, bro, my fucking
Dude, that's crazy.
Logan turned around and it deleted.
Yeah, let me find this place. Let me find this shrine. Am I dead?
What the f- What am I watching? You're TPing everywhere. That's weird.
Kenny's fucking cheating.
Dude, let me find the shrine real quick. He starts teleporting.
Wait, what does the shrine do?
Bro,
Oh, he's
it's like
walking
watching
on...
a fucking Fortnite cheater, bro.
It really is. What does the shrine do?
He was walking on fucking water for a second.
He walking on sunshine. Yeah, I think Kenny's about to get fucked, guys.
I think Kenny's like 2 seconds behind. He don't know what the fucking thing is shooting at him.
He takes all the items and shoots at invisible niggas.
Yeah, I had a total of 16, 20, 22, 23, 24.
I must say, the attack speed, crit chance, and the item effects. Because I had where's it out? Read it. Had the own hit, chance to create magma balls, and then I had the lightning strike one before Ray took it from me, and then I got the other lightning strike one on hit for the chance to caught on lightning strike. I had the ukulele, and then Ray took it.
What you gotta do is you gotta get the fucking hammer. Shattering
What's the hammer?
Justice. It reduces armor after
Oh, I think I
repeatedly
had-
striking enemies. That
I
shit
had
is
that?
insane. I had it once on a regular run. On random chance, I was like, what the fuck? This shit is awesome.
Oh, I had the symbiotic scorpion, which permanently reduces armor on hit.
I think I saw you. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that shit also looks insane.
Oh no, I still had the ukulele. I thought Ray took that shit from me.
The ukulele?
Yeah.
I don't know, I never had a ukulele.
Yeah, I had so many electric attacks going off, and fireballs, and crits, and attack speed, healing.
But
So-
I had
Everything was perfect until somebody glued molasses to my damn shoes.
I picked up something that disabled
I thought it was the ukulele, wasn't it?
it did disable the ukulele, but I thought it was only me. It disabled ukuleles
maybe-
on me.
I don't know. I thought mine was working, so it probably was.
Like the poly loot. Chance to repeatedly strike a single enemy with lightning corrupts all ukuleles. I don't know if that. I thought it just meant me. But it's
This
not
is
like I knew
all
what it did before I picked it up, so.
Homie corrupted all lens makers' glasses. Fuck you, man.
Oh yeah, I be corrupting everything, bro. Corrupts all
Dude,
Ronalds and
how did you have
romance.
fucking 4 different corruptions?
Because I be giving my health to this random shit. They asked for it, I'm like, alright.
Is there anything that just straight up gives more damage? Like just on hit damage?
What? Which one?
Is there anything like just gives like strength or something? Like I don't know.
I think so. I can't remember. Actually, I don't know. I mean, there's the armor piercing rounds, like specifically for bosses, that'll do just like straight damage.
I hope I don't have this slow shit anymore, man. I do.
He does.
Or do I? At this point, I can't even tell.
I loop back to
Cause I'm going like the same speed as you, and I have like 4 different movement speed items, so it's gotta still be slow.
We're so not ready for the boss fight.
What are you talking about, man? I would if I didn't die if I get shot once.
No, I'm talking about the
What is this?
the grand finale.
Dude, I have no clue what you're talking about. Me and Drew are struggling to kill one little guy. He almost died.
We're both just trying to open up this fucking chest.
Also, I want to say this thing. If you
Open
guys,
it up,
if,
open it up.
If you guys can self
I didn't have enough. Oh, I do now.
Self heal will be your best friend right now. I mean,
I have
You can
self
open it
heal.
up.
Oh, I have the self heal, but like,
self heal
like
and then buy.
I don't have any health. I have shield, so I don't think it fucking works.
Buy the teddy bear. Teddy bear kind of like negate
Oh shit!
the damage sometimes.
Die?
I'm barely
I'm
alive.
dead.
Teddy bear really helps a lot.
Yeah, I'm dead.
I'm about to say fuck it, bro. Okay, guys, I'm just a common collector. I only like the common items.
I'm activating the teleporter. Okay, I died. It's really funny because like I believe movement speed items like determines how far you go with the teleport, but you just don't have like walking speed.
Yeah.
So you teleport like a mile.
You look at these
a lot of guys.
Oh shit, no!
Dude,
Dude, there's so many bounces and lightning strikes going on. It's just you, Kenny.
he's living life on fucking easy mode because he's lived like he's been the only one to live for every single one of these, so he just has all of the items.
There's like every item times 2, man.
Like fucking tri-tip dagger plus his leeching seed combined is only like 3 less than how many items I have total.
More.
I would have been doing a lot more damage if I hadn't been forced into buying a billion speed items. I said billion, I only bought 4.
Holy shit.
Yay! I'm kind of glad you died, ain't gonna lie.
Me too, because I really wanted to restart it.
Oh, let me see damage still.
I'm gonna play as somebody else. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I had most damage too.
Wow.
Let's go! I had 1 million damage! I had 1.1.
Yeah, it's crazy. Damage taken. I wonder who that was.
80% more damage than you though.
By the way, Kenny collected 82,000 gold. Fucking.
Dude, I'm telling you, bro. I was straight DPS, bro.
Dude, okay. Who wants to look at the purchase breakdown for?
Wait,
There was a purchase breakdown at the stat screen.
what shit was there?
I had the lowest at 34. Drew had the second lowest at 41. Corn had 44, and Kenny had 92.
And I still did have 1 million more damage than you, Kenny.
My build is mostly for me to survive.
Yeah, I know. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah.
My build was.
I mean,
great.
your build did look pretty fun. Just I wish I could play as Dead Cells.
I want the new character.
Interesting. I mean, I have a katana build.
Corn, do you still only have Commando and Railgunner?
I got the boat guy.
You got the bow guy? Oh, you have Huntress.
I really want to have actually. You know what? Playing as Hunter really fun. If I wanted to play like Suppress, that's actually kind of cool. I mean, I can be a robot and start punching shit. I can go hamming.
It's crazy that there's a fucking there's an achievement as the Railgunner to deal 1 million damage in one shot. So I can just assume that you can do a lot of damage with the Railgunner.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing like almost 100k like in the second round. So.
And that's the ult.
Yeah. Or just a sniper shot too, which was crazy.
I've never played this character before. It's kind of fun.
You look like Tracer, bro. Every time I see Ray, I just see Tracer.
Here you go.
Do you feel like Tracer Corn?
I feel like a bot.
Did you see him for 970? Is that what that said?
No, sorry.
Did I hit him for 970?
Last?
I'm pretty sure it's Brazil, yeah.
I'm about to start it.
What does this do?
You know you want corn. It's hard to stop it sometimes. Please, for the love of God.
What? Don't start it. Start it.
Why don't we want to get more shit?
Yeah,
Yeah, don't we? Well, yeah, but we can get more shit. I mean, it's just I feel like if we go faster, then we can get to the next stages, which gives us more shit. You know?
Bro, I'm not buying none of these commands, bro. Hey, there's a command right here on me. Anybody wants it?
I'll take it.
I'm fucking cursed. Yeah, have at it, bro.
I've been playing this robot hard as fuck, man. I'm stuck up here. Help.
I'm dead.
Are you like sniping only, Logan?
Yeah, basically.
Oh, I
There's
should've
a
tried that.
there's a achievement for like 30 weak points in a row. Not an achievement, like a.
You were laying them out!
Dude, it's fucking crazy. Oh my god.
Put them down like dogs, bro. Oh, I'd not been to use this.
I can't wait to see my damage numbers at the end of the game, and this is the first stage.
You going full crit?
Honestly, I have no clue what to go because of how much damage I'm doing right now. So, I did one which was crit. Or no, I did crowbar because deal bonus damage to enemies above 90% health. So like, I'm already gonna do. So I believe with the crowbar, it literally just does like a straight double damage for, or like a straight 100% damage for every time you do it. So.
I need syringe. Give me fucking syringe.
I didn't make it.
I need syringe.
I really wish I just knew where anything was.
There you go. Can I help?
I figured out where everything was all of a sudden. All by my lonesome.
Let me buy stuff. Just don't. There's so much item over here, man. Ah!
Kind of just like picking different shit this time, and I'm just getting absolute fucking. Everything I pick is like horrid.
What should I get?
Let me go straight boss damage. See how that goes.
You can just be our DPS.
You can go.
I'm almost ready.
Hey, Logan,
Alright.
how much gold do you have?
78.
Shh, hey, come here, come here.
Down it up.
How much is this again? Is this enough though? What is this?
This is just a heal.
Tell me when you guys want to go.
Yeah.
I'm ready if you are ready.
I am almost ready.
My bad.
Oh, okay.
My bad.
I lost my item. What the hell? Oh, but I keep my 6 gold.
Check me out, guys. I'm cool as fuck.
You do look super sick. What character are you playing as?
Wobot.
How do you
Whoa,
fucking
but-
have that?
I don't know. Wobot.
I have him. That's one of the only characters I have him on.
Wait,
Kenny looks pretty cool.
I remember you're supposed to like, how would I say this? Like, you're supposed to like find the part to be able to get him. I guess never mind.
Hey guys, I fell off the map.
You'll be fine.
Really
You'll be fine.
Wobot.
You'll be fine.
Goodbye.
Oi! Oi!
Damn.
That thing got fucked up. You saw that damage number?
Yeah. 2 grand.
Man, the brains fucking stink, bro. Don't get the brain, bro.
What's the brain?
Stuck sucks. Dog shit. Whatever the fucking elite is. After I kill an elite, my skills have no cooldowns. I don't know what the fucking elite is.
Where's my hat? Where else?
Let's fucking go.
Go to red? Fuck you.
The robot guy has 2 different fire modes, really.
Horn, you okay?
Yeah, bro. Gain access to encrusted cache.
Anyway, let's go
I
start
honestly
this
have,
shit.
I think the only way to
Huh?
Let's go start this shit.
Double jump.
Bro, he a monkey, bro. He be throwing shit at me. Is this Alexander the Great?
That you can fucking leech? Motherfucker, I can leech better than you fucking nut.
Come here, I get a
Toss in the ground.
I was gonna let that guy over for you.
But don't worry, bro. I got no cooldown. I got cooldown.
He exploded. Bruh.
Bro, what does this shit mean when it's locked?
It's because we have to beat the boss first. Or beat the, like,
No,
clear
we
the
have to,
portal.
yeah, we have to stay in here for
I got double jump.
Oh, alright, that fast. Okay. So I don't know how to clear the void seed, that's all. I'm really curious about that.
Okay, don't go anywhere, please. I need. What do I need? What do I need? What do I need? What do I need? What do I need?
Every common item? No, I'm only gonna get fucking. I'm gonna get energy drinks.
I'm getting the movement speed shit too. Mainly because
I think I'm gonna start doing movement speed too, because I am slow as fuck as this guy. He does not have a lot of.
Yeah, this guy's pretty slow too.
You have a transport mode.
Yeah,
You
but
literally
that's
have
the only
go-go
time you're-
gadget
that's the only time you're
wheels.
fast. That's the only time you're fast, bro. Bones.
No, I've played him. Yeah, he is kind of slow. Are we ready yet, or what?
No, I'm fast as fuck though.
I'm leaving, bro.
No, 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 no!
I'm also leaving. Get me the fuck out of here.
Hey, bro, don't get the brains.
Hey, yo, bro, do not get the brain.
Yeah, it's a 206 fucking. Oh my god, it's just.
I'm down to leave.
I'm leaving.
I just leave.
I'm right here ready to leave.
Leave.
Meh.
Were you trying to figure out how to do that, Drew?
Kinda, yeah.
Dude, you know what you should do instead of getting the brains? You should get alien head.
Look how fast I am now.
Dude, you're so fast, actually.
Watch this shit, watch this shit, watch this shit.
Oh my god.
I got double jump too. Hold on, Ray, watch this shit. You looking at me? Watch.
Oh, damn!
Yeah, I'm fast or something.
Be not first, you're last type energy, bro. I'm saying right next to this chest until they get $203. I lied, I'm moving. I'm going somewhere else. Ow! Hey, bro, don't open up that chest, but it's my chest.
I respect it. What did coffee do? Oh, attack speed and movement speed. That's what I heard him getting the whole time.
I have no clue how to get up there, by the way. I'm gonna find the route.
Okay, so there it is. I'm like, where the fuck is this thing? Ouchie.
Nice.
Alright.
Alright, buddy.
Are we going or what? Where is this thing?
It's right here on me.
You're so fucking fast.
How much?
That's
like,
only. Well, I guess I got five of them. I guess I thought I had less than that.
You only have 5?
Yeah. I got a sniper too, man. Hello? Can I buy this shit?
You gotta capture the thing first.
No, but it doesn't have a little thing around it. Some things you can, but. Well, I'll be there in a jiffy.
What am I missing? Am I doing it there?
4? Wait, Kenny? What the fuck? See this nigga?
Yeah, that's my character.
Yeah, I don't really like that guy. Okay.
How the fuck do you don't like that guy?
I don't know, it's melee. He feels really shit against their units to fly.
I mean, all you have to do is come in and hit. Just don't be ass.
Thanks for the tutorial.
I don't remember which one. This one. Alright, I'm going.
Holy shit, my luck is so bad.
I took like 200 damage fall damage, and then I was like, well, maybe if I also do this at the same time, then it won't fuck me up that bad. And I almost launched myself off the map. Oh man, what happened to him?
Can you guys wait for a bit?
No.
I'm on my way.
Oh fucking lord! hey! Don't! Please don't go! Whatever you do, don't fucking go! All right, let's go. I got 2
Ready?
red items. Yeah.
Everybody ready?
Crazy.
I guess so.
We're going blue.
We're not. I guess. I thought blue was good. Is blue bad?
Blue's not
I
bad.
think blue is harder.
No, blue is always like you can choose where you can go. That's pretty good.
Almost
So,
felt.
so like right here, if you guys come here, right? You guys can choose
Only
where you
have
guys want to
one.
go. I can choose your green.
Nah, don't buy those. How can anybody these motherfuckers?
I didn't buy them. They just opened up.
Yeah, these motherfuckers always cuck me, so I'm straight.
Don't get the blue beetles, bro. Don't get the blue beetles, bro. The blue beetles be smelly, bro. You don't be. Oh my god, bro. How do I get rid of this fucking blue shit, bro?
Which
You got
one
the
are
you got the slow shit?
Which one are you numbnut
No,
like?
I got the fucking Visions of Heresy. I don't want the Visions of Heresy.
What's going on?
I don't think we can go
Keep
there
getting
anymore 'cause we
fucking
did too-
teleported.
I think because we did too much damage to him or something. Should I go in this purple portal or are we gonna go back to the blue?
We are going to the blue. We're not going to the
I-
blue. We're not going
Yeah, I think Ray has a different idea.
to see that.
I was gonna say it before you did it, and that's not it.
I see that.
Okay, this time we're not gonna die.
Bro, I don't want this stupid fucking purple, bro. How do I get rid of this? I don't know what it does.
Really going to do something. Wish I could get rid of stuff though.
This made my character so unfun now.
What'd you get?
It's like Visions of Heresy.
Yeah, alright, thanks.
This is my primary skill with Hunger and Gaze, so it only gives me like 12 fucking bullets, and I gotta sit here until it fucking reloads.
Yeah, see, I'm on the don't pick up one of those blue skill vendettas. Like, I'm never picking up one of them bitches again.
But it looked cool, man. Oh, hey. We were having a
Damn,
conversation.
quick scope this bitch ass.
Like, how do I get rid of it? How do I get rid of it? Well, I'll tell you what, though, I'd be hauling ass.
Where are we going next? Oh, this way over there.
Yeah, you don't gotta worry about us not reaching it, bro. I'm hauling ass.
What I'm worried about? I'm worried about me dying. I need to start picking up some movement speed shit.
I'm out healing the fucking purple void. Somehow.
You were out healing it?
Yeah. Oh, legit, look, I could just sit here and then I'll just out heal it. Oh, I'm dying? Oh, but when I'm running, I'm
I'm almost dead. Ray, heal me.
Dude, you have
You're
heal
fat
skill
as
as a
fuck,
character, don't
boy!
Yeah, I know, bro.
you?
I'm like Raekwon Anderson, bro.
Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Why do I keep doing that?
I got 9 energy drinks.
May I ask why?
I love whenever I shoot these guys in the head, they go.
I'll tell you what, though, if I get a blue, a white one from here, guess what I'm getting?
Oh.
Energy drink.
What do these little flying things even do, bro?
They do damage.
It's servitors, bro.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so then why isn't it giving me a shield?
All got a spine ward. Let's just shit it out. What's this next one at? Yeah, when I'm running, I just out heal the fucking thing.
got hurt, by the way.
Look behind you.
Music's going crazy again.
I need something for health regen, bro.
So I can get us out of here. Right?
How's that?
The portal lets us get out.
I think so.
You want out of here? No. Oh, now we don't. First you didn't want to go in here. Now you want to stay in here? Two-face motherfucker.
Drew, how are you supposed to live? Drew, watch this. Boom.
Ah! I was sitting for 200, by the way. Hold up. Boom. Boom.
Is there an item like after sprinting or something you gain bonus damage?
I don't think so. I'm about to die.
Cause I'm hauling ass. You see how fast I'm going?
Yeah, dude, you're
Does anybody have some shit that can heal me?
Bro, I hit this fucking spear and I go boing. I hit this fucking slight angle, bro. I go flying.
Don't you have an ability that heals you?
No.
I thought as the robot guy you do. You're gonna need to open up a chest real quick and... Oh no, oh, this.
What's shipping?
Hopefully you don't die. Good idea. That was a smart choice. Clutch maneuvers right there. Clutch maneuvers. I don't want to avoid cradle.
Do I need to?
Please.
You talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I need to go fast.
I'm already Tracer.
I'm actually Tracer now.
Look at it. He just doesn't even care anymore.
I out heal the fucking void, so I don't really give a shit if I run. That's my only goal now, is to just fucking get as much like energy drinks as humanly possible.
I'm just gonna keep throwing barrels at these
I need
guys.
that guy to stop fucking turning around. I'm trying to get these 30 crits in a row, but it's so fucking hard.
If we need anyone to run, like, fucking, I'm like A-Train basically is what I am, bro. Or, hold on, the Flash. Let me say that.
Just comes out of nowhere.
Oh, look, he picked up the brain, bro. You couldn't have picked up the brain, bro. You don't want brain.
Who picked up the brain?
Let me get this one. I need to get this one.
He needs to get that one.
You stole my energy drink, you fat fuck!
I wanted one.
Okay, where is it?
Oh, don't worry, I'm already on it.
Where's our fucking scout, bro?
I have
Dude, at this point, you start the next one.
I have 17 energy drinks.
No shot. Oh my god. Okay.
I wasn't lying to you.
Okay.
Bro.
How many?
I need you to stand still, Drew.
How many energy drinks?
17.
Stand still, stand still. Thank Jesus.
Like, I don't give a fuck about my damage. I don't think I'm doing any fucking thing. But I am hauling ass. See, I get in a little bit of trouble and I just press control and I just...
I mean, I'm fast, but you're different level fast.
Yeah, you said you want you said you was quick and I was like, man, that was pretty fun.
Dude, I honestly, I love having so many corpses just splayed about everywhere. There's a dude just slumped mouth open, like hanging off that bridge.
If you have overkill, you can actually like.
You just set that motherfucker down, dude?
Logan did.
Dude, that's what I've been doing all fucking game. I'm
Yeah.
gonna have so much damage. That guy just bursted.
You can ditch if you don't want it, if you have enough.
Have enough what?
Like, stuff here.
We might as well complete it, right? Ready, go find next one.
Alright, go for the next one. Go.
I'm off. Yeah, I have no clue where it is.
Find.
I'm hunting. Found it. My fucking auto attacks do 3 damage to these fucking
So
bulls.
after like there's still more chests around here.
But how do I actually get rid of, like, is there a way to get rid of that fucking,
The blue thing?
yeah.
I think you have to trade it for
No.
another one. Or maybe
What do you
you
mean trade it for another one? But what do you mean? What do you mean? Trade it for another one? 'Cause I actually do want to get rid of this shit. This shit is ass.
I don't know. I thought you could only have one at a time, or can you have more?
I don't know. I have 2 blue items. I have the
Then I
fucking
guess.
Kenny. How do I get rid of this fucking blue eyeball thing that I got?
Blue eyeballs thingy.
Yeah, it looks like a fucking bout cam.
The only way you can do that is also like go back to that blue place. You have to offer the item to the. Basically, you offer 5 items for 1 item, and you're hoping that that item's like changed or something.
There's gotta be a better way.
Better way.
Yeah, I have a chance of like sacrificing
scrap-
5 energy
Scrap
drinks.
it.
I don't want to do
Scrap
that.
thing. Ready, go find next.
Hold on.
You must go,
I
boy.
really recommend us
Found
to
it.
really leave this place right now because it's already impossible.
What do you mean it's impossible?
Yeah, the difficulty is impossible.
Here. So
What do you get from me?
why I said that is because we're trying to get more chests right now, which they here, and it takes so much time.
Alright, I'm activating the portal.
I got hills right here, Logan.
Thank you.
I feel like if we stayed 6 out of 9 at this point, which I just did.
I mean, you saw how.
Yeah, well, if we want to kill the boss, though, yeah.
But you saw how like I got kind of fucking. I have so much items in here.
You know, I hear what you're saying, but like we wasted so much time already, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to go ahead and summon this shit then and go?
No, we don't have to. We could just here and farm.
Challenge of the mountain.
That is so that makes like our shrine much difficult.
I don't know what
Much
that
harder.
means.
Much harder, basically.
Did you do it?
Of course I did. Who do you take me for?
I was gonna tell you to do it, but
Oh,
You wanna do it? Do it.
I also have another shrine of the mountain over here.
Do it. The cautious slug helps you heal outside of game right away. You guys wanted to
yeah, I need $50 more.
start killing shit. still, Nick.
You still streaming, Kenny? Come on, you can't be saying that.
I stopped myself before I even said
Breaking your own rule.
it. I stopped before I even said it.
Bro, like the second I fucking press sprint, bro, I just like I go like 2,000 fucking feet.
I don't even fucking know.
What is this? Open terminal. Another energy drink for me.
He's pretty got so much energy, guys.
I have 22 energy drinks.
Also, if you guys want it, buying turret also helps. Like the healing one.
Bro, how do we break this shit, bro?
Oh, did it break?
Bro,
Did it?
I'm pretty sure it's just like a kill amount.
nah, ain't no way. Bro, I want commons, man. Trying to get as much energy drinks as humanly possible.
Okay, so if I'm doing 11k with that,
I'm just gonna collect
okay, can somebody kill that thing? Oh no, okay, now these have to be servitors.
Oh, they'll all focus on the silver.
I'm having a blast right now. I move so fast, like when I run and heal, but I just heal so quick.
Oh my god, I'm fucking going crazy. I'm tanking every fucking thing. Oh my god.
Drew, how are you doing?
Not good. Oh, I found a high spot.
Where's the eye?
He gone.
No! Bro, I'm in a... I think I just got 12 from that, gotta be honest.
You lived?
You always use your...
Oh, I thought you take damage.
I don't think it can do
Yeah,
that.
but like up to a point. I can't tell if this guy is a good guy or a bad guy.
Yeah, I know. Good.
Thanks for looking at me.
Or I think I got him.
Oh, there's so much stuff there. There's so much stuff. And I'm
Oh my
dead.
good googly moogly!
Ray, no more energy drinks.
Bro, I need some more energy. You
Ray,
understand?
no more energy drinks.
Like I
Is
I
energy
move
drink
so
green?
You have 22. It's 25% per energy drink. Am I ready to drink this beer?
Bro, yo, are you watching me?
Yeah.
Hold on, look at the fucking gap I
Did I just die?
Hold on.
What? I died.
Don't worry, Logan. There is
I'm alive!
showing me the gaps he can clear. That is pretty crazy. You can roll midair too. And get
Yeah, no,
up.
and it negates fall damage too. If I roll.
What does?
Like if
You
I roll
roll?
midair, like I just don't take fall damage.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know
That's what I do as like the huntress. Just teleport midair.
Rick doesn't shoot shit. He just runs around. Ray's playing Temple Run while you guys are struggling.
For real, yo. Ooh, lunatic. I ran past this shit.
Did you walk so slow?
Yeah, I know. And I just take off.
Oh, wait. Let me go get this.
Oh, I wanna play. Go next.
I'm getting turret for us. I have.
I wanna play. Go next. I wanna play.
Alright,
keep getting
let's-
turrets.
Okay. We going then.
Start it.
Okay. As you said.
He's fast as fuck, boy.
Every comment I get is gonna be, I'm getting a goddamn energy drink. That's all I'm saying.
Hey guys, right here.
Homie just like saw something he could press, so he just ran up to it and pressed it.
Tell me, bro. I'm speeding Gonzalez, bro. If you guys want to fuel my fucking energy drink addiction, that shit would be pretty cool.
Fuck still, my.
Not boom your energy drink addiction, bro. It's getting out of hand.
Fuel it, man.
It has become out of hand.
Like, I'm moving so fast, like I just can't see shit. Bro, there has to be a sprint, like, green item, no? Oh, there is! Fucking the wax quail!
What?
Like, there's a, like, it's a...
Oh, jumping while sprinting boosts you forward. Yes.
yeah!
Oh, I'm dead again. Bro, my build is so bad because I've just been buying random items to see what they do.
Look pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Dude,
But I'm having a blast.
Dude, he's so fucking fast. Oh my god.
I go from point A to point B like in 2 seconds.
Watch me.
Holy shit, he's so
I
fast.
wanna fuck this kid up.
Why are you punching me?
And at this point, I can't get any items because Corn will most likely get to them before I can.
Am I lagging?
Most likely? No, I will.
He will.
Am I lagging? Am I dead?
Oh, you're
Give me that wax quail, baby.
My only shot of like getting it out of before him is just like spotting it before.
Or if you have more money than I do, because every chest I see, I'm opening it and I'm getting me a fucking energy.
Dude, holy shit! I do not tank.
Now that I'm getting these wax
What?
quails, oh my god, Drew. Drew, these wax quails are not good for me, bro.
Oh my god! Ray, you are fast as fuck, but I think you've contributed 0 to the team. Not that I have contributed to the team, but
I haven't done shit for the team, bro. Everyone else is killing shit. I'm just falling ass. Bro, look at me!
yeah.
Dude, you see, I'm flying right now.
As I said, just have fun.
Like,
just have fun.
unironically.
Ironically, just do whatever you want to do. I don't really give a shit.
Oh, I'm doing it. Oh!
Damn!
Ray's almost dead.
Nah, I run, I heal.
Ray had
You guys
54
wanna
health.
kill the
I have
boss, or
30.
you guys
I have 30. I have 30 health.
I would
now.
like to go final boss.
I mean, I don't.
I just ran on his head.
Even playing, if you guys want. I really want to kill the final boss. It's gonna be
Fuck! I died. Kind of boring. Dude, a Corn.
Wait, we can restart if you guys want, since it's kind of just you, Kenny.
Not around here.
Corn.
Bro, I'm here, bro. I'm vibing.
Dude.
I hit a fucking angle, bro, and I fly.
How many? 25? What's the max you can have? You can't have a max of that?
Hold on.
He just
I'm
waddles over to his chest.
How fast is he?
Fast?
He's faster than you can
Where you
imagine.
reckon I'm coming?
He's so fast, he's bending space time.
He's floating.
Can I coming? Where you at? What's up?
What the fuck? Are you already here?
It's like
Oh, yeah.
watching. It's like watching a Destiny walkthrough if it was like 5 times speed.
I'm like flying as like the ghost from like Halo, Halo 4.
Yes, yes. Like wherever you're looking, like you're just going that that direction as fast as possible.
Okay, what you need me to do, cuz? I walk
Just
slow as shit,
beat
but I do no damage.
No, corn. You gotta get the goat foot. You gotta get the goat foot. Then you move fast in general.
But you need to get the rare feathers too,
What the
because
fuck is
then,
happening to him? I know
Kenny, how
that.
much damage do you do?
Kenny does a lot of damage. I just haul ass. I haul too much ass.
he said, I haul too much ass.
Bro, if I press sprint, bro, I go like I waddle and then I just go too fast. Doesn't
You really
even
do be waddle. There's what?
Someone that's an energy drink on the ground for me. Appreciate it.
That was me. That's where I died.
Appreciate it, cuz.
But you need to get some of the feathers, and you can get double jumps, and it can get like multiple jumps per feather. You can get like 7 jumps and just fly up in the sky and just.
Currently, I think I'm not fast, but
Hey, bro, go TP. Oh, it's not done yet. Oh, fuck.
We have wait 50 seconds. Not 50 seconds for 50%.
Yeah, I always think it's when you kill the boss and stuff. Yeah, but it's
I mean, I will always build a boss. You can just do whatever you guys want.
Ray shot something, it is like 4 damage, and then ran off.
You know me, man.
Oh yeah, come on. There's a thing.
Hey, go get the teleporters on so we can TP there.
So, what teleporter?
I want something strong. Give me something.
What
fucking-
teleporters? The ones, the TP. The fucking, so we can go next level.
Oh,
Just go fucking run around in the zone. He can chain himself, he doesn't know what to do.
stay alive for 30
It's so funny how you slow down in the air, then your feet touch the ground, and it's like, Jesus, the traction's unreal, bro. You got slicks. You got slicks on.
This is what happens when you buy Nikes, bro.
There's some Air Maxes or what?
Oh, fucking yeah.
Hit that TP, right?
I think I hit it. I'm not sure.
You hit it. You hit it.
This is pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie, it is pretty fun. Now we're back to the very beginning. Oh, that's awesome.
Man, AK.
That guy just got fucking disappeared.
Dead!
That's fine.
I'm not dead.
That's not even the most I could do.
I'm at 20 HP!
I just killed it.
I don't know where he went.
Killed it.
Who? Oh, the boss?
I don't know what happened to it, but I think that there's something really bad to it.
I don't. Can you be honest? I don't even think it was you.
Was it me? Somebody else?
I don't know how much damage I hit for my ult, but it was a lot.
It was a lot.
I deal no
Oh
damage.
yeah, because the laser guy is really strong with his ult too, yeah. If you go,
Yeah, his ult is fucking insane.
Yeah, the crit, if you go crit and you build, was it like boss, like do extra damage on boss, yeah?
Gain a 0.5% chance to instantly kill a non-boss enemy.
I had that shit earlier, but that shit
Crazy.
If you have a lot of attack speed, I assume that's pretty insane.
I'm trying to get.
What about movement speed?
I want to get the most attacks I get. That's my goal because
And times that by 10.
so like I have like this thing for over heal, But every time I hit the thing, I heal really fast, and I get a shield as well.
Yeah, I have something that like whenever I run, I heal. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's saving my life.
Attack speed. Give me attack speed.
I just fucking die. Oh fuck! I was AFK. I was trying to read these what the fuck these green items do. AFK in a chest.
I have 30 energy drinks, by the way.
Hey, sure. Read top right.
What?
Exactly. That's the fucking. That's like the current difficulty.
Bitch. What you doing over here?
Sniping.
I'll do you a favor. You said you wanted to like change.
I want energy drinks. Change what up?
So you told me
I need energy drinks.
Reach 300% movement speed. Is that what you did?
Oh, I did that already.
Hey Logan,
I just what's up?
if you get a common, get a delicate watch, just like the little fucking watch.
Uh huh.
It just straight up increases your damage by 20%, but the item breaks if you go below 25.
No, what
Like,
you should get is you should get this item called an energy drink that increases your
I think I have
Sprint
3 of
speed.
those already.
I'm just flying through the air, bro. Like I'm not lying.
It's honestly so funny just watching Korn like move because he is literally just floating. Where is he? Yeah, wherever Korn is. Yeah, I'm sure he's fine with it.
Oh yeah, dude, do whatever the fuck you want, bro. I'm vibing. Bro, that's what I'm saying.
That's right.
Bro.
I forgot crit damage gives you.
Bro, I'm telling you, you
Sorry,
hit a
crit
fucking,
chance.
you hit a small bump and then you go fucking flying. Like this rock right here. Bye. Look, can you see where I am?
Oh my god!
I hit a fucking small rock.
Give me the fucking battle queen. I'm gonna fucking kill it. Come here. Come here, bitch. Okay. I fucking hate Discord sometimes. I really do. So fucking nuts. I kind of hate Discord sometimes.
All right. So what do I have to do? I have to do this. I have to trade this.
Basically, yes.
I didn't get rid of it.
Hopefully, you will. If not, then you are fucked. I don't want to be mean with you, Corn, but it is what it is.
Keep doing it.
I'm going to keep doing it until I get rid of it.
You literally still have.
So I have all my blues.
Somebody is still in Corn shit.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, somebody just stole my shit. Oh, no,
Is it better just to trade 3 items?
It depends. I mean, you could get a lot of legends.
No! Trade it
Just
I would keep doing the 5 items. It keeps trading all my fucking crowbars. I'm so angry.
I would say just stop.
I can't trade anymore. Who the fuck pissed them off?
Oh, dude, I didn't get my shit.
I had negative equity.
I had just traded in 4 of my greens for a red, and then somebody kicked me out this bitch. I didn't even get my red yet. I just lost 4 greens for nothing.
Kenny,
Yeah?
was that you?
I promise you, that wasn't me. I swear on God, you guys have to rewatch my stream. I promise if you, that wasn't me.
I thought you ended it.
Yeah, I just wasted so much of my shit, bro.
It's okay.
Bro, you're telling me I lost 3 energy drinks, but that's huge.
Dude, I lost fucking 7 crowbars.
That's
Dude, that is literally 10k damage for me.
I lost 75% speed, bro.
I'm literally jumping. I'm fucking killing myself. No, I mean I'm killing myself in game. I'm ending my life in game.
Homie's ending his life IRL because he lost crowbars.
I meant I want to run it back so we don't have to be on this fucking difficult ass difficulty.
I'm down to wipe because I don't want to be on this fucking
Dude, I'm
character
fine,
anymore.
bro.
I know you're fine, Corn. But you can get fucking energy drinks again. It's like it's a fucking hard thing to get back.
I'm too fucking
It is,
strong
bro.
at this point. I don't really care.
I'm on that good cushion. Why do you have to sing that, bro? Now I got a song in my head.
Holy shit! I almost fucking died.
Bleed. Fuck you. Sit fucking still.
I almost just died. Worth it. I deal no damage because of this fucking blue dog shit item, bro.
You sure that's the only
dead.
reason?
I don't think that's the only reason, Corn.
Bro, I'm telling you, that blue item stinks. Nah, dude, I promise with you it is. Listen, bro, my speed is not an issue.
Are you dead?
Oh, I died, yeah.
Hey, Corn. You wanna see me punching shit?
Yeah. Come on, get energy drinks in my honor.
Alright, guys. Hey, Logan, accidentally kill yourself.
Let me fight this man.
I saw it earlier, I want to say. That's right here.
Sorry about that. Corn, can you see this?
Damn!
and that's me down 7 crowbars. I would have done like 100k right there. Penny, can you die? Can you die? Oh, sure, hold on. Kills the enemies.
I don't know if I can die. Can I punch one right now? Where's the fucking enemy? I can fucking die.
Just jump off the map like 3 times and then come back in.
It doesn't do that to me. My character is
Yeah, but
Immune to fall damage?
yeah. See?
What the fuck?
I'm a robot, motherfucker.
yeah, so was Drew.
You could just leave the game.
Don't leave the game. I would just off the lobby again.
Yeah, probably the boss would have been.
Basically, my goal is. Okay.
Oh, yeah, just stand still. Just stand still.
One more. One more.
He's invisible. What the fuck?
Get this button. Die. Oh, here it is! Here it is! Hit me!
Suck you?
Did
Hit!
he disappear?
Me!
Thank you.
What the fuck?! So basically, what happened is one of
You
my
got another teddy bear too.
yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god!
Oh, Kenny did more damage than me.
Hey, don't do 100 fucking damage.
Come on.
Yeah, I
Dude,
mean,
Kenny. Fucking lay off the purchases, homie. Holy shit.
How much? Holy shit, $103.
Me and Ray did. Yo, who did continue?
that's my-
I mean, like, here, let me play something like really.
I'm definitely doing that shit again, bro. I'm getting meat. No, actually, I'm not gonna do that again. I'm gonna do something different.
I'm gonna do something really like fully DPS for you guys. Wait, what? What happened to all my old like? I unlocked everything back then. What the fuck do you mean, you fucking queer cunt? Game?
Hey, bro, you're streaming. You can't be saying that.
He's worried about
Worried about what?
he's worried about fucking N-word where he's like C-word.
C? What is the C word?
Cunt.
You said it.
Is that really like?
Is it bad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not great.
You know, he's got a good
Not a
point.
good word.
I mean, it's kind of.
Yeah, who's not locked the fuck in?
That's me. I'm trying to figure out who I want to play. I want to play
You got
Hunter.
1 second, brother.
He's not
I?
locked the fucking.
You gotta lock in, brother.
This is a really good character.
Oh yeah, I need to break out of my eggshell.
Me too. I was like, why can't I play?
Oh, I can't throw a knife anymore.
I'm so slow.
Man
Bro.
really knows what it feels like to be on top.
Bro, you can't tell me that shit was dog ass. I'm doing more damage now than I was doing with that fucking stupid shit. I'm doing 13. My base damage
Well,
with
that's
that was
also because
3.
like the enemies were harder though, right?
No, it was 3 like the second I got it.
I have 1 more hour before I gotta go to work. It's Monday.
I don't know who I'm kidding. I'm definitely just getting more energy drinks. I'm addicted to the Fent. I'm on that good cushion alcohol.
I think I might have to go feed my cat.
Ain't no way you have a cat.
I have a cat.
When the fuck did you get a cat?
Why you act like that's a grueling task or something?
Well, eat it.
There's a woman in my
Oh,
Come on, what?
like you virgin. I gotta. Not you, Cloud.
Show me. Go live right now, show me. Fuck nigga.
It'll work already.
What time is it?
I got rewarded with a red item?
You got a fucking red item out of the chance one?
Yeah.
No shot.
I don't know what to get though.
Get
I want
the.
mushroom.
I think you should get the hammer. Hammer's really good.
Yeah, I already got the mushroom.
Yeah, I'm aware. You said that whenever you said I got the mushroom.
5 monkey jumping on a tree. KYS.
Look at this book.
Question.
Dude, honestly, I 100% feel it. You know what? I'm going all energy drink.
Let's go!
I wish I just had something that just like. I wish I had something that scaled with movement speed, so like I just did like significantly more damage because I have more movement speed.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's an item, like there was an item that whatever, like the fucking summon the tracking wisps. If you sprinted, so all you gotta do is just sprint, then you just be dealing damage. I forgot. I don't know. Like the item looks like a fucking like a pancake.
I forgot that this character that really need like extra element. God, I need that. Give me it, pussy.
Ow. Dude, what I really want is incandescent. I don't know. Can't remember.
Or as in the Ace Bros would say, incandescent.
Who says that?
Aces.
I need
folks.
1 more fucking coin. Give me one. Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate it, baby.
Already have 4 energy drinks, by the way, Logan.
That's crazy. I saw when you had 3. You were getting the fucking the fucking jellyfish, and you're like, well, what do I want? I'm looking at it. It's like fucking 3 3 energy drinks. Hey, homie died. Holy shit. Oh, never mind. This isn't that crazy.
Oh my god.
Iridescent Pearl increases all your stats. That's kind of crazy.
One black guy standing on a bridge. KYS. Let's go. Okay, so after we finish the shrine, can you guys like give me like a minute or two? I go down. Ooh. 2 minutes to feed my cat real quick, please.
Let's go do it.
Don't be a dickhead.
Go do it.
Go do it.
Down? Okay.
Yeah, let's go do it. Yeah, no problem. Hey guys, I need more money to fuel my energy drink addiction.
No. Put the energy drinks down, son.
Oh, I can sacrifice health for energy, for money.
Alright.
Dude, I honestly have no fucking clue how I'm supposed to get more damage.
By drinking energy drinks?
Good point.
What the fuck just happened to me?
You died?
Yeah. Not sure what.
I got a tape one?
Kenny should select a different character. I think you literally just need to kill a certain amount of enemies that are like void in the void area. I don't know. This is one monster's raining, right?
That must be funny. But you just killed something, didn't you? And then you
I did, but it only went down whenever I killed like the little literal void guy.
Okay.
This guy right here. I did it.
Oh, yeah, it's good now.
I don't know what this is. Energy drink.
He's got 9 in the bitches already, bro.
Had it started.
Where's the thing?
I have no idea.
I'm sure you can find it
I'm
pretty
sure.
quickly, dude. No
Another
shot
one?
on stage
Another
12.
bitches? Another energy drink? We go find them bitches. Another energy drink? It's literally the move because he gets everything now because he's so fucking fast. Another energy drink? You got 16? Another energy drink? He has 17. You wanna fuck her off? Another energy drink? You got 18?
Just look at the chat. I'm just picking up energy drinks.
At least this time he can actually like kill shit.
Oh shit, another energy drink?
Oh,
Is this some shit when you're sprinting?
yeah, I gained an extra jump.
What's the shit
Where
that's
is it?
attacking is what I was doing.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
my little mushroom.
Where's the thing?
I have no idea. I mean, yeah, just give me 1 second. I'll look for it.
Probably over there to the right. Have you been over there yet? Have you? You over here somewhere?
Well, I mean, this is kind of the move because then whatever things that I open up, I just go into damage, and then we just storm through all of the levels. Corn just finds the stuff.
I have no clue where it is. Oh, here it is.
Can you go attack speed on that character, right?
Huh?
Yeah.
I guess we can, right?
What?
Yeah.
You probably firing so fucking fast. Oh dude, you gotta be fast as fuck and get attack speed so you have tracer pistols.
Oh shit!
You can become tracer. I'm already tracer.
Hey, Mr. Damage Guy, I'm gonna need some damage over here.
Dude, I have no clue how to get over there.
Yeah, that way.
That's the right way. The right way?
I mean, you don't gotta worry about me
Yeah,
like
where else am I
dying.
supposed to go, Katie? It's a fucking corridor.
Go straight, yeah. You good? Yeah.
Yeah, keep going straight.
Yeah, keep going.
Damn it, shit, threw it back on me! The Beetle Queen just threw it back on me!
Wish I was you so bad. There's already tracer.
Thanks for killing the small guys.
No, I'm not just getting ready to go to work now, so I'll see you guys later.
Okay.
Yeah, see you again.
Have a good one, guys. Bye bye.
You too.
Yeah.
Ơi, đi làm rồi mọi người ơi, tí về chơi sao? Tí về nghịch sao? Mình nhờ cái túi lâu rồi, còn đi làm nữa.
Dễ dàng, mọi lúc, mọi nơi. K-Bank, K-Plus Việt Nam, một app cho mọi giao dịch dễ dàng, mọi lúc, mọi nơi. K-Bank.
This is the potato guide. I'm going to show you almost every way to make and cook one of the most beloved foods, potatoes. This is our biggest every way so far, 43 total methods. So let's make this simple. Almost every type of potato dish is cooked one of 3 ways: roasted, fried, or boiled. And that's exactly how we'll be breaking this up. Our taste testers are gonna be eating every single dish and voting on a scale of 1 to 10 to determine the winner of each category. But here's the catch. Once we find the winner of each category, we're gonna combine each winner into a single super potato dish. Yes, potato on potato on potato. But does that make the greatest potato dish? Now listen, there are 3 rules. Rule number 1, no crazy weird viral recipes. We're not gonna shove a potato into a cannon and blast it into the stratosphere. So everything must be a real proper recipe or technique. Rule number 2, it has to be widely accepted as a real potato dish. And rule number 3, each recipe must be wholly focused on the potato, okay? No dumplings, no breads, just potato. So our judges are ready to go. We're gonna be rating this on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the worst thing ever placed on the human tongue, and 10 being a golden potato sent down from the galactic heavens above. So let's begin.
So we're starting off with the roasted category. Number 1, starting off with a classic baked potato. It's very simple. Rub a large russet potato with oil. Maybe not like that. Season the skin generously with salt and pepper. It should stick. Bake at 425 Fahrenheit or 218 Celsius for 40 to 50 minutes till crispy on the outside and fork tender on the inside. Typically, you'd fluff the insides and fill it with something, but we're going plain for a simple and fair rating. Vikram, 4.5. Me, a 4.8. And Cam, a 5. Total, 14.3.
This is the base to many great things, but by itself, it can't be as great as, well, the things that it can create.
This is peak average potato.
Number 2, twice baked. I'll be honest, I haven't had many of these. You take a fully baked potato, cut the top third off, scoop out the inside, take that potato flesh and mash it up, add some butter, sour cream, little splash of milk, sliced chives, grated cheddar, mash thoroughly till combined. Now you can optionally spoon that all back into your carved out potato, or you can mash it more fine and pipe it back into your potato. We're keeping it simple here. Pop that back into the oven at 400 Fahrenheit or 205 Celsius for 10 to 15 minutes, pull out, and it should look like this. Now let's rate. Vikram, a 3, myself, a 5.5, and Cam, a 6.5. Total, 15 points.
It's a loaded baked potato with more work, and I'm here for it.
That's kind of why I'm not here for it. It's nothing special. It's almost like a mashed potato inside a potato.
Still a baked potato in disguise. The secondary quality of baking it really does not add much to me. Moving on.
Number 3, potato skins. This is a very American thing, I think. Another fully baked potato. Scoop the insides out. Obviously, the insides can be used for mashed potato, whatever, figure it out. Now, you crisp that up in a hot oven, pull it out, add a touch of unsalted butter into them, some grated cheddar, crispy chopped bacon, you know, the works. Back into the oven till the cheese is melted, pull it out, top with a dollop of sour cream and a pinch of thinly sliced green onion. Now, how's a potato skin gonna fare? Vikram, a 3, me, a 5, and Cam, a surprising 7. Jesus. Total, 15 points. The exact same score as the twice baked.
They're crispy, cheesy. The only thing that they're really lacking is that creamy factor.
You have most of the potato removed. The stuff on the inside is great, but out of like 40 plus potatoes, where does that rank? Pretty low.
That's how I feel too. Tastes great, but ultimately it's just a potato. Number 4, Duchess potato. This sounds like something that's coming from the era of the 1700s. I don't know if it is, but usually that doesn't mean it's gonna be good. Starting with boiled potatoes, we pass through a potato ricer, heat over medium, constantly stir, add some butter, season with salt, a little bit of heavy cream, and this is the important part. You're gonna begin to mix 4 egg yolks one at a time until homogeneous. Get that whole mixture into a piping bag and pipe onto parchment paper into little flowers, little twirls. Obviously, you can use a piping tip if you want a nice little design. Pop into an oven at 425 Fahrenheit or 218 Celsius for 15 to 20 minutes or until they emerge like this. Let's taste. Vikram, a 6.5, me, a 5, and Cam, a 5. 16.5, our new leader. The flavor's awesome. Just because the texture is unique doesn't mean it's good.
I've never seen this before, so I came in as completely blind. They taste really airy, almost like a dessert. Feels like a reinvention of a potato, but at the end of the day, what brings it down is it still tastes like a potato. I wouldn't go out of my way to eat them.
Moving on. Number 5, potato casserole. This is actually the dauphinoise potato from my cookbook. The link to the book is in the description. Quite literally just sliced potatoes, cheese, cream. It gets combined in a pan, you bake it, remove from the oven, you get a beautiful, bubbly dauphinoise. And now we rank. Vikram, a 7.2. Me, a 6.9. Nice, but also, I don't know why I scored my own dish like that. And Cam, a 7.5. With a total of 21.6, a big overall first place dish so far. I'm scared to put too many 7s on the board. There's so many things we're eating. I want to make sure we really pick the best potato dish.
Potatoes, cheese, and cream. You cannot go wrong with that combination.
Now moving on. Number 6, smashed potato. Although they start with a parboil, they get their finish by being baked. So we have some parboiled, small potatoes. We lightly smash them, coat them generously in any fat of choice, could be vegetable oil, duck fat, whatever. Season with salt and pepper, pop into a hot oven until GBD, that's golden brown and delicious. Remove from the pan and put on a plate. Let's taste. Ooh. When things are really good, sometimes it just comes out. And the ratings come in at an 8.7, a 7, and a 7. Our new leader at 22.7.
It's sort of this like best of every world in the potato world.
But why did we only give it a 7 though?
Because I feel like there's a ceiling on those.
I could eat anytime, any day, any amount. That's why it's an 8.7 for me.
You get sort of a roasted potato and also a fried potato at the same time. It's luscious and creamy on the inside, shockingly crispy on the outside if you do it right. On to number 7, smoked. So into a smoker set to 300, pop in 1 large russet potato coated in a little bit of oil, seasoned with salt and pepper. 2.5 hours later, it looks like this. I do love things that are smoked. Now let's rank. The rankings come in with a 3, a 4, and a 4, a total of 11 points.
There's no smoky flavor to it, and it was just overall letdown.
I am shocked by how little smoke it picked up.
Maybe if it had picked up more smoke, I would have liked it more, but at the same time, it's just not necessary. I could see ways this could be done better, but ultimately, cooked this way, certainly not the best. Number 8, salt baked. I love salt baking. I don't know how I feel about it with a potato, but you're gonna get a whole lot of salt, like 700 grams. Toss it with enough water until it has the consistency of packable snow. Put a layer of that on a baking tray, followed by some new potatoes, cover that up with the rest of your salt, and pack it in like this. Pop into a hot oven for 35 to 40 minutes, pull it out, use a mallet to break up the salt crust, and let's see our salty adventure. Rankings come in with a 4, a 4, and a 4.5. 12.5. Really tasty, but you know, at the same token, nothing that special. Is it worth this amount of salt? No.
And if that had that crispy exterior, those things would be hitting hard.
So slightly underwhelming. Number 9, Searsall. I mean, we just sliced potatoes thin, lightly oiled and seasoned them, and used my Searsall, which is an attachment on a blowtorch to diffuse the flame like this until they were cooked through. Couldn't be too bad, right?
So bad.
Our votes come in with a 0, a 0, and a 0. That is channel first 000. Not only is it bad, but it absorbed just about every single living ounce of the gas, of the fuel in the torch. That is what really ruined this.
I mean, if you've ever wanted to know what propane tastes like, that's that.
I would love to say, oh, what's gonna beat this? It's a 0. What? You don't get lower than that. Number 10, the Hasselback potato. I've been annoyed by this potato dish for a long time, so this better stand on its 2 legs. Get a large russet potato, score it at 1/8 of an inch intervals, all the way through the potato. Don't use chopsticks like in the little TikToks. You're not a Goo Goo Gaga baby. You can do this. Season it up and bake in a hot oven until cooked through and crisp looking. It looks good, but looks aren't everything. With votes at a 3, a 4, and a 4, a total of 11 points. No reason to do this, in my opinion. Just bake the potato and call it a day. If you want it crispy, do something else.
On the exterior, you get potato chip vibes, which at this point just make a potato chip or eat a potato chip from a bag.
It's a baked potato with extra work.
I'm just ecstatic that I'm never gonna be making that again. Number 11, broiled. So this Searsall is kind of like broiling, so I don't know how these are gonna fare. 1 large russet potato, peeled, diced, oiled up, seasoned, tossed in a pan, and broiled for about 8 to 15 minutes. I don't see this doing that well. but the rankings came in at an 8.7, a 7. Hang on. Cam is our differentiator here.
Something happened here.
Something happened there.
And he comes in with a 7.5, a total of 23.2. We have a brand new, unexpected leader. If this wins, I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself.
Why the are these so good?
This is the shot we got in the kitchen. Now take a look at this. That's how good they are. We've been eating these nonstop, and while they're talking, I'm drooling trying not to eat this.
Moving on.
Number 12, potato pave, also called the 1,000-layer potato. Yes, of course, it's not literally 1,000 layers, but it looks like it so. We have potato slices tossed in duck fat. You're gonna line them up in a paper-lined loaf pan all the way up to the top as uniformly as possible. Cover with aluminum foil, bake at 300 Fahrenheit until cooked through, then remove the foil and press with another loaf pan and some cans to weigh it down. Put that in the fridge, take it out, portion it into little bars of potato. Season generously with salt and sear for 2 to 3 minutes per side in a hot pan. It's a beautiful thing. Let's taste. So the rankings coming in at a whopping 8.5. Oof, a 6.5. Cam's gonna have to get a high score to even do any. And an 8.5.
That's a little much.
You're a little less.
A total of 23.5. Our new leader by quite literally 0.3 points.
I think it's that good. Texturally on the outside, crunchy. Inside, it's soft. It goes deeper than your average French fry, which I think is like texturally comparable to this.
I think this is one of the best ways you can eat a potato.
Compared to all the other dishes that are out there, I mean, it's really good, but is it that good? There's so many more we have to taste.
Number 13, a global classic, lemon potatoes. These are also known as Greek lemon potatoes. So we got some Yukon Gold potatoes that have been peeled and cut into wedges. Pop those into a roasting pan. Some whole peeled garlic cloves, a lot of olive oil. You add some chicken stock, a generous glug of fresh squeezed lemon juice, salt to taste, some aromatics like rosemary, and you're gonna pop those in a hot oven for 25 to 30 minutes, and most of the liquid should be cooked out and absorbed by the potatoes with just oil left over to lightly fry them. I mean, they look nice and they smell real nice. So let's vote. A 9, a 7, and a 7.6. 23.6 gives lemon potatoes our new overall leader.
Arguably, of a non-crispy potato, one of the best ways you could probably eat a potato.
There's a new flavor that doesn't really go with potatoes that I haven't had before.
The only thing that could take these up a notch is if they were crispy.
So moving on.
Number 14, pomme de terre fondant. Fondant potato. We've seen these everywhere, but are they really as good as everyone says they are? Trim the ends off a large russet potato, cut the potato in half. Should be 2 by 2-inch pieces of potato. Sear your potatoes on both sides on medium-high till GBD. Reduce the heat to medium. Add some unsalted butter, some aromatics, and baste for about 1 to 2 minutes. And finally, you're gonna add a generous splash of high-quality chicken stock. Bring to a boil, and the pan goes into the oven to braise for 20 to 25 minutes until no liquid remains. Remove. Spoon a little bit of your butter on top of the potatoes. It was some thinly sliced chives, maybe some flaky salt, one of the most famous classics. And now we rank. A 6, a 6, and a 7.2. 19.2.
I think it's a really cool technique that has really good results.
Depth of flavor, texture, yeah, about there. Moving on.
Oh, fondant.
Number 15, potato en papillote. I don't know that this is the best way to cook a potato, but whatever. Put some new potatoes in a parchment bag. Add some butter, salt, some aromatics like thyme and rosemary. Close that bad boy shut, doit, and pop into a medium oven for 30 to 40 minutes. Remove from the oven and let's taste. The rankings come in at a, 1.5, a 2, and a 4.2, a 7.7.
What the Cam?
This was not a good potato.
But why is it a 4.2, Cam?
The texture was okay, and it was nice and creamy. But other than that, the skin was like not that crisp that you want out of a potato.
It was giving burnt paper bag vibes for no reason.
This method is kind of dumb. You didn't really get much of the herbaceousness there from the herbs, so it's like, eh.
Yeah, the herbs got killed.
Wow. Potato and papillote? How about potato and pappy nope? Sorry, that was stupid. Moving on to grilled. We're just doing this very basic, one whole oiled russet potato, lightly seared on the hot side of a grill, and then move to the cooler side of the grill, covered and cooked for 40 more minutes. Remove from the grill and we taste.
It's not that good.
A 3, a 4, and a 4. Total points of 11.
It is an average baked potato. What did it develop from being grilled? The skin being burnt. It is extremely hard not to char the skin, and I thought, well, maybe a little char would be nice on this. It wasn't.
It's not really enjoyable on the outside, but then the inside's really soft and nice. I'd rather just have a baked potato.
The only thing I liked about this was the texture that I got in the inside. Other than that, it's really subpar baked potato.
Moving on to a pizza oven. So obviously not everyone has a pizza oven, but don't you want to know what it would be like if you ate a pizza oven potato? We heat a large pan in our pizza oven, which has been preheated to about 600 Fahrenheit. So we add our oil to our pan, add our russet potato, season with salt, and cook in the oven, tossing occasionally for about 5 to 8 minutes. That's how fast these cook. Let's taste. And the rankings came in at a 5, a 4, and another 4. Total 13 points. So it was okay, but maybe better on a pizza.
I will say, here's a benefit to the pizza oven. The speed. It cooks really fast.
If you just want a cooked seasoned potato cooked quickly, there's your method.
Moving on.
The next one, direct coal cooking. I want to wrap it in foil, put it directly over coals, but the problem is, if you do that, it'll burn. I gotta create some sort of a barrier to prevent this. I shoved some skewers in it to create a barrier between the foil and the potato so it doesn't burn, put it directly over some flaming coals. Then I thought, what the hell are you doing, Josh? This isn't a legitimate cooking method, so we used the tandoor instead. My fine rose gold tandoor. It's gotta be one of the most expensive cooking utensils I have, so it better deliver. So we skewer a large russet potato on the tandoor skewer. We oiled it, we seasoned it, we popped it in there for about 30 minutes, turning occasionally, and now we taste. A 1, a 2, and a 2.5. A total of 5.5. Can't say I'm happy with that score.
Wow, one of the biggest losses for the tandoor ever. This did not benefit from being cooked like that at all. The outside was unnecessarily chewy, very bitter. Even if we hadn't burnt it, I just think it being above those hot coals for so long, really not nice.
I mean, inside was pretty much a little lower than an average baked potato, and the outside is not really edible and doesn't have a good flavor to it either.
Apparently vegetables just aren't it for the tandoor.
A shocking winner for the roasted category, lemon potatoes. Moving on to the boiled category with, you guessed it, a boiled potato. Do you really need info on this? You take a large russet potato, you put it in boiling water, you cook it for anywhere between 20 to 30 minutes, or until fork tender. It's boring, but is there beauty in simplicity? Let's find out. Vikram, a 1. Me, a 3.8. And Cam, a 3. A lowly 7.8.
That's a little much to give it a 1, I feel like.
Listen, to me, if you were able to take a bite into a potato just whole, that's what it would taste like.
Really under average potato.
A boiled potato is clearly not the best way to eat a potato, but it is a good, like, base thing.
Maybe if they were dressed up, they'd be better. Number 20, poached. This is a butter poach, which seems unfair, but how good could it actually be? Place 1 large russet potato into 2 pounds of melted unsalted butter, cook for anywhere between 40 minutes to 1.5 hours, depending on how hot. Remove the potato, season, and let's taste. Vikram coming in with a 2. Me, a 4, and Cam, a 6. Total 12.
This potato is really boring, considering it was cooked in hot butter.
The butter just doesn't come through whatsoever. It just tastes like a baked potato, and you're using that much butter to just get a baked potato.
I thought this was kind of like an upgrade to a baked potato. And to me, this was just like slightly better because of that butter, you know?
Moving on.
Number 21, steamed, which makes me sad, but why would you do that? But anyway, add a potato to a steamer basket, set over 1 quart of boiling water, and gently steam for 40 minutes until fork tender. Now let's rank. Now the ratings come in with Vikram at a 0.5. Jesus, Vikram. Myself with a 3.2 and Cam with a 1. A total of 4.7, our lowest score yet, and frankly, not a surprise.
I think the biggest difference between this and the boiled is there was salt in the boiling water, so that little bit of salt penetrated the potato, so it tasted just that little bit better.
This is just a straight up potato. Like whatever you feel about a straight up potato, that is this.
The potato doesn't taste bad. It's just super boring. Moving on.
Number 22, palm puree. We have rice boiled potatoes, and we're gonna emulsify a whole pound of butter into that. Once emulsified, you add a nice, generous glug of whole milk, season to taste with salt, and spoon immediately onto a plate. It's smooth, it's luscious, but could it take the lead? Let's vote. Vikram, a 6. Ugh, not looking good. Me, a 7, hang on. And Cam, an 8. A total for 21.
Salty, buttery, rich, very smooth potato. It really pays respect to the potato.
But it's very singular, it's a side, it's not a standalone dish in my opinion. And if I have the choice between this and a mashed potato, I'm gonna pick a mashed potato.
I'm the exact opposite. I would pick this over mashed potato 9.9 out of 10 times.
Okay, moving on.
On to another classic, palm aligot. Same exact recipe as the palm puree, but right before serving, you fold in a lot of shredded Gruyere cheese, a little bit at a time until fully melted, and you get a cheesy pulled potato. Now let's rank. Vikram with a 5, a 6.7, and an 8.5. Total 20.2.
To me, I'd only eat like 3 to 4 tablespoons of it. It's really filling, really cheesy, and it's enjoyable for those couple bites. But eating this much of it, there's no way I could do that.
It's an upgraded palm puree, so I upgraded my palm puree score.
I've never liked this as much as I like mashed potatoes. I like cheese in mashed potatoes, but I don't love it. So it's good, but it's not the king of mashed potatoes.
It's funny how the classic palm puree beat this. Sometimes, again, there's beauty in simplicity. On to another classic, potato salad. I love potato salad, okay? You can yell at me all you want. I shan't back down from what I adore. So into a large mixing bowl, creme fraiche, mayo, garlic, a little bit of Dijon, a little bit of lemon juice, salt and pepper, and some chopped parsley. Whisk that all together, and I have some chilled, boiled, peeled, nicely Yukon Gold potatoes cut into bite-sized pieces. Fold that in, make sure to taste and season with additional salt, and now our potato salad ratings. I'm just kidding. A 5, a 7, and a 7. Total score of 19. I think this deserved a higher score. Vikram decided to be mean today.
I love potato salad. Honestly, I'm very biased. It's just a perfect thing. You know, it's soft, it's refreshing, but it's also a little rich. So many flavors. But I think the beauty of it is how simple it is.
You know how mashed potatoes, you can just keep eating and eating and you don't really realize how much you've eaten? I'd say with potato salad, you kind of know how much you're eating just because of the shape of it. You're like, okay, cool, that's like 3 potatoes.
Are you doing math while you're eating?
But unlike a lot of potato dishes we've had today, you can't just finish this whole thing.
Moving on.
Excuse me while I prove Vikram wrong.
Number 25, sous vide. I mean, it's pretty basic. You put some fingerling potatoes in a vacuum bag, aromatics, salt, pop it into an 87 Celsius water bath for 1 to 1.5 hours, pull them out, and serve. This is one of the most accurate ways to cook anything in the world. So surely it's gonna rank pretty high. So Vikram comes in with a 0, whoa, a 2, and a 3. I wonder if anything is even gonna be able to get lower than this.
If it's something I don't want to finish chewing, it's gonna get a 0 regardless. But this straight up tastes like soap.
And from a texture position, not any better than any other way to cook a potato. It's just more time and effort.
Low and slow is not the answer.
Moving on to number 26, which is one of the most unusual ways I've ever seen a potato cooked in my entire life. Colombian salt crusted. Boil 2 pounds of small potatoes in heavily salted water. Once it reaches a boil, continue to boil and simmer for 15 to 20 minutes until all the liquid is evaporated from the pan and a light salt crust develops around the potatoes. This looks kind of fun. Let's taste. And the rankings came in at a 4, a 5, and a 6. 15 points.
It's a cooked potato that's salty. I mean, it's really not that crazy, but they do taste good.
Overly season a baked potato and you will have the same result.
Funny enough, this actually beat out the salt baked with a salt crust, which makes absolutely no sense, but we'll take it, brother. Number 27, the slow cooker. Another device I have always hated. Add 2 pounds of fingerling potatoes, 2 tablespoons of olive oil to your slow cooker, season with salt, mix it around, and turn to high for 3 to 4 hours. Should be okay. And now it's time for a taste test. First one with a 1. Okay, maybe not okay. A 2 and a 2. Total score 5. We're never doing that again.
Just grab a pan, some oil, and cook your potatoes normally. Don't put it in a slow cooker because it's just gonna be garbage.
You know, it's not as bad as those sous vide ones. The potatoes are cooked properly, and that is the only thing it has going for it.
Number 28, instant mashed potatoes. I hate every single ounce of this. I have never in my life opened one of these bags before, and because of you and my production team and everybody, the editors, I know you're watching this, made me do this. I'm not even gonna describe it. You take the stupid stuff, you put it in a stupid bowl, and you add hot water. How disgusting is that? I know that there are reasons that people use instant mash, and I'm not judging you. Something about this hurts my soul. Anyway, let's rank. A 3.5, a 1, and a 3. Thank goodness this is not a leader. Total for 7.5.
You know how your mouth starts watering right before you throw up?
The thing I really don't like about them is they taste like margarine and not butter.
I can appreciate a good mashed potato, and I wouldn't say this is the worst. It's not the best, but for the economic reasons, I think it is really high up there. I'd say a lot of people have had this and had a good experience.
If you're looking for something that's good, this is nowhere on the spectrum whatsoever. Horrific. Moving on.
Number 29, one of the biggest heavy hitters in the world, mashed potato. So boil your potatoes in lightly salted water. Once fork tender, remove, drain. To keep this fair, we mashed these by hand till as fine as possible. Then we have a mixture of melted butter, milk, and heavy cream. Whisk that into your mashed potatoes. Season to taste with salt. Let's taste. Rankings come in at an 8.5, a 7, we may have a winner, and a 7.5. 23 points total.
It's creamy. There's a depth of flavor to be had. I could eat this with my dinner 5 nights a week.
It's versatile. You can add anything to it. It has an amazing texture, and it's just a classic.
This is one of my most favorite potato dishes of all time.
That means the mashed potatoes win the boiled category, and I'm glad. You know, they deserve that. Our last category is the world's favorite way to cook a potato, fried. Starting off with home fries. It's barely a shallow fry, but we'll put it in the fry category. You add some diced potatoes to a hot, generously oiled pan, at least just under a 1/4 inch of oil. Add your seasonings of choice, cook constantly for a few minutes, add a little bit of butter, toss together. Once they're cooked through and brown nicely, we taste. A 5.5, a 5, and a 6.5. A total of 17 points for a very okay dish.
Tastes great, you're never gonna be disappointed with it, but it's only as good as the spices you put on it, and that's it.
It's above average because you're gonna consistently get a good side. You can make home fries pretty much with anything, and they'll always be the same.
I'm not gonna waste your time and repeat what they just said.
We're looking for the greatest potato method. We gotta be harsh here. Moving on.
Number 31, diner style hash browns. One of my very favorites. Hopefully a winner. You got some shredded rinsed russet potato, and it's very simple. You get a greased griddle, you heat it over medium heat, you add a nice pile, and you just let it cook 6 to 8 minutes. Once your bottom is GBD, by the bottom of the potatoes, you nasty, and the top is starting to cook, flip and cook on the other side until cooked through. Now let's rank. to which we ranked a 6, a 6, and an 8 for a total of 20 points. I can't complain. I wish it was a little higher though.
Out of all the potato dishes on planet Earth, is this really gonna be the winner? It's great for breakfast with some eggs and stuff, but that's it.
It's classic, it's great, it's a bit above average.
I don't know if it was exactly amazing, but it took me to a place.
You had a ratatouille moment.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Number 32, stir fry. You ever thought to stir fry a potato? So we have a hot wok with vegetable oil in it. Once it begins to smoke, we added 1 pound of new potatoes to the wok, which have been sliced in half, and simply stir fry, seasoning with salt to taste for 10 to 12 minutes. They're soft and crisped up. Now let's rank. A 4.8, a 6.2, and a 7. Total of 18 points.
The only thing I loved about these potatoes that elevated them to this level was the uniqueness and the nice flavorful qualities that it got from the wok hay.
And it brought out a certain flavor out of these potatoes that no other technique has done so far.
Twisted the skins.
I don't know what I'm not getting that these guys are getting. I've tried this a couple times now, and I'm just trying to see if I can see the same thing. And I don't really like the flavor, so.
That's tough. Moving on.
Number 33, palm roasty. This recipe you can actually find in the description, which is in our video, Meals So Easy a College Student Could Make It. These are actually very easy. Let's taste. Which came in at a ranking for a 6.5, a 7, and a 7.5. Total, a 21-point dub for an easy dish.
It's crunchy on the outside, but it's like voluptuous and moist on the inside. Maybe voluptuous is not the right word. Hey Siri, what does voluptuous mean?
Voluptuous means of a woman curvaceous and sexually attractive.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what I meant, okay? It's really good, it's a 7.
Very light, airy, crispy on the outside, which is what you want out of a potato, and then a really soft, buttery inside. Bonus points for being really easy to do.
It's just a really well executed potato dish. It's cooked great on that outside, gets the crunch you want, and then it has that like nice soft potato center that you expect.
Moving on.
Next up, potato latke. Probably one of the most famous fried potato cakes in the game. So we're picking this up with pre-shaped latkes that are a mix of grated russet potato, onion, egg, and panko. That gets tossed together, formed into pucks, and then gently shallow fried for about 1 to 2 minutes per side until GBD. Now let's rank. So the rankings come in with a 5.5, a 7, and an 8.5. Total of 21. That's a tie with palm roasty. You know, honestly, I think it's because it's a special dish. But also, you know, there's some more aromatics in it. And to me, it's just easier to eat.
I think by themselves, they're not as fun as they are with toppings. With appy sauce and sour cream, that's a 10. But by itself, it's just kind of like an onion flavored hash brown.
I've loved latkes my entire life. When I was a kid, I did used to just eat them plain, but there's something special about the technique behind these to me.
The onion, man, that's
It's the onion
that's the
really
secret.
drives it.
It's reminiscent of a kimchi pancake. So moving on.
Next up, pomme dauphine, another old recipe. It's literally just a potato choux pastry dough. It's choux dough mixed with rice mashed potato. So we pick these up from that point, deep fry those bad boys until GBD. They look like this. They're puffy, fragrant, and we rank. Rankings at a 6.7, a 6, and a 6.5. Total 19.2.
It's above average. It's good. Honestly, very rich. I will say, out of any fried potato dish, this is probably at the bottom for me.
What I didn't enjoy is you can really taste how oily it is, and that kind of takes away from the eating experience.
It's a crunchy, slightly aerated fried potato. You can't really go wrong with that situation.
But it might not blow you away. That's just the takeaway. Moving on.
Moving on to the croquette. It's a perfect thing to use leftover mashed potatoes for, but we'll see how good they really are. So we have our leftover potatoes, which we've rolled into balls, and we bread in a 3-step breading process into all-purpose flour, then beaten eggs, and finally tossed in breadcrumbs, coated and deep fried until a beautiful GBD. Let's taste. Our votes come in with a 6.5, a 6, and an 8.5. Cam really likes croquettes with a total of 21 points, making this a 3-way tie with latkes and roasty.
They're iconic and they're good and they're crunchy and it's nice and all, but I never order croquettes at a restaurant and I never crave them.
Yeah, they're good. I'll eat 1 or 2. Kind of dries your mouth out, so that's kind of something it's got going against it.
You bread and fry mashed potatoes. That's an ultimate food.
Sounds good on paper. Moving on.
Ah, my old friend, the George Foreman. And by the way, when I say old friend, I mean arch nemesis. I hate this thing, but I will be honest, it has performed well in these videos. So we have sliced potato, we greased them up, seasoned them, put them in the George Foreman, and just let them do their thing. Pulled them out, and now it's time for a taste test. And we ranked at a 3, a 3.5, a 3, with a total of 9.5. Finally, the George Foreman out.
You know, George Foreman has surprised us in the past. This time, no. There's not much to say about this other than George Foreman sometimes works for some things. I'm shocked to say potatoes is not one of them.
It was just bad. It was real bad.
But not the worst we've had.
Moving on.
Next up, pomme souffle. Another modified recipe from my book. Again, you could buy it in the link in the description. Slice your potato extremely thin, anywhere between an 1/8 or a 1/16 of an inch. It has to be transparent enough to see your fingers through it. Take 2 slices, brush one with cornstarch, and then brush the other, optionally, with egg white. The egg white isn't a necessity, but it does help adhere if it's your first time. Press together, use a 5cm ring mold to punch out little circles, and fry at 350 Fahrenheit, basting often. Once they've stopped bubbling and they have reached a GBD, pop in a wire rack to drain and season with salt. These are pretty cool. I think these are better for cracking open and filling with a savory cremo, but you know, it's up to you. Time to rate. 4, a 6, and a 5. Total score 15. Surprise, but makes sense.
It's kind of like a potato chip. Funny enough, not as good as a potato chip.
Technique-wise, it is above average, but I think at the end of the day, the flavor you get is just average.
That's where I had it as well, and then I just docked a point because it was so difficult and time-consuming to make.
It's a lot for a little. So moving on.
We have 4 more potato dishes left, but each of these potato dishes have the opportunity to become the winner because they are arguably the greatest, most beloved potato dishes that exist. Starting with number 39, potato chips. We have super thinly sliced, starchy potato, which have been soaked in a light brine, patted dry, deep fried until a very light golden, not GBD, just golden, so GD. Once they stop bubbling, pull them out and drain to make sure they are crosshatch rack. Season immediately generously with salt, and now we vote.
Oh!
An 8.5, an 8, and a 9, a total of 25.5, ousting the 3-way tie in first place. Big jump overall for our leader.
The potato chip is an addictive thing across the globe and beloved by almost everybody on planet Earth for a reason. And if it's done this well, god damn.
8.5 for me because it's the base of so many good other chips. Like this solid, basic salt potato fry, but it's super addictive. You could eat 1,000 of them. And if you can eat 1,000 of something, it's definitely a high score.
This is one of the best chips I've ever had in my life.
Moving on.
Number 40, battered seasoned fries, inspired by the Arby's curly fry. We have a potato cut into a fry shape. We dip in a seasoned batter and deep fry. Cooked until a GBD. I mean, these are so crispy I can hear them when I lay them on the wire rack. Season and taste with salt, and we rank.
Did you guess what Cam's gonna put it as?
I'll try.
You're gonna be wrong.
A 5, a 7.5, and a 7.5. Shockingly low.
Yeah.
Wow, the predictions are crazy.
I guessed what Cam was gonna write. It relies too much on the batter, not the potato.
The crunch factor gives it this addictive quality.
The crunch is awesome. You don't necessarily fully lose the potato. You basically just get the fried chicken version of a french fry. Moving on.
Well, we got a big boy coming up next. Number 41, tater tots. Listen, this isn't your little baby, ooh, I tripped and stubbed my widow toe, I gotta go to the nursing office, elementary school frozen variety of tater tots. These are Michelin Deluxe, duck fat fried. But can they beat all these potato dishes? So we have russet potato that's been shredded, confit in duck fat. We season and taste with salt, mixed with cornstarch, and shape into tots. Lightly freeze them, and then immediately, from frozen, deep fry until GBD. I mean, look at these beauties. They just look crunchy. Season and taste with salt while hot, and let's taste.
Jesus Christ.
Our first one with a 9, an 8.5. Oh man, this is real close to our potato chip. And Cam comes in with a 9.5, a total of 27 points. Our new leader overall.
This raised the bar. I don't know if a potato can be better than this. It's like crunchy, it's salty, it's rich, it's got depth of flavor, but it's not too rich. The quality of the crunch though is insane.
There's a lot of potato dishes we've had that need a lot added to it, but it's pretty much everything you want on a potato is here.
This plate used to be full. I have been eating these all day long and have had to fully restrict myself to ensure that there was some left on this plate for this moment. Probably one of the best potatoes I've eaten in my life.
Moving on.
But wait, there's only one dish that could potentially dethrone this. Number 42, French fries. You don't need me to explain this to you. This recipe comes from my new cookbook, Texture Over Taste, so I'm putting myself on the line here. We're picking this up from the process where the fries are pretty much done and frozen and ready to be finished, which they'll be deep fried in hot beef fat until golden, crispy, delicious French fries emerge. Season immediately with salt and serve while crispy and hot. Let's taste.
Yeah!
An 8.2, an 8.5, and a 9. Coming in at a 25.7. Where does that stack up against our tots? Oh, so close. That means that the duck fat tater tots are our overall winner for the fried category. Mashed potatoes win the boiled category. And lemon potatoes win the baked roasted category. So now we move on to our final challenge. We're going to combine all 3 of these potato dishes to create arguably one of the best potato dishes that has never existed that now will. We are going to be making a Greek lemon tater tot with a potato ranch. Shred 2 large peeled russet potatoes potatoes on a coarse box grater setting. To that, you're gonna add 1.5 tablespoons of kosher salt, about 1 pint of lemon juice. Yes, it's a lot. 2 quarts of water, and brine for about 30 minutes. Remove from the brine, and follow the same process as the tots, but this time, confit and lemon peel aromatics, fermented tots and freeze in our same pot of duck fat, which has been strained, so yes, you can keep it overnight, and you're gonna fry those in duck fat again at 350 degrees Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius until the most beautiful, crunchy, tantalizing GBD I think I have ever seen from a tater tot. Transfer to a wire rack, season with salt, and that's your tater tot. We could just serve this by itself, but what about the mashed potato element? Potato ranch. Into a medium sauce pot, add 2 small Yukon Gold potatoes, heavy cream, milk, unsalted butter, 2 cloves of garlic, bring to a boil, cook until fork tender, then use an immersion blender and puree until smooth as possible. Finally, pass through a chinois or fine mesh strainer. You know we want this extra fine. Add some herbs like thyme, dill, a little bit of Worcestershire sauce, stir, and it should look beautiful like this. Serve that with your tots. And now, the final taste.
Here's our potato ranch.
That's the greatest bite of potato I've ever had. Lemon on the inside, everything you love about a tater tot on the outside. Mixed with this potato ranch with elements of mashed potatoes, all this really did combine to make the greatest bite of potato.
Take the greatest tater tot you've ever had in your life, make it lemony, make it herbaceous, and then make potato ranch? It's unreal.
It's kind of everything you want. This is like the ideal balance, right? It's salty, it's fatty, it's ridiculously crunchy. It has all the crunch elements. Every single element of what we liked about our favorite potato dishes today. Do you mind? There are tons of potato dishes out there that are delicious. Maybe this is the end all be all, maybe it's not. But one thing that I do know is this might just very well be the greatest potato dish I have ever eaten in my life. But it's up to you to figure out what that is. So that being said, if you enjoyed this video or you learned something, leave a like, subscribe, and I will see you next time.
Plus Việt Nam, một app cho mọi giao dịch dễ dàng, mọi lúc, mọi nơi. K-Bank.
This is the steak guide. Today I'm going to show you every legit way to make a steak. 27 total methods and the most famous sauces. This is a 4-step process. Step 1, let everyone know that today's video is sponsored by Google. More on that later. 2, we must identify which cut of steak we'll use. 3, we must identify which sauce belongs in the steak. And 4, which method is the best way to cook a steak. We have 3 qualified taste testers to determine each round, and once we find our winner, we'll find our steak, our sauce, and our method that might be the greatest combination of all time. But listen, we have one rule. No bull methods, recipes, techniques. We're not shooting lasers on our steak. We're not flame throwing. We're not throwing it into the sun. These are real recipes, real techniques that a real person would use. Well, I'm ready to go. The judges, including myself, will be rating this on a scale from 1 to 10. 1 being roadkill, peeled off the road, and 10 being the greatest steak of their life. So let's do this, shall we?
These are the 3 most popular cuts: ribeye, New York strip, and filet mignon. We're gonna sear and prepare them exactly the same as a control method and taste test to find which cut we're gonna use for the day.
We have 1 out of 10 for 2 characteristics: tenderness and flavor. 10 for tender is the most tender, 10 for flavor is the most flavor. 1 the opposite.
Starting with New York strip. Vikram with a 5 and a 6, myself with a 5 and an 8.5, and Cam a 4.5 and an 8.
Tenderness was taking down the flavor for me. I was thinking too much about the lack of tenderness of it.
I chewed it so much that I really got to break down, does this steak actually taste good? And it did.
My thought is New York strip always tastes incredible, but it is a chewier cut for a steak. Sometimes you get tender ones, but most of the time you don't. Ribeye next.
Vikram, a 9 and a 9. Myself, 6.75 and 9.25. Finally, Cam for 7.5 and an 8.5.
Because it was so tender, all the juices just hit my mouth, so it was more flavorful.
In a way, you get like multiple meals in one. You have this like tender, fatty rib cap that's always tender, always fatty, always delicious. And you have a centerpiece that is a little more tender than New York strip, but has more flavor. Next,
filet mignon.
And Vikram coming in with a 10 and a 7, myself a 10 and a 5, and Cam a 9.5 and an 8.
It was a hard choice. I will say the filet mignon was better than I thought it would be because I put the salt on top and it soaked into the meat. So that's a benefit, but that's just saltiness, which everybody loves. But it always lacks in flavor in comparison to the other 2. So it wins in tenderness, but in flavor to me, it's like a 5.
Now we tally up our winners.
In last place, the New York strip at 37 points, by far lowest. In second place with 49.5 points, the filet mignon. Surprisingly good number, considering I talked a little bit of And in first place is my favorite cut, the ribeye, coming in at 50 points, only 0.5 points above the filet mignon, which is kind of a surprise, but I do want to clarify. The filet mignon makes sense in this context, being cooked like this with the salt on top. It's kind of the perfect way to prepare it. But in a lot of these other methods, I think it probably would have drowned. You even get a little too much of that gray band from overcooking. It's gonna be dry, it's gonna be flavorless. I'm glad we went with the ribeye. This is the perfect steak for this video. So with that being said, let's begin.
Okay, so we know what we're cooking, but I have to say something before we dig in.
These everyway videos are big and they require a lot of hard work from my team. We're eating for 10 to 12 hours a day, lots of editing, so I decided to get them some gifts. They're not the easiest group to shop for, so I got a little bit of help from today's sponsor, Google. You see, Google's Holiday 100 is a list of gift ideas based on search trends that defined our year. In tandem with advanced tools and filters to help you pull off all of your holiday shopping, no matter who it's for. Cameron, the culinary assist, is a man of simple needs. He is the BYOB to your party. That is exactly how I stumbled upon this Yeti cooler from the Nature and Nurture collection. So he'll always have a cold drink or be ready for a cookout at any time, anywhere. Now Maya, my post-production supervisor, can do anything when it comes to editing video. But even after all these years, she doesn't consider herself a great cook. Maya, we know that's not true. But I'm so happy the It's Electric collection had one of my favorite things, the Zoji Rushi rice cooker. Perfect rice every time for anybody. Last but not least, Vikram, the director, who has to always be prepared. Tell you what he's not prepared for, this new dog he got. But that's exactly why I went to the Finishing Touches collection and found these perfect dog shoes. Don't all puppies need little booties? Thank you again to Google for sponsoring today's video. Check it out in the link in the description.
Now let's move on to our sauces, starting with
Commercial steak sauce.
Vikram, a 2. Me? Oh, a 3. Generous. And a 6? Really? Total 11.
It's average.
It is unbearably tangy.
It's the most unbalanced steak sauce that there is. You might as well just mix lemon juice and Worcestershire sauce and call it a day. It doesn't taste bad, it just doesn't belong on anything.
I'd rather just make my own sauce.
I f with commercial steak sauce.
Our next sauce, Hollandaise. One of the most notable base French mother sauces. I'm a fan. Look, it's easy, but it's an annoying test of your skills in emulsification. You whisk together some egg yolks, lemon juice, in a bowl, set over a pot of simmering water, whisk till doubled in size. You know, make sure the bowl isn't touching the water, or else you'll make scrambled eggs. Slowly stream in some melted clarified butter, whisking continuously, take it on and off the heat, and eventually you should be left with a beautiful thick consistency like this. Season to taste with salt, pepper, and a pinch of cayenne, and now we taste. Vikram, a 5. Me, a 5. And Cam, another 6. Total score, 16.
I've always felt that Hollandaise is very middle of the ground in the world of sauces. It's light, it's fragrant, it's buttery. It doesn't belong on everything.
It has its purposes.
It's basically the foundation for so many more sauces, so it makes sense that it really scores middle of the road.
We're moving on to Béarnaise, very similar to Hollandaise, which I'm going to use a different method because whisking in the bowl was annoying me. So we just take a large container, add some egg yolks, then use a stick blender, blend until pale, add a little bit of vinegar, drizzle in melted butter, blending the whole time till thickened and beautiful. Then you season with a little bit of white wine, lemon juice, salt, fresh chopped tarragon, maybe a little bit of finely chopped chervil. Finish with black pepper, and that's what it looks like. Looks a little nicer, but is a few ingredients really gonna make this that much better than Hollandaise? Vikram, 8.5. Me, an 8. And from Cam, an 8.5. Total score, 25. A new leader. Shockingly higher score.
Oh! One of my favorite sauces. I think it goes really well with French fries, of all things.
It's very Belgian of you.
The better version of Hollandaise.
It's just a fragrance from the tarragon and the chervil. It's just so nice and herbaceous, but you still have the richness of the butter and you still have the balance of the acidity from the vinegar or lemon juice or whatever you're putting in there. This is the ultimate balance right here.
I literally have nothing to say because Josh just says it all.
Moving on to Bordelaise. Another French classic. It's red wine based. In some butter, shallots, garlic, sauteed. Add some red wine, reduced by half, then demi-glace. Yeah, that's heavily reduced beef and or veal stock. Whisk together, maybe add a little actual beef stock. This demi-glace a little thick. Reduce it a bit more and melt with cold butter. That's it. You pass it and we taste it. Vikram, a 7. Me, an 8. And Cam, an 8. Total score of 23.
Bordelaise is arguably one of the most perfect sauces that could go on a piece of beef. It's rich, but it has a little bit of tang, it has a little bit of sweetness from the wine, but it still has that unctuous, dark flavor that you want on a cut of steak.
There's a reason you see it on menus everywhere, especially at steakhouses.
I agree with all the points. It's a great sauce. I just happened to give it a point lower.
Vikram's just mean today. Moving on.
To Diane. This is a classic steak sauce. Could it be a new leader? I don't know. Again, in some butter, saute shallots, garlic. Yeah, the French clearly really like these things. I get it. Add some beef stock, followed by demi-glace, whiskey and mustard, Worcestershire, Tabasco. Add some cream, let it reduce slightly. Season with salt and pepper to taste. Maybe a little bit of finely chopped parsley. And now we taste.
Whoa, sick trick. It smells like tomatoes, despite the fact that there's no tomato in here.
Vikram, ooh, a 3. Ooh, another 3. And a 4. Total score of 10. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I've never really liked steak Diane that much. Feels like a lesser iteration of other sauces. But it's also based on how good your demi-glace is.
Sauce tastes great when it's beef stroganoff.
Still muted in flavor, kind of under average for me. Nothing I'd really come back to.
Moving on to chimichurri, one of my most favorite additions to steaks of all time. This is honestly very easy. Bowl, chopped parsley, Fresno chili, shallots, garlic, red wine vinegar, olive oil, seasoned with salt and pepper, and stir and taste. Vikram, a 6.5. Okay, well, maybe he doesn't like the oil. I don't know. Me, a 7.5 and an 8. Total score, 22.
I think chimichurri is probably one of the most diverse steak sauces in the game. It balances out any steak. It goes with any steak.
It's a really well-balanced sauce. Herbaceousness with the pops of vinegar, great mouthfeel from the olive oil.
I think it's a very specific flavor profile that doesn't really go across a ton of things, but it's a very enjoyable sauce.
On to our last sauce, au poivre. This is probably one of the most classic French steak sauces I can think of. But beating out béarnaise with an almost perfect score of 25 is gonna be tough. So first, garlic and shallots sauteed in butter. I mean, I don't see how this can be that different considering it's the exact same base, but whatever. Once that's cooked, you're gonna add some lightly crushed peppercorns, a little bit of cognac, reduced to au sec, which is essentially nearly dry. Then add your cream, reduced by half, mount with cold butter, pass through a fine mesh strainer, a couple more cranks of pepper, some salt if needed, and now we taste. Vikram, with an 8.5 and 8.7, we need a minimum of a 7.9 from Cam for this sauce to win. And Cam comes in with a shocking 9. Au poivre has won the king of steak sauces today.
Not only is the au poivre balanced and rich and viscous and salty, but it's got little flecks and pops of spice. It's not aggressive.
It was such a tough call between the béarnaise and this one, but this one is more clean, and that's, I think, the best quality of this sauce.
It hits.
But we've barely begun. Now we're moving on to the most exciting decision that we're gonna make today. We have to figure out the greatest steak cooking method of all time. Once we figure that out, hopefully combined with the greatest steak sauce, it should be the ultimate steak experience. Now on to our methods. First up, air fryer. I'm really tired of this machine, you know? First, I talked about how I hated it, then you guys got mad, then I started liking it, and then you guys were still mad, and so then I started disliking it, and now I'm back to disliking it. But look, we're gonna give it a fighting chance. So, all of these ribeyes will be seasoned with salt and pepper only. No special seasonings, no MSG, we cannot let anything screw up the judging here. So, put your seasoned steak into a 400-degree preheated air fryer, cook for 5 minutes, flip, and cook for 5 more. Transfer to a wire rack lined baking tray to rest, and now we rate. Vikram, a 5, me, a 4, and Cam, a 5. Yeah, 14. Not great.
Very on the line of average, which is what a 5 means to me.
Texture's nice, it's cooked nice, but there's just like such a serious lack of flavor overall. It's a letdown.
It's cooked perfectly, but that's about it. There's a slight plastic aftertaste.
If you have the money to buy a steak, the last place it should be going is an air fryer.
God, so true.
Just put it in anything else.
Moving on to a slow cooker. Yeah, Josh, try another convenience item. Oh my God, it's gonna be great. Look, I have to respect this steak, so we're gonna season it, we're gonna sear it first on both sides, till brown, deglaze with beef stock, put all that into your slow cooker, and leave it on high for 1.5 hours. Good Lord. Move to a cutting board, rest, slice, serve, and we rate. Vikram, a 0. I respect that. Me, a shockingly high 3. Cam, a 1. Total score, 4. I'll be honest with you, I don't know how I got the highest score here. I'm disappointed in myself, I'm sorry.
I can't eat that. Yeah.
It's very gummy.
Everything outside the rib cap you can't eat, so it's a 0.
You know when you go to your friend's house and your friend's dad is like, I'm gonna make pot roast today, kids? This is what you get.
Mouthfeel alone, I could barely get through it. That is honestly one of the worst things I've ever eaten.
Really?
Agree.
Yes. As soon as I put it in my mouth, I almost spit it back out.
Yeah, I did spit it back out.
By any classification, this is so far away from a steak.
Next, pressure cooker. Can pressure cooking actually make a better steak? Well, we're gonna find out. Sear your seasoned steak in your pressure cooker, flip, add some beef stock, pop your lid on, switch to pressure cooking mode for 10 minutes, release the steam, and good Lord. Wow, that looks rough. Well, rest, slice, serve, and taste. A 1, a 2, and a 1. Yeah, it's another 4.
I'm fighting for my life right now. Even the rib cap is dry.
It got a 1 for showing up. That's the steak's participation point.
My thought was, at least there's food. The second layer of good was it was tender, quite literally 0 flavor.
Only a pressure cooker can make a steak dry yet tender.
That other one I had was worse. It's just not a steak anymore.
No, it's like a pot roast that was left in the sun. Moving on.
Oh, yay, a microwave. As you can see, I was so happy to see that we were using this apparatus. The sad part is, out of many of the methods we've done here, this one is used far more frequently than should be legally allowed. Does this really require an explanation? It's seasoned, it goes on a plate. 2 minutes, flip. Oh wow, it looks like I'm shocked. Cook for an additional 2.5 minutes and enjoy. A 1, a 1.5, and a 0. 2.5.
I gave it a 1.5. It's very generous. Here's why. It didn't taste as bad as I thought it would, but it is still in the category of the ones because it is quite literally the worst steak I've ever eaten.
What it has going for it is you can still taste the salt and the pepper. What it has against it is everything else. There's no texture, it's chewy, there's no crust. Rather just eat salt and pepper on its own.
That's all you can taste is the salt and pepper. And you microwaves.
Yeah, let's move on. Toaster, yeah. I think this went viral like 5 years ago and then people actually started doing it, unironically. And if you are one of those people, I would like you to call somebody for psychiatric help. So trim off some excess fat so this doesn't burst into flames. Pop it in, drop it. I have absolutely no idea how long this should be in there. Let's say 5 minutes, pull it out. Okay, it's got a sort of color on it. Pop onto a wire rack and we serve. Vikram a 3, me a 4, and Cam a 3. Total score 10. Should probably be lower.
Flavor profile identical to movie theater popcorn, and the method was just shoving it in a toaster.
This had the weirdest flavor I've ever tasted in a steak in my entire life. There could be a world where this is good, just not in the world of eating a steak.
Next, indoor electric grill. Not really recipe here. You season it, you put it on, you close it, and wait till the light turns green. That's it. Rest it, slice, serve. And the voters come in with a 3, a 3.75, and another 3, coming in at a total score of 9.75. To translate, not good.
It's dry and overdone, which big L, but it retained a nice salt crust because there wasn't any juice to dilute the salt.
Texture aside, the taste was pleasant. Not pleasant enough to eat more of it.
There was good flavor in the steak, but I've also had better steaks, and I've also had worse steaks.
This is a steak that you get whenever you go to Golden Corral and it's just sitting there in that hot plate for 3 hours.
Now, on to a big one, sous vide. Guga, if you're watching, I'm praying for you on this one, buddy. This is probably one of the most popular methods for quote-unquote the best steak you can possibly make at home. So surely this should rate extremely high, right? Season steak, vacuum seal it, cook it in a water bath at 1 hour at 54 Celsius, remove, pat dry, sear on both sides, rest, slice. Look at the cook on this. So hopefully it rates high, right? Vikram gives an 8, I gave a 6. Wow. And another 8. Total score of 22.
I eat sous vide steak 3 times a week. It's easy when you're at home to sear it off, it's even, and you don't really ever have a bad bite. So sous vide steak to me will always be up top on the list.
This steak is cooked perfectly. It tastes great, but there's something about the texture that is off. Otherwise, it would have been a 10 for me.
I'll be honest, I don't eat that many sous vide steaks. I'd never really want to commit the time to waiting an hour for my steak to get to a perfect medium rare. And so the time element is a huge L, but it is cooked perfectly. And it tastes great. And I know this comes down to the cut of beef. The one thing that surprised me though, is this steak was shockingly chewy, and I really thought the sous vide would fix it, and it didn't. A perfect steak maybe would be an 8, but this is getting a 6.
Moving on to Searzall. This is an attachment for a commercial grade blowtorch that diffuses the flame. So we have our seasoned steak, we rub some oil on it, and we use the Searzall on it, well, for actually quite a while. We were running that thing around and around until it gets nice color on both sides, and the internal temp is around medium rare, 135 Fahrenheit. Let it rest, slice, and serve. We got a 4, and a 6. Total score 14. Yeah, that sounds about right.
It was slightly above average.
It was slightly below average. There's a weird aftertaste with this one.
It takes so long, and you have unevenly cooked beef. You don't know what part's medium, what part's rare, and ultimately the whole thing was undercooked.
Moving on to broil. Seasoned steak on a wire rack, pop into a broil over low for about 5 to 8 minutes, flipping through halfway the cook time. It comes out, and now it's time for a taste test. With a 4, a 7, and a 7.5. I rated this higher than I did the sous vide. I don't know how that happened, but there we go.
It just wasn't anything special.
It's the lowest effort steak so far, but it has flavor that I wasn't expecting. It tastes great. It retained a lot of juice. Somehow the broiling allowed the salt to really penetrate it, which I appreciate.
Good cook, good texture. It wasn't anything like way too up there, but it was definitely very above average.
If a broil's good, then what about a plain old roast? You're gonna need a thicker steak for this, obviously. So we have a very hot oven, no broiler whatsoever. Seasoned steak goes in, and it gets blasted for about 20 to 25 minutes until medium rare. Pull it out, rest, and serve. An 8, which is my highest score so far, and an 8.5. We have a new first place with roast, 24.5.
This is shockingly good. I think that the roasting made it more tender while maintaining a really even cook. We didn't slather it with oil and rub it all over. It was a raw piece of steak, patted dry, salt, pepper, put it in the oven.
I agree with everything you just said. Super tender. It's just a very good, enjoyable bite. The only places I'm docking points here, it doesn't fully taste like a steak. It's unevenly cooked as well. There are parts that are a little more dry. There's there's a way to make this tender all the way around, I think that'd be straight up 10 for me.
I kind of disagreed with the technique behind it, but I was pleasantly surprised.
Moving on. We're going outside for next cooking method, propane grill. The Wayfair portable grill that I found in the Nature and Nurture collection from Google's Holiday 100, today's sponsor. You know, I'm hard to shop for. I have pretty much every culinary tool that exists. I saw this grill and was kind of shocked when I realized I didn't own something this portable, and you can quite literally just toss it in the trunk. So I just hit shop now, was taken to a Google search results page where I bought it from wayfair.com. This obviously works with any propane grill, so season your steak on one side, put that side on your preheated grill, season the top half, sear for 2 to 3 minutes, quarter turn, another 1 to 2 minutes, and then flip. See, that's quadrillage right there. You like that, buddy? Sear on the other side, same as before, rest, slice, and taste. Vikram, an 8.2, me, a 7, and a 7.8. Total score, a strong rating.
The only thing you miss out on with a grill is that sear.
In a pan, you get 100% crust. On a grill, now moving on. Not everyone has a propane grill. So what about just an indoor grill pan? Heat it over medium high, ripping hot, get some oil on it, sear your seasoned steak on both sides in it, let it rest, slice, and taste. We come in with a 2, a 6, and a 6. So yeah, not as good. 14 total points. It's not as bad as I thought it would be.
You're not getting a good crust on it. You're not getting any added flavors, and so I gave it a 2.
Not great. On to the next. Next up, the plancha, also known as a griddle. There's a lot of names for these things. So you heat it over high heat, oil the surface, seasoned steak goes down, sear on both sides, till it's cooked to the desired temp, rest, slice, and taste. So we have our first rating with a 7.5, a 7, and an 8, 22.5.
To me, someone had like a charred taste to it.
Didn't get an even sear, so I think kind of like that lock in of flavor wasn't fully there. It's an above average steak.
Above average on the plancha. Moving on, cha. But speaking of Maillard, what about quite literally deep frying a whole steak? Surely you would get the greatest Maillard of all time, and we did. Season on both sides with salt and pepper, you drop it into a fryer set to 350 Fahrenheit, cook until about a 128 internal temp is reached, pull it out. Look at this thing. This is ridiculous. Rest, slice, and let's rate. We have our very first vote coming in at a 4, a 6, and a 2? I mean, I liked it. I thought it was good. Total score, 12.
The whole thing just tastes like oil.
From a technique standpoint, I think that there's a world where this could be really good.
The steak made me want to throw up.
Moving on. Deep frying by itself, not great. But what about one of my mom's favorite recipes? Chicken fried steak. See, my mom hails from a little old state called Texas. I know how to make a chicken fried steak. So you get your ribeye, pound it thin, so it gets dipped in buttermilk. To make this fair, we're just gonna use salt and pepper. We're not gonna use any special spices, otherwise it's an unfair advantage in my opinion. Drenched in flour and shallow fried. Looks nice. First rating, a big 9 from Vikram. Me, a 6 and a 5. Total score, 20.
To me, it was average.
Each one of these steaks have only been seasoned with 2 things, salt and pepper. Most proper technique steaks, that's all they really need. Chicken fried steak, on the other hand, needs a lot of other things. Plain as it is, does not score as high, but I did give it a 6 because it's nostalgic.
The outside is crunchy and crispy. It hits the mark for me.
Moving on. Moving on to poached. We're not just going to poach this in water, we're gonna poach this in a butter bath until it reaches an internal temperature of 125. After that, we'll pat it dry and sear it to get some nice color. I mean, surely submerging the steak in butter is gonna be the best, right? So our ratings come in at a 3.5, a 5, and a 5, 13.5. Flavor-wise, I do detect the butter, but it's not revolutionary, and you can get that by basting it, so 5.
So you go to a movie and you get popcorn and you douse it in butter, you're not really tasting the popcorn itself. It's more like a vehicle for the butter, and that to me is what this steak is.
I just wasted a bunch of butter for no reason. Now, while this isn't my personal favorite way to cook a steak, it's a classic. It's the charcoal grill. Seasoned steak onto a hot charcoal grill, sear on both sides with a beautiful crisp browning, rest, slice, taste. And we have our ratings coming in at a 4, a 5, and a 7. Total score is 16. It's all right.
There's nothing new or inventive about this steak.
It's a nice beefy flavor, but to me it was just slightly above average.
And Hank Hill will be happy to hear that propane beat charcoal. Now go get your accessories, brother. Next up, a stir fry. Now woks are a great way to cook anything, period. So stir fry should score pretty high. So I cut my steak into large cubes, add it to a hot wok, give it that traditional wok till the steak reaches about medium rare, get some nice color. Of course, we seasoned it with salt and pepper, and now we rate. A 7, a 5, and a 6. Total score, 18. Not bad.
I think it's a good base to a lot of stir fries, and I think the wok hei puts it a little higher than average.
Moving on. Moving on to tartare. Pause. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, wait a minute. Is tartare really a method because it's not cooked? That's true. But eating raw steak, whether it's carpaccio or tartare, is a classic preparation of steak that just about every chef in the world has respect and love for. So we have to at least put it in the mix. We took the leanest, most tender part of the ribeye, added some diced shallot, capers, cornichon, chopped parsley, Dijon, raw egg yolk, salt and pepper, a little Worcestershire, red wine vinegar, and stirred while getting emulsified with a little olive oil. It's a classy thing. We even pulled out the old school 2005 ring mold. Aren't we all happy about that? Now, let's rate. 1. All right, Vikram, come on. A 6 and an 8.5 for a total score of 15.5.
My only problem is that I don't think ribeye is the right cut for a tartare.
I loved it. I'm gonna take another bite before they take the plate away.
I don't see the hype about putting raw meat on a plate. You could probably get that same flavor with cooked meat. As far as steak goes, it's not steak, it's its own thing.
All right, moving on.
Next up, pizza oven. Preheat a cast iron pan for 5 minutes in a very hot pizza oven. I'm talking like around 600 Fahrenheit. Once it's hot, pull it out, add a little bit of oil, add your seasoned steak, pop it back in. Once it's nice and brown, flip and repeat on the other side. We want to try to keep this medium rare. So we rest, slice, and taste. Vikram, an 8.5, myself, a 7, and a 7.5. Total score, 23.
Tastes great. I'm definitely making more steaks in the pizza oven.
It's crispy on the outside, tender on the inside.
It wasn't my favorite, but it definitely had some special qualities to it.
Moving on.
This next one is a method that has become probably one of the most popular ways to cook a steak. Reverse sear. So, you season the steak, you place it on a wire rack lined baking tray, and you're actually gonna put this immediately in a very low oven, 200 Fahrenheit, about 25 to 30 minutes or until perfectly cooked, and you sear in a cast iron pan on both sides. You sear for about 30 seconds, and look at this. This is the fastest, most beautiful, perfect Maillard I have ever seen on a steak, and it is thanks to reverse sear. You rest, you slice, and it has a perfect cook. And now we rate. We have an 8, a 7.8, and a 7, 22.8. So not quite a winner, but very good.
I felt like every square inch of this steak had more flavor than any of the other steaks so far.
It really packed a punch.
I think texturally, it just was not there for me.
Yeah, I would have rated this probably an 8.5 if the texture was better. Moving on.
Moving on to a classic method for fish, but you could really do it with anything. Salt baked. So you just combine some salt with some water, make a nice little bed, put our steak on it, mound the rest of the salt mix on top, bake in the oven, pull it out, pop her open, and God, that looks awful. This is one of the ugliest steaks I think I've ever seen. There's absolutely zero chance of this doing well. So we have our first rating coming in at an 8.3. Whoa, a 7.5 and an 8, a 23.8. I'm shocked.
The crazy thing is there's no Maillard on this whatsoever. If you fed this to me with my eyes closed, I would think it was seared.
I thought it was gonna make me sick. It looked like a steak from Resident Evil.
What was missing to me and what didn't take this to the higher level is the lack of that sear and that crust.
Great work, salt bake. Moving on.
Next, braised, one of my favorite cooking methods. So we seared our steak on both sides, remove it from the pot, add some aromatic, saute, a little tomato paste, more aromatics, cook it down, deglaze with white wine, beef stock. I mean, this is a whole ass process. Bring that up to a boil, reduce to a simmer, add your steak, cover it, and let that simmer until it reaches an internal temp of about 130 Fahrenheit. Remove, rest, slice, rank. A 7, a 6, and a 2. Total score, 15.
You still get the sear and all the other flavors that it's braising with go into the meat. So it's a deeper flavor.
So deep. That tastes like some sort of pot roast. Not what I look for in a steak, so I gave it a 6.
There's something that's off about it, and I think it's because it's a steak.
Moving on.
On to what is historically probably one of the worst performing methods on all of these types of videos, steamed. So we place a steam basket over a pot of simmering water, pop our steak in, and cook until an internal temp of 125. I'll tell you one thing, it found a way to make steak smell pretty gross. Now we pulled it out, it was so gross smelling that I had to sear it in order to eat it. So we seared for 30 seconds, and we got a surprisingly good Maillard sear on it. I mean, there's a lesson here. Something about par cooking and then finishing with a hot sear kinda equals a good Maillard. Now we rest, and God help this steak. Vikram, an 8.5, a 6.9, and an 8.5, a total score of 23.9. Were we expecting this disgusting looking steak to actually do this well?
I feel like it lost a little bit of flavor from the steaming process. Everything else about this steak is incredible. Way more tender than any steak I've ever had.
This like exceeded expectations. It's more tender than the sous vide, but you still get the good crust on the outside.
Moving on.
Next, a smoked steak. This is the exact method that won in our every way to make a burger. So I'm thinking beef and beef. This could be our victor. So we season our steak, salt and pepper, into a smoker. Low temp, let it smoke, pull it out, sear on both sides real quick. Rest, slice, a nice cook, and let's rate. An 8, an 8.7, this could be our first place, and an 8.5, a total score of 25.2. I am shocked.
It's really good for a bite, but I think if I were to eat like a whole steak that's smoked like this, by the end I would be super over it.
I love it. This tastes like a bite of Texas.
And now for the tandoor. This is not a traditional method, as you might have guessed, but the tandoor is underrated. It's also unrealistic for most people, but nonetheless, we cut our steak into large chunks, rub with olive oil, season with salt and pepper, and skewer it on a traditional tandoor skewer. Popped it in there, cooked until perfectly browned and medium rare. Take it out, pop onto a plate, and taste. Vikram, a 10, an 8, and a 9. We have a new first place at a total score of 27 points. I did not think this would take the lead.
This is the only steak we've had today that is crispy yet melts in your mouth. I don't see a single thing wrong with it.
Flavor-wise, it is really good and steaky. Juiciness-wise, it's really high.
It's really concentrated beef flavor. It's a really good steak.
Moving on.
This leaves us with only one more steak, and it is what I believe to be the greatest cooking method for any steak, but the only real determination of that is the voting round. Will seared steak beat out the tandoor, or will an unlikely steak cooking method reign king? This is the way restaurants do their stuff. I mean, surely it's the best. So we'll season our steak. We have a hot pan. We sear it on both sides, about 1 to 2 minutes each. Once it's been flipped, you add just a little bit of butter, and to make it fair, we're not gonna add any aromatics, just plain butter, but this isn't just about adding flavor. This is quite literally the traditional practice in restaurants. So we're gonna baste with our beautiful foamy butter as it browns, delectably looking beautiful. Once it reaches a beautiful medium rare, remove from the pan and rest. Slice a gorgeous cook on this. I think we might have a first place winner. So now we rate. An 8.8, an 8.5. Oh my God. The only way this wins is if Cam gives it a 10. Oh, and he comes in with a 9. Total score 26.3. That means that my favorite steak method did not win. The winner is now officially the tandoor cooked steak, but it doesn't stop here. We have to combine this with the greatest steak sauce to see, is this truly the greatest steak sauce combo? Let's taste.
An unexpected and unlikely combination. 2 different cultures from across the globe have come together. Let's taste.
That's insane. This one I can say for certain is the best steak we've had.
We got exactly what we wanted out of this. A perfect bite of steak. This needs absolutely nothing else.
I'm gonna think about this tonight when I get home.
I don't even know what to say. I actually don't know what to say. That's another massive every way video in the bag. The crew has their gifts for all their hard work. Thank you again to Google for sponsoring today's video. Check it out in the link in the description. This is what's gonna help you find everything you need for all the people in your life. Also, a quick shout out to Wayfair, their portable grill. I'm actually a huge fan of it, which is exactly why we are giving one away. So be sure to keep your eyes peeled on my Instagram to see how you can enter to win one yourself. You're gonna like it. Anyway, love you. Bye.
K Plus Việt Nam, một app cho mọi giao dịch dễ dàng, mọi lúc, mọi nơi. K-Bank.
Đối với mình thì ẩm thực vừa là công việc lại vừa là đam mê. Thế nhưng mỗi lần ăn đồ nóng hay đồ lạnh, răng ê ghê lắm. Rồi bạn mình khuyên dùng Sensodyne mỗi ngày, giúp giảm ê buốt hiệu quả và hơn thế nữa. Sensodyne Gentle Whitening.
The chicken nugget was once an icon of fast food. Childhood memories, the excitement, the box opening it as it glows. Golden, brown, crispy chicken nuggets, and yet they're disappearing. Now we're seeing chicken tenders popping up all over the place. Were chicken nuggets never really that good? Or did they stop caring and giving them the love they deserve? That's why today I'm gonna be tasting and ranking chicken nuggets from every famous fast food chain in the United States of America. To see if chicken nuggets still deserve a place in the world, but more importantly, crown the king of which is the best chicken nugget. So today I've enlisted the good help of my friend Damon. Damon and I both actually worked in the exact same restaurant. We come from fine dining, so I think he'll be a good candidate to help me vote on which one is the best. There are rules to this. We want to go to the most famous, the most known fast food places. They must have a minimum of 300 locations and a national presence, except White Castle. Every single time we've gone to White Castle, it has barely broken a 1 out of 10. I've had enough of that. Sorry. Let's begin. We are at Sonic the Hedgehog. This is our first place. They have popcorn chicken, so it's kind of skirting the edge of a chicken nugget, but I feel like it's still classifiable, so we're gonna include it. Thank you very much. So 5 minutes and 54 seconds to acquire the bag. They look really not that enticing.
It's got a nice thick coating of breading on it.
Cheers.
Oh, wow.
There's really only 3 flavor notes: salt, pepper, and oil. They have good salt levels, though, I will say. It's a little dry, but honestly not as dry as I thought it would be.
Texture, crunchy, a little chalky almost. I agree, seasoned pretty well.
You got a little extra seasoning in there, too.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, there is, in fact, an eyelash in his bag. I'm gonna give this a flat 6. It's all right.
I'm gonna go with 4.
Common L for Sonic. Moving on. Sonic starting us off right in the middle at a flat 5. I can only hope the scores go up. Next stop is KFC, and first of all, it has 713 reviews and 2.5 stars. What happened to this place? A lot of people are talking about rude, so let's see how rude they are. Can I just get a 12-piece nugget, just the nuggets? Of course. I just want to say, great customer service. Most KFCs I've been to, they're really mean. If this gets a minimum of a 7, I will give them a 5-star rating on Google. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Wow.
1 minute and 39 seconds. Fast, great customer service, and that was it. I hope that it gets a 7. For those who don't know how these ratings work, we're going based off of a combination of really a couple of things. Number 1, texture. What was the chew like? The toothsomeness. What's it like eating it just from a textural standpoint only? And then flavor, which is like, you know, the diversity of whatever they put in there. Spicy, is it not spicy? Is it garlicky? Did they put a certain kind of special flour? Finally, salt levels. Was it seasoned with enough salt, which is one of the most important elements when it comes to a great meal? The moment that I opened this, I'm not gonna lie, I've always felt like KFC's chicken isn't that bad. I mean, it's usually breaded quite nice. These nuggets are almost completely bald. These are like less breaded than Chick-fil-A nuggets, and that's one of the reasons why I hate Chick-fil-A nuggets. Cheers.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Chewy. The salt levels are there, the spices are good. Texturally, it's just, there's no crunch. They're stringy. This is like a 5.
I actually like these better than the Sonic ones. I think the chicken flavor came through a lot more. I was gonna say 5 as well.
5. Moving on.
Straight out the gate, we have a tie. Hopefully chicken nuggets don't turn out to be mid. I'm really looking for something to up the game here.
We are at Wendy's. Whenever I give Wendy's a bad rating, when I shut my eyes to go to sleep, I see her face. Hi, can I just do 2 orders of the 10-piece nugget? Thank you.
Dude,
wow. Sub 1 minute. I think we might have just broken a record. Wendy's has 2 different kinds of nuggets, regular, spicy. So we're gonna taste both of these. Whichever one gets the highest rating is gonna be the one that actually enters in the competition. Start with the normal one.
that looks like your head. Juicy.
Despite the fact that this has clearly been sitting for a long time, it's still crisp, it's seasoned pretty well. I'm not picking up a lot of different flavors.
I'm still picking up more than Sonic.
Way more. Spicy one. The spicy nugget is essentially just this, but with cayenne and red food coloring.
They're a little spicier than I thought that they were gonna be though.
Yeah, I
I'll
agree.
be
I
honest
do
with
like
you.
the spice. I'm gonna rate the regular ones a 6.5. I'll rate these a 6.8, not a 7.
I'm gonna have to go 6.5 with this one and 6 with the regular nugget. These are my favorite ones so far.
Moving on.
And a new leader enters the mix with a not so exciting 6.65. I don't think they're gonna stay the leader for very long.
Home of the Whopper.
Home of the Whopper! Hi, can I just get 1 order of the regular nuggets and then also an order of the fiery nuggets? $5.93. That's insane. Thank you very much. A little slow. We have a spicy and a regular. The spicy ones are new. We're gonna taste them both. We're gonna rank them both. But whichever one is better will be the one that actually enters the competition. So I think we should start with the normal one.
It's got some texture to it.
Outside's crispy, inside's juicy. There's a little bit of springiness to the meat, which I like. I also kind of wish it was a bit more juicy and less springy.
I like the crunch. It's consistent all the way through. I will say, while I can smell the oil, I can also taste the oil.
Yeah. See, Damon and I work together in the same restaurant. We both carry the same feelings about oil that has not been changed out and is sitting and cooking and just becoming bitter and worse and worse and worse throughout the day. And you can taste that. This one isn't that bad, but it's definitely noticeable. Try the spicy boys, here you go.
Not gonna lie, I like this one. Way juicier, still got that buoyancy texture while also being crunchy. I thought that these were not going to be crunchy at all because of how much grease is in that bag.
Flavor of the buffalo overwhelms the ability for you to taste the old oil.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in a way it's helping it. I guess that counts towards the rating. This one's definitely the better one and the one that we're gonna include, but I will rank both of them. This one I'll give a 6. This one I'll honestly give a 6.9.
I'm gonna have to go with a 5 on these regular ones.
Damn.
And I think I'm gonna go with a 7 on these guys.
Whoa.
These are tasty.
A strong start for Burger King. Better rating than they usually get. Moving on. We're at Carl's Jr. How many stars do they have?
7 out of 5. That's pretty good. Oh my God, there's more.
Can I just get 2 orders of the chicken nuggets? Thank you so much. Wow. All right, we're back at Carl's Jr. For some reason, I've always very much disliked this place. Despite that, they've actually been some of the highest rated foods that we've tried on our fried chicken and our French fry video. These are obviously in the shape of a star. Damon got really excited, I didn't.
I did, I jumped with joy. Wow.
You said wow?
Wow is in like, I'm actually surprised at how bad these are.
Flavor-wise, the salt levels are good. It's obviously got a little MSG in it, which I do like from an umami standpoint, but the flavor is very one note. The inside is super bouncy and kind of rubbery, despite the fact that it's ground. I feel like it should be super tender and juicy, and that it's just not. But it's not dry, though, I will say.
It's got a thick casing of breading on it, which isn't my jam most of the time.
This is like a 4.
3.5. I was pretty disappointed with these.
Yeah, but they were smart making this a star, because probably the kids are like, ah, it's a star! And they eat it, and they're like, this isn't very good, but it's fun. All right, Carl's Jr., moving on.
We're 5 spots in and we haven't even cracked a 7 yet. Maybe this is why they switched to the tender. Hopefully one of these spots will change that narrative.
Okay, we're at Chick-fil-A, and we're gonna do 2 timers for this because Chick-fil-A is always so busy. You literally have to wait in line just to get to the ordering window, and usually the line is exorbitant. So we're gonna time the line, see how long that takes, and then separately time how long it takes to get the food. Just gonna do 2 orders of an 8-piece nugget, and that's it.
15, top at the top.
Sorry, Vikram wants me to get his points.
Customer service through the roof.
Why did you say that before I rolled the window up, Damon? Awesome. Thank you very much. So all in all, we waited about 9 to 10 minutes for 2 orders of chicken nuggets that cost $11. I hate this place. I'm gonna explain to you why I have such a problem with Chick-fil-A. The amount of clout and hype that they have for a fried chicken place. None of their is ever fully breaded. Every single time you get anything from them, you get this, where there's like, it's 90% bald spots with just little random flecks of crunch. I just do not understand. The texture of the chicken, kind of sort of moist. There's like a firmness to it, and that firmness I think comes from salt, but it's also a little overcooked. It's salted really well, but the flavor is like weird. There's like a sweetness to it.
KFC ones were juicier and better flavor. These are seasoned pretty well. It can't be above the KFC.
Out of all the places we went, this had the longest line. I mean, they had to split it into 2 lines, and people love this place. We gotta be hard on them. This to me is like a 4.
I think I'm gonna agree with you on that, 4 as well.
We were about to leave, and then I just remembered I wanted to mention something, because I know you guys are gonna comment about it, and I do care about this. Probably gonna hear things like, you gotta have it with the sauce. Oh, but Josh, come on, you gotta have it with Chick-fil-A sauce. Let me get something straight. No one in here is getting any special treatment, and no one is gonna get their sauces utilized to keep this a fair competition. And if your nugget cannot stand on its own 2 feet, then that's not my problem. Moving on.
Now that being said, I really don't think any of these nuggets are gonna stand on their own 2 feet. Can somebody please step up and be our hero to bring nuggets out of their purgatory?
All right, Shake Shack has...
Shut up! We're at Shake Shack, baby. Can I just do 2 orders of the 6-piece chicken bites? Thank you. Milky, 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 milky.
I like milk straight from the jug, my boy.
That's gross. Yeah, I can verify that's gross.
What are you, the milkman?
Thank you.
6 minutes, 44 seconds. I'll tell you what, though, it already smells good.
The reason why time is such an important element is because fast food is about being fast. Shake Shack is fast food, but it's like gourmet fast food. So I'm willing to wait a couple extra minutes for quality if it's there. Shake Shack nuggets. Here we go.
Definitely crispy, not so much crunchy, but I think crispy's better because it's got that thin batter.
Texture immediately different. This is the best textured chicken nugget we've had all day by far. The crunch on the outside, almost perfect. It's really nicely fried. The oil is fresh. I'm not getting any old oil flavors. Salt levels are good. I do wish there was a little more spice in it. But that said, these are the best ones we've had so far. I'm gonna give these a solid standing 7.
I'm gonna have to go maybe 7.2.
Moving on.
And our family friend Shake Shack finally breaks us into the 7s. Now we're ramping up. Next up is Rallies. Now onto our handsome LA correspondent, Christian.
Can I get a regular chicken bite?
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't remember them being a robot. It scares me. Thank you. All right. Pretty springy. We'll see. Super light. Texture, not as crispy as I thought the outside was gonna be. Too soft on the inside, actually, now that I think about it. This is definitely not like a whole piece of chicken. This is more like a farce meat. I like the pepperiness of it. I think it need a little bit more salt. I do like the taste, though. I'm gonna give this one a 4.7. Thanks, Rallies.
Yeah, nice and easy. Thank you to Christian for your service to our cause, and no thanks to Rallies. Moving on.
Oh Christ, this Arby's is attached to a f***ing gas station. How's it going, man?
Got a bunch of kids just prank calling our phone earlier. He's like, my daughter wants to have a wedding. I'm like, bro, you sound like you're 14.
An Arby's wedding does sound crazy, though.
Who with me right now would come spit a wedding at Arby's?
This is probably the best drive-thru experience I've ever had. I'm giving it a 10 out of 10. Awesome. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
6 minutes, 30 seconds.
That was a wild experience.
Yeah, it was.
These nuggets are their premium nuggets. I don't know why they are offering a premium one and no non-premium. Anyway, cheers. Crunch level, really nice. The breading is a little thick, but not as thick as the one at Sonic. I do like the breading on this a little more. Salt levels, they're exactly where they need to be. Flavor, again, is just not hidden. Like,
not there.
This doesn't even have pepper on it. This is just salty chicken, no like garlic, herbs, or anything like that. If Sonic gets a 6, I'd say a 6.5.
I'm gonna go with right at 6. I think I'm right there.
Just as our cashier would say, who the f would have a wedding at Arby's? And this might be part of the reason why. Moving on. Jack in the Box does kind of piss me off because of Jack.
Yeah, he sucks.
There he is, that freak Jack.
You were talking about that guy that took you nowhere. I was like, holy shit, dude.
So have you pooped your pants recently since the last time I saw you?
I did poop a little bit in an Aeropostale dressing room, but my pants were actually off when it happened. So I didn't poop in my pants. I just ripped the tag off and I wiped my ass and I threw it under the bench.
You left the evidence?
What am I gonna put it in my pocket?
Thank you, you too.
Bam.
They have 3 different choices of sort of nugget style chicken, right? They have 2 different popcorn chickens, a spicy and a regular, and they have these nuggets. So whichever one's better will be entered in the competition. Just upon opening these nuggets, you see this, what this is, right? You might be wondering, well, Josh, what is that? Is that like juice? What that is oil. That is the color of their oil. That means that this oil probably hasn't been changed in a while. Despite talking shit about the oil, I'm not detecting burnt oil as much as I have in other places. They're okay. 4.8.
2.
2? Wow. Regular popcorn chicken. This looks like a tender, but whatever.
Breading on this is better.
Flavor-wise, they're the same. Salt levels are okay. I think it could use maybe a tiny bit more salt, but there's no flavor in it. It doesn't taste like chicken. It tastes like the freezer and whatever else was fried in the same fryer oil. I'd give a 3.
Tell you what, these spicy boys smell pretty good.
It's better.
Yeah, for sure.
The spicy one is kind of a trick. Oh, we're gonna make them spicy? Let's actually introduce some spices like garlic and marjoram or some sort of flavor. I'm gonna give these a 6.5.
I did not like either one of the two before. This one, 5.5.
So for Jack in the Box, the spicy popcorn chicken is what's getting entered in. Solid rating, surprised me, honestly. Good work, Jack in the Box, moving on.
Despite our praise, Jack in the Box unfortunately falls right in the middle. You know, usually around this point, a hero has come along to save the day. One food item to blow the competition away, with only 2 more nuggets to try. Will we have our blowout winner?
Popeyes it is. Here we go.
Their grease trap actually looks pretty clean.
But all the dead grass around it says otherwise. Can I just get 2 orders of the 8-piece nuggets? Thank you. Wow, these are humongous. This was $8 and something cents.
11, 12, 13, 14.
7, 8, 9, 10. They gave me 10. These are supposed to be 8-piece, so they gave us extra chicken, and they're like breaded really nicely. Let's try it. Here we go.
These are pretty heavy in the breading, but it's still very light, and it doesn't have that chicken nuggety taste that you get with every chicken nugget you've ever gotten. I think these are my favorite ones I've had. I'm gonna have to shoot it up. So I'm gonna go 7.9.
I'm shocked. There's a lot to take in here. First of all, value for the money is sky high. The crispiness, it's a very crispy crunch, not a crunchy crunch. The inside super juicy, super tender, not hard at all. Seasoning, I do have a little bit of an issue with. There doesn't seem to be enough salt on here for me. Flavor profile of the seasoning doesn't feel as good as their normal chicken, but it is there. All in all, these are some of the better nuggets I've had. I'll give these a 7.2. I'm shocked. Popeyes is really getting a leg up this time. I've not seen them give this much value. Maybe it's this location, I don't know. We only have one more place to look at. It's arguably one of the most famous chicken nugget spots on planet Earth.
You know, Mickey D's.
I love McDonald's.
You love McDonald's.
I'm kidding. I'd rather blow my legs off. Hi, can I just get 2 orders of the 10-piece McNugget, just the nuggets? Hello, thank you very much. That was crazy. That was that was like
you just stopped, paid, stopped, grabbed.
That was like 40 seconds, and they weren't even paying attention.
It all comes down to this. Easily the most famous, classic, nostalgic chicken nugget of all time.
We have made it to the McDonald's. This is the McDonald's that we keep giving surprisingly good reviews because they kill it, and these nuggets look immaculate. I'm not gonna lie. Listen. So the outside, I will say the breading on these is kind of surprising. These aren't even hot and they're still crispy. So the crunch and the crispiness of the crunch, I actually really like. And I used to hate these nuggets, but this place really does make them the best version of themselves. This specific McDonald's, I'm not even joking. Flavor-wise, I'm tasting bitter oil. That's the first thing I taste. And then I get a little bit of chicken, sort of, kind of. The seasoning is sort of there. But I will say, from me, I'll give it a 6. Damon, you're gonna be the determiner of whether or not this place wins because all these nuggets didn't really rate that high. I'm kind of surprised. So that being said, this is the determining moment. Damon, please give your review.
I'd have to say, texture was good. Flavor, I've never liked it. The only thing good that I could say about these is every time I've ever had them, they've always tasted the same. So they have a consistency down. I'm gonna have to go with a nice solid 3.
Damn.
Sorry, McDonald's.
Yeah, I'm not sorry, actually. That means that Popeyes won this. It's the first time that Popeyes has won in any of our videos, ever. If you want to know where to get a good nugget, at least you know you'll get a good one at Popeyes.
Something feels wrong here. Every time we've done one of these videos, there's been a blowout winner. But this time, it felt kind of like, kinda. Why is Popeyes winning? We had really 2 different kinds of chicken nuggets. The ones that we leaned towards the most were like the actual whole meat protein as opposed to the ground meat. I actually like the ground meat, but I don't think they're putting enough fat. I don't think they're putting enough salt. I think that might even fix it. So fast food companies, if you're watching this, maybe you should pay the attention. But that said, I think this gives us an idea as to why they're leaning towards chicken tenders. Something to think about, food for thought. So does that mean that we need to do another video for chicken tenders? You let us know. And also don't forget to subscribe. Love you so much.
Plus Việt Nam, một app cho mọi giao dịch dễ dàng, mọi lúc, mọi nơi. K-Bank.
Đối với mình thì ẩm thực vừa là công việc lại vừa là đam mê. Thế nhưng mỗi lần ăn đồ nóng hay đồ lạnh, răng ê ghê lắm. Rồi bạn mình khuyên dùng Sensodyne mỗi ngày, giúp giảm ê bút hiệu quả và hơn thế nữa. Sensodyne Gentle Whitening.
The bucket meal is a classic staple of American food culture. You get your fried chicken and the millions of sides to sit down and eat this glorious fried chicken meal. And at this point, I think people are kind of getting complacent with what is good. So to make something really special here, I asked you on Instagram for your top picks for all the bucket meal sides to create the perfect fried chicken bucket meal. I'm gonna take each of those top voted items, make brand new recipes, and make the best version of it I possibly can think of in its classic form. I'm not gonna deviate from traditionality here. And since you, the subscribers, voted for it, you, the subscribers, will be tasting it. And really tell us in the most unbiased, most not on my payroll way, which items were better and whether or not, and this is important, it is worth actually making. Is this the best fried chicken meal? Yes or no? Let's begin. So now we're working on buttermilk biscuits. You can do this in a plain bowl with a pastry cutter or 2 forks to break up the butter. I'm doing it in a food processor. So flour goes in, then you're gonna add sugar, baking powder, garlic powder, and fine sea salt. Pop this bad boy on, and then just let it rip till everything's thoroughly combined. Now, once that's done, you've got unsalted cold butter that goes into your flour. Do not over pulse this. You will end up with essentially just a boring pastry dough. So we're gonna pulse this very lightly. All the chunks of butter don't have to be exactly the same. Matter of fact, it's a good thing. If some are a little bigger, some are a little smaller. But generally speaking, you want them on average the size of like a large English pea, P-E-A. You're gonna stir in fresh grated cheddar cheese. It can be sharp, medium sharp, however you want it, but please grate your own fresh. All right, so I'm gonna stir that in using only a fork until thoroughly combined. I'm gonna stir in buttermilk. Another option is heavy cream, although heavy cream will make these much more rich. Mix that with a fork till you get a shaggy dough. Mix this together. If this is not enough buttermilk, you can always add a touch more till it comes together. Now, once you've got a rough dough, it's kind of clumpy. There's going to be bits of flour. That's fine. Dump it onto a work surface. Get it into one mass. Don't touch it too much with your bare hands and melt the butter. First, roll your dough out into a rough rectangle, sort of right about there. If your rolling pin is sticking, you can use a tiny, tiny bit of bench flour. Bench scraper, fold the edges in, and then the other end fold over that middle piece. So now you sort of got like a letter. Bring everything in one more time, turn it. Now you should be into more of a rectangular shape at this stage. All right, we're gonna give this one more fold. Boom, another letter, and look how much more shapely it is. So we're gonna roll out one more time. This needs to be at least 1 inch thick. That is the key to tall biscuits. Get yourself a sheet tray with parchment on top. We have a 3-inch biscuit cutter. You can also go up to 3.5 inches or even wider. Always punch straight down. Got big bits of butter interspersed in layers of dough. Now pop that onto your sheet tray. Rinse and repeat with all your biscuit dough. When you run out of space for punching, you just bring everything back together, give it a little quick fold, don't touch it too much, and roll it out one more time. You just punch out more biscuits. You can fit about 12 to a tray, right? We got 4 rows of 3. I didn't go to college. You can put these just straight up in the oven, but I like to brush the tops with a little bit of extra buttermilk. This goes into an oven at 425 Fahrenheit for about 15-ish minutes. Now, this is totally optional, but while that's going, if you want a little on the biscuits, saucepan, salted butter, medium heat, and then just let it melt. Once that's melted, cut off the heat. You're just gonna add 1 clove of very finely chopped garlic, swirl that in. After 15 minutes, you pull out some beautiful golden brown, puffed, tall, flaky layered biscuits. If you went the route of the garlic butter, you'll brush that on immediately when they come out. Be generous, don't be shy. Biscuits, let's see what they think. We are gonna be comparing this to a popular chain's bucket meal. Which items were better and whether or not it is worth actually making. Today we have taste testing, Leela, David, and Amber. So I'm gonna give you one of each. So this is number 1. Now we're gonna move on to number 2. So go ahead and open your hand up. Lovely.
What is this?
It's still biscuits.
Oh. I thought it was chicken.
Okay, so you can take your blindfolds off. Go ahead and write the number you preferred, the number 1 or number 2.
The texture was immediate. Like, as soon as I bit into it, I could tell it was crispier on the outside, and you could tell that there were the layers inside. It was cheesy, it was buttery, there was something really salty all throughout the biscuit that, like, you could immediately tell.
And that adds a lot more flavor interest into part of what makes a meal really good.
For me, it was just the texture immediately. It was so much less salty, and the cheddar.
And it didn't turn to like gum when you're eating it, like
exactly. It didn't like stick to the roof of your mouth.
The first biscuit was so dry, and then it's also like sticking to the roof of your mouth, whereas this one you don't have that at all.
This is really where the crucial element comes in, which is it worth it? The amount of time committed and spent on this, which is about 25 to 30 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. For half an hour, that's like so easy.
You could have fooled me. I thought that took a lot longer, but that was really, really delicious.
Yeah, seriously. was the best biscuit I've ever had.
75% of it is also bake time. So while it's baking, you could be making your mac and cheese, your fried chicken, or whatever you're making with it. I should clarify, just for people who are watching, both biscuits were cooked and made ahead of time, and both of them were reheated to the same temperature.
Could have fooled me.
That's pretty impressive, actually.
So sorry, KFC. This might not be a but better, but somehow it always ends up being one. Moving on. Mac and cheese, all in one pot. There's no baking required. You just need to make a roux. That's the only really extra step. So, boiling pot of salted water. Macaroni in. And just let that boil according to package directions, more specifically, till al dente. All right, once that's boiled, drain your pasta. And the beautiful thing is, you can now make your roux in here. Your pot's gonna go back on medium heat. Unsalted butter in. Let that melt completely. Okay, once your butter is fully melted, you're gonna add in all-purpose flour and whisk that. You're basically just gonna cook and stir about 2 minutes, just till the flour's cooked out. Once that's cooked out, you're gonna add heavy cream, followed by whole milk. A lot of recipes use half and half, but I do prefer the milk and heavy cream, because heavy cream somehow just hits heavy. All right, keep whisking and heating just until thickened and silky smooth. Now, once that's there, cut the heat completely off and add in your cheddar cheese first, fresh grated. Whisk that in and just whisk until it's fully melted. Next, American cheese, grated, and Gruyere, also grated. Now, all you gotta do is just keep mixing until everything's fully melted and fully incorporated. Season that to taste with salt. Always check your cheese sauce. People assume, oh, there's cheese in here. I don't need to add salt. What the f are you talking about? Now you're gonna add your cooked pasta directly in there. Fold that together. It might be simple, but let's see what they think. Everybody loves mac and cheese. I feel like we can all agree on that.
I love mac and cheese is my favorite. Yeah, I'm gonna be really, really real and crucial about this. It's just comfort food. It's just that thing that you really, I mean, there's some that's not that good, but can't really go wrong with it.
So we're gonna come in with number 1. Now on to number 2. The winner of this one is KFC, unfortunately.
Something about number 2 tasted grainy after a couple seconds. Number 1 was creamier, and like that's what I'm looking for in a consistency.
I said number 2 because I actually think that the first one tasted grainy. What tore me, like why I wasn't sure, because the second one, the noodles were a little mushy.
I think I like the second one because the sauce I think was a little bit thinner. The noodles were a little bit more cooked. The first one I had an issue with because I felt like it was just a little bit lumpy and grainy. I didn't really taste as much of the flavor in that one versus the second one.
Total cook time for this is 15 minutes. Moving on. For your mashed potatoes, we're using Yukon Gold, because these potatoes are gold, but also because they make really creamy mashed potatoes. So you're gonna peel all your potatoes. You don't have to, but I like to. It's just easier to mash, and I don't want any peel in my final product whatsoever, but it's totally fine to leave them in too. It's not gonna hurt the dish. Then you're gonna cut those into large chunks, place them in a cold pot of water, set that to high heat, season your pot of water with just a bit of salt to taste. You will add more salt later, but we're just getting it started. I like to cook with my salt. And bring that to a rolling boil. While that's going, saucepan, or a small saucier pan, unsalted butter, going in, a lot of it, and 10 cloves of garlic. So we'll let this melt over medium-low heat. I will say, if you don't want to confit the garlic, you can very easily just lightly crush it and let it come up to heat with this, and it'll lightly perfume it and then strain it out. Once the butter's fully melted, allow the garlic to cook, stirring occasionally until the garlic is incredibly soft, about 7 to 10 minutes. Then add in your whole milk. Once that's steamy hot, use an immersion blender to blend until as smooth as possible. Now, once your potatoes are soft and easily pricked with a fork, drain them, push all your potatoes through a potato ricer or mash with a potato masher. You can do that in the same pot or heat-proof bowl. Then strain in your hot butter mixture through a 5-mesh sieve into the potatoes, stir until thoroughly combined, season to taste with salt, and serve beautifully in a medium to large bowl, and garnish with chives and fresh cracked black pepper. That's mashed potatoes. They're definitely gonna like this one. So next up is a beloved classic, mashed potatoes.
Okay, this one I'm really excited about. I love mashed potatoes so much.
Me too.
I'm down for it. It's not my favorite potato, but I recognize it's gotta be part of the meal.
I recognize that it's a truth I must cope with. We have number 1.
Tastes kind of garlicky. It's pretty smooth texture.
It's good though.
Here we go, number 2.
Okay, this was hard because they're both really good in their own ways.
I can just taste the KFC and the KFC mashed potatoes.
I really liked the first one because of the smooth texture. I like the garlickiness in it. I think the second one was good, but I also think the second one was like maybe bacony. But yeah, the first one was really solid.
The first one was delicious. I agree, like garlicky was a flavor that came through to me. It wasn't just potato, like it wasn't just plain mashed potatoes. There was something mixed in with there to give it a little bit of like extra oomph in it. It was really good.
I think the second one tasted dusty. The KFC one, personally.
That's a really good way of
like, I don't know, something about KFC mashed potatoes potatoes just tasted like dust.
I think
But
the second one
loved-
was like lumpy.
It's gonna be hilarious if Josh's are number 2.
Well, mine was number 2. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We're back on the leaderboard. Although it's a W, it doesn't feel like enough of a W, only because I think KFC's mashed potatoes are the worst mashed potatoes on planet Earth. The dusty quality is because it starts as dust. It literally does. It's like instantized potato. KFC, when are you just gonna use real potatoes, bro? This is a slightly longer mashed potato. That said, it can go, I guess, while other things are going, right? You're boiling pasta, you're baking the biscuits. So all in, start to finish, it's about a 25, 30-minute process. Worth it, not worth it?
Worth it.
Worth it.
Worth it.
Yeah.
Things are moving in a positive direction, moving on. Next up, a very easy grilled corn on the cob. We're doing grilled corn. You could also boil it. Honestly, you don't even need oil, but if you want to put a little oil on it, you can just spray some on, get some extra color, put it on the hot side of a grill. That's it. I want it ripping hot. So the corn might pop a little bit, that's good. As soon as it's charred and hot on one side, flip it and repeat on all sides. About 2 minutes per side. Okay, at this stage, obviously, you can add your cobs or you can just leave them whole, it's fine. But if you're gonna serve corn, a lot of time people like to do it with butter. I like to do it with brown butter. So, small saucepan. Unsalted butter, medium heat. Very basic, so you're gonna let this melt completely. Then once that melts, just let it keep cooking over medium heat, stirring occasionally until it's a nice, deep brown. Almost burnt, but not quite. The key here, you're gonna take your brown butter, you're gonna brush your corn generously with the brown butter, okay? Coat every little corny crevice. Some of this is gonna fall off, so be aggressive. Take some flaky salt and immediately just coat the whole thing. That fresh butter is gonna help the salt stick. It's gonna look nice. It's gonna give you a little surprise when you take a little bite. Some more of your butter on top and serve. Let's see what they think. The next one is corn. How do you guys feel about corn?
I recognize that it's part of the meal, but it's not my favorite.
I don't like corn on the cob because it gets stuck in my teeth. It's just so irritating. Cream corn's good sometimes.
I'm the opposite way. Like grilled corn on the cob, like that char is really good. Creamed corn, usually not my thing.
And then dig. There you go. Now you got a lot.
Oh, you'll recognize this corn.
That's a scary statement. Jesus Christ. Oh, you'll recognize this corn.
That didn't sound so good coming out of my mouth.
Go straight up and straight down. Take your blindfolds off, give it a vote. Number 1 or number 2? That was gonna be an easy win. I mean, that's kind of an unfair competition.
The difference is insane. The first one I was like, this is so like not it for me. The second one actually like converted me to someone who enjoys corn because I traditionally do not enjoy corn at all.
Me too, that's so funny because I don't normally like corn. And the first one I put it in my mouth and I was like,
Yeah. I was like, I know I have to keep chewing this and I know I have to swallow it, but I don't want to.
But the second one was like, oh yeah.
The first one just wasn't seasoned at all. Like it was very muted. It didn't have any flavor to it. The second one just immediately popped off the spoon.
So the total time to make this is 10 to 15 minutes. Worth it? Not worth it? Worth it.
Worth it.
10 to 15 minutes is nothing.
Absolutely worth it.
To be clear, it's literally just grilled corn and brown butter and salt. That's it. We didn't add anything else.
Wow.
Dang.
That's the irony. It's like you didn't really even have to do that much, KFC. Whatever you did with the mac and cheese, couldn't you just done that with the corn? Now, moving on. Hush puppies. You're gonna take shishito peppers and char them over an open flame on a grill with a blowtorch. I don't care, just char them. Now, while those are charring, a lot of hush puppies have onions in them, and mine do too. But I want something a little more classy, so we're going with the humble shallot. And you're gonna very finely chop this, borderline mince this onion. All right, you're gonna use 1 large one or 2 small ones. Now, once these are charred like this, just do the same thing to the other side. We're not gonna totally blacken these. We just wanna soften them up and get a little char on them. Now, once these are pretty finely cut, you're gonna run your knife through it just a few times. I want these onions to disintegrate whenever we cook these hush puppies. My mom does not like onions, but she does like hush puppies. And if I cut them small enough, she will not know they're in there and say, wow, this is so good. And I'll be like, Now for the shishito peppers, you don't even need to peel these if you don't want to. I'm not going to. It's okay to get a little bit of char in there. It's gonna taste incredible. Add a beautiful level of smokiness and depth of flavor. This is exactly what we want. Go ahead and slice these bad boys up. You can leave the seeds in or you can take them out. I don't care. For those who don't know, shishito peppers aren't even really spicy. Although every once in a while you do get one that's weirdly spicy for some reason, even though the rest are not. Again, run your knife through this and get these bad boys super fine, just like the onion. Don't go too fine, because I do want little bits and pieces. Damn! One of the easiest things of all time is making a hush batter. Bowl, all-purpose flour, cornmeal, sugar, salt, Creole or Cajun spice, garlic powder, fresh cracked black pepper, baking powder, and baking soda. Whisk all your dry ingredients together, and then we're gonna add all of our wet ingredients. Milk, a little bit of oil, could be vegetable oil, avocado oil, just room temp liquidity. 1 whole egg, your finely chopped shallot, your finely chopped charred shishito, and just mix all that together into one beautiful batter. If your batter's looking a little thin, don't worry, let it sit for like 5-10 minutes. That cornmeal will soak that up, and then we fry. Once you have fry oil, add 3 250 Fahrenheit. That's vegetable oil, avocado oil, beef fat, lard, I don't care. Halfway up in a 6 to 8 quart Dutch oven. You're gonna scoop your batter and just... Hush puppies don't need to be perfect in shape. They just need to be perfect in flavor. Sounds like a Bob Ross quote. Anyway, now just let these fry. All you need to focus on is the color. Keep that oil temperature regulated and make sure you get them to a nice golden brown. They need to be deeper than this. Keep flipping them every so often. They're gonna puff up. They look so nice. Oh, they're so bloated and cute. Let them rip. This color is where I want it, but I want this bubbling to subside just a little bit, just a tiny bit darker. After 2 to 3 minutes, they should be a beautiful, deep golden brown. Take them out of the oil and drain on a paper towel. Ow, they're very hot. Don't touch them like I am. You can give them just a touch of salt to taste immediately while they're still hot, so the salt sticks, and repeat with the rest. You can serve this with a remoulade if you like, or some sort of a flavored mayo or a dipping sauce, but they're great straight up. KFC does not have a hush puppy. Matter of fact, a lot of chicken places don't really serve hush puppies anymore, probably because the way they make them suck. I included this for 2 reasons. Number 1, because I think hush puppies are awesome and I wanted to show an easy way to make an amazing, unforgettable one. But the second and more important reason is I want to mess with the taste testers a little bit. I'm gonna give them 2 hush puppies, but they're both gonna be mine, and I want them to vote and say which one is better. So we'll see if they choose or recognize that they're the same. Let's find out. These are a fun one. This is a new thing. We have 2 different versions for you, and it is hush puppies.
I love hush puppies. My dad's made hush puppies before. He told me that they literally used to throw them at dogs to get them to hush, and that's why they're called hush puppies.
I think Leela is lying.
I am not.
Okay, so this is number 1.
I don't think I've ever had these before.
Does it make you want to throw it at a dog?
No.
Absolutely not.
This is gonna go down in history in the comment section. Everyone's gonna be like, Leela throws hush puppies at dogs. Number 2.
This one was a difficult one. I'm really not sure.
They're both really good. I don't know.
It was a toss-up. It was hard for me to tell the difference. One tasted, I guess maybe it was a little bit warmer. That's what made it different.
Yeah, I kept having to like feel them. Like I was going back and I even had like a bite of the first one again because I was like trying to compare both of them at the same time and like trying to feel the texture differences on the outside, but they were both like really crispy on the outside, and for something I've never tried before, both of them felt really good.
I feel like the second one gave me like a taste of KFC still in my mouth. Like, you know, like the way KFC smells.
Well, we won because they're both exactly the same. They were both my recipe.
Yeah.
KFC does not have a hush puppy. Now, you might be thinking, well, why did you do this? You just want to with people? Yes, but also the second reason is to keep you on your toes. See, now you don't know what to expect. There is no anticipatory answer, but I like that you guys were thoughtful about it. I like where their head's at.
No, Josh, come on.
So the total time to make the hush puppy is actually really fast. If you have oil already hot and ready, these only take like 10 minutes, at most 15, maybe 20 minutes if you're really slow. Worth it? Yes or no?
I would never make a hush puppy.
I feel like there's other things you could make like hush puppies. Otherwise, I don't know if I'd go out of my way to do that.
Because I've never fried anything before. I am a little scared of frying something. I would much rather have biscuits, I think.
I agree. I also wouldn't make the hush puppies. If you want hush puppies, like, make these, but moving on. French fries. Look, these are very much of a secondary item. If you're already spending all this time on all these other things, I'm gonna give you the best crispy French fry shortcut of all time. These are the frozen fries from the frozen section, yes. And when you fry them in oil, they're ridiculously good. This is what most restaurants do, actually. Sorry to tell you that. If you want, you can make a quick little Cajun seasoning. So, small bowl, salt, MSG, that's right, sugar, white pepper, onion powder, cayenne powder, garlic powder, and finally a little bit of smoked paprika or regular paprika. This together till combined, and that is your spicy Cajun seasoning. Let's have a conversation about when you're frying things in a pot. Number 1, this pot is max full. See how full this is? It's about 3/4 of the way up, maybe even a little under 3/4 of the way up. Never ever fill your frying pot more than that. End of story. Second, if your pot ever begins to look like it's gonna overflow, turn the heat off immediately. I'm serious. Thank you. Now, 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Here's our frozen fries. Let's get ourselves a spider. You can also use tongs and just carefully drop them into your hot oil. And we'll do that in 2 to 3 batches. I mean, also use your eyeballs, right? Like if it looks like it can take a little bit more fry, then put more fry. See, okay, no more. See how it's right on the edge there? That's the pot telling me, hey Josh, that's enough. Once the bubbling has subsided and your fries are stiff, these need to be crispy, okay? So you'll pull them out with your spider, let them drain a bit, shake off the excess oil, and then directly into a large heat-proof bowl. Some frozen fries come pre-seasoned. Be sure to taste one of the fries before you season it. You don't want to oversalt these. We have our Cajun seasoning. We're gonna season these bad boys up. Taste for seasoning. Maybe a little more, maybe a little little salt in there too. Dump them out onto a wire rack and repeat with the rest of your fries. Once those fries are done, just load them up into a big bowl. Serve them however you want, don't be shy. And that is your French fry. This is going against the #1 winning fast food French fry, the KFC French fry. Good luck, KFC. So this is an interesting one. It is French fries. I'm actually really excited to see how this one turns out. I almost want KFC to win. I actually really like their French fries. I think they're probably the best I've ever had at any fast food chain in my entire life. Here's #1, one fry to rule them all.
That's a good fry. This is right up your alley, David.
A nice shoestring fry.
Yep, that's good.
Fry #2. Both of these have been reheated, so they're the same temperature each. I'll accept whatever fate that there is in store for me today. Yeah!
Personally for me, I like the thinner, crispier fries. The first one was more of like a shoestring type French fry vibe, and it also was a little spicy. Had like some spice to it.
The seasoning was really good. I like that I could taste like the pepperiness of it. I like the texture. I like that it was really crispy. I felt like the second one I wasn't a huge fan of because I felt like I could almost taste like the fry oil, and I was like, that's less appealing to me.
Second one was crunchier. I liked the texture more. The flavoring was there with like the seasoning on the first one. If I'm gonna pick a French fry to go with a fried chicken meal, I would rather go for the second one.
The irony is, this recipe was written in mind to make these fries as quick and easy as physically possible. These fries only take 10 minutes to make. So the question is, worth it or not?
Yeah, I would definitely try it if it was only 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes, like that's pretty easy peasy.
The only thing that we made was the seasoning. That's it. That was essentially the winning reason, I think. So if you're gonna make anything off the fries, maybe just buy KFC fries and season them with the seasoning. Or you can just make the seasoning and keep it in your pantry. Moving on. This is the most important part of this video. The fried chicken, the king of the bucket meal. Let's make it. First, your marinade, buttermilk, garlic powder, onion powder, celery powder, cayenne powder, white pepper powder, kosher salt, MSG, smoked paprika. Give it a whisk till thoroughly combined. If you want great fried chicken, make sure your chicken is as fresh as possible. You're gonna add 3 to 4 pieces each of the following depending on their size. That is chicken drumsticks, chicken thighs, chicken wing. Toss together, make sure to get the marinade under the skin, and place in the fridge overnight. Now onto the dredge. All-purpose flour, potato starch, kosher salt, mushroom soup base powder, garlic powder, white pepper powder, celery powder, cayenne powder, smoked paprika, dried thyme. I like to muddle it with my fingers just to get the thyme a little smaller. Give it a whisk till thoroughly combined. Now we dredge. If you want to get the extra little crispies, the flakes, the parts that kind of open up like shards of glass, then I would highly recommend that you take your hand, dip it into your marinade, get a little bit on your fingers, and just flick that into your flour mixture. Well, not mandatory, but you will get more flakiness. It will adhere a little better when you do this. Okay, I'm gonna sprinkle a little bit of my dredge onto a sheet tray. I'm gonna take our marinated chicken, put it in your dredge, cover it with more dredge, and press that flour mixture aggressively. Make sure you get all sides, get under the skin, shake off the excess, no bald spots, onto the board, and repeat the rest of your chicken pieces. Now, once all your chicken is breaded, only a few pieces at a time, I'd say like maybe 3 pieces max, you're gonna deep fry those at 350 degrees Fahrenheit. And once the internal temperature registers 165 Fahrenheit, and the exterior is a beautiful golden brown, drain on a wire rack or on a paper towel, lightly season with salt to taste, and then finish with fresh cracked black pepper. And serve. Let's see what they think. The final chicken. You're the only one that made a preference, so I'm gonna give you a leg. Alrighty. We also have only thighs after that. Okay, #2, thigh, a leg, and madam a thigh.
The one that I voted for had much more flavor. It was a lot more crispy.
The one I voted for was just instantly juicier. There was a lot more complex flavor in it.
The one that I voted for, I love the crispiness. I love the texture a lot. I love the instant burst of flavor from like how juicy it was. Whereas the one that I'm not voting for, it was not my favorite thing in the world.
And that is the KFC. No, I'm kidding, it's me again. I told you. Assuming you're making this with the proper recipe from beginning to end, this is probably gonna take you, depending on the sizes of chicken, anywhere between 30 to 45 minutes to make the fried chicken. Not worth it. Would you rather just go to KFC and get the fried chicken yourself?
I personally wouldn't fry the chicken myself. I wouldn't go to KFC, but I would go out and buy it personally.
Yes, I would fry that chicken. That was awesome.
I think I would give this a shot. I think I would try it. I definitely wouldn't go to KFC for fried chicken.
Out of all the things you had today, what was your favorite or your go-to?
The thing that surprised me was the corn. That was really, really,
That's what I was
really
gonna
good.
say.
I had high expectations for like the mac and cheese, the biscuits, like those are staples of a fried chicken meal for me, but the corn blew me away how good that was and how easy it was apparently.
Surprisingly for me, I've been thinking about those hush puppies. I was definitely converted by the corn, but now I can't stop thinking about hush puppies.
It was the corn for me too, because corn isn't something that I would normally make, but it was easy and it tasted so good, so I would definitely, for sure, make that at home.
Do you feel like this had everything that a bucket meal can have? Was there anything missing?
I think for me, I like to have a little bit more vegetables, so probably like green beans, or I'm a real big fan of fried okra. Overall, I think especially for what we had, it was a very classic bucket meal.
I would have said the same thing. I thought something green would have like contrasted well with everything else, but I love the biscuit, I love the mac and cheese. I thought it was really, really good, honestly.
The one thing that was missing is fried okra, because fried okra for me is a bucket meal staple.
That's crazy, I hate okra. The one thing I think we learned today is maybe just if you're gonna go and eat a fried chicken bucket meal, either make it yourself or spend the time to find a good place. Special thank you to our tasters and of course everybody who voted to make this video possible. We appreciate you, we love you, and we kiss you.
K Plus Việt Nam, một app cho mọi giao dịch dễ dàng, mọi lúc, mọi nơi. K-Bank.
Đối với mình thì ẩm thực vừa là công việc lại vừa là đam mê. Thế nhưng mỗi lần ăn đồ nóng hay đồ lạnh, răng ê ghê lắm. Rồi bạn mình khuyên dùng Sensodyne mỗi ngày, giúp giảm ê buốt hiệu quả và hơn thế nữa. Sensodyne Gentle Whitening.
This is the fried chicken guide. I'm gonna show you almost every way to make fried chicken. 32 total methods. So we're splitting it amongst 3 categories: methods, American, and international. We have a team of taste testers that will be eating every single style of fried chicken to determine a winner for each category. But here's the catch. Once we decide those winners, I'm gonna combine them all into one singular recipe, which could end up being the greatest fried chicken of all time. So there are 4 rules. Rule number 1, no bullshit methods like putting your chicken under a clothing iron, okay? We're only making real, proper recipes with legitimate technique. Rule number 2, these can't be made up. Every single one of these have to be a real, legitimate fried chicken recipe that exists. Rule number 3, unless it needs to be recipe specific, we are only using boneless, skin-on chicken thighs for everything else. Rule number 4, every chicken must be uniquely its own, okay? No similar recipes except for the methods section, right? Because we need that to be the same in order to have a control. I'm ready to go, the taste testers are ready to go, and they'll be rating this on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being unfit for human consumption, and 10 being the greatest piece of chicken in their life. So let's make this, shall we?
First, we're beginning with methods. The conclusion is there's 6 main methods for cooking fried chicken. That's obviously breaded. I'm gonna start by finding the best. Now, the control here for all of our methods is boneless, skin-on chicken thighs with the same marinade and dredge. And every full recipe will be in the link in the description. Oh, also, so will my cookbook, which is in the link in the description. Look at that. You should definitely pre-order, please. Before we begin, let's make all of our chicken. Again, it's the same for all the methods. So, for your marinade, it's very simple. I have a lot of recipes for this. Buttermilk, pepper, sugar, MSG, salt. You mix it together, and you can fridge it overnight, or at least an hour. And for your dredge, flour, salt, garlic, MSG, onion powder, and black pepper. Whisk together. I've got my fancy crispy bits technique. A little marinade into the flour. Gets those balls. In goes the chicken, dredge thoroughly. What's the rule? You never leave a single bald spot on that chicken. Now, for method number 1, air fryer. Our, old friend. We're on speaking terms now. Now look, there's a number of ways you can bread chicken. Is this the best way to bread it? I don't know, but we're going with a classic buttermilk fried chicken for all of these. And to make this more fair, I sprayed the chicken all over with cooking oil so it air fries properly. Turn the air fryer on, pop it in for 9 minutes, you flip, and then another 5 minutes. And well, that's what it looks like. It doesn't look too bad. Could use a little more color, but it feels crispy. Now let's score. 0, 1, 2. Okay, 3 for the air fryer. That's rough, buddy.
There's just soggy chicken.
There's a very faint taste of metal.
Number 2, shallow fry. The key here is the oil doesn't cover the chicken. It's a shallow fry. That's why they call it shallow. Now for this, we're gonna pound our thighs, not the first time, a bit thinner between layers of plastic wrap and fry them in batches of 2. And we're gonna fry them in about a 1/3 inch of oil, turning often until crispy and cooked through. Season with some additional salt. It's brown, but it doesn't give much flakiness, which I didn't like. But the scores will speak for itself. 7, 8, and 5. Well, 20 total, so we got a leader. Hopefully that gets beaten. Number 3, roasted. I don't know where this term came from, and frankly, I have never done it before. It's pressure cooker fried chicken. I don't know if you're supposed to do this at home. We had to Google some Instant Pot recipes for this. Same breaded chicken, put in some oil, temp at 350, set it to pressure cook time 10 minutes, and well, it didn't exactly quite come to pressure, but it did fry the chicken. Season and taste with salt, and I want to make a quick point. We had to buy a whole new pressure cooker just to get this this to work and it still didn't come to pressure, so maybe just don't do this at home. But let's see the scores. 1, 6, and 2. So that comes in at second place with 9.
I was just like, this sucks.
Jeez, this is rough. Next up, number 4, baked fried chicken. I'm hesitant saying a meat can be baked. I really think that that doesn't make sense. So we have a sheet pan that we left in the oven while it preheated to 400 degrees. We add a little oil to that hot pan, so as to help with the quote-unquote frying. Lay on your dredged thighs, put it back in the oven, roast, fry, bake, whatever, for 6 minutes. Flip, place it back in, and cook for another 6 to 8 minutes, or until golden. Yeah. Salt or not, this is not looking very good. 1, 3, and another 3, so 7. It's about what I expected. Number 5, pan fried. Now, what the hell's the difference between this and shallow fry? There's a little bit more oil in the pan. It's closer to a deep fry, but not quite. You know, it's kind of like being out in the range. Got a cast iron skillet, feels like the South. So in batches, you got a large cast iron filled halfway with 350 degree oil. You add your dredged chicken, you fry, you flip. I will say it browns really unevenly this way, so you kind of have to baste it to get a good color, but let's salt it and taste test. Our first score, 9, 8, and 9. Wow, a 26. I don't know if this can be beaten. And that brings us to a real contender that still has the chance to take the crown here. The traditional, my favorite, the deep fry. If this doesn't win, I don't know what I'm gonna do. It has to. You know this method. You got a big pot filled with 350 degree oil. It is full of oil. Gently lay in your chicken and it is swimming in that oil, frying until a beautiful, evenly crispy, golden brown, delicious emerges. I mean, look at this. You pull it out, you drain it, add a little extra salt to taste. I mean, I'm nervous because we have to beat an almost perfect score of 26. A 10, our first 10, and another 10. Okay, we need 7 to win this. And we come in with an 8. Deep fried wins the method category. I'm not surprised.
Definition of fried chicken, right there.
Moving on to the American category. Look, thanks to Southern cooking, the US of A has birthed many different fried chickens, and some of which I can't say I'm proud of, but they exist. So let's start off with a good one. Number 7, chicken tenders. Look, kids love them. I think that they're overrated, to be honest, but whatever. Again, same marinade and dredge as the method section. The only difference is we use chicken breasts, which were sliced into like 4 or 5 strips like this. That's it. I guess it's chicken strips, isn't it? Number 7, chicken strips, whatever. So in batches of 2, we're gonna deep fry these bad boys. You pull them out, season with a little extra salt, and let's rate them. 8, 7, and a 7. Score 22. Number 8, popcorn chicken. Again, I think that this is one of those things that was lost in childhood and most people don't really care about it anymore, but hey, maybe I'm wrong about that. We'll see how it goes. Same marinade and dredge as the method section, except we're using breast, not thighs. But we cut the chicken into, well, tiny little half-inch popcorn size pieces. You dredge, you fry, and I mean, really, this is just a size thing, so how much better could it do than the tenders? An 8, an 8, and a 10 coming in at 26. That's actually shockingly close to the highest score of all time. For a little guy, that's a win. Moving on to number 9, Nashville hot chicken. One of my most favorite chickens of all time. This is a special thing that exists nowhere else on planet Earth. So it's a new marinade and a new dredge, but for the most part, this is the exact same recipe from my Nashville hot chicken video, but for simplicity's sake, it gets breaded, it gets fried, you take some hot oil, you pour the hot oil in a medley of spices. You whisk that together, and you toss your freshly fried chicken in that hot oil. You know, just don't forget to put on some white bread, maybe some pickles. That's special chicken right there. Let's vote. Our first score, a 9, and another 9 coming in at 27. We now have a new American category leader right here.
I'm sweating.
At this point, we're 9 fried chickens in and we've just begun. I wonder what's going on in our judges' heads.
What if I can never eat fried chicken again after this?
You know, Vikram, there's a better way to address this fear and take care of your mental health. That's why today's sponsor is BetterHelp.
Really?
Look, add or not, mental health is extremely important. Even in the industry that I come from, mental health has been ignored for generations because finding a good therapist can be really hard. But BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist much easier and more affordable. You fill out a survey and get matched with a professional licensed therapist, and in just a few days, you can start therapy from your own home without being limited to therapists that are only near you.
Yay!
Folks, please, take care of yourself physically, but especially mentally. If you want to learn more about BetterHelp, click the link in my description, betterhelp.com/Weissman, for 10% off your first month with BetterHelp to see if online therapy is for you. Now back to the video.
Now, moving on to our next contender, number 10, Buttermilk American. I almost feel like this represents all of the American category, so I don't know how I'm gonna feel if this one loses. This is straight up buttermilk marinated with spices, spices with dredge, think KFC old school. You dredge it, you fry it until golden brown, give it a little kick of salt, and now we rate. A 10, an 8, and a 9. Coming in at 27. We have a tie between Buttermilk and Nashville. We're gonna need a damn near perfect score in order to beat these. Moving on to number 11, Barberton Fried Chicken. Okay, so this has got a confusing history. So this was created by people from Serbia, but originated in Barberton, Ohio, apparently. I don't know the accuracy of that. That's supposedly the truth. What sets it apart? Well, you're gonna dredge it in flour with no seasoning. It specifies no seasoning, which I really dislike. Then egg, also unseasoned. And then you're gonna season breadcrumbs with salt and pepper. That's it. Weird. And you fry it in lard till it comes out like this. It looks nice. Did an airline chicken breast. I'm not gonna lie. It looks pretty cool. I have a feeling it's gonna taste horrible.
Oh no.
Our ratings come in at 7. What? 7? A 0? That's more like it. And a 1. So 8.
But the chicken itself is very juicy.
This took me back to college when the first time I ever cooked chicken, I just forgot to put salt on it.
Moving on to number 12, chicken fries. You know, this one's for the king. We have a recipe for chicken fries, but better. It's the exact same recipe, you know, grind, form, bread, fry. Look at that. They're chicken fries. It's an American abomination. So let's rate. A 7, a 6, and an 8. So 21. Can you do something for me, you know? Sorry. Moving on to number 13, chicken nuggets. This is the one and only GOAT of American fried chicken. So wrong and yet so right. I can respect it, okay? This is my McDonald's but better recipe. Again, ground, form, secret breading, multiple dips, fried, remove, which I then decided to fry again for extra crisp. Now the ratings are gonna roll in at 4. Wow, that's rough. 8, okay, and a 9 for another 21.
Didn't taste as good as the stick, and I feel like it's the exact same thing.
On to number 14, orange chicken. Whoa, Josh, what? Why is this in the American category? Because ultimately, orange chicken, I mean, let's be honest, it's arguably the greatest Chinese-American sauce of all time, which really was popularized by Panda. And guess what? This is my Panda Express orange chicken, but better. What do you think? It's breaded, it's fried, you've got a thick soy orange glaze, you toss it with the glaze. I mean, I imagine this will score high, but I really don't know how high. And so our first score comes in at a solid 10. Wow. And another 10. And a perfect score with a final third 10. The highest possible score you can receive, 30 points. I mean, this is our winner, right? The only option is for a tie, which I doubt the next one's gonna get a perfect score, but we'll find out, which is buffalo style wings. We'll see. So you get your Frank's Red Hot, you get it hot, like physically hot. Emulsify in butter, whisk a little cornstarch slurry in there, get it nice and silky smooth. Dust your wings with flour, you fry them, till golden brown, you remove, and you toss with the sauce. That's it, right? That's so simple. A 10. Another 10. Hold on, there's no way. And a third 10. We have our tie. There's only one tiebreaker in this game, and it's me.
Okay, here we go. This is available for pre-order. My new book, Texture Over Taste, is in the link in the description. Please pre-order today. Let's talk about this. I feel like I'm looking at 2 of my children, and I have to pick which one I like more. Here we go. My God. This is the best buffalo wing I think we've ever made. Oh man, you can't make me make this decision. Why? Why do I have to make this decision? Oh, I'm sorry. In this very moment, although I love them both, I'm saying this is getting 51% and this is giving 49%. I mean, it's just so balanced. It's what I want in this very moment. So let's move on.
So far, we have our method winner of deep fried, our American winner of buffalo wings. Now we find our third and final winner to see what our super fried chicken will become, which leads us to international chickens. We're gonna start off with number 16, Malaysian ayam goreng. Look, the marinade's important. You got galangal, lemongrass, shallots, ginger, all sorts of things, all in a blender. You put it with your boneless chicken thighs. You marinate it, ideally overnight. Again, full recipe is gonna be on my website, link in the description. Then at this point, you just take one piece of chicken at a time, toss in cornstarch, shake off the excess, and deep fry until crispy golden brown. Now let's see what the taste testers think. A 3. Okay, come on now. An 8 and a 7. We got good scores from people who are thinking, I guess. I don't know. 18.
This one tasted like one of the other ones, so that's why I got a low score.
Number 17, torikatsu. It's, you know, like tonkatsu, but with chicken. Specifically chicken breast. So I split my breast in half lengthwise, the chicken one. Season it with salt, dredge it in flour, egg wash, panko breadcrumbs until fully coated, and then you just deep fry till GBD, okay? Golden brown, delicious. Take it out, season with a little additional salt, serve with katsu sauce, maybe a little bit of togarashi. Now our taste testers are gonna give it a 10, solid 10, wow. A 6 and a 6. And we now have our lead coming in at 22. Moving on, number 18. Now we're gonna do a German schnitzel method, but instead of veal or pork, we're gonna do chicken because, well, it's fried chicken. You know, this counts as a fried chicken method, right? Cut your chicken breast in half lengthwise, give it a little salt, you dredge it in flour, then eggs, and then just plain breadcrumbs. Now I will say this is a bit thick. I think that this should have been thinner and wider. So for all of those who are watching this going, that's not schnitzel, you're right. It should have been thinner. Nonetheless, we fry that bad boy till nice GBD and cook through, and maybe a little herb of your choice, and maybe some flaky salt to finish. And now the taste test. Our scores come in at a 9, a 10, and a 5. A new leader coming in at 24 points. Now, number 19, Pollo Frito. Supposedly the fried chicken of Florence. You get some boneless, skinless chicken thighs, you cut it into 1-inch cubes. This was kind of weird, so it gets marinated with all sorts of things like lemon zest, crushed garlic, parsley, lemon, maybe a little rosemary, salt, bay leaf, and then just drenched in olive oil. Very Italian. And then you just let it marinate. With the way that this is marinating, I'm not really sure if these flavors are gonna get in there the way that I want, but you know what? You dredge it in flour, salt, and eggs, and then you just deep fry it until GBD. Take it out, season with additional salt. Now the taste test. And our judges are going to give it a 5. Wow. 4. Oh. And another 5. 14. Ruthless. Now number 20. Chicharrón de Pollo. I already like the name of this. Sounds great. So kind of a similar seasoning vibe. You got more chicken pieces going into a bowl with sazon, orange juice, lime juice, olive oil, garlic, all sorts of things like that, right? Kind of a similar marination vibe. You toss the marinated chicken in flour, shake off the excess, fry, GBD, drain, a little extra salt to taste. Now the taste test. And our judges gave it an 8, an 8, and a 7. So 23, okay.
Has a little punch to it.
Now for number 21, and don't ask me if it can do something for me, okay? Brazilian frango a passarinho. How did I do on the pronunciation? Probably not great, sorry. Okay, again, very similar. 1-inch pieces of boneless chicken thigh, okay? Not breast. Garlic, onion, parsley, lemon juice, spices, olive oil, and salt. And then you just marinate for 1 to 2 hours. The dredge is a little different. It's flour and baking powder. I imagine the baking powder is gonna give it some sort of aeration somehow. So toss your chicken in that, shake off the excess. These you're gonna shallow fry in a cast iron skillet. Remove, salt generously, and garnish with parsley. And that scored out to be a 6, a 4, and a 4. So 14. That didn't do it for him. Okay. Moving on to number 22. This is called Chicken 65. That's the actual name, which I like. I think this is an interesting recipe. It's less about breading and more about spices. So the marinade is a mix of yogurt, lime zest, lemon juice, garam masala, all sorts of other spices, curry leaves. You add in 1-inch pieces of boneless, skinless chicken thighs into that mix, and you marinate ideally overnight. When you're done marinating, you remove the curry leaves, and you just simply add rice flour and cornstarch and egg white to that bowl and mix. That's it. Then in your deep fry oil, you're gonna fry some additional curry leaves, which will pop extremely violently, and a few Thai chilies sliced in half till blistered. So that's gonna be your garnish. Now, once that's done, take your chicken out, you deep fry it till a beautiful deep GBD. Drain on a wire rack, and then this is the next bit. You're gonna make the sauce in a wok. Immediately after that, you heat up your wok, a little oil, curry leaves, Thai chilies, garlic. Make sure not to burn it because it's very hot. Then you're gonna add Kashmiri chili, black pepper, stir fry. Add a little bit of water, and you're gonna cook that down until it's almost evaporated and you got a little bit of a paste remaining. Then you add your chicken, you toss to coat, season with salt as needed, and that's Chicken 65. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, Josh, that's supposed to be red like Ronald McDonald's nose. Well, listen, Ronald McDonald, I think, is confused, but more specifically, a lot of restaurants use red food dye, which we didn't, so there you go. Our first rating with, 1, okay, a 6 and an 8. Tough crowd, 15.
I didn't like the taste at all. Take it away.
Number 23, Hot Yai, Thai fried chicken wings. We have a lot of flavor going in the blender. Garlic, cilantro, different soy sauces, sugar. You blend it, pour it over the wings, mix by hand, cover, marinate for a few hours. This is what's interesting. You just literally add rice flour to your marinade, mix it, and you get like a paste. And then you deep fry, you pull it out, you drain, maybe a little extra salt, top with fried shallots, little cilantro, and now our judges judge. Our first rating, 7, a 10, and a 9.
This is the best chicken I've ever had. Shots brought it way up.
26, we have our new leader for the international category. This is gonna be a tough one to beat. Number 24, I love the name of this, Hakka Chinese chili chicken. This is actually an Indian-Chinese fusion from Kolkata. I don't actually know for sure. It's an interesting recipe. You got bite-sized boneless, skinless chicken thigh. You add ginger, some spices, some Shaoxing wine, soy sauce, and egg white for some reason. You mix and marinate. Separately, you have sort of a flour, cornstarch, baking soda soda vibe going on, so another aerated thing. Now, you're gonna need some other veggies. Onion, Thai chili, garlic, whatever, right? But for the sauce, it's chicken stock, Shaoxing wine, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, vinegar, sriracha, and ketchup. Whisk and reserve that. Now, you're gonna take those dry ingredients from earlier, toss your chicken until coated, and then deep fried till crispy, golden brown, and delicious. Oh, I added a crispy there. Now, in a wok, you're gonna add your veggies, give it a stir, a little sugar, white pepper, add your sauce, bring to a boil, add in your fried chicken, toss to coat, and, well, that's it. I mean, I don't love this because it seemed like it took away some of the crunch. Our first vote, 2. So there's that. A 7 and a 7, coming in at 16. So that got just blown out.
Tastes like chicken, but I don't feel like it's fried chicken.
Next up, number 25, Thought-to chicken. Not like thought, like the kind of thought that you're probably thinking of. Nasty. You get a mixing bowl, you're gonna add garlic, ginger, curry leaves, yogurt, a few other things. You're gonna whisk in some eggs, and then goes in your boneless, skinless chicken thighs. Mix again, marinate for 1 to 2 hours. And look, frying these is actually really simple. One piece at a time, you're gonna cook for a few minutes, flipping halfway, salt, and that's actually it. Stack high, garnish with cilantro. I don't know about this one, but the judges will decide. First vote, a 3. Wow, this guy is out for blood. A 7 and a 2. Okay, not good.
I don't think of this as fried chicken. Didn't do it for me.
Moving on to number 26, Yan Suji, also called Taiwanese salt and pepper chicken. The marinade is key, okay? Sugar, salt, Chinese 5-spice, white peppers, light soy sauce, and beer, but nothing dark. Little garlic, that gets marinated. This is an important thing here. The dry finishing spice, okay? Salt, curry powder, Chinese 5-spice, and white pepper. This is the special, well, not sauce, dry sauce. Seasoning. Now, to dredge your chicken, you're using sweet potato flour, which I thought was really unusual. I didn't really even know that was used in fried chicken, to be honest with you. Then you're gonna deep fry that till cooked nicely, drain, season generously with your reserved finishing spice, and the judge's taste. First score coming in at 7, an 8, and an 8. So far, we don't have a dethroning of our leading international man. Number 27, one of my most favorite types of fried chicken, karaage. I mean, this has got to be one of the most popular Japanese fried chickens in the game. So first, you're gonna marinate your chicken, ginger, garlic, soy, shiradashi, maybe a little mirin, and honey. 1-inch cubes of chicken go in, you're gonna marinate it, and then you're gonna immediately toss in cornstarch, coated thoroughly, deep fry, crispy golden brown delicious, remove, wire rack, and season with a little bit of shimi togarashi, and salt to taste. Now we rate. This one's close to my heart. Here we go. A 10. Okay. Another 10. Okay, we're looking good. And an 8. We have our new international leader coming in at 28 points.
It's so good.
It's perfect.
So moving on to number 28, chicken Kiev. Literally butter stuffed chicken. I mean, it's quite basic. You make a compound butter, whatever you want. Okay, this has got parsley and a few other ingredients. Looks cool when it's green, right? Refrigerate your compound butter so that it's firm. Now you're gonna unroll your chicken, almost like some sort of beautiful chef's knife roll. Flatten it out. Slice your firmed up compound butter, place in the center of your chicken, roll it up, and tighten it in plastic wrap into a nice torchon. Now let that rest in the freezer for a few minutes so it firms up, and then you're gonna dredge it in something very basic. Flour, egg, then panko breadcrumbs, and it looks like this. A bit like a sausage. Now you're gonna deep fry till golden brown, but listen carefully. The inside's not gonna be fully cooked, so you're gonna pop it into a hot oven till fully cooked, pull it out, and well, I mean, we gotta see the cross section, right? Carefully. Wow. That, yeah, I'd eat that. I mean, this has gotta score pretty high. So our first score, 9. Okay, strong start. A 5. Okay, not good. And another 9. So 23, not quite breaking the top 3.
It's good. It's just not fried chicken.
That's true.
Moving on, number 29, chicken cordon bleu. I think this is overrated, to be honest. It's butterfly chicken, yeah, Swiss cheese, ham, roll it up. Again, same dredge, flour, egg wash, panko, deep fry, finish it in the oven. You split it, and look, it's got a nice cheese pull in the middle. It's good. It's just a little overrated. Whatever. Hopefully the judges agree. So their first score comes in at a 9, an 8, and a 10. So 27 points, which puts it at second place, and I also don't agree with that, but whatever. Number 30, Har Chung Gai from Singapore. Shrimp paste. There's a lot of it. Look, it's not my personal taste, but we're gonna try to do our best to do this right. So it's a marinade of Shaoxing wine, white pepper, sugar, MSG, right? But here's the kicker. A very pungent, large quantity of shrimp paste and egg. You're gonna add your chicken wings, you're gonna toss them, you're gonna marinate it. I'm not a huge fan of large quantities of shrimp paste, but maybe there's something special here. All right, we got a dredge of a few different starches mixed together, a little baking soda. You're gonna add all of that together to make sort of a paste on the wings. And well, you deep fry. I will tell you right now that if you're gonna make this, just understand that the scent is just strong. That's all, okay? I respect shrimp paste. It's just very shrimpy. But our judges are ultimately determining this. Our first score comes in at -1. That's not even allowed. A 0 and a 6. So I guess this is a 5 if we're gonna illegally allow the negative.
No, I don't want to swallow that.
Just juicy.
Yeah.
Now, moving on to our next contender, Chongqing chicken. This is one of the greatest Chinese Sichuan-style chickens in the world. It has a chance to win here. Bite-sized pieces of boneless, skin-on chicken thighs, lightly tossed with salt, soy sauce, Shaoxing wine. You know, you want to keep the skin intact a bit here. Now, for the fry, you're gonna toss the coat in cornstarch, deep fry for a few minutes. minutes. Drain, and then once it's crispy and cooked, you're gonna heat a wok over high heat. This is interesting. You're gonna add, I'm so sorry for the pronunciation of this, kaiziyu, which is this kind of oil, which is literally what it's called. Once that's hot, you're gonna add green onion, jalapeno, garlic, and Sichuan peppercorns, chilies, and chili flakes. Let that toast, make it, nice and fragrant. Which is gonna happen very quickly. Listen carefully. Do not burn any of these things. It ruins everything you worked hard for. Now you're gonna add your fried chicken, MSG, salt, sugar, green onion tops, cut off the heat, and toss to coat thoroughly. I gotta say, the fragrance that's in the air is one of the most beautiful things that I've smelled, and unlike anything that I've smelled. Now our first vote comes in at a 9 and a 10 and another 10. We have our new first place leader in international coming in at almost a perfect score of 29. I'm happy with this. This feels like justice. Now on to our final fried chicken. I have to tell you something. I think this is the best recipe in the entire video. And simultaneously, in order for it to win, it would need to get a completely perfect 10, 10, and 10 score. It has a fighting chance, but man, my emotions are riding on this one. Number 32, Korean fried chicken. You've seen me make this many times, but let me save you some time. This is the recipe for my Korean fried chicken video. It's seasoned and marinated in salt and aromatics, tossed in cornstarch, fried twice, and tossed with a beautiful deep red gochujang sauce. I mean, this has got to be one of the most beloved chickens in the world, so the judges are activated. Coming in at an 8, 9, and a 10. Damn. Our winner shines to be the Chongqing chicken in the international, which means that we have all of our winners across all categories. For the methods, deep fry. For the American style, buffalo wings. And for the international, Chongqing. We're taking this somewhere that nobody has ever taken this before. We're gonna combine all of the best elements of these winners into a singular fried chicken. And hopefully, maybe, we discover the greatest fried chicken on planet Earth. And I'm tasting. Let's begin. First, let's talk about buttermilk fried chicken, okay? They're marinated. It's buttermilk, garlic powder, salt, other spices. Put that all in, whisk it together. You add your chicken wings. Okay, we're going with wings for this. It just makes sense. You can go with other things, but we're going with wings. You got your seasoned flour, onion powder, garlic, salt, whisk, whatever. You can add really anything you want, but I'm keeping it chill, okay? Because we got a lot of other going in. Take your marinated chicken, you bread it thoroughly. Get a nice coating, get your flakes. Don't f around here. I want this thing to hold up to the sauce. If it can't hold up to the sauce, well, then you're lost, or whatever the saying goes. Anyway, you deep fry it, okay? While that's frying, we're gonna make our sauce. What do we use? We are gonna use the chef's best friend, a blender that has a power level so high that it's measured in horsepower. So, medium sauce pot, medium heat. You're gonna add your toasted rapeseed oil. This was the key to the Chongqing chicken, okay? Something about this added an unusual flavor, and I knew I needed it, okay? A lot of it. I'm gonna cook off some green onions, some garlic, turn the heat off, add a little Sichuan peppercorns, some Sichuan whole chili pods, salt, sugar, MSG, Sichuan chili flakes, Shaoxing wine, dark soy. Cook it down just a little bit, Pop it into a blender. Blend that on high as possible. I want that as smooth as we can get it, okay? Put that into a pint cup, set it to the side. In that same blender, you're gonna add Frank's Red Hot sauce that has been heated till steamy hot. Start blending that on medium high, and you're gonna slowly add in a little bit of cold butter, a little bit at a time, right? Maybe a little bump of xanthan gum if needed. Look, it's a terminology in the restaurant industry. It's around 1/8 of a teaspoon. Now, turn that up to high, about 5 seconds. Now you're gonna add that blended Chongqing sauce from earlier, right? Turn that up to high, loosen with a little bit of shiradashi. Once it's nice and emulsified and smooth, you're gonna blend in 4 cloves of raw garlic at the end specifically. That is the key here, okay? This is the balancer. And, well, hopefully here, we've got our wings, which have been dredged, fried. Remove your beautifully deep fried wings, place into a bowl, cover with this amalgamation of a sauce that seems so right, so wrong, so complicated. And as I was saucing this, I started to realize not only have we made something that has never existed before, but this could be the fried chicken of our dreams. Let's find out.
It all comes down to this. Over 30 fried chickens tasted, hours of work to create this. And hopefully it's good. I gotta say, this looks f***ed in the greatest way possible. I guess I'll just go for it. Holy f***. The way the sauce saturates the breading, and yet the crunch does not yield. It's got the deep fried chicken texture, but then it immediately rolls into like, oh, this is buffalo sauce. There's some other culture. It's garlicky, it's spicy. There's nothing I've ever tasted in my life like this. And granted, there's a lot of ingredients and a lot of steps to get to this point, but hey, if you want to try it, I promise you, you will never have a chicken wing. Not only this good, but this complex in your life. Was it worth it? Yes. I absolutely will be making this again, and if you want to make it, the link will be in the description, but so is my cookbook. Pre-order the cookbook. We worked really hard on it. It's a very special book.
Don't forget, if you want an affordable and easy way to take care of your mental health through online therapy, check out our sponsor, BetterHelp, link in the description, betterhelp.com/Weissman. My link gets 10% off your first month. This is the burger guide. We're gonna show almost every way to make a legit burger. 30 total methods. We're splitting it amongst 3 categories: methods, classics, and what we're calling super burgers. And mommy burgers. Just kidding, that's not there. Our taste testers are eating every single burger, and they're gonna decide a winner of each category. And once we have those winners, I'm gonna combine them into one ultimate burger. Either this is gonna be horrifying or amazing. Listen, this isn't about crazy toppings or stunts. We're making real burgers. So here are the rules. Rule number 1, we are only using 75-25 ground beef. I hate 80-20, I've always hated 80-20, please just get fattier ground beef. Rule number 2, they all have buns and it has to be made out of actual bread, okay? We're not doing ramen burgers, they're great, but not here. Rule number 3, and arguably the most important. No weird methods, we're not doing dishwasher, clothing iron, toaster oven, okay? We're not starting a grease fire here. Let's stick to cooking. Rule number 4, because burgers are an American thing, we're only doing American burgers. No disrespect, I'm trying to keep this focused here. We're ready to go. Our judges will be ranking these on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 being like garbage can, and 10 being the greatest burger of their life. So let's make this, shall we?
First, we're starting with methods, arguably one of the most important components, and there are 15 burgers in this category alone. Some of these I've never used before. Burger number 1, you'll never guess, air fryer. Air fryer.
If I win, I get to destroy this thing.
So we all agree the air fryer actually won that, right? How are you gonna make 2 completely different potato recipes?
So not only did Josh take a big loss to the air fryer, he also then smashed it up rather than giving it away.
Josh destroyed the air fryer because it destroyed him.
So I can believe he didn't count the time he took to set up.
An air fryer is basically just a convection oven. It's incredibly useful.
Should have named it How I Cheated to Beat an Air Fryer.
I will never second guess an air fryer again, except maybe as a burger maker. Heat your air fryer to 375 Fahrenheit. Make sure your patty is at least 8 ounces because it will shrink. I flattened this out as wide as I could without making it too thin, seasoned it to taste with salt and pepper, popped it in the air fryer for 8 to 10 minutes, 1 slice of American cheese on it for the last minute of cooking, finished the burgers on toasted buns, which both sides have been sauced. And before you ask, yes, anytime you see a sauce in the methods, we're using the same sauce, so don't worry. We got a little bit of control here. And that is our air fryer burger. Time for ratings. And remember, 1 is the worst burger you have ever had in your life. And 10 is the best burger I done ever eaten, if that makes sense. Today's taste testers are Vikram, Kendrick, and Angela.
This looks so gross.
A 3, 5, and another 3. 11 points total. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't vote on this one. Don't get mad at me. Next, burger 2, the George Foreman. You know, I've never used one of these. I'm not really sure. I guess green light means go. Spray with oil, burger on, close little Georgie up, and I guess the green light goes away, okay? Everybody was telling me on set that the comments would yell at me if we didn't put this drip tray here, so there it is, all right? Surprisingly, it worked. All the fat's dripping out, which is not good in my opinion. Okay, green light's back, burger's done, bottom bun sauced. I cheesed up our patty, sauce top bun on. Now for ratings. 3, 3, and 3. Wow, this is not looking good. Now we're gonna try a deep fry process. Gross, or maybe not. So I got a big pot of oil, about 350 Fahrenheit. I got about an 8-ounce patty, flattened it out. I seasoned it, I lowered it into my frying oil and let it cook for about 3 to 4 minutes. Pretty aggressive frying. Take it out, looks nice. Drain, and it's kind of fat, but whatever. Now assemble, and well, that's a fried burger. Now onto the ratings. 5, 4, and a 4. Good lord, this is a tough crowd. But we have a new leader. We have to head outside for burger number 4, a charcoal grilled burger. I can hear Hank Hill crying in the distance. Preheat a charcoal grill. Once your charcoal's white, grill your burger as you would, real hot, 3 to 4 minutes per side. You flip, you put some cheese on, and we assemble it exactly the same, sauced bottom and top bun, put it together, and that is a grilled burger. I'm feeling good about this. I love it. It's a classic.
I'm excited for this.
It's nice and pink on the inside.
6, a second 6, another 6. Ooh, yeah, not a good number. Sitting at 18 points. For burger number 5, we can step it up a bit more. What about a pizza oven? So we preheated our pizza oven to about 700 degrees with a cast iron skillet inside. Yes, 700. It's a pizza oven. What do you expect? Season our burger. Again, 6 to 8 ounces. I removed the hot skillet, press that patty down in there. You want it to adhere. Skillet back in, cook for 2 minutes, flip, and another 2 minutes. Boom, it is done. Probably one of the fastest burgers of all time. Cheese goes on, dress it up, assemble it with your sauced buns, and that is a pizza oven burger. It looks nice, to be honest, but can it dethrone the charcoal grilled? A 7 and a 2? Oh, a 7. 16 points total. Moving on to probably one of our weirdest. A pressure cooker. Look, you season your patty, and I guess you turn the pressure cooker on to get hot, put it in there, get a little bit of sizzle, add in a bit of beef broth, close the lid, high pressure for 8 minutes. It can be a little bit weird, so keep your eyes on it. Well, it's done, I guess. And it looks gross as well. Look at that. Wow, I'm shocked. Well, anyway, we're gonna assemble it as per usual, and on to our ratings. 0. That's unnecessary. 1. Okay. 2. So 3 points. Let's step it up with something a little more fancified. Number 7, a braised burger. So we're searing our seasoned patty in a Dutch oven, you know, get a nice color on both sides. It's gotta be better, right? Once it has a nice crust on both sides, I took it out. By the way, this is like an 8-ounce patty, so it's pretty much rare on the inside. And you can't have a braise without liquid, so we'll add a little bit of onion, some garlic, brown sugar, let it saute a bit. Maybe we toss in some Dijon mustard, some beer, scrape off the Maillard on the bottom, bring it to a simmer, place the patty back in, close the lid, and just let it gently simmer and braise like the sultry beast that it is. After like 8 minutes, because let's be honest, this can't braise that long, it's done. So that is what a braised burger looks like. I don't know if I hate it. Now on to our ratings. First score, a 7. Second, a 6. A 5. Braised is currently tied with charcoal grilled. Moving on to burger number 8, oven roasted. So we're gonna roast this all the way through. Literally seasoned patty, oven at 375. You cook it in there for like 15 to 20 minutes. Take it out for a little cheese. You melt the cheese. This is pretty basic, right? Put it together on sauce buns. That's it. I don't know how I feel about this. It's kind of weird. It felt dry coming out, which I'm not a fan of, so I have a feeling it's not gonna be good. On to our ratings. Oven roasted gets a 2, another 2, and a 3, so not good.
Mediocre.
Yeah.
On to burger number 9, reverse sear. This seems unnecessary, but maybe it's not. We've got an oven at 275 Fahrenheit, a 68-ounce patty seasoned in there for 1 hour. Yes, it's gonna take a while to cook at that low of a temperature. We're looking for 140 internal temperature. Heated up a cast iron skillet, seared it on both sides for about 1 to 2 minutes or until you got that nice, beautiful crust. Cheese on top, you melt, sauced buns, and that's a reverse sear burger. What I noticed about the reverse sear is that it retained an unbelievably perfect shape with very little shrinkage, even after searing. Feels like an enormous waste of time, but maybe it's not. Let's find out. A 4, okay, not a good start. 5, 14 total. Sorry, not a winner. Now for burger number 10, broiled. Set your oven broiler to high heat, seasoned patty, about 6 ounces, pop it underneath the broiler for about 6 to 8 minutes, flip, and another 4 more minutes. Remove, add your cheese, pop it back in the oven, melt onto your sauced buns, and well, that's actually it. That's a broiled burger. Doesn't look too bad. Hopefully we start getting some better ratings here. So that comes in with a 5, a 3, and another 3. These guys are mean. This next burger I think I might hate with every single fiber of my being. Burger number 11, the steamer. You might as well call it a Cleveland steamer because it's disgusting. You're gonna boil some water in a pot, steamer basket on top. Now, this is the assembly. First, a little ramekin. You're gonna add some white cheddar cheese, then another steamer basket goes on top, which will contain your seasoned patty that's on a parchment sheet. You put your lid on and you steam for 8 to 10 minutes. Now, my thought is, well, the cheese is gonna break. Why are we doing this? But I'm following this to the exact specifications of what a steamer supposedly is supposed to be. Now, you sauce your buns, you put on your steamed burger patty, and then pour the molten broken cheese sauce on top. God, that looks awful. I have no doubt in my mind that the crew already hates this. This one's gonna be rough.
It looks like there's old mac and cheese. Oh.
A 0. Yep. -10. Okay. And a 0. Say less.
That was terrible.
On to burger number 12, sous vide. There might be something here. Add a seasoned 6 to 8 ounce patty to a Ziploc bag, pop it into a 132 Fahrenheit sous vide water bath. This is gonna cook for about 45 minutes to an hour. Okay, this is gonna take some time. Now take the patty out, pat it dry with a paper towel, and immediately sear in a ripping hot cast iron skillet till you get that nice crust. Flip and sear on the other side. Don't forget to add your cheese, put it on your sauced buns, and there is a sous vide burger. I doubt this is the first, but I don't know why anyone would do this. Hopefully this leads to something better. Time for ratings. First an 8, okay, a 7 and an 8. Sous vide is now the new leader with 23 points. Burger number 13, Searzall. Look, I just wanted to add this because it seemed cool. You're gonna need quite a thin patty because, well, it's a Searzall. You're not putting any ambient temperature around this other than the direct flame. So seasoned patty, about 6 ounces, flattened, wide and thin. Pop your flame. The edges did start to curl a little bit, so I kept flipping and Searzalling until I had a nice crust on both sides and it was cooked through. So maybe like 3 to 4 minutes total. You will set off the fire alarm if you do this, by the way. No surprises there. Add your cheese, melt it on with the Searzall, assemble onto dressed buns, and that is your Searzall burger. Time for some ratings.
I think because it was on fire, it's still so warm.
A 6, an 8, and a 5. Okay, so we have a new second place burger. Burger number 14, grill pan. This is for people who don't have outdoor grills. Gotta look out for everyone. Ripping hot grill pan. Press it lightly so it gets those nice grill lines. Sear for about 2 minutes, quarter turn, sear another 2 minutes, then flip, sear again for another minute or two, quarter turn, another minute, add your cheese, and let it melt. Obviously, I should have mentioned the patty was seasoned. Okay, we don't do anything that's not seasoned here, all right? Assemble that bad boy. It looks nice. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very happy with this one. Now we rate. First up, our first 9. 5, and another 9. We have another first place tie already. Burger 15, smoked. Look, you're gonna need a fatty patty. You're gonna need probably a 7 to 8 ounce patty. Thicky boy, seasoned generously. Pop it in a smoker for 1 to 1.5 hours until an internal temperature of about 155 Fahrenheit. Yes, it's past medium rare, I know, but trust me here. Sauce a bun, get your patty on there, add a nice slice of cheese, ideally melted, put your sauce top bun on, and crown our final challenger in the method category. This one smells and looks so beautiful, it could very well be the winner. It's all on this burger. I don't know if this one's gonna make it. Okay, we've got an 8, 7, and we got a 9. Burger number 15, the smoked burger, wins our method category.
That puts the ham in hamburger.
That's a completely different burger experience.
Now, just because we have a winner for our method category means nothing. This is a tournament. So on to the next category, the classics. I have a feeling like the comments are gonna go off on these. Burger number 16, the OG smash burger. So this is a smaller patty, like 2.5, 3 ounces. Roll into a ball. You got a greased pan, smoking hot. Place your ball on the hot pan so your ball is adhered to the pan. I don't know why I said it like that. With the spatula or a burger press, you're going to press down hard, really get it nice and flat till it's a little thicker than 1/8 of an inch. Season with salt and pepper, let it sear for like 1 to 2 minutes, scrape underneath, flip, more salt and pepper, cheese, let it melt, and well, you assemble on a properly dressed toasted bun, and that's a perfectly fine looking smash burger. I prefer a double patty whenever I do a smash burger, but we're keeping it simple. Now let's give it a taste. 9, strong out the gate. And a 3?
Because it's so thin, I couldn't really taste it outside of the sauce.
I feel like Kendrick just doesn't like burgers. And it finishes with a 7, okay, 19. Burger number 17, the Oklahoma fried onion smash burger. It's not like deep fried. Very similar to the last. So you got your ball, you put it in your hot pan, but this time you're gonna pile on a bunch of very thinly sliced white onion, like paper thin. And again, you smash it down, get it nice and thin. The thing I like about this is the onion prevents the patty from sticking to your spatula and or burger press. Big fan. You season it, you let it sear, 1 to 2 minutes, flip, and you can see those onions sort of almost frying in the beef fat, getting nice and crispy and dark brown. Add your cheese, scrape it up, and you have a crispy caramelized onion patty on a bun. I'm not gonna lie, this might be my new favorite method. Once it's assembled, looks good, and I imagine it's gonna taste good. So we got an 8, a 6, and another 8 for a total of 22. So far, Oklahoma Fried is in the lead. Burger number 18, the Lacy Edge Smash Burger. I realize this is a third iteration of a smash burger, but they're all very different. You're gonna get your hot pan, ball goes in, but this time when you press it out, you're gonna spread it as far and flat as you can. I mean, it's gonna look kind of weird. Not gonna lie, first try, not great. Second try, well, not bad. Let it sear for about 2 minutes, and you can see those edges starting to curl up. That's the Lacy Edge. Scrape underneath, flip, and this thing is so wide that I don't even know where to put the cheese, so I just kind of threw it on. But once it was done, it went between 2 dressed up buns. Meat, cheese, bun, sauce, that's it. I'm a fan of this, but I have a feeling the judges are not gonna like it. 4? Really? 2? What's going on?
I mostly tasted bread because it was so thin.
And an 8 for somebody who's respectable. 14 total, third place, not great. Burger number 18, animal style. Now, although this comes from In-N-Out, it's a classic on its own at this point. So it's the same exact method as before. I'm personally gonna make it a smash patty. You smash it down, you season it, but this time you brush it with a little bit of yellow mustard. Then after it's got a good crust, flip, brush with more mustard, cook for another minute or 2, you melt your cheese, and this is very important. The sauce to this burger must be spread. What is that? We have a recipe for it in our In-N-Out video, but it's literally just caramelized onions, mayo, ketchup, and a few other ingredients. Very simple. The assembly of this also requires tomatoes, thinly sliced, and of course, salted. If you're a true subscriber, which I appreciate you know to salt your tomatoes. Thinly shaved iceberg lettuce, your patty, top it off. Probably one of my most favorite burgers of all time. Please, I just hope that it's a good rating. Animal style starting off with a 7, a 5, and an 8. Okay, 20 points total. Burger number 20, patty melt. So first off, the buns are not gonna be, well, buns. You have to use Texas toast, understand? That means thick cut white bread. About low medium heat, you're gonna butter up a pan. You toast this on both sides. And for the patties, it's pretty much always gonna be a double meat cheese patty. So do your smash burger, season it up, you flip it, add American cheese, melt, and remove. You're gonna repeat the process for burger number 2, but instead of American cheese, you're gonna do Swiss cheese. That's how I like it, personal preference. sauce. Now, to build this out, you can use any sauce you want. I use the In-N-Out spread. On the bottom slice, your 2 patties, sauce your top slice. You can add onions if you wanted to. And that is a patty melt. Now let's taste test. First score, a 10. Our first 10 in the entire video.
The onions were very, very good.
Second score, 7, and a final score, 7. Coming in with 24 points, 2 ahead of Oklahoma Fried. We have our leading classic burger, but there's one last one. Number 21, steakhouse style. This is a big boy patty, 8 ounces. You want this thing a little bit wider than your buns, but still thick. Don't act like you don't like it thick. All right, hot skillet over medium high, sear it for 2 to 3 minutes. You flip another 2 to 3 minutes, and this time lower the heat to medium. Toss in some fresh thyme, maybe some crushed cloves of garlic, and a few tablespoons of butter. What do? You baste beautifully over and over, like a fine steak. This is a steakhouse style, right? Drain on a wire rack, pour your butter on top. This is naughty. Melt a slice of specifically cheddar, not American cheese, cheddar. A light garlic mayo on both buns, a little bit of butter lettuce, 2 tomatoes, which of course are salted, your patty, your pickles, maybe some fresh sliced onion, and your top bun. I mean, this is beautiful. Our first place burger has 24 points. It's a tough one to beat. Let's test. First score, 9.5. Okay, 5. All right. I mean, there's no way this is winning. We would need a 10 in order to, and we have a 10. So we have a winner for both of our categories, with Smoke Burger taking a big old dub. We're on to our weirdest category you're gonna see, super burgers. So let's begin. Burger number 22, Juicy Lucy. It's a weird name. So you make 2 thin 3-ounce patties. Pat one of them out, you place a slice of American cheese in, you gotta fold the edges so it kind of is enclosed, place the other patty on top, and seal the edges. It seems pretty basic. I kind of like this. And then you literally just cook it in a pan, sear on both sides for a couple of minutes, get a nice color, make sure it gets cooked through and that cheese in the center is melted. And this is what's weird. You poke a hole in the top with a tweezer or toothpick to let steam escape, and apparently that's so that, I don't know why, but you're supposed to. Supposedly there's no sauce, so toasted buns, and let's taste. So, starting with a 5, a 4, and a 6, okay.
To me, it's just a cheeseburger with extra steps.
I'm still chewing.
Burger number 23, it's a Cuban frita. So for your patty, you're gonna combine beef, salt, paprika, pepper, cumin, and some lightly cooked garlic and onion. Mix that together, and well, that's what's gonna be your patty. Shape it into a patty. You're gonna sear it on both sides, you know, classic burger. Flip, and then while the other side is searing, this is the interesting part, you're gonna squirt on your special spicy tomato sauce, like all over the patty. Let it kind of caramelize, get all naughty. Cook for another minute, remove from the heat, and we have different buns here. These are buns made with my Cubano bread. They're completely homemade, sliced, toasted, down goes the patty, and a fat stack of freshly fried potato sticks. Yes, these were fried fresh. A little bit of ketchup on the top bun, and that's a Cuban frita. Let's taste. First up, a 9. Strong out the gate. Another 9. Bang. Final rating, a 6. Total score of 24. That's gonna be hard to beat. Burger number 24, the cheese skirt. You know, this one, I don't know how often I'd make, but hot pan, put your patty in, salt, pep, cook for a couple minutes, flip. This is the interesting part. You're gonna cover the patty with a lot of cheddar cheese. White or yellow, doesn't matter. Like, a lot. Don't know how I feel about this, I'll be honest. Cover it with a lid or a overturned bowl and let it cook for 2 minutes. Make sure that heat's lowered, otherwise it's going to burn. Remove your lid and you have, well, this sort of crusty cheese skirt. I feel like it's a flying saucer ready to cut up the sides of your mouth, so I don't know how this is gonna go. Let's taste test. First score, 4. Second score, 2. And final score, 6. Total of 12. Yeah, not good. Burger number 25, butter burger. I wanted to do a Minnesota accent here. I don't know how to do it, I'm sorry. So you're gonna get your patty, you're gonna grate in frozen, unsalted butter, like quite a bit. Mix it together. This is 2 tablespoons for every 6 ounces of beef. That's a lot. Shape it into a patty, get it in the hot pan, season it, sear, flip, let it sear for another minute or so. Add some American cheese, mayo up at top and bottom, toasted bun, iceberg lettuce, salted tomatoes, your patty, and finally, crown your king. This one looks good, honestly. I kind of wanted to eat this, but I don't get to. So we'll pass it on to our tasters, who I'm pretty sure are tired of burgers at this point. First score, 8. Score 2, a 6. Last score, another 8. 22, but still behind Cuban frita. Burger number 26. This is supposedly called schnitzel, but it's something from Indiana. Don't know what's going on with this. You form your patty, you're gonna dust it with all-purpose flour, and then exactly like every other burger, you're gonna sear it on both sides for about 2 minutes. And I'm not gonna lie, the flour actually did help get a better crust than I had anticipated. It looks good, it looks whiff. But you can dress it up however you want. You put it between 2 buns, and technically it's a burger. First score, 6. Second score, a 4 and another 4. Okay, didn't even crack the top 3. Moving on to burger number 27, the Elvis. I think this burger is unhinged. Same burger as before. Season, sear on both sides, add cheese, whatever. That's not what matters here. What's interesting is you're gonna caramelize a banana in brown sugar. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But you get your toasted buns, your burger patty, you top it with 3 slices of bacon, then you add caramelized banana, and then you put peanut butter on the buns. I feel like this is illegal. So I guess you top it off and time to taste test. So we've got an 8, a 1? Come on. And an 8. Shockingly decent considering there was a 1 on this.
I applaud it for its creativity.
Everybody's so creative.
Burger number 28, the slider. This isn't just about it being small. This is a method. Balls of meat in the pan. Add some thinly sliced white onion. Press it down with your spatula or burger press. Season, sear, do your thing. But once you flip and your cheese is on, you're gonna add your top bun and then the bottom bun, both facing down. You let that steam kind of rise up into the buns. Cover with a lid, let it steam, like a couple minutes. You reassemble your slider by moving the bottom bun to the bottom. Maybe throw on some pickles, add your top bun, and, well, taste test. The votes start with a solid 9, 8, 7. We've got 24 points, which ties it with Cuban Frita. We're almost there. The Luther. Look, this one's disgusting. I don't really like where this is going. You cook your beef, you add your cheese, you toast 2 glazed donuts, you add it to the donuts and add bacon. That's it. It's a monster of American culinary culture, and I don't know where it came from, but time to taste test. For the Luther, we have a 10. Look at that. A 6 and a 9. That's 25 total points, putting it in first place.
I would order this.
I strangely didn't hate this. Luther, I'll let you cook.
On to number 30, our final burger, the fry bread burger. Yes, you make a dough. It's just flour, baking powder, salt, hot water. Mix it together and it should look like this. Now what's interesting is you're gonna sear a patty, traditionally, seasoned, salt, pep, that's it, till it's cooked through. You're gonna then place it in a piece of your dough. Maybe add some cheese, you can add sauce if you want, put what you want in there. And then you're gonna completely encase it, seal it off, and deep fry at 375 until golden brown. Looks like this, kind of ugly. At that point, you open it up and you can add any other fresh veg and additional sauce. I don't think this is gonna do well, but let's find out. For the fry bread burger, bink, 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 26 points. Not only becoming the winner to our super burgers, but it is the highest rated burger we have.
I love the texture of the dough.
The bun was the best one I've had today.
I'm kind of shocked. I don't know how this is possible. Now wait, we officially have a winner for each category. For the classics, the steakhouse. For the super, surprisingly, the deep fried dough burger. And for the method, the smoked. We're gonna do something nobody's ever done before. And we're gonna combine every single one of these winners into one ultimate burger, and hopefully it's good. And I've been watching people taste test this. I'm taste testing the final one. So we smoke our burger patty lovingly. Take it out of the smoker. Sear it very quickly, basting it beautifully with herbed garlic butter. Then, well, this next part I don't love. You're gonna put it in your fry dough. You're gonna add a slice of cheese, wrap it up, deep fry it. Once it's done, pop it open. It's steaming, it's cheesy. I'm telling you, that smoky aroma filled the room like only the finest symphony playing live. And stuff it and give it the works. Lettuce, tomato, maybe some onions. And look, the bun looked a little boring, so I added a little sprinkle of togarashi. Yeah, it looks nice. And here we have what I'm calling the mega burger. There's nothing else to say other than for me to taste.
Wow, quite the journey. We ruined 3 people's stomach, and it led us to this 1 pound burger. This literally weighs almost exactly 1 pound. I guess there's nothing to really say. Wow, this is actually fantastic. Holy shit. This is exactly what you think it would be. It is the culmination of all the burgers in one. You get the smoke from the patty, it's rich, it's juicy, the bread's super soft. I don't feel like this burger's lacking anything. This feels like a complete meal. If you eat French fries with this, you're gonna be French fried. I'm not joking. You will your drawls. We've seen everything unite, and we've created something greater than the sum of all of its parts. You can make it at home, but you wanna know what else you can make at home? B-roll. As a melting pot of culinary innovation and creation, it is no secret that America is home to some of the greatest sandwiches in the world. And so that's why we're going to find the greatest sandwich in America.
So I threw up a poll on Instagram asking you for what you think the best regional sandwich in America is. And it could be anywhere. We'll go. We based that poll off of a reputable article, added a couple more just for extra oomph, and the results are in. And this journey is gonna take us to 8 cities across America to find what we're looking for. With all that being said, let's begin at the 5th bottom most voted for sandwich. Po' boys. You can only have a true one if you start off in Louisiana. And that's where we are. It's kind of a way of life here. You can have them however you want. Choose your own adventure. You could do shrimp, you could do beef, you could do a mix of the two. We moved. We can't get away from the music. We really tried. We tried for a long time. So enjoy the music while you can. We're getting the po' boy the same way across the board for every single place that we go to. And that is fried shrimp, fully dressed on a po' boy roll for every single spot. So with all that said, let's begin in our first spot. Guys, this is a local secret. It's not talked about enough. It's Guy's Po' Boys. They're famous for their shrimp po' boy. I've been here before, by the way. I really like this guy. It's literal mom and pop shop. Little blue building. They're here every day. Every time I come here. And the product is always incredible. Cheers. Oh God. I'm nervous for the other sandwiches. We're starting on a remarkable high. Every little shrimp feels like it was made love to. Crunchy, light thin, wispy breading, but you guys know how I feel about salt. And the salt levels in this sandwich are quite literally perfect. Everything was fried fresh. It's super hot. Shrimp's cooked nicely. It's got like a seasoning to it. It's not just salt, obviously. The bread is soft. It just all makes sense. But what I really like is they don't skimp on all the toppings. It's loaded with fresh tomato, lettuce. I'm a big mayo guy. They load it up with the mayo. Without the mayo, the sandwich wouldn't be what it is. Everything's what I want it to be. Honestly, this sandwich is immediately starting us off at an 8.5. I rarely give 8s. We're gonna need a really good sandwich to beat this. Moving on. Okay, so we're at Doma Lisa's, a family-owned neighborhood bar, which then added food, but their food might be as legendary as the bar. I will say, this place is 106 years old, only slightly older than me. It looks good. The shrimp are small, they're like little baby shrimp. I can't complain about that. I like that. It's pretty good. I have some thoughts on it. The shrimp are cooked actually more nicely here, I will say. A little more juicy, if you will. The breading's crisp. It's not overcooked, which I appreciate. Sometimes when people fry shrimp, they go too long, they get a little too dark. This is nice. Bread, chewy, crisp on the outside. Actually surprisingly salty bread, but I do like it. My one quarrel is I wish the shrimp had a little more seasoning on them. They're not necessarily undersalted, but they do kind of get lost in the flavor of the ketchup and the mayo. Not perfect, but it's very good, and I would 100% come back here. I think it's deserving of a strong standing 6.5. Moving on. Okay, we're at Parkway. A little different of a vibe. It's maybe considered the more touristy place. Can you tell? I can. I don't want to go home. We're gonna wait in line now for 400 years. See you in a second. We got the sandwich. It actually wasn't that bad. We managed to time this out so good. You can probably see the line from here. We waited maybe 10, 15 minutes, got in, no big deal. Now it's looking more like 45 to an hour. This better stand up to that. And I will say, visually, in comparison to the other two, this definitely stands up for being a more potentially touristy location that's been there for 113 years, supposedly approached by Beyonce and Barack Obama. That's pretty high up there. This is pretty good. One thing I like about this, they really load you up on the shrimp. They're not skimping at all, and these shrimp are big. These are jumbo shrimp, not the little baby ones we got before. They're not seasoned as nicely as Guy's, but they are seasoned. Salt levels are pretty good. I just would have liked a little more seasoning in general, maybe like 5% more. The mayo is present. I do kind of wish it was a little more evenly spread. Some bites you get mayo, some bites you don't, which I don't love. I'd like it to be more even. Same thing with the pickles. You got 2 back here, so you're basically gonna have to eat half this sandwich before you get to any pickles. Look, that's just me being anal. I get it. They're moving quick, so totally fine. This sandwich is really close to the Guy's one, but is it better? The shrimp are cooked a little bit better in this, but they're not seasoned as nicely. The bread is pretty much the same. It's chewy on the outside, fluffy on the inside. It's kind of got everything else. I give this a solid 7.5. This is a great sandwich.
And Guy's wins out of the 3 that you voted for so far.
Moving on to our next sandwich, and it begins in Florida. There's an iconic sandwich here, the Cubano. This was the 4th most voted for sandwich on the list. It's a pretty simple sandwich. It's Cuban bread, butter, pressed and toasted, but what's in between is what matters, which is typically a salty cured pork, ham, roast pork, mustard, and pickles, sometimes mayo. So although it's a simple sandwich, I'm glad it's on this list because I would argue that it's one of the most iconic sandwiches in America, specifically in Florida. We're gonna be visiting some places in Miami and in Tampa based off of your votes. So let's begin. We're at Sandwich. This place started in 2017 out of a shipping container, and today is considered one of the best and was the most voted for Cubano place in the entire Florida area. Supposedly, they brine their ham for days and marinate the roast pork for 24 hours. They also hold a Michelin Bib Gourmand since 2022. So you hear that? This looks like a sticker that you would put to wrap around a cigar. This looks remarkably good. The ham looks fresh sliced, it's juicy, but also the roast pork, the mojo pork. I thought it was gonna be like shredded, but it looks like they slow roast it, chill it, and then slice it. Wow, it's actually really
good. I'm not gonna lie, Cubanos are good. I make them, I eat them, I'm a fan of them. But I've also felt like they are a little overrated sometimes. It's like, oh, it's ham, roast, pork, and a pickle, who cares? But this made me realize I was wrong about that. This is delicious. The outside's crispy, it's crusty, you can taste the butter on the crust. It's salty, it's a little sweet, it's acidic, the cheese. But the best thing about it, it's not overwhelmed by any singular flavor. It all works together, you get every little piece. I do feel like I wish the ham was a little saltier. I got a salt-heavy palate. But that said, this is a wonderful sandwich. I'm gonna give it an 8. Sandwich, you're doing good. Moving on.
Our next stop was Columbia Restaurant in Tampa. Started out as a saloon and over 120 years later grew to a whole city block. It's beautiful. It's got vibes, it's got great music, and it's got these stunning artistic tiles. This is supposedly the oldest recorded Cubano sandwich right here at this very restaurant. I waited for an hour to get this sandwich. The sun went from fully up to completely set. So I think this died in the window, to be dead honest with y'all. So I really hope this is worth it. That is ice cold cheese. There's a big different element to this sandwich than the other one. They added salami to this, which I had no idea was gonna be a thing. I do like the addition of the salami, but it's not really making up for the fact that this sandwich wasn't primo. I do like the seasoning on it though. The salt level's good. The roast pork on this is extremely dry though, I'm not gonna lie. But everything else is seasoned nicely. The cheese isn't melted, the bread is crispy. I mean, it's like, to me, that gives this a 6.8. If it were like really nice and hot and cheesy, I might give it a 7.5. The sandwich is still good, I just wouldn't wait an hour for it. The bread that was made by a place called La Segunda Bakery, which also happens to be our final stop. This is their original location, which has been open since 1915. This isn't just some bakery. This is an institution, putting out 18,000 loaves a day, the old school way, you know, with the palmetto leaf where they make the split and everything. I've made my own Cuban bread, and honestly, I think theirs is significantly better than mine. Despite all that though, it was the least voted one on the list, but we felt we needed to go there anyway because it was such a Cuban bread institution, so surely their Cubano may be a winner. This actually looks promising. This toast looks beautiful. The bottom, the top, crisp. This fresh bread is absolutely bonkers. This is the best bread we've had on any sandwich. It's almost flaky because it's fresh. Now, the place we went to yesterday used the same bread, but this one's better because it's fresher. The pickles are nice, not too acidic, not too salty. Ham is salty. The roast pork is seasoned pretty well. It's not dry. What I really like is this yellow mustard, or whatever mustard there is in here. It's almost like borderline creamy, like a Dijonnaise, but it's stone ground. My biggest complaint is the cheese is not melted. I don't know what it is about these places that they make the Cuban and they never melt the cheese, except for sandwich. But the salt levels are better on this. Honestly, I'm gonna also give this sandwich an 8. That's right, we have a tie. You have a place in Miami and you got a place in Tampa. You know where to go. You're welcome. Moving on. So we're in Chicago for the one and only Italian beef. It is thinly sliced beef that has been braised in a nice jus, served in between a roll that's then been dunked in the jus. It's juicy, it's fatty, it's messy, it's delicious. It is single-handedly the definitive Chicago street food. This was the 3rd most voted for sandwich on our entire list, thanks to you. So we're starting this off at Al's. Now, I have a few points about this. Number 1, Al's is supposedly the inventor of the Italian beef. This is what we've read, this is what we've heard. Number 2, this is the original Al's location, okay? So we kept this as OG as humanly possible to kick this off right. This is their Italian beef. It looks pretty good. It's messy, it's drippy, it's juicy. I mean, I can just tell. Look at this thing. It is quite literally dripping. So first one of the day, here we go, cheers. Okay, I like it, I do like it. The bread is nice and chewy, but the first bite you get, it's almost like just gushing in your mouth with salty, slightly spicy, juicy beef broth. It's not a complete mushy sponge. It's still chewy, it's got integrity, I like that. The beef is nice and tender, it's not dry, which I appreciate. Flavor-wise, I feel like it could be a bit more diverse. It feels a little one note. I'm not tasting much of the peppers. The giardiniera, it doesn't really give much. It's a wonderful Italian beef. If you go here, you'll probably be happy. I don't know that this is the best or not, but I'll give it a solid 7.8. So Al's didn't really do well. But the other 2 Italian beefs could still beat it and become the best sandwich in America.
Okay, we're now at Portillo's. This is the most voted for place on the entire list of Italian beef. This is the most widely accessible Italian beef restaurant in Illinois. Probably, honestly, in America, because they're scaling outside of Illinois. It makes sense they'd be the most voted for, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're the best. We got their typical Italian beef. By the way, we're ordering all these the same. Traditional Italian beef with both a mix of sweet and hot peppers and dipped on both sides. Same exact way, all locations, just to keep it fair. This one is the messiest. I feel like they made this one a while ago. It's almost like too wet to eat. Now hang on, right away, this is better than Al's. Flavor, way better. I don't care if there's MSG in here or not, it fucking tastes better. The flavors are diversified, it's beefy, it's rich, it's a little bit of a pickled flavor from the peppers, the spices and the jus. And the beef, the best part about it is the beef flavor isn't lost. My one deduction though is texture. The peppers are super overcooked, way too mushy. The bread is just completely obliterated. They either dunked it too long or this has been sitting for too long because it's honestly a mushy mess. But the beef is nice. So all in all, I'd give this an 8. Not bad, Portillo's. Moving on.
Our final stop was Mr. Beef, but it turns out they were filming The Bear. We came back later that night, where our buddy Chris stayed open for us. He fired us off some beefs, gave me a kiss as usual. Not gonna show that on camera. And it was time to taste and see if the reigning champion still holds up.
I need to address something. I know people are going to think, well, Josh, you've been to Mr. Beef before. Aren't you friends with him? Isn't there a bias here? Listen, I've eaten around. I've had different Italian beefs already, and I became friends with him after I had his sandwich. So let's see if it upholds the standard. Just the smell of this is unbelievable. First thing I'm smelling, beef. I smell the braise, I can get the jardiniere. You can smell the celery and the chilies on it. I haven't even taken a bite. That said, I am gonna take a bite.
Could this end up being the best sandwich out of everything we've had so far? Are we looking at the best sandwich in America?
It's juicy, it's seasoned perfectly. I don't even know where my brain is right now. Jardinera by far is the best out of any of the sandwiches we've had. It's fresh, I taste the celery, I taste the chilies, I taste every last little aromatic that's in there, the seasonings. There's like a little bit of olive oil in the jardinera like it's supposed to, so it's got some fattiness to it. But the beauty of this sandwich is the main event, beef. And I'm talking like a nice steak combined with the nicest roast beef you've ever had. It's thin, it's tender, it's not dry at all. It melts in your mouth, it's fatty, it's salted perfectly. It doesn't need any more or any less salt. It's right where it needs to be. Despite the fact that it's so messy, it holds together pretty well. And this bread, it cannot fall apart. It doesn't fall apart, but it does absorb those juices. So it's both juicy and spongy, but chewy at the same time. Out of all the Italian beefs we've had today, I'm gonna give this one a solid 9.2.
A staggering 9.2, a rating that is very few and far to come by around here. But our journey has many sandwiches and states left.
Moving on to the next sandwich. We're in Omaha at the Crescent Moon, the original ale house, for one thing and one thing only, the Reuben. This was our second most voted for sandwich in all votes you guys submitted. Everyone thinks that the Reuben was invented in New York. Actually, we found out that it's not true. It was invented in Omaha, Nebraska. This place, Crescent Moon, suggests that they have the original recipe. Now, a Reuben is a sandwich with corned beef, sauerkraut, Swiss cheese, Thousand Island dressing, or Russian dressing to be specific, on rye bread that has been grilled or griddled. Sometimes the bread's toasted, sometimes it's not. I personally prefer it toasted, so I will be judging off that. So let's eat it. Oh yeah. The big waste management garbage truck arrived in this location, and he's gonna park right there. This is a Reuben. It's good. Let's talk about this toast. We ordered this ahead of time. It sat closed like this, and I was worried about that. The toast maintained. The toast upheld. It's crunchy, crisp. I can taste the marbled rye, which I appreciate, but it's not overly rye-y, if that's a term. Corned beef, beautifully tender. It's fatty, rich, it's moist, not dry. It should fall apart. I love that they put the Thousand Island dressing. It's got just the right amount of cheese. This is a great sandwich. This is an 8. I wish we had this in Austin. I would eat this all the time. There's a reason this has been voted the #1 Reuben in Omaha, and it easily solidifies itself.
As I was saying, it solidifies itself as a contender for the best Reuben in America, but will it be trumped? On to our next stop in LA, Langer's.
Kate's gonna be filming us today. Thank you, Kate, for volunteering. You seem excited. Okay, we're at Langer's Deli. Their rye is double baked, supposedly. If you want a traditional Reuben, though, you gotta get the number, I believe, 88. First thought, how salty is it should be? It does have good flavor, though. It's fatty, it's delicate, it's not dry at all, super moist. Appearance-wise, it looks like a typical Reuben. It's just missing salt. Maybe with the dressing, it'll help. This literally makes the sandwich. When you don't have Russian dressing, this is easily 5 out of 10. But with the Russian dressing, it takes it all the way up to a solid 7 out of 10. Hopefully, the next one is better. We're at the #1 most voted for Reuben sandwich out of anything. Like, nothing compared to this place at all in terms of volume of votes. What is that place, might you wonder? It's Katz's. Here's the first thing I'll say. I would never come to this place and wait in this line. That's insane. I was stopped multiple times coming in and leaving to get my Reuben. Like I was stealing something. But really what it was a $35 sandwich. $35, not including tax. When I walked in, I was like, there should be an order for Josh Weissman. They're like, did you call? They were looking for like a number or something. I was like, I don't know, someone called for me. And they're like looking at me all skeptical, like pissed off at me. Can you just check to see if there's a name with Josh Weissman? Sure enough, there was. And they're like looking at it, they look at me and they're like, I'm gonna need a number for you to get this order, bro. And I'm like, I have a license. And I showed them the license. They're looking at the license and the name. And I'm like, give me the sandwich. I showed you my driver's license for a sandwich. This better live up to that. Here's a fun fact. I'm not sure if it's a whole pound, but it's borderline a pound of meat. I mean, there's a bit of meat on this, but is it worth it? no. First of all, you have so much time to cure this and smoke this and make sure this is as good as possible. How is this under seasoned? Look at this. The salt level should be better, should be more cured. Texturally, it's pretty good. It's tender, it's juicy, it's not too dry, but end of day, the beef is still surprisingly dry. The bread's good, kraut's good, everything else is there, flavor's there, but the salt is not there. Appearance, it looks beautiful. All things added up, the experience of leading up to this sandwich, does it warrant the clout that it has? Not really, no. I'm gonna give this a very even, flat 6. Maybe on a good day, it's a 7. I don't know about the local New Yorkers, but you tell me, do you wanna wait 2 hours, spend maybe $70 to $100 for 2 sandwiches? Are you gonna feel good about it? You got New York, you can eat anywhere. I kind of feel bad saying it, but this is what I'm experiencing right now.
And just like that, Crescent Moon takes the throne for the very best Reuben out of the 3 that you voted for. But we have one more sandwich to consider in the running.
Philadelphia. This is the #1 most voted for sandwich on all of our list of sandwiches, the Philly cheesesteak. And we're starting at our #3 most voted for location, John's Roast Pork. The last time we came to Philadelphia, we were kind of disappointed in the things that we tried. Most of these places we haven't been to, so it could redeem it and it could be the winner. I do need to clarify how I'm gonna be ordering this. It's very important. Cheesesteaks are kind of a personal choice. Some people say, oh, cheese whiz, not cheese whiz, American cheese, not American cheese. So to keep this super duper 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 simple, we're doing a simple cheesesteak with provolone, beef, salt and pepper, onions, light mayo, and that is it. And all of them will be exactly the same to make a fair comparison. This place has been here for a long time, 1930. I will say the most prominent food critic in Philadelphia has voted this to be the best cheesesteak in Philadelphia. So it's got a lot to live up to. Let's try it. This is a great start, I'm not gonna lie. You got the seeded hoagie roll. It's soft, but it's toasty. It's got a little bit of chew on the outside. The cheesiness of this is beautiful. The meat looks nice, smells great. Cheers. Wow. This is an incredible Philly cheesesteak, actually remarkable. This makes me want to come back to Philadelphia just for this. It's chewy, it's fresh, it's nice. You get a little bit of the sesame. The beef fat is like soaked into this. You're getting that beefy flavor. The provolone is perfuming the whole thing. You smell it before you even eat it. I do wish the meat was a little less dry. That's just me being really anal, but I'm still gonna give this a solid 8.5.
Already on a high. All we need is for one of these last 2 sandwiches to get a minimum of 0.1 higher than our current leader to win the best sandwich in America.
I'm excited for this one. We are at De Lissandro's. The last time we came here, this was the #1 most voted for another video, but they were closed. And we're back, and we're finally able to try it for the first time. I'm really excited about it. It's constantly in the Philadelphia Philly cheesesteak conversation. I'm hoping for good reason. John's Roast Pork kicked it off strong, so there's a lot to live up to here. It is not seeded. That's very sad. The seeded roll is not a requirement. I just like them. And here we go. I don't know. The one rule I have, it's probably the easiest thing for most restaurants to achieve, which is just put enough salt. It does have salt, it's just low. It's so low that the entire thing is sweetened by the onions excessively. It's got a good chew though, I do like it. All I taste is really stinky, strong provolone, which I do like stinky, strong provolone. So that's actually helping the sandwich. But I don't know, man, to me, it's like barely gets a 6 out of 10. I wanna say 5 out of 10, but I'm gonna be nice only because I know De Lissandro's has a lot of clout in this area, and I'm thinking maybe they just had a bad day. I'm kind of embarrassed, honestly, on their behalf. We are now moving on to the most voted for Philly cheesesteak, might even be the best sandwich. Okay, we are at Angelo's. This is the #1 most recommended place because of you. Ooh, it's hot. Oh my goodness, look at the bread. Wow, first of all, I don't even need to try this to tell you this is the best bread I've ever seen on a Philly cheesesteak. This is how a hoagie should always be. You got little blisters. It's almost like a French baguette. This is baked nicely. It's got the seeded roll. I like seeds on mine, but this cross section, the beef has a Maillard. It's caramelized. The onions look nice. Everything here, it's juicing. Cheers. Holy fuck. Little crispy on the edge, nicely. Chewy, moist, not dry. And that's just the bread. We haven't even gotten into the little party going on in here. The meat seasoned, quite literally, perfectly. Not too much salt, not too little salt. The onions are seasoned. It's creamy. The provolone has like melted and formed into a sauce with the mayo, which is what should happen. My hands are covered in fat and grease as it should be. Just one last remark, which is the beef. We had every single one be a little too chewy, a little too dry. This beef is not. This is perfectly tender.
All that being said, where does it rank across all sandwiches we've tasted on our journey?
This sandwich is a 9.5. I'm not even joking. I don't think I've ever given a 9.5. This is hands down one of the best sandwiches I think I've ever put in my fucking mouth. This redeemed Philadelphia to me.
Philly, you should have been in my heart all along. And you wouldn't have been if it weren't for Angelo's. So that means that at the end of the day, everything we've tried, we've been to multiple states across the country. This was honestly not a fun trip, I'm not gonna lie. But that means that out of all the sandwiches I've eaten, this is not only one of the tops, but it is the greatest Philly cheesesteak I have ever had in my life. And this one wins by a landslide. We compiled all of the greatest sandwiches based off thousands of votes and everyone's opinions across the nation, and it brought us here. So that's it for the video. Thanks so much, subscribe, and goodbye. Celebrities are a big part of culture, and they have the power to influence millions of people with not only their words, but their cooking. Which is why today I'm gonna be making and tasting the most popular celebrity recipes out there to determine which of these are actually worth making using the classic internet tier list. First off, I understand we're not professionals. I'm gonna go easy. I'm gonna be gentle. That doesn't mean I'm gonna be nice. And when we rank these, it is on a very simple list. At the bottom is an F. You ever received an F on some homework? Not good. An S being God tier. This is the highest it can be. I don't know that there will be many, if any, S's. There's only one way to find out. Snoop Dogg. I think he has a few viral recipes, but this one comes from his cookbook. First of all, I love Snoop Dogg. Second of all, the statements in this book are slightly confusing. Basically, he says, "This is for when you on some real player shit and ain't got time for that regular swine." I have no idea what that means. Wire rack. On a sheet tray, over either parchment or aluminum foil, bacon, sliced, ideally thick. But first, you gotta make a little rub. Brown sugar, light, black pepper, and red pepper flakes. We're just gonna toss that together lightly. I mean, that's really it. Smells delightful. Obviously, we're making essentially a caramel on this, so you wanna make sure it does not stick. This bacon is nice. Shout out to the pig. Our sugar mixture goes over the bacon. Who doesn't love a rub down, you know? I don't know what this has to do with being a billionaire, because I don't see anything in here about, like, you know, leveraging assets, taking loans out against your assets instead of having physical cash, because physical cash is obviously taxable. But if you have holdings of something, for example. Into the oven, 400 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're gonna bake for 25 to 30 minutes. See you then. Billionaire time, let's go. Caramelized sugar on bacon. That's it, that's the tweet. All right, we're gonna let this cool, see if it gets crisp, then we'll taste. I mean, it's pretty good. Snoop Dogg did not invent this technique, but it is delicious, and when I eat it, it's kind of like you're eating little gemstones. Crispy crust on the outside, it's sweet, it's a little spicy. The experience of this is at an S level, but I have to give it an A because the other side does not have it. If the other side was equally as caramelized, this would be an S. I do want to clarify, this specifically did not state to put it on the other side. Step 3, lay the bacon slices on the rack, spread the brown sugar mixture evenly over the bacon, and then on to step 4, place baking sheet in the oven. It doesn't say spread half the brown sugar evenly over the bacon, flip, and spread on the other side. I would have personally, so it's a strong A for me. Good work, Snoop Dogg. Moving on. Kylie Jenner, we're making your ramen. But Khloe also has a ramen. This is gonna turn into a Khloe versus Kylie ramen battle, starting with Kylie. So we have boiling water, we have our ramen. This is a Sapporo Ichiban, Japanese style noodles and chicken flavored ramen into the boiling water. Cook our noodles according to package directions. Here I have a beaten egg, some garlic powder, and butter, and of course my flavor packet. She says she takes out half of the water, put it back on the stove, then you add in garlic powder, seasoning packet, whatever comes with your ramen, stir that in. It smells a little extra garlicky, I can like that. Then you're gonna drizzle in while working your noodles 1 beaten egg. I don't know how this is gonna go, but we're gonna do it. It immediately curdles, which I think is very gross. Then you add a nice knob of butter, cut off the heat, and stir your butter in. Now we're gonna plate and taste. Christ, that looks fucked. I went and double checked this recipe, and it does look similar. Here we go. Here's my take. It does taste good. I like the addition of the garlic. It's a little extra garlicky. Honestly, just the addition of the garlic and butter is enough. I'm not sure that the eggs added anything to it for me. Texturally, I'm not even really picking up the eggs when I'm eating this. Visually, I do not like it. But flavor-wise, texture-wise, they're actually kind of nice. I don't know if these will be an S tier, but I'm gonna give them a solid B tier. I would only change one small thing. Welcome to the new cooking breakdown. For everything that graded B or lower, we are going to give you the tidbits, tips, and cooking tricks / techniques to bring it to a place where it could be an A or even an S. So what you should do is remove 3/4 of the water. First off, you want that water to cook down to almost nothing. You should just have basically a thick slurry left behind once the noodles are cooked through. Then you emulsify in the egg yolk, toss, toss, toss. Emulsify in the butter, toss, toss, toss. It really is the same process that Kylie was going for. It's just slightly different techniques so that the eggs don't curdle and turn into scrambled eggs, and instead it turns more into a carbonara. It's not an ingredient choice thing, it's just just technique. Kylie was really close on this one. Moving on to the next. It's Chloe's turn. I like that this one's like a full-fledged recipe. Let's see how it does. Large pot, vegetable oil, heat on. Once the oil's hot, onion goes in. Get those coated in the oil. And she wants these cooked until brown. I like that. So I'm not gonna add salt yet. If you add salt now, they'll sweat more. It'll be harder for them to brown. Now, once your onions are browned, they get a little bit of char. We're going in with ginger, garlic, let that saute. And then immediately follow that with chicken stock. A lot of chicken stock, like an enormous amount of chicken stock. I feel like if I needed this much broth, I would have doubled the amount of allium ginger. I'm gonna bring this up to a boil. So once this comes to a boil, you reduce this to a simmer. And she says to let it simmer for 30 minutes. You're not gonna get much more flavor out of the aromatics in 30 minutes, but maybe it's a reduction tactic. So once your broth is done, you can add a little bit of vegetable oil, olive oil, whatever, to a pan. You're gonna add sliced mushrooms to that pan. You're gonna saute that over medium heat. All right, once your mushrooms are cooked, then you're gonna add a shitload of cooked chicken. Mix it together, followed by all of your broth, which you've simmered for 30 minutes. Then you're just gonna season this bad boy with a little bit of soy sauce, a little bit of sesame oil. To assemble this, you have cooked straight ramen noodles. She's suggesting that you use proper ramen noodles. Gonna go in, and you're gonna ladle in your broth. A little soft-boiled egg, some green onion, a little chili oil, and that is Khloe Kardashian's homemade ramen. It smells good. Now we try it. Broth test. It's nice. It doesn't taste a ton like ramen, but it's a nice sort of clean, salty, maybe close to a shio or a shoyu style broth. It tastes clean, it's flavorful, it's soul healing. Would I make this again? Yes. Is this ramen? Yes and no, but it does have a ramen feel. If you know what you're doing, it's gonna be incredible. I think the technique could be improved a little bit, but we came to a product that I think is worthy of a solid A tier. It's delicious, it's a real recipe. So that means that Khloe Kardashian wins the ramen battle. Congratulations, Khloe. Moving on. Gigi Hadid's pasta. It's a vodka pasta. I am very particular about how vodka pastas are made. She used orecchiette. Is it orecchiette or orecchiette? Let me know which one I was right. Water coming up to a boil. You're gonna season aggressively with salt. Almost as salty as the ocean. Next to it, I have another pan. Olive oil goes in, set to medium heat. Let that come up. We don't want this to be too hot because I'm actually sweating this, right? You're sort of letting it steam in its own juices. It's cooking lightly, no color. So we have garlic, we have shallot, a little bit of salt. Just gonna stir it, let that come up. Technically, this is supposedly the most viral recipe out of all of them. It better get a minimum of an A. All right, our water's almost at boil. Veg is softened. I'm going with my tomato paste. What we want to do is cook it as much as possible, basically until it's darkened. I'm gonna drop my orecchiette, whatever it is, into the boiling water, let that cook through. While that's going, I'm ready to add my vodka, but wait. Gigi does not add vodka because supposedly she didn't have it when she was making it, but she suggests to add it, so we will add it. Goes in, I'm gonna let that cook out. I want all the vodka gone. Okay, our vodka is cooked out. There's no liquid remaining, which means we're gonna go in with our heavy cream immediately. Stir that in. I do like how this looks. I'm gonna add my red pepper flakes, get that nice and spicy. Add a touch more salt, a little bit of fresh cracked black pepper. Our pasta is done. Take it out, pop it into our sauce. I'm letting that pasta water drip, drop, drizzle. Some butter. It looks very nice. Add a little bit of Parmigiano Reggiano, a bit more salt. Put it on a plate, I don't care. Serve it however you want. As much or as little as you like. A little bit of fresh Parmigiano Reggiano on top. We're just gonna serve it how she did, and now we will rank it. Gigi, this better be your recipe because it's really good. Matter of fact, this is one of the better vodka pastas I've had in a while. I would like this to be a touch spicier. It's got the depth that I want in it. This is a strong, powerful A tier. I don't know that I can give this an S, but it's almost an S. Powerful A. Moving on. Lizzo. Apparently she has a vegan cheese taki. Okay, so you're gonna start with a Japanese sweet potato. Peel it, cut that bad boy into quarters, which means you start in half, then in half again, and then cut across those halves at about half-inch intervals. And then we boil this. Bibbidi-bobbidi boiling. Water, little salt, and your Japanese sweet potato. Once they are boiled and soft, take them out. You can either use a spider or you can strain this liquid. I'm using a spider to reserve some of the water in case I need to adjust the consistency while I'm blending, which is what we'll do now. So into the blender goes your cooked Japanese sweet potato. Then we have some extra firm tofu, vegan cheese, raw onion, garlic. I think this is called cashew cheese, nutritional yeast, some sort of a habanero hot sauce. Then we use a little splash of our liquid to help loosen. Then we let her rip. A little salt to taste. All right, okay, it's done. Bowl, Takis. Takis are great, and if you've never had them before, you should. They're fantastic. Now, she kind of like pours it all over. I'm gonna use a spoon instead. Maybe I can kind of like make it look a little nicer. Yeah, that just doesn't look good. All right, time to taste. Yeah, I'm so excited.
excited. I've always really not liked any vegan cheese ever. We'll try the sauce by itself. The nacho cheese isn't necessarily bad. The flavor doesn't make sense to me. First off, tastes nothing like nacho cheese. But even if I take nacho cheese out of the equation, it's like a series of flavors I don't think I've ever tasted before. And I can't say that I love it. That said, maybe it makes sense with a Taki. The Taki makes it good, which presents a problem, and I'll describe what that problem is. Number one, the Taki completely overwhelms the flavor. Whatever flavor was in this is absolutely nuked the second that you chew on this Taki. Immediately, all you taste is Taki. What I do like is sort of like the creamy, light sweetness you get from the sauce. But again, it wouldn't be good at all if it wasn't for the Takis. Takis are 95% of the experience, maybe 90. The nacho cheese, the actual recipe is 10% of the experience. The Takis are an S. The sauce is like a D, but when combined, it becomes a C. Better than expected for a vegan cheese, I feel like. If you're vegan, this might be for you. Now, if we wanted this to be an all-around S, what would I do to make it better? Well, literally just make nacho cheese with like Velveeta. It's not vegan anymore. I don't give a f. My goal is to make things taste good, and it didn't taste good. Moving on. Betty White's wings. Wings in here, and then in here, brown sugar. I already like where this is going. Melted butter, a bit unusual, but I'm not against it. You know, chicken and butter, that goes well together. A little bit of mustard powder, soy sauce. Whisk all that together until it's relatively combined. And that's gonna go over your chicken. This marinade looks atrocious because all the butter just solidified, but it's fine, it'll melt in the oven, whatever. Massage that into the wings nicely. These get marinated overnight in the fridge. Wow, it's really been overnight. This hasn't been movie magic. Foil your marinated wings, a baking dish, which she specified. We're gonna get our foil, line said baking dish. I kind of like it though, because now I don't have to clean the baking dish. Line the baking sheet with the wings. It doesn't say to pat them dry. It doesn't say to do any of that. So I'm guessing these wings are not gonna be crisp whatsoever. Maybe that's not the goal. Maybe that's why they're good. Maybe they're sticky boys. I'm gonna create a little bit of space just so they don't boil in there. And then it says spoon over enough sauce to dampen the wings well. I have no clue what that means. So we'll just do that, which is all of it. This goes into an oven at 375 Fahrenheit or 190 Celsius for 1 hour. I'm trusting you, Betty. I believe in you. Now we wait. It has been an hour. These wings have been cracking. They look nice. These aren't really like the type of wings I was expecting. You know, I think I was expecting like a crispy wing. This seems more like a slow cooked wing. They're caramelized, they're brown. You can see little bones jutting out. It might be really tender, who knows? I'm gonna let these cool, and then we're gonna try them. I'm really torn with this. First off, if I was presented these wings, I would eat them and I would like them. They are good. That said, they do feel like they're missing a little bit of something. The problem with this amount of cook time is I bet the flats really benefit from it, right? They're nice and fatty and gelatinous. They don't get dry, but the drumettes, they get pretty dry. They're tender and the skin is nice and sticky, so that kind of helps combat that. So if you were gonna do this, I would probably do it with just flats just because they're cooking so long. With that said, these are good. They're moist, they melt in your mouth. The brown sugar, the soy sauce, and the butter are definitely present and taste good. Unfortunately, I'm gonna give these a B tier. Respect and love to Betty White. These are tasty. This could be a great baseline to potentially an S tier recipe. So here's how I think you could make them better. The first thing I would look at is the marinade. I would just add more, you know, more depth of flavor. Add some spiciness like a chili oil or a chili paste. Maybe some allium, garlic, onion. Something just to diversify the flavor and make it a little more interesting for me personally. And the second thing I would do is turn the oven temperature down and treat this more of like a slow cook. That seems to be what she was going for with this, but I think a lower temperature would treat the wings a little bit more gently. They would be a little less dry, a little more moist. Then when it's done, finish with a little bit of fresh lemon zest, maybe some juice as well for some additional acidity to help balance the flavor. Moving on. Elvis Presley. We all know this one. The peanut butter bacon banana sandwich? Wrong! As usual, the internet is wrong. Believe it or not, I don't think there was ever any bacon. Matter of fact, in his family cookbook, there is no bacon. His bodyguard said there was no bacon. He had a personal cook who also said there was no bacon. So we will be basing this recipe off of how his personal cook made it. This is kind of a weird recipe, I'm not gonna lie, but you toast the bread first. While this is toasting, yourself a bowl, yourself a banana, then it goes into your bowl. Masher, you're just gonna mash that banana. You're essentially making like a banana paste. I'm not against it. It should be good. Once your bread is nice and toasted, you're gonna spread peanut butter on both sides. You're then going to take your banana puree, add that to one slice nicely, top it off. We're putting extra butter in the pan, borderline a shallow fry. We'll let this melt. Medium heat, keep it even, keep it nice, keep it tight. I find it a bit strange that we toasted it in a toaster before then toasting it in a pan with butter. I can't tell you why we did that. We got butter in a pan, melted, and we got our toasty boy. I'm being ever so gentle not to press it too much. Goes into the hot butter. We're just gonna let this toast a couple minutes. In a couple minutes, we're ready to flip. It does look nice. It's softened up the toast a little bit, soaked up a little of that butter. Butter's browning, looking nice. Now we're just gonna get this other side and we're gonna toast it equally, then we will serve and taste. According to his cook, he ate this with a fork and knife, so I will as well. I mean, it looks good. Maybe there is something to this double toasting method. It is good. The outside is a shattering, perfectly crispy, melt in your mouth exterior. It's crunchy, it's moist, it's buttery, it's toasty. And then the inside. You know how like when you eat a peanut butter and banana sandwich, it kind of like sticks to the roof of your mouth and it's kind of nice until it's not. It gets a little bit annoying at some point. This prevents that. By mashing the banana, it's actually nice and moist. It's not dry. As much as I love Elvis Presley, this one for me is honestly a C tier. You know, toasted bread, bananas, peanut butter, that's it. It's good, but it's not like remarkable. So if you wanted to get this to an S tier, here's what I would do. This sandwich was pretty good, but I felt like it needed a little bit more sweetness. Maybe the copycat versions that aren't correct are slightly better. I would caramelize the bananas first off, then mash them, put that on the bread. And at that point, if you want more depth, honestly, I think Snoop Dogg's Billionaire Bacon would be really good in there. It's two musicians in one. I can't complain about that. They're both legends. And then last of all, toasting the bread. I don't know how I feel about the dry toast followed by the toasting in butter. I'm not sure I saw a significant benefit there. It made the bread more dry. So I would just toast it in the butter and call it a day. Softer, squishier, more textural for me personally. But that's just my personal preference. Now moving on. Rihanna. We all love Rihanna. This was detailed out in an Esquire magazine. Basically, the story is that she was cooking mac and cheese. Power went out. She had to do some things to make life good again. So we're making it. Boiling water. Okay, you're gonna season your water generously. You got elbow macaroni going in. Cook to the package directions. Al dente, okay? Now once this pasta's done, you'll cut off the heat. Reserve some of that pasta water. Drain that bad boy. Pasta goes back into the pot. You're gonna add grated onion, red bell pepper, and some green onion. Give that a little mix together. Okay, at this stage, you're going to add ketchup, mustard, and a Scotch bonnet hot sauce. Give that a little mix. So it says 2 pounds of cheese grated. A little bit at a time. We're gonna add our cheese, mix it in. I'm gonna use a little pasta water to help me out here. All right, we're still incorporating the cheese. That is as good as that's gonna get. All right, let's plate up, guys. Who's hungry? This supposedly originates from a Barbados dish that's supposed to be baked. I think there's a few other steps that might have been skipped in the making of this due to the power going out, so we're gonna give it a try. Granted, this is not the proper representation of that dish. This is a totally different dish at this point. It's legitimately actually not that bad. I was like really expecting this to be horrible. The onion and like vegetables sort of get cooked, so you're not getting that raw spicy onion flavor, which I thought I would, but they did get cooked from the hot pasta, so that helps. You taste the cheese, it's just not a cohesive flavor. The problem is, because this isn't emulsified, I imagine you would probably put a roux in the traditional version. There's like cheese over here and noodle over here when you kind of want them to be together like in a mac and cheese. That said, it's not bad. Honestly, it's not the end of the world. Like, would I want to eat this again? Probably not. Due to the execution and the lack of emulsification, a C, but it could be capable of potentially upwards of an A with good technique. So how would you do that? So first thing I would do is make a roux and then make a roux-based cheese sauce. Then separately, I would take all the vegetables, cut them much smaller, saute them until very soft, and puree and fold them into that cheese sauce so it becomes one smooth, synchronous thing. Fold in your macaroni, maybe either omit or severely reduce the amount of mustard, ketchup, those kinds of things. Didn't really add a ton of noticeable flavor for me personally, but if you want to put them in, you totally can at that stage. And that would kind of be it. It's essentially a roux-based cheese sauce mac and cheese. It was pretty good. It would just be a lot better if it was one. Then at that stage, whatever else you want to add, you can add. Hot sauce, whatever. Basically mac and cheese. Now on to the next one. Hailey Bieber pizza toast. I saw this one not too long ago. So anyway, you're gonna take some sourdough. You're gonna slice a nice, thick, hearty slice. Supposedly, Mrs. Bieber came up with this under the influence. We've all been there. She wanted to make a pizza. She had the ingredients, but wait, she didn't have any dough. She got some of this. Nice, thick piece right there. Bada bing, bada boom. A little bit of butter on this bad boy. Spread nicely. Then on the other side, same thing. You know, I don't know a lot of pizzas that start with butter, I will say. I don't mind it. I'm not Italian, I don't give a fuck. And then for some godforsaken reason, I get it. This is a very LA thing. A little bit of truffle oil. Truffle oil is not really truffle most of the time. It's a flavoring. It's not actually what truffle should be. My 2 cents, but we're gonna try it. So we're gonna go onto a griddle on medium heat and let that toast nicely. Come back to your cutting board. On top of that, some burrata di bufala. Nice little ball. Tear that bad boy open. 2 nice thick slices of tomato right on top. You're gonna dress these tomatoes too. I do like the way she's thinking. A little bit of salt. Okay, always salt your tomatoes. Haley, are you watching? A little bit of olive oil and some lemon juice. And into the oven at 375 Fahrenheit. Once the tomatoes are slightly wilted, she puts more truffle oil on it. This stuff is really strong, so I would advise going very, very very, very light with this. A little bit of Parmigiano Reggiano on top, and then it goes back in the oven. It's done. I don't know that I like the way it looks, but the funny thing is there's almost a little bit of a storyline here. She said she did it under the influence, and I believe it. You can kind of see her decision-making process here, and I respect it, I gotta say. It's kind of like I don't have any dough, but I got pizza ingredients, and then she's like, oh shit, I got this sourdough bread. I could probably just make a pizza on that. She put the burrata on there, and she's like, oh, it needs tomatoes. I forgot the tomato sauce. Oh, I have tomatoes. Okay, I'll put the tomato. This is cool. And I can put it in the oven and melt the cheese. And then I'll take it out and the cheese is melted. I was like, oh, forgot the parm. Okay, I put the parm on and then it's pizza. Oh man, wait, I forgot the marinara. You heat up some marinara, put it on the pizza, hit it with a little bit more parm, some oregano, some red pepper flakes, and that is what Hailey Bieber would call pizza toast. I actually like this one. So I'm gonna slice, plate, and we'll taste. Give a little bite. Okay, I gotta say, I wish the burrata was a little more cheese pulley. I think it's very dependent on the burrata brand you use. The flavor and the texture is really nice. It kind of tastes like pizza and it kind of doesn't. It's really its own thing. I would just be happy calling this some sort of just a toast. Without the truffle oil, it would be even better. I'm not a huge fan of truffle oil, but if you are, you'll probably love this. The fresh tomato on top gets hot. It's like juicy. It bursts in your mouth with flavor. It's sweet. It's a little acidic from the lemon juice. It's getting some salt action. This is delicious. I'm gonna give this a solid A+. I don't know that I would give this an S because this is not revolutionizing anything to me, but this is a powerful A. Great job, Hailey Bieber. Wonderful toast. I love it. Moving on. Abraham Lincoln. His wife was a baker and he had quite the sweet tooth. Big bowl, sifter, chinois, whatever. Flour, baking powder. So you sift that into a big old bowl. Separate bowl. We're gonna get creamed up. I got a bigger bowl. It's easier to cream in a big bowl. They did not have electric beaters back then, but we do. But softened, I should clarify. Start creaming it up in there. Once that gets a little creamy, you're gonna add granulated sugar a little bit at a time and cream that into your butter. Third bowl. Now we're gonna whip some egg whites. I don't know why we didn't put the sugar in here, but whatever. Egg whites go in, stiff peak it up. All right, we got stiff peaks going on. That's stiff. Now we're gonna add some Milky Boys to our butter, a little bit at a time, low speed. We're gonna add our flour, a little bit at a time, help that incorporate. Our flour mixture is in. They request very finely chopped almonds, essentially into a meal. That's gonna go in, and then this all gets folded together. The batter's gonna be supposedly very thick. That's looking good. Now our egg whites go in. This is not how I would do this. It is coming together. Now, last of all, for some godforsaken reason, we're adding our vanilla extract at this stage, and there is no salt in the recipe. That will not go over well. Batter's done. We have a buttered, floured bundt cake pan. Your batter goes in. Spread it out. This goes into the oven for 1 hour. It's been an hour. It's done baking. We popped it out of the cake mold, and here it is. It smells actually very good. The finisher to this is a little bit of powdered sugar dusted on top. Make it look pretty, make it rain, make it snow. Feels very Christmassy almost. And now we taste. We're gonna slice this bundt cake nicely. It looks kind of like a pound cake. It also looks horrendously dry. I wanna get a little bit of the caramelized exterior as well as the soft interior, so I'm gonna cut myself the perfect little piece. Pretty good. Wow. I have one very good thing to say and one very bad thing to say. Here's the good thing. Texture is wonderful. It's surprisingly moist. It's not dry. It's got a great chew. The flavor there is super simple, but it's nice. It's buttery, it's light. The exterior is a little caramelized, chewy, yet soft. And yet the flavor is missing 50% of what it could be, which puts what could have been an A to a C. So what could have made this an S? Just add salt. That's it. I thought it was a great recipe. Just put fucking salt in it. Taylor Swift. She has a cookie recipe, and I'm actually very excited to try it. Now, this recipe actually originates from Joy the Baker, but T Swift took this recipe, modified it, added shy. I have a feeling this is gonna be good because Joy the Baker is fire. It begins with a stand mixer, paddle attachment, softened butter, in. Rip it. You're gonna beat it up, really creamify it. Now, this part I don't quite understand, but you add vegetable oil, which may or may not incorporate. Granulated sugar, beat that in, and powdered sugar, followed by several spices. I like this. We got things like ginger, cinnamon, cardamom, black pepper, nutmeg, allspice. All your spices go in. Then you're gonna add 1 egg, vanilla. Smells nice, smells good. Lower the speed, nice and low. And flour, let that beat it up. All right, that's pretty incorporated. So I'm gonna take this off of here. So once this comes out of the stand mixer, I'm just gonna give it one more little mix with my spat, make sure everything's nice and incorporated. Sometimes the stand mixer doesn't go all the way to the bottom. So once that's together, rest this in the freezer for 15 minutes. I got my refrigerated cookie dough right here. Sheet tray, I like to spray the sheet tray then add the parchment. Why? Because it adheres. Nothing's gonna lift up and fold over it when it's baking. Then it says to scoop 1 tablespoon sized bad boy balls. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. You could probably do a little more, but I'm being a little conservative here because I don't know how much they're gonna spread. We're not done here. Cinnamon sugar. It's kind of like a sugar cookie vibe. You're gonna take these, give them a little roll in cinnamon sugar, and place back. Repeat with all of them. You're gonna press these out to a 1/4 inch thick. Cookies are pressed out. Now into the oven at 350 Fahrenheit. While that's baking, we're gonna make a quick little glaze. Powdered sugar goes into a bowl. Little sprinkle, freshly grated nutmeg, not too much. We're gonna reserve a little bit. Just together, and then just a touch of milk, a little bit at a time, just so we can get the consistency right. Now this will go onto the cookies. We have our cooled cookies. We're gonna ice them. She puts a little dollop in the center, so that's what I'll do. If it were me icing these, I'd probably do like a little drizzle, but we're gonna do it T-Swift way. Another way you could make this look good would be to use a piping bag. You just take a piping bag and go, you'll end up with perfect circles and it'll look great. Let's taste. They're pretty good, actually. I do have a problem with them. I think this comes down to the debate, chewy or crispy cookie. Now, I'm questioning if we overcook these, but we did follow the cooking time exactly. If these are a little more underbaked, they'd be chewier, a little gooier. They're more of a crispy, crumbly cookie. The flavor's there, the salt's there. I like the addition of the icing from a textural standpoint and a sweetness standpoint. It's a good cookie. I'm gonna give this a solid A tier. If these were a little more underbaked and then maybe a bit more chewy, I might give them an S tier, maybe. But for a general, like sort of snickerdoodle inspired cookie, A tier is really high for me. So Taylor Swift, good work. Moving on. The Rock. You know him, you love him. I certainly love him. This is one of the more known ones for me personally. It's his cheat meal, recovery day pancakes, coconut banana. I've never been a fan of coconut anything, but you know, if The Rock likes it, maybe I'll like it too. You start with one of these. I thought this was interesting. So they want the banana diced. I guess the goal with the dice is like, if you put it in the batter, you'll get little chunks as opposed to a puree, which might be nice. Get ourselves a big boy bowl. To this bowl, we're gonna add flour, baking powder, very basic pancake ingredients. We're gonna add sugar, salt, that's raw cane sugar, all right? I think The Rock would be a little healthy about this. Shredded coconut, big whisk for a big man. Now, separate bowl, got 2 little eggy boys, whisk together, and to that you're gonna add coconut milk, coconut water, regular milk, vanilla extract, coconut oil, melted, and melted butter. I like this. I like where this is going. There's a lot of stuff going on here. You got our flour mixture. Liquid goes into the dry. That seems like way too much liquid, I'm not gonna lie, but I have been wrong before. And last but not least, your diced banana from earlier, gently folded in. You want chunks of banana, but you don't want pureed banana. Kind of thickening a little from the coconut. I like this. Let's pull out the griddle. All right, we've got a hot griddle, a little bit of oil, lube her up. I got a 1 cup ladle. I'm doing a big boy ladle right here. Now we wait. 2 to 3 minutes. They should be ready to flip. Really should be done with a proper spatula, but I ain't gonna do it. I don't need a regular spatula. I never did. These are finishing up cooking. I'm gonna keep going. I want this to be stacked nice and tall, as if we were serving him right in front of our eyes. So to kick this off, we have peanut butter going on top, a thick schmear. I love that he does this ever since I was a little kid, actually. My older brother would put peanut butter on his pancakes, and I was always like, what the f? Why did nobody tell me about this? This is awesome. Peanut butter and maple syrup were meant to go together. Finishes with a sprinkling of brown sugar. And we have The Rock's pancakes. These look stunning. So let's try this. The weight on this plate is insane. It's gotta be a solid 3-pounder. Holy f. There are many times I ask myself the question, is the hype real? This right here, the flavor, out of this world. The texture, quite literal perfection. The inside is so unbelievably moist. Not too sweet, not too salty, but a nice balance of salt in the actual batter. Everything melds together with the toasty peanut butter, the maple syrup. You can put other things on this. I think this is the greatest pancake I've ever made in my entire life. This is an S tier with a big fat juicy ass crown that says The Rock. Holy shit. Out of all the celebrity recipes that I had today, this is by far the greatest despite its simplicity, and it all came down to the technique of the pancake batter. Mr. Dwayne Johnson, whoever made this recipe, I will be making this again and again in the future. Out of any recipe you should make here, this is that recipe by far, and it shockingly is the easiest. How beautiful is that? You're welcome. Subscribe, goodbye, kiss somebody that you love. It's time to have a hard conversation. Maybe our Thanksgiving sides that we love so much aren't as good as they could be. Today I'm setting out to make every single Thanksgiving side dish better. First, I'm gonna show you how to take any of your favorite Thanksgiving side dish and with a little bit of restaurant grade technique, make it but better.
And then I'm gonna take the 8 most popular Thanksgiving side dishes in America and I'm gonna show you Joshy's upgraded version. You're gonna forget about that turkey real quick. But you know what else you could upgrade? Water. That's why today's sponsor is AirUp. I know sometimes it can be hard to drink enough water. I know we don't. Line cooks definitely don't. That dark brown pee. Or maybe you think it's boring. AirUp is not. This is science. You're not even physically adding anything to the water. It is water flavored through scent. This is like molecular gastronomy in the form of drinking water. It's super easy. You fill up your water bottle with just plain water, put it on your mouthpiece, find your favorite flavor pod, put it on the mouthpiece, press it all the way down. At that point, it's not activated. You pull it up till it stops. Now it will aerate the water with the flavor of your choice. There's no sugars, calories, syrup, or any of that weird. They have tons of flavors to choose from. And now is the perfect time to try AirUp because they are running their biggest sale ever, which is 40% off from November 20th to 27th. If you want to know more or get your very own, click the link in the description. Now back to the video. I'm about to show you the condensed years and years of my entire life learning cuisine to make anything taste better that you can apply it to all of your Thanksgiving sides. And you can choose from 4 options. Option 1, ingredient swaps. You choose ingredients and you swap them with ingredients that have the same or similar properties. For example, swapping vegetable oil with duck fat when frying something. It's a flavor thing, but it's also how it fries. Or you can swap pre-made sauces with homemade sauces, such as cream and mushroom soup, and instead making your own. This applies to anything, even the notorious cranberry sauce. Option 2, ingredient additions. You take a base recipe, you don't take any of the ingredients away, and instead you introduce new ingredients. For example, steeping aromatics in hot milk for mac and cheese, or you could even steep aromatics in the hot milk for mashed potatoes. That's a simple example, but you can add as many ingredients as you want. Option 3, cooking method. Take a look at the cooking method that you're using for any recipe you ever do. Is it baked? Is it seared? Is it roasted? Take that cooking method and choose a different one. For example, you could boil Brussels sprouts, or you could swap the boiling with a different method. Maybe deep frying, maybe grilling, maybe roasting. Instead of doing a typical baked cornbread, what if you used a pineapple upside down method? Oh, we did that. And finally, option 4, mix and match. Combine any of the above 3 options. You could do all 3 or you could just do one, but no matter what you choose, chances are you're going to elevate the monotony of Thanksgiving sides, or maybe, just maybe, make that slight tweak that will make anything shockingly better. Now we're making the 8 most popular Thanksgiving side dishes in America, starting with mac and cheese. This mac and cheese comes from my cookbook. The link is in the description. Yes, I'm giving it to you for free. You're welcome. I love you. Now the small change that completely transformed this dish is this. In some cheesecloth, add a half cup or 15 grams of bonito flakes, 4 sprigs of thyme bruised, 2 bay leaves, and 3 cloves of garlic lightly crushed. Fold together and tie it up with butcher's twine. You know, want to make a little tea bag. This is called a sachet. I did leave one end of the string longer to make it easier to pull out, like a tea bag. To a small sauce pot, add 1 1/4 cup or 300 milliliters of heavy cream and 3 cups or 750 milliliters of whole milk. Turn the heat to medium-low, and once that's hot and steamy, cut off the heat, add your sachet, and let that steep for 10 to 15 minutes. Now, while that's steeping, don't forget to cook your pasta, all right? You're gonna need 1 pound or 450 grams. Cook it according to package directions. Now, in a large pot, pan, rondo, whatever, you need ideally about 6 quarts of space. Melt half a cup or 113 grams of butter in there over medium heat. Once it's melted, add half a cup or 60 grams of all-purpose flour. Cook that for 30 seconds, stirring occasionally. Then slowly whisk in your infused dairy. Continue to stir until it starts to thicken. Then once it's thickened, cut off the heat. Toss together 3 cups or 265 grams of raclette or Gruyere cheese and 3 cups or 265 grams of grated medium sharp cheddar. Add half your cheese mixture and stir that together until fully melted and emulsified. Add your cooked pasta, fold together to combine, season to taste with salt as needed. Then add half your macaroni to a 9x13 baking pan. Top with half of your remaining cheese. Add the second layer of macaroni and then top with the other half of your remaining cheese. Place it under your broiler for 5 to 10 minutes or until the cheese is fully brown. Look at this cheese bowl. I mean, I'm about to fall to my knees. All right, this might be the best mac and cheese that there is. It's an iteration from my cookbook. The link is in the description. It's one of my most favorite recipes from the whole book, but it's not the best recipe in the book. That's the crazy part. But look at this. Look at this. Ah, damn, this is good. Just steeping those aromatics like the bonito flakes, the garlic in that milk completely changed this dish. I mean, you could really pick up on the smokiness from the bonito, the freshness from the thyme, a little bit of garlic undertones. I'm doing this every time I make mac and cheese. Moving on. Jalapeno upside down cornbread. This is a love child of jalapeno cornbread and pineapple upside down cake. Might be the greatest cornbread of all time. Real simple. Medium mixing bowl. Add 1 cup or 120 grams of all-purpose flour, 1 1/4 cup or 200 grams of fine ground cornmeal, 2½ teaspoons or 10 grams
grams of baking powder, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of fine sea salt, half a cup or 100 grams of granulated sugar. You whisk it together. Then to that, you're just gonna add 1 cup or 240 milliliters of buttermilk, 2 eggs. Begin whisking that together, then add half a cup or 75 grams of melted butter. Yeah, you guessed it. Whisk till fully combined. Now rest your batter for 15 minutes. Grease and line a 9-inch cake pan with parchment paper. Now we're gonna make our jalapenos from the upside down. In a small saucepan, add half a cup or 120 milliliters of honey, 1 tablespoon or 20 grams of light corn syrup. Set over medium heat. Then once that's hot, cut off the heat. Then whisk in 4 tablespoons or 60 grams of cold unsalted butter. Keep whisking until that is emulsified beautifully. I mean, look at that. Pour that into your cake pan. Then just arrange as many thinly sliced jalapenos in the pan as you like. I would actually suggest adding more than I put here, just for extra coverage. Now carefully pour your batter in. Gently spread it out so you don't move your jalapenos around too much. And let that bake for 30 to 45 minutes. Or until cake tester comes out clean. Pull it out and immediately invert onto a wire rack lined baking tray. This is gonna require some technique here because it's real hot. Carefully tap the top of your cake pan and release the cornbread. I wish more people would release the cornbread for me. And look, if your jalapenos moved around, it's totally fine. You can always rearrange them and put them around the top. See, I mean, it glistens in the light. That's how I know it's good.
Okay, so I approached this with the idea, take one of my base cornbread recipes and just pineapple upside down cake it. If you bring this cornbread to any Thanksgiving, people will fall on their knees and bow to you like you are a god. This might be the greatest cornbread that I've ever made in my entire life. This did not take that much more time. You take an extra 5 minutes to make a honey butter, slice up some jalapenos and put them in the pan, and then pour your batter in. That took a cornbread to a god tier level cornbread that burst through the ceiling. Into the heavens on top of Great Mount Olympus. Just apply the technique because that's what this video is about.
Moving on to rolls. We all love our soft Thanksgiving rolls. But what if the rolls were a soft yet chewy sesame bagel, but in the form of your beloved roll? Now to a large mixing bowl, add 1.5 cups or 360 milliliters of lukewarm water, 1 teaspoon or 3 grams of instant yeast, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of sugar, whisk together till dissolved, then add 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of fine sea salt, 1 teaspoon or 1 gram of diastatic malt powder, and finally whisk in 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of vegetable oil. Now to that, you're gonna add 4 cups or 600 grams of bread flour. Mix till you get a loose dough, then knead until nice and smooth, about 5 to 8 minutes. Wrap that bad boy in plastic wrap and rise for 15 to 30 minutes.
That's not enough time.
Relax, it's coming. Grease and line a sheet tray with parchment paper, sprinkle generously with fine cornmeal. Divide your dough into 8 evenly sized pieces. You know, try to do your best to keep it even, please. Roll those bad boys into balls, place them on your cornmeal lined baking tray, cover with greased plastic wrap or one of these nice tops that I found. We'll pop a link in the description for those. Let those proof in the fridge overnight. Once it's baking day, get a large pot, add about 3.5 quarts or 3.5 liters of water, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of fine sea salt, 1.5 teaspoons or 5 grams of food grade lye, 1.5 tablespoons or 30 grams of barley malt syrup. Turn the heat to high and bring that to a boil. Now once it's just barely boiling, add your proof dough balls to your water and boil for 1 minute, flip and boil for another minute. Now, if you're using lye, please do all of this wearing gloves, okay? Don't let it touch your skin. And before you ask, yes, it's safe to eat because when you bake it, it's gonna neutralize, blah, 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 do your own research. Grease and line a 9-inch cake pan with parchment paper. Now, arrange those in your baking pan. Sprinkle with sesame seeds, place those into a 450-degree Fahrenheit or 230 Celsius oven and bake for 18 to 20 minutes. Pull them out, good lord. Then, optionally but highly recommended, melt a 1/4 cup or 60 grams of butter in a small saucepan. Then once that's melted, add 2 cloves of very finely chopped garlic. Swirl that around, let that steep for about 30 seconds, and brush your buns while they're ripping hot. Finish that off with some flaky salt, and those are some special buns.
This comes with a bagel recipe in my cookbook, but I modified it to be a dinner roll. The only change I made was quite literally use a different technique because just about any dough can be a dinner roll. It's a ball. Oh yeah, that's a big mamma mia. It's unbelievably soft yet simultaneously chewy. The crunch of the sesame seeds. You cannot compare this to a traditional dinner roll. And if you want to do a little chive cream cheese instead of butter at the side of the table, yeah, that goes hard. I don't have anything to say about this. This is a delectable dinner roll. Dinner roll technique, bagel dough. We combined 2 things and made a new thing.
Moving on to sweet potato casserole. Please stop with the massacre of sweet potatoes with marshmallows and all this. No, we can spice this better, Penang style. So you're gonna need about 1.5 cups of Penang curry paste. If you don't have that, you can make it really easily. In a blender, you add 3 shallots, rough chopped, 8 cloves of rough chopped garlic, 8 mackerel lime leaves, thinly sliced, 1/4 cup or 40 grams of toasted peanuts, 2 tablespoons of galangal grated, 2 stalks of lemongrass thinly sliced, half a teaspoon or 2 grams of cumin powder, 1 tablespoon or 14 grams of coriander powder, and 3/4 cup or 30 grams of dried Korean chilies, which I rehydrated in some boiling water for about 5 minutes. So they're nice and soft. Now blend that on high speed using a plunger to get it evenly blended until nice and smooth like this. That's it. It's actually extremely easy to make curry paste. Just finding the ingredients can be hard. You can always swap galangal with ginger. For the fried shallot topping, fill a Dutch oven halfway up with vegetable oil, and while cold, you're gonna add in anywhere between a cup or a pint of thinly sliced shallot. Yes, while it's ice cold. Turn the heat to high and then constantly stir using chopsticks. They're gonna boil and fry. Once the bubbling subsides and you have a nice golden brown, immediately remove and transfer to a paper towel lined baking tray. They will continue to color after you pull them. Season with salt, toss, and they're done. Now back to our curry. Grab yourself a large pot. Add enough vegetable oil to coat the bottom. Bring that up over medium-high heat. Once that's hot, add your 1.5 cups of curry paste and let that cook until it dries up and deepens in color, about 2 to 3 minutes. Like this. I wish you could smell this. Deglaze with 3/4 of a cup or 180 milliliters of chicken stock, then add 4.5 tablespoons or 45 grams of palm sugar, a 14-ounce or 400 milliliter can of coconut milk. Add 2 more macrit lime leaves, optionally 1.5 tablespoons or 15 grams of handashi. Then you're gonna add 3 sweet potatoes that have been cut into large chunks, about 1 to 1.5 inches. Bring that to a boil, add a lid, reduce the heat to low, simmer for 10 to 12 minutes or just until it begins to soften, but you don't want to cook all the way through. Then pour all that into a 9x13 baking dish. Cover with foil, pop into a 375-degree oven, and bake for 30 minutes. Pull it out, and it's done. Now, you can just top this with fried shallots, but if you want to take it a step further, you can always dollop some whipped coconut cream on top of these bad boys, top with fried shallots, thinly sliced red Fresno, some Thai basil leaves, and you're done. That's a worthy sweet potato casserole.
When I came up with this, it was a simple idea. It was, I hate sweet potato casserole with the marshmallows. It's cool if you love it. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying that when I eat it, it makes me want to physically throw up and leap out of my skin and climb to the top of Mount Rushmore and scream like a banshee until a giant erupts out of a volcano. Does that make sense? So I thought, what's something that's flavorful that anybody will like? And I thought, oh, well, everyone likes a nice fragrant curry, I feel like. Choked on shallot. The only thing that Bikram smiled at all day today was me choking. This is the best sweet potato dish I've ever eaten. And I really mean that because I do not like sweet potatoes that much. I would argue that in a way it almost lends itself to a spiced sweet potato casserole. Because this is spiced, this is rich. It's not buttery, but it's coconut creamy. And it's fragrant as I mean, this really does taste like Panang curry. If you've had a good Panang curry, right here, buddy, right here. You could probably add marshmallows to this if you wanted to, and I bet it would still be good. Because the whole point of this is taking an idea and just swapping it with a slightly different set of flavored tones. And you have a completely different and elevated experience. Moving on. Speaking of casseroles, green bean casserole. We're not using cream of mushroom, we're making the best. Heat oil in a medium saucepan over medium heat. Add 1/2 pound or 225 grams of rough chopped mixed mushrooms, any mushrooms you want. Season with salt, cook until soft and lightly browned. Remove the mushrooms, then add 1/2 cup or 113 grams of unsalted butter. Once the butter is melted, add 3 shallots, finely chopped, 4 cloves of garlic, thinly sliced, and 2.5 tablespoons of all-purpose flour. Now cook that down for about 30 seconds, then add 1 cup or 240 milliliters of heavy cream and 1 cup or 240 milliliters of whole milk. Whisk it together, let it cook, and once it starts to thicken, pour your mushrooms back in, stir it together, and season to taste with salt and pepper. Make sure that this thing tastes good. You can always add a little sprinkling of mushroom soup base powder if you have it because it's really good and it has MSG in it. I like it. Now, for the green beans, you can use canned green beans, but I really beg you if you would just not do that. Just get yourself 1 pound or 450 grams of green beans that have been cut in half and just plunge them in some boiling water for like 30 to 45 seconds. That's all you gotta do. You don't have to do canned, okay? Pop your green beans into a 9x13 baking dish, pour your mushroom mixture on top, fold that together, then in a bowl, combine 1 cup or 60 grams of your fried shallots and 1 cup or 60 grams of lightly crushed kettle cooked potato chips. Toss that together and cover your entire baking dish with that. Now, pop that into the oven at 350 Fahrenheit for 10 to 15 minutes. Be aware, I found out the shallots will actually color extremely quickly, so worst case scenario, if you need to cover with foil, you always can. Don't judge me, I'm eating this directly out of the casserole dish because I can. Holy people get really defensive about this dish and how their grandma makes it or their mommy makes it. And look, I get it. My mom makes a great green bean casserole. Listen, the greatest green bean casserole of your life awaits you right here. Our own version of the cream of mushroom soup is so significantly more flavorful, it's not even in competition with the other one. It does require buying a few other ingredients, and it does require another, 15 minutes of work for 10 times the payoff. 10 times. You can use French fried onion if you don't want to make your own fried shallots, but I'll tell you right now, this potato chip fried shallot topping, crunchy, aromatic, flavorful. The French fried onions don't even taste like onion. This tastes like shallot in your face, followed by the crunch of the potato chip, gives you some more body. But the key to this, not only did we swap pre-made stuff with whole ingredients made from scratch, but by making your own cream of mushroom, you can add any flavor you want. You want to throw in some curry spice? Do it. You want to throw in some fried garlic? Do it. You want to throw in a little bit of anchovy paste because you're just wilding like that? Do it. I'm not afraid of it. It's fine. You can do whatever you want. Throw in some Parmesan Reggiano. I don't give a You have unlimited options when you make it this way. And all of those options are good. Moving on.
Cranberry sauce. This is shockingly easy. You get a hot pan, you add a quarter cup or 60 milliliters of cognac, let that reduce by half. While that's reducing, add 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of ground cardamom and 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of Chinese 5 spice. Mix together, and all you gotta do is add 1 pound or 450 grams of cranberries, 1.5 cups or 300 grams of granulated sugar, 1 cup or 240 milliliters of champagne, and 1 cup or 240 milliliters of orange juice. Don't have champagne? Fine, replace it with water. Totally fine. Set that over medium-high heat. Now bring that to a nice solid boil and reduce for 10 to 15 minutes, or until it's nice and jammy. Transfer that to a blender, blend on high, and optionally, but highly recommended, pass the refined mash strainer, and that's your cranberry sauce. Looks nice.
We're about to discover something, fellas. Don't do that. Just serve it in a bowl with a spoon, call it a day. Let me just point something out. The texture of this is actually beautiful. Look at this, it's like gloss. I know a lot of people hate cranberry sauce, but we shouldn't. We can make it good. Oh, my mouth is watering. This is the worst way to present it. This looks so bad. I don't know why I did that. Ignore this. Much better. The reason we hate cranberry sauce is because it's this weird unidentified thing that comes out in the shape of a can. It looks very much like an inverted rectum. And it doesn't really have much flavor. Are there even real cranberries in there? I don't really know. This tastes like a beautiful fine jam. And it's luxurious, and it's spiced, and it's got citrus, and it's sweet, and it's tangy. You don't have to put it on your turkey if you don't want to, but have a little side dish of this, and I promise you, it's gonna cut the richness and make your meal a little bit more exciting. Moving on.
Stuffing. Look, this is really simple. Medium saucepan or saute pan. Add 3/4 of a cup or 170 grams of unsalted butter and set over medium heat. Once that's melted and bubbling, add 1 small diced yellow onion, 2 diced celery ribs, a little bit of salt and pepper to taste, and saute till it begins to soften. Now in a separate pan, heat over medium-high heat and add 1/2 pound or 225 grams of chorizo. Sear and crush with a spatula until browned and crumbly, about 4 to 6 minutes. Then once that's cooked, add 3 tablespoons or 12 grams of sage, 1 tablespoon or 8 grams of thyme, stir and immediately deglaze with 1 1/4 cup or 300 milliliters of pork or chicken stock. Scrape the fond at the bottom, cut the heat. Now to a separate mixing bowl, you're gonna add another 1 1/4 cup or 300 milliliters of pork or chicken stock and 2 eggs. Whisk that together till homogeneous. Now you're gonna need 1 solid pound of dry old white bread, and you're gonna cut that into 1-inch cubes. If it's not dry, you can always pop it on a sheet tray and dry it in a low oven. Get a big bowl, add your dry bread, add your sauteed veg, make sure you get all that butter in there. Toss that together, followed by your chorizo mixture, yes, all the liquid, and if it's still hot, let that cool for about 5 minutes. Then add your egg and broth mixture, add a handful of finely chopped parsley, a little bit of pepper to taste, a generous pinch of flaky salt. Toss one last time, place into a greased 9x13 baking dish. If you want to add a nice almost mole-like guajillo paste, which doubles the flavor, all you gotta do is stem and de-seed 2 guajillo peppers, lightly toast them in a small saucepan, cover with about 1.5 cups of water, bring to a boil for about 5 to 10 minutes or until very soft. Add a 1/4 cup or 35 grams of black garlic, blend with an immersion blender until as smooth as possible, then just spoon on nice thick dollops all over your stuffing. Then pop it into an oven set to 350 Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius for 35 to 45 minutes. The top should be lightly crispy, but the inside soft and delicate. Pull it out, and yes, your guajillo paste will have darkened. It looks almost burnt, but I promise you it's totally fine. Then optionally but highly recommended, top with generous dollops of Mexican crema, a little bit of hot sauce. I used Valentina, and more fresh chopped parsley or cilantro. It almost looks like camouflage that you're gonna walk into the forest of flavor with. That's something special.
It's stuffing time. One of the most underappreciated sides in Thanksgiving history because it's usually boring. Now I know what people are thinking, gosh, some of that looks burnt. It's more of like a chili, black garlic, mole vibe. It's supposed to be dark. A little bit of the cream and the hot sauce helps break it up. It looks nice. And just like any good stuffing, it does come out like this. Oh! So clearly it was inspired by a little bit of Mexican cuisine. You could throw a little corn into this. You could maybe put a little bit of cotija, give it a bit more of an elote vibe. So basically take a classic stuffing. It's warm, like sitting by a nice open fire. The onion, the celery working together. But then all of a sudden, it's giving like mole, enchilada, spicy, sour, salty, fatty, chorizo, bop, 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 all mixed in there. This might be the most ideal flavor combination for Thanksgiving stuffing. You're welcome. Now let's move on.
Mashed potatoes. My mashed potato recipes are great as they are. Could they even be made better? Potentially. So we're gonna start by confing garlic in duck fat or olive oil. Combine 2 cups or 270 grams of garlic and 2 cups or 480 milliliters of duck fat or olive oil in a small saucepan. Set them to low heat and you're gonna let that go low and slow until the garlic is extremely soft. Remove from the heat and strain out your garlic. You can keep that garlic flavored oil to use on literally anything else. Now, you can blend your garlic until extremely fine, but to make it even easier, you can do it in a mortar or pestle. You can put it in a bag and squish it. You just need this garlic to be as smooth as possible. And we'll come back to this garlic in a second. Now, in a medium saucepan, add 1 cup or 240 milliliters of whole milk, 1/2 cup or 120 milliliters of heavy cream, and 1/2 cup or 113 grams of unsalted butter. Heat that over medium heat until the butter is melted and the mixture is hot. Now, to boiling water, you're gonna add 4 pounds or 1.8 kilograms of russet potatoes, peeled and quartered, cooked till fork tender. Remove your potatoes from the water, then pass each potato through a potato ricer into a large bowl. Add your garlic in your milk mixture, then just fold together using a spatula, season to taste with salt and pepper. It's buttery, it's rich, it's creamy, it's got this sweet, subtle, tender, garlicky flavor in the background. Serve that with some melty butter on top, a little fresh pepper, maybe some flaky salt, and enjoy. That's not a real French word.
This is one of the simplest changes of them all. It's quite literally a traditional mashed potato with confit garlic. So really, this is a recipe for confit garlic. Use whatever mashed potato recipe you want, make confit garlic, blend it up, and put it in the mashed potatoes. I think people don't get it. 2 ingredients. That made these potatoes in both a subtle and dramatic way. More flavorful, more unctuous, more rich, more umami. People are gonna eat these potatoes and wonder, what the did you do here? I just added 2 ingredients to it. And a little bit of technique. That is the beauty of what we're doing today. Frankly, all these are easy, especially with everything that we learned today, okay? So either make these exact recipes, which is honestly the easiest route, or apply what I talked to you about today. This hardly took any additional time, maybe an extra 8 to 10 minutes. You live and you learn. And today, we lived and we learned. Again, thank you to Air for sponsoring today's video. Don't forget to go to the link in the description. They're running their biggest sale ever, 40% off starting November 20th to the 27th. Probably we could all drink a little more water. It's good for you. And so is this video. Love ya. Bye. In today's world, we're given everything we want almost instantly. So naturally, everyone wants the quickest recipes possible, but great food sometimes takes time. But even if the recipe is fast, I see a lot of people complaining. So we're ending that today. That's why today I'm giving you 53 ingredient recipes that you can make easily at home. There is a caveat. I'm not counting running water. If you don't have running water, you shouldn't be watching a YouTube video. Now, why am I not counting salt? 2 reasons. All of these recipes will work without using salt. They just won't taste as good. And if you do have salt, which you most likely do, you can just add what you already have. And before we start, all of these recipes are fully written on my website. The link will be in the description. Now, let's do this, shall we? Ice cream, sweetened condensed milk, along with some vanilla bean paste. Whisk that together till combined, and then just hold this in the freezer while we make our whipped cream. Cream goes in to your stand mixer. That's cold, heavy cream. Let it rip. I know I'm using a stand mixer here, okay? Before you complain, let me just say, you can either do this with electric hand beater or a good old-fashioned whisk. Now, once that's whisked, it should have nice, soft peaks. Sweet condensed milk, we got our whipped cream. You're gonna add a little bit of that and fold it in. I'd also suggest adding tiny little pinch of salt. Finally, the rest of your whipped cream. So you're gonna need a loaf pan, and you're gonna carefully pour essentially what is your ice cream batter directly in there. You don't even have to churn it, just put it in the freezer and enjoy. Once it's frozen, you just do what you do. Scoop it, enjoy it. Arguably the greatest Rice Krispie treats of all time. Salted butter in. You're gonna go on medium heat. So we're going to brown this butter deeply. Once the butter is fully melted, keep it at medium heat and let it just kind of cook and toast the milk solids in this, stirring every so often with a little spatula to keep them from burning. See how it's starting to turn a little brown? It's starting to foam a little bit. That's good, but I want it farther than that. I want it almost burnt. That should smell nutty. It should smell rich. So that's perfect. So you're gonna fold in a lot of marshmallow, like a lot. Stir that in. We got it on medium-low heat and just keep stirring. Once that's fully melted and there are no solids remaining behind, add your Rice Krispies and just gently fold it in. That's a beautiful thing right there. Just dump your Rice Krispie into your prepared 9x13 pan, spread that out, and just kind of pat it down like this. We want this to be tight in the pan. Let that sit until it reaches room temperature, and then you can slice it. You can cut this however you want. You want little rectangles? Cool. You want to do big boys? Great. Good God. Beautiful. Mac and cheese, large pot. I'm gonna add half and half. Set that over medium high, just a little bit of water, a little splash, just a tiny bit of salt to taste. Once that's boiling, you're gonna add your mac directly to that. Here's the trick we're using here. We're boiling the pasta in what will be the sauce. You can see a lot of the liquid is gone. Turn the heat off. You're gonna add in your cheese. Please, please use fresh grated. Stir until you hear the symphony. Don't forget to taste and add salt as needed. Just make it a beautiful time in a bowl. That has got to be the easiest mac and cheese I've ever made. Teriyaki chicken. This one's a little difficult. Chicken thighs that have been deboned with the skin left on. Why is the skin left on, Josh? Well, we need oil. Take off the skins, to put this in a nonstick pan over medium-low and just let it release its oil into the pan. We're gonna take our chicken thighs, lay them in, sear 2 to 3 minutes per side. Don't worry about cooking it all the way through. I just want color, which should look something like that. Now that looks good. Place it onto a cutting board. Now I do this because I want it to release some of its juices in the pan. So now you're gonna cut it, yes, raw, into cubes. Place back in the pan. You're gonna add soy sauce and honey. Gently stir together. Now bring that up to a boil over medium-high, then reduce to medium and let that reduce until it becomes syrupy and glazed. After reducing for like 15 or so minutes, you should be left with a glossy sauce that coats and sticks to your chicken. You can serve this with rice if you wish. You can also serve it just straight up. You can put some avocado on it. For visuals, you can always add a little bit of sesame seed, whatever you want, to make it look extra nice. 3-ingredient pancakes. Bananas go in. We're gonna blend that with the whole eggs until as smooth as possible. All sweets need a little bit of salt. There's no added sugar. It's just the sweetness from the banana. So the more ripe the banana, the more sweet the batter. Now we're gonna add our flour directly in, lid back on, and this time we're gonna rip it on low, just until mixed into a batter. Maybe a little faster. Now once your batter's done, you're gonna do mounds onto a griddle or non-stick pan. Now while these cook, that brings me to today's sponsor, Made In Cookware. Made In offers a large variety of high quality cookware, including this carbon steel griddle we're using right here. I love this thing, I use it all the time. With my restaurant background, I'm insanely picky about the cookware that I use, and there's a reason why I love Made In. Their carbon steel griddle combines the heat retention of cast iron with the control and maneuverability of stainless clad. So if seasoned properly, it's essentially a non-stick alternative. One of my favorite things about this is it's also open fire compatible. They have little legs for it to go literally directly over a fire. We can also use it on gas, electric, and induction stoves. Oh, and don't forget to flip when browned and cook for another couple of minutes. I've been using Made In Cookware for years, even before I was a partner with them. And I'm happy to have this griddle in my arsenal. I actually have one at home too. I have 2. I have 4. So don't forget to check out their cookware in the link in the description to save on your order. Now, all that being said, if you don't have a griddle available yet, you can just use a non-stick pan. But you'll have less cooking service, I'll tell you that. Look at all this. Now, once you're done, you can just serve this straight up, but obviously syrup, butter, all those things are optional. Or don't, because guess what? They're delicious on their own and they're 3 ingredients. Banana bread, bananas, eggs, and the secret ingredient, a really high quality yellow cake mix. Bananas in. So you're just gonna let this rip on high speed until as smooth as possible with the bananas. From here, you're gonna add your 2 eggs, beat those in. Finally, on low speed, you're gonna add your yellow cake mixture, half of it. Once that starts to incorporate, add the other half, and very easily, you have a delectable, perfect banana bread batter. See, the benefit of using the yellow cake mix, it has all the leaveners, the salt, the sugar, everything you need in one. So our batter's done. Get a little loaf pan, line it with some parchment paper, spread that out evenly, edge to edge, and pop it into an oven at 350 Fahrenheit for 40 to 50 minutes. Okay, so you're gonna pull it out. Let that cool for about 5 minutes in here, and then after it's cooled, take it off this and place it on a wire rack to cool the rest of the way. You ever afraid that a banana bread you made might deflate? Try cooling it on its side. You're welcome. I should also clarify, you're gonna have to flip this halfway through the cooling. Otherwise, one side will be bigger than the other. Does this make sense? This is fully cooled. You slice it and you enjoy it. That is banana bread. Mozzarella sticks. So your spring roll wrapper will go onto a work surface. Mozzarella stick goes around the lower third and begin to roll nice and tight. Once you get to the corners of your spring roll wrapper, you're then going to bring them in and then continue rolling. It's basically like a burrito. Now, once you get up to the top corner, you're gonna take a little dab of water and dab the edges so that it seals like that. Then just rinse and repeat with the rest. Drop these bad boys in, heated to 350 Fahrenheit. Once they are fried to a light golden, pull them out, pop them onto a wire rack to drain. Look at these little guys, dude. Ow. Let them cool. Oh, oopsie. This is like a new type of mozzarella stick in a way. Mashed potatoes. Cooked Yukon Gold potatoes. They have been boiled in salted water. Before I drain them, I'm gonna add unsalted butter and half. Anyway, you're gonna heat this over medium heat until the butter is melted and it is hot. While that's going, we're gonna come over here with our boiled potatoes and I'm just gonna drain them real quick. You don't even need another bowl. Place these into a potato ricer. You can also just use a hand masher, that's fine. Rice those bad boys. Hot cream and butter going in, whisk together, season things with salt. You have a beautiful silky mashed potato. Date bites. You're gonna split one of these bad boys open and squeeze the tasty meat goo out. You're gonna get one of your dates. These are pitted and split on one side, so they open up just like that. And you take a little bit of your longanisa meat and just stuff it. Now, once they're stuffed, you're gonna take a piece of bacon, which has been sliced in half. You're gonna carefully wrap that around your date. Secure with a toothpick. Get your air fryer, which has been preheated to 325 Fahrenheit. Pop that bad boy open. Got a little foil in the bottom, and then just load it up. Close it and let it rip for 15 to 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, you got little date bites. Tomato soup, medium saucepan, and I'm gonna add unsalted butter. Heat that over medium heat, and once it is melted, you're gonna add 1 small yellow onion sliced. Get some salt in there to help that sweat. Let that cook down. All right, once these are softened about 3 to 4 minutes, you're gonna add a 28-ounce can of whole peeled San Marzano tomatoes. And you're just gonna lightly crush those and add them in. Followed by all the liquid. Stir that in. Add about a cup of water, and then bring that up to a boil over medium-high heat. Now let that simmer for 10 to 15 minutes. I want the onions so soft, they basically fall apart when you look at them. You could just serve it just straight like this for the record. But if you want it extra smooth, immersion blender in there and blend it until as smooth as physically possible. Check for salt. It will probably need some or more. From there, you're gonna add a nice tablespoon or two of unsalted butter and blend that in. It's looking beautiful, luxurious, a beautiful bright orange. You can literally just serve it straight like that. So I'm gonna add a little bit more butter on top, melted, just spooned over the top. This tastes like there's many more than 3 ingredients in here. This might be one of my favorite recipes on the whole list. Spicy chili crisp butter. Butter. This is completely softened. Now we're just gonna help get this beat up. Now we're going to add a lot of raw garlic, grated fresh, just the solids from a spicy chili crisp. Add that to your butter and then just beat that together. Make sure this is thoroughly incorporated, okay? Put this on a steak, put it in mashed potatoes, put it over hot rice, put it on a vegetable, put it in your, take this little fella, refrigerate, and it's usable for just about anything. Crusty bread. We have bread flour. Add fine sea salt into the flour. Just mix that by hand. And then separately, I have lukewarm water over here. We'll keep it around 90 to 100. Instant yeast goes in and then whisked in. I'm gonna make a small divot in the flour, a little yeasty water. Mix by hand, and you're gonna form kind of a claw shape. Just gonna mix till all the flour is absorbed. Form a little one of these. And you're gonna go under the dough, scoop it up, and slap it back down, and just rinse and repeat. See? It's not weird at all. Just do that for a couple seconds. You have a shaggy dough, and that's actually the majority of the work you're gonna have to do. Cover it tightly. This is going to sit at room temperature for 8 hours. So you could do this right before you go to bed, wake up, and then make your bread. We've preheated this in an oven at 500 Fahrenheit. Really hot. Got a little flour on the bottom so it doesn't stick. Lay that little guy in there. So pop that back into the oven and let that bake for about 20 to 25 minutes. That's gonna get it to bloom, then we'll take the lid off. Then you're gonna lower the temperature to 425 and let it bake for another 15 to 20 minutes. A little bit of extra deep browning. Look at this. 3 ingredients. And you don't even need to make your own sourdough starter. Listen. Oh. Someone's home. Nutella pretzel milkshake, vanilla ice cream, Nutella, and pretzels. Into a blender, vanilla ice cream, 1 long fat pretzel, a nice helping of Nutella. Let that rip low, let it find its way, and then speed it up a little bit. Now just pour your milkshake into a nice glass. It should be velvety, it should be beautiful. If you were using the giant pretzel, you're gonna take that and you're gonna dip it into your Nutella and just kind of scoop out a glob. But we're not gonna expose it. Don't do that. You're gonna get a nice velvety glob, and that's gonna go in the shake at the bottom for a little surprise. And you have a Nutella pretzel milkshake. The humble bean and cheese burrito. This is a savior of a dish. You ever go to a Mexican restaurant and they give you way more refried beans, or really any type of bean, than you need, right? You take that home and you keep it in the fridge. And when hunger strikes, all you need is 3 ingredients: cheese, your leftover beans, and a big tortilla. First, heat up your tortilla. I'm gonna do that directly over an open flame just to get it pliable. I would also recommend maybe wearing heat-proof gloves. Tortilla goes down, your leftover beans in the lower third. And then this is the key to a great bean and cheese burrito, and that is a lot of cheese. Grated Monterey Jack cheese. So we're gonna roll that up. Boom. Get yourself a pan, heat it over medium heat. This seam needs to go down first, okay? We're sealing this, and just zen out, relax. You don't even need anything in the pan. A good tortilla should have enough oil in it to toast itself. That'll take about 2 to 3 minutes, and you're gonna carefully flip it over. Now you see how it's sealed. You're gonna repeat that on the other side. You may have to keep flipping, you may have to do other sides, but keep doing that about 2 minutes per side until the cheese is fully melted. You got a cheesy bean burrito. It is a glorious, cheesy, delectable bite. One of my favorite cheap, easy 3 ingredient dishes. Spicy avocado toast. Slice the avocado in half, twist. Oh my God, there's still people that are fully grown that do not know how to do this. Quarter and then just peel. Keep your cuts even. Toasted bread, you will toast this in a toaster. Sliced avocado goes on. Get yourself a little bit of spicy chili crisp. You're gonna put the crispy solids all on top, and then a little bit of that oil drizzled. And that is a spicy avocado toast. Peanut butter cinnamon toast crunch bites. Peanut butter. We're gonna start heating that over medium low. Then I'm gonna add a whole lot of honey. This is wildflower honey. Let it heat throughout. It should liquefy and combine. It should run a little bit. Cut off the heat, and you're gonna add your cinnamon toast crunch. Carefully fold that together. Try not to crush it up too much. We have a prepared loaf pan that goes directly in there. And then just press that out. Press as hard as you can without crushing it. Spread it out and let that cool completely. Pull that bad boy out, flip it around, pull this off. I'm gonna slice these into bars. That's beautiful. Jalapeno poppers. So you're gonna take each jalapeno, cut their tops off, and cut in half. You're gonna scrape out the inside of each of your jalapenos, leave a little cavity. Once you've done that, you're gonna take some of your Boursin cheese, shape it into kind of a log, and stuff inside each cavity. Take a little piece of bacon and wrap around the center. And then from the top down, stab right in the center. Then just repeat with the rest of them. Pop that into an oven, I get it, at 450 Fahrenheit for 20 to 25 minutes. You have roasty toasty jalapenos, fettuccine al burro. You're gonna need cooked fettuccine to al dente in salted pasta water. And you're gonna scoop your pasta. It's okay, get the pasta water in there, I like it. Salted butter, add that in our pan, and we're gonna toss. Let it emulsify. A little bit more butter as that's melting. We're gonna add our Parmigiano Reggiano grated finely. Toss, toss, toss. Cut off the heat. Look at that. Creamy, luxurious, beautiful. Season and taste with salt and add more butter and cheese as needed. From here, you can add additional Parmigiano Reggiano, black pepper if you wish, but this served just as it is simple and delicious. Biscuits, how could you possibly have them for only 3 ingredients? The secret is self-rising flour. Cubed cold butter goes directly in, and you just press and twist to help kind of break it up into little floury chunks. You don't want to do this too much. You want sort of randomized chunks of butter. You're gonna stir in some heavy cream using a fork. Very important. I'm gonna dump this out while it's still shaggy. I'm just gonna kind of knead this bad boy together. Don't over knead. You don't want to melt the butter with your hands. Roll that out to a rough rectangle. I'm gonna fold it over itself once, like a letter. Roll again. Cut out as many rounds of that as you can using a biscuit cutter. Now your remaining dough you can bring back together, roll it back out, and you get more biscuits. Isn't that nice? Put them in a cast iron pan, yeah, into the oven. And then they should come out of the oven beautifully. Look at the flakes on this. Look at the layers. That's a flaky little Larry boy. Brownie cookies. Powdered sugar goes into a large bowl and also all over your hand. That's good. Cocoa powder in, mix those together with an electric beater. Once that's incorporated, then you just add in your egg whites. Also salt. Salt is important for the dessert, but you can omit the salt and it will still work. You can use a spoon, you can use a cookie scoop to layer 8 dollops, evenly spaced apart. And we're gonna bake it at 325 Fahrenheit. You got the ooey gooey fudgy inside, the crispy exterior. I would have no idea that's gluten-free, that's crazy. And only 3 ingredients. Kettle corn, oil into hot pot, swirl it around, add in your kernels, swirl those around nicely, touch salt and sugar. Lid goes on, high heat, and you're gonna shake the pan constantly. Do not stop. You will hear noises, that's good. We've already begun. Once the popping has subsided, we're gonna open this bad boy up. It's still, oh my God, watch out, Vikram. Get a nice simple kettle corn right there. Potato chips. Peel your russet potatoes. Here I have a bowl of water at about 1.5% salt brine. So you're gonna slice your potatoes with a mandolin directly into your brine. I'm just going to give these a little light massage. I'm not squeezing them. I'm just making sure that every little surface has been touched by the salty water. Let them sit about 10-15 minutes. These chips have been removed from the water and patted dry. So I have a large cast iron pan filled a little over halfway with vegetable oil. It's been heated to 350 Fahrenheit on the dot. What do you think we do next? We're gonna fry, brother. You can see that these are essentially not really bubbling anymore, and they're kind of starting to brown. That means they are crisp. So drain those a little bit, toss in a wire rack over a baking sheet, season immediately, generously, kosher salt, and keep frying. You can serve this however you want. Nice little stack, shippy boys. Look at this, dude. Tuna salad, canned tuna. Remember, keep it nice and high quality, please. Into a bowl. Just gonna mash this as finely as possible. Shred it fine enough prior to adding the other ingredients. We've got finely diced gherkins, pickles, whatever you got, add that in, along with, and this is a little vague, a white mayo-based dressing. I don't know that I would say ranch, garlicky, creamy, dilly, something in that vibe. Stir together, season and taste with salt if needed, and you have a nice held together tuna salad. This is gyudon inspired. We have 1 thick boy ribeye. Trim off the fat cap, finely chop it. Beef fat into large pan, medium low heat, and just let that extract the fat. Let's separate the cap. We've got a beautiful ribeye here. We're gonna slice as thinly as we can. So you can see this gyudon brought out a nice good bit of oil. It's now crisping up in the bottom. It's getting caramelized and deeply flavored. We got an onion thinly sliced. Turn the heat to medium high and just saute to get a little bit of color, and these are softened. So now we're gonna add shiradashi, a little splash of water. Bring it up to a boil over medium high. Once you're boiling, reduce the heat to medium low. You want a light simmer, and then you're gonna add your beef in there. Once the beef is just cooked through, cut off the heat, serve immediately. So you could just eat this straight up, but it's meant to be served over rice with a little bit of green onion on top. Sugar cookies should be simple. Salted butter, heat that on high speed. You're gonna add in regular granulated sugar and cream it so it's nice and fluffy. You're gonna add your all-purpose flour in thirds. Lower your stirring to low. A little more flour. Once your flour is mixed together, you are left with a dough. And we're gonna do little 1.5 tablespoon balls. Toss that in granulated sugar just to coat onto a sheet tray. And repeat with the rest of your dough. You're gonna take the bottom of a flat glass and just press them down slightly, like so. Pop these into a 325 Fahrenheit oven for 14 to 16 minutes. Once they've cooled, you are left with some beautifully soft sugar cookies. Moving on. Meatballs. First, dough bread goes in. You're gonna add in your mushroom powder and a splash of water. Just mix this until thoroughly combined. When I slap this, it jiggles a little in my hand. That's what you want. Get yourself a portion of beef. Roll that into a ball. Place on your sheet tray and repeat. Now pop these into an oven set to 450 degrees Fahrenheit for 15 to 20 minutes. Once your meatballs are roasty, toasty, and beautiful. Easy meatballs. Done. Moving on. Pork chops. Grill. You need a big, thick, juicy chop. Thick boy on. These are seasoned with just salt, generously. A nice light quenelle of apple, essentially an apple sauce. You still got room for one more ingredient, brother. It's gonna be butter. And we made this butter. This is the 3-ingredient butter. Pop a little wedge of it on. And then you can pop this under a broiler or take yourself a little blowtorch and give that a nice little rip. It's beautiful. Tortillas, flour, salt, mix, oil, warm water. Mix together. Now, once you get a rough dough, you're gonna need that for about a minute or two, just until you get a nice smooth dough. Let that rest with a damp towel. Divide your dough in half. In half again. You're gonna dust the board. Ball goes down. Dust the ball. Press it out lightly with your hand, and then just roll it out. I mean, it's thin enough that I can see my fingers through it. We have a preheated griddle right here. Just slap it down on there. Maybe better than that. Let it cook. As it starts to bubble, give it a flip. That's a beautiful tortilla if I ever seen one. A peanut butter and jelly. Do you really need a recipe for this? Peanut butter obviously goes on one side, jelly goes on the other. I'm not doing a peanut butter and jelly to make a joke here. I'm doing it because I want to explain something. We all get kind of caught up in our routine. You go with what you know. Maybe it's strawberry jam, maybe it's blackberry jam. Maybe it's smooth, maybe it's crunchy peanut butter. This is your moment to change it up a little bit, whether in life or in your peanut butter and jelly. Pick a different peanut butter. Go crunchy instead of creamy. Try extra jam. The best thing you can do isn't cook, but switch it up a little bit. Peanut butter jelly, quesadilla. Look, this is another moment to think. Where do you source your tortilla? Try something different. Try a higher quality tortilla. Maybe go to a local Mexican restaurant that makes authentic Mexican food and ask if you could just buy some tortillas. Now, we're gonna fold this over. And before I put this on the griddle, I'm gonna take a little bit of my Monterey Jack cheese and I'm gonna spread it onto my griddle. A little bit of my cheddar as well. I'm gonna place the tortilla on top of that. Let it do its thing. Now see, the beauty of doing it this way, once you get under this, and flip it, you have a beautiful cheese crust on the outside. On the other side, you're gonna do another 2 to 3 minutes till toasted and the cheese is melted. Split it in half and then in half again. How could something this sexy be only 3 ingredients? Strawberry tart. I used Do 4 puff pastry. I lightly roll it out. I don't want it to get super wide. I just want it to be even. Flip it over. We're gonna shape this. I just want it a bit more square. Parchment set over a baking sheet. We got our puff pastry set out here. So we're gonna create essentially a border by shingling our strawberries across the entire pastry. And then on top, we're just gonna sprinkle a generous layer of sugar into an oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for 12 to 15 minutes. Look at this, dude. A 3-ingredient tart exists. The caprese salad. So we have olive oil or a basil infused oil, tomatoes, and mozzarella. Fresh mozzarella, I should clarify. Salt is optional. I would highly recommend salt in this. So you got nice heirloom tomatoes here. Cut them about 1/4 inch thick. My mozzarella, cut about the same size. And then we're gonna layer it. Look at that, dude. Put salt directly on top of it and be generous. And your oil is just gonna go directly on top. There's not a lot of fat in this. You wanna add fat to it. And that is it, a simple but delicious 3-ingredient caprese salad. Cantaloupe, crudo. You're gonna need a big, bad cantaloupe. You're gonna split it in half lengthwise, sheet of parchment, a spoon. Go around, scoop out your seeds. Repeat with both, into the trash. You're just gonna cut in half again and cut it into little nice wedges, you know, make them look nice. You're just gonna cut around. I actually prefer to avoid not just the green, but a little bit of that white pith, and then repeat with the rest. You're gonna marinate this. Line them up nice and snug, a navel orange or 2, split them in half, and then just juice them directly on top. You're gonna cover this and let this marinate for at least an hour, but ideally overnight. And the 3rd ingredient, prosciutto. Take a single slice of prosciutto, a piece of melon, and then just wrap the center of that nice and tightly and layer in and just repeat with the rest of your melon. And you will have a little bit of juice left in here, and you're gonna take a little spoonful of that and spoon it at the bottom of your plate nicely. If you happen to have a second orange, perfect, just zest it right on top. You have little amuse-bouche Garlicky, lemony cabbage. Split your cabbage in half, then in quarters, slice it thin. You have a hot pan, you're gonna put it in garlic oil, get it nice and hot, and then in goes your cabbage. Give it a little toss. We're not gonna add salt yet. It's gonna wilt, it's gonna sweat. I want a little bit of color on this first. But before I use my lemon, I'm gonna zest that because I want this zest at the very, very, very end. This is beginning to smoke, you're getting some color. You can see that. Bring that in and just toss. We're gonna let it get char one more time. Let it sit a minute or two, high heat, salt to taste. And a nice toss, cut off the heat. I want a little bit of crunch retained. You're gonna add lemon juice from 1 lemon. Toss that together, taste, adjust salt levels as needed. Cabbage is done, in goes my zest. Hold together. This is a blank canvas, but it is good as it is. Buttered noodles. I want this pasta water to get all messy in there. I'm adding a little ladleful to make the most delectable of sauces. Unsalted butter going in, medium-high heat, and we're just gonna keep tossing and tossing till that butter's melted in there. So add your salt to taste. And then once that is emulsified and coated nicely, adjust your salt levels as needed and serve. Omelette au fromage. All of your eggs are gonna go into a nice bowl. Whisk them. Seasoning your eggs at this stage is totally fine. Now we have our hot pan, medium heat. I'm gonna put in a tablespoon of butter to melt. So eggs go right in the center. As the edges cook, you're gonna bring them into the center, fill that gap with more egg, and repeat, 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 repeat. You see how this works? You're gonna add cheese to one side. I've got grated Gruyere. Once your curd is mostly set, you're gonna then fold it over itself. So we're gonna add a little extra knob of butter, turn the pan towards the omelet, crank the heat up, a little over medium heat, and let that butter get underneath. Let it toast for about 30 to 45 seconds. Our eggs are done, cut off the heat, make sure it's nice and loosey-goosey. You're gonna grab your pan underhanded like this. Give it a couple taps, take your plate, put your plate up against the lip and turn it over. Look at that. Little omelette au fromage. Hazelnut praline. Sugar into a small saucepan, little splash of water, and optionally some lemon juice, just to help stabilize the caramel. Give that a little mix so your sugar is hydrated, and then set it to medium-high heat. Bring this bad boy up to a boil and just let it rip. Here we have a silicone mat with toasted hazelnuts on it. Toasted and skinned, I should say. You're gonna pour this caramel sugar glass directly over the top. Now, once this is cool, it should snap. The beauty of a hazelnut praline is you can put this on almost any dessert. You can put it on ice cream, you can sprinkle it on top of a slice of cake, or you can mix it into something. You can mix it into a candy bar. You can mix it into the Rice Krispie treats that we made earlier. I'm giving you keys here. Cheers. Corn pone, cornmeal to a large bowl, boiling hot water and mix together. I would recommend seasoning this a little bit with salt. Let this sit till the liquid is absorbed. It'd probably take about 15-20 minutes. You're essentially left with very firm cornmeal that is compactable. That's important. We have our pork fat over here. I'm gonna heat that over medium heat. Ring mold. You're gonna press your cornmeal into the mold. Plop that bad boy in there. Then rinse and repeat. Corn pone is frying, oh brother. We got all this beautiful crispy bacon. Just chop that bad boy up. Once that's done, you're gonna pop them on a wire rack to cool and drain. Place that on a nice plate. Top generously with some bacon and drizzle the nice quality honey. Season with salt, and that is corn pone. Pigs in a blanket, but grown up. I don't like the little wieners. I want them big. Puff pastry. We're gonna cut this into quarters. Cut these wraps in half and wrap them. See a little bit of dog hanging out. Little dab of water on your finger. Dab that on in a straight line. Cut just before you roll it over. Press down lightly. That is your wrapped dog. Repeat with all of your sausages. This is only 2 ingredients. You want a 3rd ingredient. That could be cheese, if you so desire. You're gonna place your dogs onto a sheet tray. Bake these at 400 Fahrenheit for 15 to 18 minutes. So we have our finished dogs. Look at this, dude. This is a pig in a blanket. Pan con tomate. Roma tomato, slice off an end, and then take 1 singular clove of garlic and just cut the tip off. Just the tip. And just rub it all over that hot, toasted sourdough bread. Ooh! We're gonna take our tomato and do the exact same thing. Get aggressive, squeeze it, get the juice all over it. Slice this on a bias. Salt is a requirement. My preference would be Maldon. Not a part of the 3 ingredient thing, but I'm telling you it's tasty. You hit it aggressively with some olive oil. That is a delicious pan con tomate. Grilled cheese. We know how to make this. Non-stick pan, medium heat, butter unsalted into the pan. And once that's mostly melted, first slice of bread goes in, and then really any cheese you want. I always double up my cheese though. American cheese, that's the OG. Another slice of bread on top. I prefer to just let it do its thing on medium, medium-low, alternating temperature until the other side is toasted. So you can add a little bit more butter, give your bread a little flip. Look at that, dude. Then just toast the other side. Take it out of the pan, burn your hand, that felt good. Oh yeah, that is a grilled cheese. Blackberry jam. I have blackberries, sugar, lemon juice, and also water. 2 to 3 quart saucepan. You can add in your blackberries, your sugar. You can use a spoon, you can use your hand, just kind of toss them together. I like to crush them up a little. Let that sit for about 5 minutes. It's like a little brief maceration, okay? You really gotta enunciate when you say that. First thing you'll notice after you macerate is there's gonna be a lot of juice in there. That's good. At this point, you're gonna turn your heat on to medium-high and add in a little splash of water. You bring it to a boil over medium-high heat, and you're gonna lower the temperature to medium, and you're gonna let that reduce. So once this is reduced, cut off the heat and stir in a little bit of lemon juice. Small bowl, strainer. Pour that into your strainer, fine mesh, and using a spoon or a whisk or whatever you were stirring with, and just press it through. Get every last bit out. Let this cool, and once it's done, it should thicken up. If you want it to be thicker, you can always just reduce it more. But I like mine a little bit more on the syrupy side, so that when you have toast, you can just spread a tiny little bit. Spread it on, and enjoy. Nigiri, sushi grade salmon. You can do tuna, you can do hamachi. Make sure you can eat it raw safely. Since we only have 3 ingredients, then we really want to season this by curing it. Get yourself some kosher salt. Salt on one side, pat that down, and then again on the other side. Cover with a damp towel and leave it in the fridge for about 12 hours. So using a sharp knife, you're gonna slice your fish against the grain. Go from heel to tip, pulling the knife and letting the weight of the knife do the work. Once you get close to the bottom, you're gonna turn the knife up and then slice straight down. Then you're left with a little piece ready for nigiri. So we have our cooked rice here. Start breaking up that rice. You're just kind of hitting it, and we're just gonna lightly sprinkle with our sushi fin. Spread it out, kick it out to the edges, and fold it back in, and adjust seasoning. So to get this out, you need a damp towel. Form a triangle using 3 fingers. Kind of scoop around, turning the okay. And once you have the majority of your rice piled up in one area, you're gonna fold this over and just kind of work the rice into a light ball. Scoop it out and carefully dump it back out. Keep it covered, keep it warm, and now we assemble. Dampen your hands. You're gonna start with just a ball. Form that ball into sort of an egg. Take your fish, place it on top. You're just forming it around so you get a little nigiri. And that's it. Have fun with it. Spanish tortilla. This is not a perfectly traditional one. So we're gonna peel our potatoes. These are Yukon Golds. Now once they're peeled, you're going to slice them into rounds on a mandolin. Non-stick pan over medium heat. Now you're gonna confit these. We're gonna fully coat the bottom of the pan. You're gonna layer in your potatoes. A little salty salt, potato, oil, more salt, and then the rest of your potato. Top with additional olive oil. Now set that to medium low and just let that cook nice and slowly until these are soft. These potatoes are mostly cooked through. I jostled them a little bit and broke a few. I'm gonna season the top with a touch more salt, and then I have my eggs. Season your eggs to taste with salt, and then just beat till homogeneous. I'm gonna pour this directly on top. Make sure it coats the whole thing. You can let this cook with a lid on it, or you can put it into a 375-degree oven for about 8 to 10 minutes. Once the time is up, you have a roasty toasty boy coming. Now look at this. It's beautiful. Pizza. This is a hard one to make 3 ingredients. Unless you have a Whole Foods or Trader Joe's that makes their own pizza dough. Once you have a piece of dough, you know, punch it into a round. Now stretch your dough out. Make sure that most of the interior is thin, but you got a little crust on the exterior. Pizza goes on to your peel. So I have whole peeled tomatoes, which I've strained. Going into a container and start blending this until it reaches a nice pizza sauce consistency. Spread it out, and any grated cheese you want. Into the oven we go. Oh, you don't have a pizza oven? That's totally fine. You can use a pizza stone or a pizza steel in your home oven, no problem. We'll increase the bake time to a total of 10, maybe 15 minutes. That's it. Max temperature, 500 degrees. Pizza done. That's a solid pizza right there. Nutella brownies. Your Nutella goes in, and then 1 egg at a time. We're gonna beat that into our Nutella. Beat together on high speed till nice and homogeneous. Now beating slowly, we're gonna add our flour, incorporating a little at a time, and we have our brownie batter. You're gonna get a non-stick 8x8 tray and line it with parchment paper, and then just pour your brownie batter directly into that, and spread it out just so that it meets the edges evenly. Pop that into the oven at 350 Fahrenheit for 15 to 20 minutes. And just like that, you've got a beautiful ooey gooey Nutella brownie. Peanut butter cookies, they're gluten-free, brother. Creamy peanut butter into a bowl. And you're gonna beat that until creamy, along with some granulated sugar. Add it like a quarter at a time. Let it incorporate, a little more. 1 singular egg. Beat that in, that's your batter. Prepared baking sheet, scrape up a little ball, scoop it. You can also use a regular spoon and just roll these into balls. You're gonna take a little fork, you're gonna press down once, one direction, and then once more, the other direction, a little crisscross. Then into an oven at 350 Fahrenheit for 12 minutes. That's beautiful.
pork chop curry. I'm gonna be honest, this is not easy. 2 thick boy pork chops. Now we can't add oil, but you do have a fat cap on the pork chop. So turn the heat to medium low and just brush that around the pan. And we're gonna increase the heat to medium high. You're gonna add your pork in one even layer. Now after you've seared this about 1 minute to 2 minutes, you're gonna flip it once and once only. Add a touch of salt, let that sear for 2 more minutes. Set that to the side. In that same pan, you got all this flavor here. Turn your heat to medium. You're gonna add red curry paste. You're gonna cook this down in the pan. Increase the heat to medium high, and then you're gonna add 1 can of coconut milk. Make sure to scrape the bottom of the pan. I want that sweet fond. Dissolve all the solids, and then just bring this up to a boil. Add your pork back in, reduce the heat to medium low, and let that simmer just until the pork's cooked through, about 3 to 4 minutes. And once this is done, it is served hot. But if you wanna dial it up a notch, add a little pinch of palm sugar to this and some lime juice, and it's gonna be even better. Garlic oil pasta. You're gonna start with 1 pound of bucatini or spaghetti cooking in boiling salted water. In a cold pan, olive oil, a lot of garlic. Toss that around, medium-low heat. After like 3 to 4 minutes, it's fragrant and the garlic is starting to get a little bit toasted. You gotta be careful not to move too fast, otherwise the garlic will turn bitter. Once your pasta is done, you're gonna take it out, toss it into the oil. It's okay if you get pasta water in there because we're gonna put more pasta water in there. Toss that together, add a little salt to taste, give it another toss, make sure it's fully coated in the sauce. Sauced up nudes, place them into a bowl daintily. Make sure to get little pieces of garlic in there too because it's nice and toasty roasty. It's a simple garlicky pasta for 3 ingredients. Steak and eggs. I took a little piece of the fat cap that was right here and finally chopped it. Medium heat and just let that cook down until you get a little nice thin layer of oil. Now I'm gonna scoop all the crispy bits to the side, crank the heat to medium high. I've got a beautiful ribeye steak. I'm gonna season this with salt. Pepper is optional. We're gonna layer our steak in there. Full contact sear, press it down. Season the other side. I'm gonna sear that on medium high for about 2 to 3 minutes or until you have a beautiful Maillard. Now let that sear for another 2 to 3 minutes until the internal temperature registers 135 Fahrenheit. Okay, my steak is done. So we already have a hot pan with oil in it. I'm gonna crack my egg in there. Hit it with a little bit of salt. If there's enough fat in the pan, is just tilt the pan towards you and baste it just until the whites cook through. If you're basting it, it really only takes like 30 seconds. Our fried egg is done. And to finish it off, a generous spoonful of spicy chili crisp. You can use hot sauce. You could do salsa matcha. Get fancy with it. Have fun with it. That's the point. And that is a beautiful steak and egg. When it came to making this video, some of these recipes felt like a little bit of a stretch, right? Really, the whole point of this video is that you can always utilize and leverage a little bit of someone else's work and speed up your cooking process, whether that's a really nice chili oil or a flavored garlic oil. Something like that might help lift what you're making without losing the element and the beauty of cooking at home. But you know, one thing that will help you cook more is our sponsor, Made In. Thank you to them for sponsoring this video. Don't forget to click the link in the description. Made In, we love you. But also, I love you. By the way, don't forget to subscribe. See ya. Today we're going to make, taste, and rank the most popular dish in every single state in America. Yes, all 50. The USA is a melting pot of food and culture, and everyone seems to think that their state has the best food. While some states have their well-known favorites, some just straight up have no food culture. Sorry. Like, what is that, Delaware? Here's how this works. You, the audience, either in my YouTube community or my Instagram DMs, voted for what dish or food best represents your state. Now that we have our food, each state will be ranked on the most famous tier list on the internet. Now, a state can rank anywhere between A through F, and if it's truly God tier, then you have a special seat on the S tier list. At the end, every state we rank as S tier will compete in a showdown to determine which state has the best dish. But first, I have the most important announcement of the year. My cookbook is officially out today, and the link's in the description. I didn't want to make just another cookbook. I worked really hard on making something that was the first cookbook of its time, focused on the one thing that no one ever talks about, which is texture. Dozens of different recipes, techniques, things like Nashville hot honey karaage, brownies, greatest mac and cheese of your life. I hope you like it. The link's in the description. You can buy it now if you want it. That being said, on with the video. We're starting with one of the strangest named dishes I can think of. Number 1, Utah funeral potatoes. It's basically a cheesy potato casserole. You get some cornflakes, tossed in butter, lightly seasoned, put on top of a creamy, cheesy, shredded potato mixture, and baked at 350 for an hour, and there it is. Certainly looks like it should be served at a funeral.
I'm gonna say C. It's not as bad as it looks.
D. That's a D. This would be close to an F if it wasn't for the crunch on top. I'm sorry.
Our very first ranking of the day as a D tier. Sorry, but I'm also not sorry, Utah. Number 2, New Jersey pork roll breakfast sandwich. I heard that there's a big argument about whether or not this is Taylor ham. I don't want to get involved. Sear your sliced pork product on both sides. Place it on the bottom bun, American cheese on top of your pork, cook your egg in your pork fat, season it lightly, place a fried egg on top, close it up, and well, the cross section doesn't look too bad.
That's an F.
Oh my God, it really is that salty. Holy.
It doesn't taste like ham. It tastes like preservative. I hate the Taylor ham, but I love eggs, cheese, and bread, so it's getting a C.
The Taylor ham's starting to grow on me. I'm still gonna give it a C though.
New Jersey lands at a C tier. Moving on to number 3, Ohio Cincinnati style chili. I can't tell you how many times people have asked for this, and we're finally here. It's literally Skyline can of chili over spaghetti with raw onion and shredded yellow cheddar. I'm sorry.
To me, it smells like a white suburban mother's idea of char siu pork.
If an Italian saw this, I genuinely think that they would call the police immediately.
I was born in Ohio, and I fully disagree with this. Nah. Nope. F.
I'm gonna go D.
I think Ohio is like a beautiful state. If this ceased to exist, I would not care. Out of the hundreds, if not thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of sauces that can go on a pasta, why this? That is an F.
That made me sad.
And we have our first F tier. Real sorry, Ohio. Well, hopefully number 4 does better for Minnesota tater tot hot dish, which is quite literally Great Depression era beef, onions, vegetables, cheese with actual tater tots placed directly on top, organized beautifully, of course, baked at 350 for 1 hour. It comes out, and I'm not gonna lie, it does look kind of nice.
I'm here for the tots.
C.
C for me. Very middle of the line.
It's average.
I think it's a solid B, but I guess that gives us our average at a C placement.
Number 5, Oklahoma fried onion burger. Ball of beef on a plancha, onions on top, smash, season, sear, flip, and cheese. Repeat with the second patty, place them on a sauce bun, and that's your burger.
Onions are good on a burger, but when you smash them into the patty, I feel like it takes it up to here.
It's something special.
It's really special.
It might be an S for me.
It's an S.
It's an S for me, too.
Too classy. S.
Which is exactly why number 6 is yet another burger, New Mexico green chili cheeseburger. Look, you guys voted for this. So same concept, smash patty, top with green chilies, top with cheese, melt the cheese, do the same with the other patty, mayo up your bun, layer it up, and we eat.
I mean, it's good. It's good.
There's a lot going on.
I'm gonna give it an A because it could be improved upon.
It tasted good. It's just really not a fun experience for me. I'm gonna give it a B.
I'll say it's A. At the same time, it could be an S tier.
It could.
Because ultimately, it's just about putting green chilies on a burger. So it's between an A and an S. The average rating says this is an A.
Now, while we're in the Midwest, we're gonna move to number 7, Wisconsin fried cheese curds. It's quite literally cheese curds that are breaded and fried. That's nice.
When I left the Midwest, the one thing I was scared to leave behind was cheese curds, and I'm glad we have it here today. And it's always an S in my book.
S. It's an S.
It's a B. It's a small mozzarella stick.
Done with you.
I'm gonna join you, Cam.
This is a chode mozzarella stick. That's all it is. But by popular choice, it's an S tier, I guess.
Moving on to number 8, West Virginia's official food, the pepperoni roll. I think we got mostly votes for pepperoni roll. You punch down approved dough, you divide it into 8 pieces, stretch them out in a rectangle, add your pepperoni, some mozzarella, roll it up into sort of a log. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't make pepperoni rolls. This seems right. I'm guessing here. Bake at 400 for 15 to 20 minutes, let it cool slightly, and now we taste test.
But we're gonna cut it with my patented knife book. Did you know that this is available today? The link's in the description. Please go order it.
Knife not included.
I just did this.
Don't do that.
Special edition.
Don't do this.
Not much going on. Give it a C.
I'm giving it a B.
I would eat it again.
I'd eat it again.
I just wouldn't be that excited. I'm gonna give that a solid C.
So, C tier. Now we move a little further south for number 9, North Carolina, a pulled pork sandwich with a Lexington-style barbecue sauce. That's vinegar plus tomatoes and spices. It's a wee bit spicy, bruv, but not too much. Now, I know, some people like the tomato-less Eastern-style vinegar sauce, but this is what we're doing.
I've had a long opinion about vinegary barbecue sauces on pulled pork. It's good. It's a B.
That's true. I was gonna say that. Even if I was in North Carolina, I probably wouldn't be looking for pulled pork sandwiches.
I think pulled pork in general, aside from it being attached to North Carolina, is just B tier generally.
I'd agree with that.
So that came in at a B tier. Number 10, Hawaiian Spam Musubi. It is quite literally the only canned meat I accept because it's not canned meat. It's its own thing. You're gonna need a musubi mold, a half-cup piece of nori, layer in some rice, some sweet soy glazed spam. I mean, this is just a beautiful thing. Some more rice, press it down, wrap that puppy up, and split in half. I mean, it's beautiful right there, brother.
I love
Spam musubi. I mean, look at that. It's a perfect food.
Got a nice cross section.
It was tough.
This is really hard.
But I'd say there's nothing wrong with this being a solid A tier.
A++.
So close to S.
Very close.
I think it would be an S if we were from Hawaii. So I'll give it an A.
Coming in at a ripe A tier. On to number 11, Wyoming elk. If you're confused, so am I. This is what the people of Wyoming voted for. So we went for a Wyoming elk steak, which is apparently pretty good for you. High in protein, zinc, B12, but contains a chef's worst nightmare: low fat. Seasoned it lightly, salt and pepper, seared it, and basted it with a nice herby garlic butter.
It's pretty gamey, but I like game.
I'm gonna give it a D.
I'm not a person to really eat game. I can see where the appreciation would come for it, but for me, it's an F.
I like wild game, it's great, sure. But to represent out of all the foods that are here that we're gonna eat today, this is an F.
I guess F for no fat. Now remember, just because it's F doesn't mean it's bad. It's just a comparison to all the other foods that we have to eat today. It just didn't taste that special. So let's amp this up with number 12, Texas. This is where we live. And it's not Whataburger, okay? And whoever voted for Whataburger to represent Texas, I'm gonna find you and ship you out of here, brother. Out of the hundreds of votes we got on Texas, the majority of them went towards brisket.
If you talk about enjoyment of food, things melting in your mouth is very high up on that list. Good brisket never fails to do that. I'd put this in the A tier.
I'm going A as well.
If you live in Texas and you eat smoked brisket once or twice a month, kind of like, it's an A tier. If you're from out of town, it's an S tier. That being said, for us, we're giving brisket a solid, highly rated A tier.
Number 13, Washington cedar plank salmon. Apparently they cook their famous Pacific salmon on cedar planks. The food culture there seems to lean this way. Not sure how I feel about it, but we're gonna try it.
That's so good.
It has such a good smokiness to it, so I'm gonna go with A.
I'm gonna give it an A also.
In comparison to smoked salmon, this is really close. It's not exactly the same. I think this is an impressive thing to eat, and anyone who has not had this should eat it. We gotta give it an A for me.
A shocking A tier. Number 14, Arkansas biscuits with chocolate gravy. This is probably one of the worst things I've ever seen. There's no way this is gonna rank highly.
This might be the most American thing we have.
Arkansas, is this a dessert?
It looks like one.
I mean, one thing I do know is that these biscuits are great because they're from my old cookbook, which you should get my new cookbook, which is in the link in the description.
Do you think this is the only food we're gonna eat that looks the same coming out as it does going in?
This is amazing. You can't beat that.
Wow, that works out way too well. I wanted to hate this a lot.
Arkansas, holy
I'm gonna say this is a well-deserved S for me.
Whoa, what?
How is that not an S tier if we just ate a whole one without even thinking about it?
I'll go S tier for
Whoa. I hate that this is so simple and dumb. I don't want to give it an S. I'm gonna give it an A+++++, almost S, because part of me just doesn't feel right about this, but it doesn't matter. Somehow Arkansas wrestled its way into S tier.
Yeehaw!
Moving on to number 15, Missouri. Toasted ravioli, which apparently is a St. Louis favorite. It's just ravioli that's been breaded and fried till good old GBD. That's golden brown delicious. Gotta be good.
I'm gonna go C.
I'm gonna go B. I kinda liked it.
D. I'm sure it can be better. I just don't need it to be like that. So we'll average it out at C tier.
Number 16, Nevada, which you'd be shocked how hard it was to find a dish for this place because it's a desert. And weirdly enough, the number one voted item was shrimp cocktail.
That's an A.
I wouldn't put it all the way up in an A. This is really boring from a culinary standpoint. This is just a shrimp cocktail. I think it's a D.
So we got a D, a B, and an A?
Yeah.
So I think that probably evens it out to what, a C?
Number 17, Delaware. Scrapple. So apparently this is actually from Pennsylvania, but Delaware loves it so much that they voted for it to represent them. I'm sorry if you don't like this choice. Neither did we.
Smelly deli.
Oh, God. I don't want to eat this.
Gosh.
Do you know the way throw up feels in your mouth what's coming up? That's the way that feels.
F.
Get better food.
F tier. Number 18, Rhode Island, calamari. You should know what this is. It's quite literally little fried calamari. Tossed in a little garlic butter, some hot peppers. Sounds good.
I don't like calamari, but it kind of just tastes like anything fried.
Honestly, one of your best takes ever. I was trying to figure out how to describe it. That's exactly what it is.
I'm gonna give a strong, powerful C.
I'm going A. I grew up in the Northeast. I think this is fire.
It's a really strong, powerful B. So we'll average that out at B.
Number 19, South Dakota Chislic. I don't know if I should be saying that word out loud, but hey, whatever you say, South Dakota. It's seasoned lamb on skewers and, well, deep fried. Sometimes people use mutton or venison, but it's just seasoned and thrown directly in a deep fryer. That's it.
Not mad at that at all.
Actually pretty good.
I'd give it an A. There's nothing wrong with it.
I'll give it a B.
If there was something that was traditionally supposed to go with this, I would give it a higher rating than I'm about to give it. I'm gonna give that a solid B. So we average out at a B.
Number 20, North Dakota. We finally made it to the other Dakota. This is called Knofle. You guys know I'm not great with pronunciations. Soup. Long story short, it's a creamy German chicken and dumpling soup. I have a good feeling about this one.
Goddamn. Very good. I'm gonna give this an A, but it's a very enjoyable A.
It's an A.
It's creamy, it's salty, it's rich. It's also surprisingly balanced. But what I love about it, and what's different about this than any other soup, is these chewy dumplings that are in there. This is an A that aspires to be an S.
That came in at an A tier. Number 21, Alabama barbecue chicken with white barbecue sauce. That's a thing. I have always thought white barbecue sauce was illegal, with my mom being from Texas and, well, us living in Texas. But hey, we'll give it a try. You got a nice smoked chicken, drizzled generously with a mayo vinegar-based white barbecue sauce, which apparently keeps the chicken from drying out. I don't know how true that is.
It's actually really good. I'm into that.
For me, that's an A.
It's a B minus. It's close to a C.
It's good. It's just, if I were to never have that again, I wouldn't care. B tier.
Number 22, Virginia, which everybody voted for country ham. That was it. Didn't vote for anything else, so we decided, well, let's give Virginia a helping hand and try to at least put it on a sandwich, which, come to find out, it's served as a sandwich on a buttered biscuit traditionally.
D.
I don't like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a D. Like, if I had to eat it, I would eat it and not hate it, but only if I had to eat it.
Oh my God, I'm shocked. A D tier? I'm not shocked. Number 23, Iowa, which is the Iowa chop. It's just a pork porterhouse. I don't know how Iowa is allowed to claim this. That's all it is. You sear it, you flip it, maybe you baste it with some butter, fresh thyme, rosemary, bay leaf, and let it rest. It's gonna be good, but it's just a pork chop. Before we taste this, please understand. I know some Iowas, whatever they're called, I don't know, I'm sorry, also voted for pork tenderloin sandwich. Unfortunately, that was way outvoted for Indiana, which we'll talk about next. But first, let's taste test Iowa.
It's a pork chop. I give that a C.
It's a C as well.
I agree with that.
A C tier. So moving on to number 24, Indiana, which is, yes, the pork tenderloin sandwich. Listen, Iowa, before you get mad, we can pretend that you also got this too. This item got votes on both of these states, which is quite literally bottom bun, yellow mustard, massive, like comedically large piece of fried pork, raw onion, mustard on top bun, lit it, and eat it. I know this looks like a joke. Google it. It's a real thing.
I think it's a fun eating experience, actually, because, like, you could nibble on the outside and get just pork, and then nibble on the inside, get a sandwich.
It's a good sandwich.
It's a good sandwich. The best version of this sandwich would get a B.
Alaska smoked salmon spread is next. Start by mixing cream cheese and salmon, add some sliced chives, brunoise shallot, season with Tabasco, Worcestershire, and lemon juice, a little salt. Pack that into a ramekin beautifully. Maybe some little crostinis.
This is a really good snack. To me, it's not like a top meal out of 50 states. It's an A for me.
That's absolutely beautiful.
Even if you separate this from the dip and you just call it salmon, salmon is an incredible thing. And it comes from Alaska. One of the most amazing ingredients in the world, and in this form, it's incredible. I think just because of the significance, I gotta give it an S. I would take away an S from another dish, so this could also be S.
I would take cheese curds off for this.
There are other things that are like cheese curds. There's nothing like this. This is an irreplaceable thing.
A mind-boggling listing at S tier? So sorry, but Wisconsin gets demoted to an A tier. We had a general consensus decision to go ahead and demote it. Wisconsin, I'm sorry. Number 26, Michigan, the pasty. It's a weird name. It reminds me a lot of English baked pastry, and that's what this is. It's a baked pastry filled with beef, veggies. It looks like it could be good.
Whoa, okay. Super crispy and tender on the outside. It's buttery, it's flaky. It's kind of like all the elements of a great hand pie, but it's savory.
I give it an A for all those reasons.
I would go with an A also.
Where's this from, Michigan?
Specifically, the Upper Peninsula.
Upper Peninsula, shout out. That's a solid A.
That comes out at an A tier. Number 27, Colorado. Pork chili verde stew. This seems like a really interesting choice for Colorado. Hatch chilies roasted, poblanos, tomatillo, some lime, simmered nice and low and slow.
That's great.
That's great.
That's really good.
That's an S for me.
That's an S for me.
I did think. I don't know. I don't know if I want to give it an S. I feel like I could only eat so much of it until I'm like, I'm done. I'm giving it an A. But I'm outnumbered. I love it. Colorado, S tier.
Number 28, Maine, the lobster roll. We all love a good lobster roll. This is a legendary sandwich, roll, hot dog. What is this? Toasted split top bun, mandatory. In goes our lobster, which was heated gently in butter. Add a little bit of chives, maybe some lemon. Now let's taste.
It's a regional specialty, and I think specialties have a really high place on a tier list. This lives up to the hype. I'm gonna give it an A.
I'm also gonna give it an A.
It's big hunks of lobster in a roll, and it tastes good. I'm gonna give it a solid A.
We have an A tier. Number 29, Connecticut, which they call this New Haven pizza, but they also pronounce it Abitz. I don't know what's going on in Connecticut. So we added a slightly more tart sauce, a little bit of pecorino romano, olive oil. It's very, very, very light on the cheese. Look, we're cooking this in a super hot Gosney dome to mimic the heat of the Connecticut coal ovens. Pull it out. It's charred, slightly crispy, yet foldable. Let's taste.
I'm gonna go D on this because really what this is a cheese pizza with less cheese than normal.
I'm gonna go D. If you live in New Haven, just take the train to New York City. It's an hour away.
I think this is worth no more than a D.
Oof, a damning D tier. Number 30, Tennessee. You might guess what this is. I'll give you a hint. It's Nashville hot chicken. I love this dish. I'm gonna do my best to be unbiased. You toss your crackling fried chicken into a spicy hot seasoned oil all over the chicken legs. You do not go light on the calories here. Put it on a big, thick slice of white bread, a couple pickles, and bon appetit.
Go with kick. Out of all the fried chickens in the world, I do love Nashville hot, but I'm gonna give it an A.
I'm gonna agree with an A.
I'd agree with the A.
Delicious A.
Number 31, Louisiana, gumbo. And yes, we're using my gumbo recipe. I do mix land and sea. I know a lot of people say that's a no-no. Look, I've talked to a lot of my Cajun friends. I have yet to see them not mix land and sea. Maybe they're lying, maybe it's wrong. I know the comments are gonna go crazy. Look, it is what it is. I still think this is the daddy of all soups and stews. It gets ladled nice and hot into a bowl. Big scoop of rice in the center, garnished with some green onion, maybe some chopped parsley.
I'm going on the A route, but I can see it being an S. It's very good.
I give it an S. It's just such a well-balanced dish.
Out of all the most influential things that exist in food today, this is an S.
Louisiana joins the ranks of S tier. Number 32, Mississippi, which is just fried catfish with comeback sauce. It's not that crazy. It's literally just deep fried catfish, mayo-based sauce. It's tart, it's got spices.
It does taste good.
I'd give it a B- if I could, which falls on the B tier.
I'm gonna give it a B.
Some moods I would give this a B, some moods I'd give it a C. Right now I'm gonna give it a C. The comeback sauce is an A. Fish is a C. So I think this equalizes out to like a B tier?
Number 33, Florida, the Cuban sandwich, probably one of the most famous / iconic sandwiches known to man. Now, I don't know if this sandwich was really invented in America, but it is one of the most popular things in all of Florida, and it was the most voted for. You gotta get the right Cuban bread, mustard and pickle to your bread, Swiss cheese, ham, slow-cooked mojo pork shoulder, more cheese, butter the tops of the sandwich, and you cook it in a sandwich press until it's super flat, ultra crispy, melty, delicious, sliced at a diabolical bias.
I'm gonna give it an A. That was excellent. That's better than most Cubanos I've had in Miami, and I'm gonna get dragged for that.
It's an A tier sandwich, but over all the dishes, I'd say it's a B.
I'll give it a B.
It's an incredible sandwich, and it's definitely worth making a trip to Florida, but after 33 plates, it just didn't hit as hard as usual. Number 34, Massachusetts clam chowder, also known as New England clam chowder. This is an OG one. It's creamy, it's sweet, garnished with crispy chopped bacon, parsley, cracked pepper. It is actually one of my favorite soups. It deserves more love, but only one way to find out how much love.
I've never had clam chowder before.
Really?
I'm excited, yeah.
It's gotta be an S.
I think it does too.
That's just a classic.
It's so good.
It's so good.
It's fire.
I'm gonna go A. I feel like we're just kind of throwing S's around.
In the soup liquid world, is chicken soup above this?
Gumbo's above this.
Regardless of Vikram's opinion, the S's have it.
Number 35, Kentucky hot brown. This looks like a demonic creature that would emerge from the magical wardrobe in a fantasy movie. And this recipe comes directly from the place that invented it, the Brown Hotel. So that's where the hot brown comes from. Thought it was another reference. It's slices of bread in a pan arranged like this, and halves of raw tomato. Add a thick single slice of turkey. Cover with a Mornay sauce, cheese sauce. Sprinkle pecorino cheese, and you blast it in the broiler, pull it out, and well, I mean, it is hot and sort of brown. Top with bacon, and garnish with paprika and parsley.
How do you eat this?
The cheese melts really well with the turkey. If you saw that on like a sandwich, it'd be a really good sandwich.
Why can't they just make this a sandwich?
It tastes good.
It does taste good.
But it's a mess.
I'm gonna give that a C.
I'm gonna give it a C as well.
I'm gonna give it a C also.
That's an easy C.
Number 36, Idaho. You would think potatoes? Well, guess what was voted for? Battered steak fingers. I don't like the way that these look. It's essentially like a tempura battered piece of steak that gets deep fried.
I just farted, so if you smell that, I'm so sorry.
Oh God, dude, that's bad.
We didn't even eat the steak fingers yet.
Supposedly, this is the recipe that comes from the place that created the Idaho steak finger. What I don't like about it is that it's a batter, and I just don't think that that's gonna do well with steak.
Batter aside, this steak is so well done. I don't know how frying this was gonna make it any better. I'm gonna go with an F for this.
I'm gonna give this a solid F. I'm really sorry, Idaho. Maybe lead with a potato dish next time.
Now we're moving to the Midwest to try B-Rock from Kansas for number 37 and Runza from Nebraska for number 38. That's 2 for 1. They're both very similar, with beef and cabbage-filled pastry pockets. But the big difference is that Kansas B-Rock is just straight cooked cabbage, and the Nebraska Runza is sauerkraut. Kansas B-Rock. I've never heard of this. Really reminds me of like a kolache or a klobasnik. I mean, it's good. Not a lot going on. This feels very necessity food. Like, this is all you got. I'm gonna give it a C.
I'll go C as well.
C. Could be better. Kansas, C tier. Now let's see how the Nebraska Runza fares.
I'm not about the sauerkraut. That's why I'd give it a C.
The acidity, really like that. It's a slight step up from Kansas, but it's very similar, so I'll give it a B.
I agree. I'll go with a B also.
We're going with B. Number 39, Georgia. A place plentiful of incredible food. Georgia with lemon pepper wet wings. This uses my lemon pepper wet recipe. So we deep fried our wings. We tossed them beautifully in our sauce, garnished with a little bit of flaky salt. You know, it's nice.
Easy S tier.
S.
Tangy, crispy, flavorful.
It's an ultimate wing.
After the second chew, my brain immediately went S. S tier.
Georgia, you're always on my mind.
So we're gonna follow up a heavy hitter with another heavy hitter, number 40, New York pizza. This is a big contender. I mean, it's cheese, it's pepperoni sometimes, it's parm, red pepper flakes. It's an Italian-American icon. Has to be S tier.
I'm gonna go A. I have no complaints about a good New York slice.
I love New York pizza. I think it's nostalgic. I think it's special. I think it's one of a kind. And every time I go to New York, I get a slice. It's still a B.
I'm gonna give it a B too. I think New York pizza is the worst form of pizza there is.
A shocking B tier. On to number 41, Montana Huckleberry Pie. It's good, it's good. I do quite like the flavor of a huckleberry.
This is just like pops of freshness. It's about a B. I'm not wowed.
In comparison to blueberry and blackberry, way more fun. Way more diverse of a flavor. Way like fruitier and rich and deep.
There's a very big depth of flavor in this pie.
I'm gonna give it an A.
I'm gonna give it an A also.
So we're gonna average out at a light A tier pie. Next up, number 42, Arizona's Sonoran Dog. Bacon wrapped, deep fried hot dogs, really extraordinarily hot weather. It's sweaty match made in heaven, I guess.
We didn't have a Chicago dog in this video, but I'd do a Chicago dog over this one any day.
Yeah, me too.
I'd go B.
S tier.
What?
Yeah, that is the ultimate hot dog to me.
I'm gonna give it a solid C.
Wow.
I think this averages around a B tier. Number 43, South Carolina shrimp grits. Good old low country boil. It's really good.
I would almost go A. I'm gonna go B. It's very enjoyable, but there is definitely a ceiling. I think this is like probably the best version of it you can get.
It's close to an A, but it lives in the B category.
I can go out and I can order shrimp grits and I'm gonna enjoy it, but it has a ceiling and therefore I'm gonna give it a B plus, but still a B. Number 44, New Hampshire Apple Cider Donuts. This apparently was the only dish New Hampshireans voted for.
Apple cider donuts hold a special place in my heart being from the Northeast. They're still not that great.
Here's the thing, I don't need to eat another one of these again, ever. They're great, they taste good. Just give me a normal donut and put cinnamon sugar on it and call it a day.
I'm gonna give it a C.
I mean a C for being like decent, but nothing higher.
I'm gonna give it a D for decent. So we're gonna average this out at C for New Hampshire. Number 45, Maryland, the crab cake. I was just there recently to sign literal thousands of books, which by the way, those signed copies are available now. You can click the link in the description to get one yourself. Now let's talk about these crab cakes with a wedge of lemon. They're very basic. I have eaten a lot of disappointing crab cakes, so hopefully this is not another one for the list.
It's S tier. I feel like we're learning a lot about America, but it's really hard trying to differentiate between an S and an A. You take one bite of this and you're like, exceptional. That goes beyond an A.
That's an S for me.
Dude, that's a whole ass. There's a whole crab in that cake.
That's a good crab cake.
S tier. Moving on, number 46, Pennsylvania Philly cheesesteak. We know about Philly cheesesteak. We traveled all the way to Philly to learn everything that we could. It should rank decently.
That's C tier. It's just an average sandwich.
I'm gonna give this a B.
Philly cheesesteaks are good, and they can be made better by adding more cheese or better beef, but ultimately, it's always gonna be capped at a good, nice, strong B. Number 47, Oregon Marionberry Pie. Oregon. This is the most Oregon pie I can think of because it contains berries that were literally invented, apparently, in a college in Oregon. I don't like the texture of this. Good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go C, just very average pie experience.
I'm also gonna give it a C. To me, this pie was pretty one note.
Pie crust is great, it's seasoned nicely, the sugar levels are good. But from a flavor perspective, because the only thing you're relying on is the Marionberry that's in here, it's a D. Just go get blueberries and call it a day. I'm sorry, Oregon, you're great, my wife loves you. That's a D pie.
Number 48, Illinois. This was tough. The Italian beef sandwich beat out Chicago hot dogs by 2 whole votes, and deep dish pizza by 1 vote. So I guess it's Mr. Beef time, baby. Shout out to Mr. Beef. We love each other, by the way. Big kisses. So you have thinly sliced roast beef heated in jus, placed in a roll, topped with a relish called jardinera. The whole sandwich is heavily dipped in the jus. Now let's rank.
Mr. Beef, if you're watching, I love you. Why don't you ever send me pictures like you used to?
Oh yeah. What do you think I'm gonna say? Italian beef is what most people are gonna say is the top dish in Illinois, and I can stand by it being an S tier.
Vikram's from Illinois.
This is true.
So F.
I'm gonna give it an A. I would have rather had a Chicago dog.
There's literally no sandwich quite like an Italian beef. And at the right time, at the right hour, cold outside, you bite one, it's juicy, it's hot, it's fatty, it's like everything you want. There's nothing more you need in it. A gold star S tier rating.
S tier. Next, Vermont, the Maple Creamy. I have never heard of this, but I've also never thought of Vermont before. So thank you for voting for it. Using my soft serve custard, we cut down the eggs and the vanilla and added maple syrup. That's quite literally it. It's a very simple thing. Now let's taste.
We're sharing a cone together because that's what men do. That is insanely good.
That's very good. I'm gonna go A because it was enjoyable. It blew my mind, but compared to 50 other things, I'd just call it an A.
I'm going S. That was great.
This goes to A tier. You have to understand, there's so many ice creams to choose from. There's no added textures to this. It's one note. It tastes amazing, and it deserves an A tier. This is like a Michelin rating, right? It's worth making a trip to try, but nothing more.
Coming in at an A tier. Finally, number 50, our last state, California, which is the Cali burrito. There were a lot of votes here, which beat out street tacos, In-N-Out. But did it deserve to? Making it is shockingly simple. Nice hot burrito-sized tortilla spread on some guac, sour cream, topped with a big load of crispy French fries. I know, it sounds weird. Carne asada. Add a green or a red salsa, Monterey Jack cheese. Roll it up nice and toit. Burrito rolling is not the easiest thing, but I know you can master it. And this is the secret. You must place it in a pan seam side down, medium heat, toast it. It will lock that burrito shut. Flip, toast the other side, and cut in half. That's a special thing we're looking at. Let's taste.
This feels like all the best elements you could put in a burrito, and for that, I'm giving it an S.
I'm gonna go S and agree with everything Vikram said.
You got the crunch from the French fries, it's creamy, cheesy, beefy. If it's done right, it is perfectly balanced. It doesn't need any more. It is where it should be. S tier.
California burrito, S tier. You're goddamn right. But wait, who is really the best out of the S tier list? Only one way to find out.
It's time for the S tier rankings. We're gonna rank each and every S tier item from 1 to 10. 1 deserves to be on the S tier list, but maybe it's the least exciting, maybe the flavor isn't totally revolutionary. And 10 being, this is quite literally the greatest S tier item I've ever eaten in my life. So let's begin.
First up, California burrito. Vikram, 9. My score, 8.5. Cam, 2.
What the f? There's better burritos out there.
I disagree.
Just because there's fries on it doesn't mean it's top tier.
It feels like a combo of so many things that I love, right? Like shawarma, a burrito, fries in it. I'm also from California and extremely biased. California burrito, 19.5.
Next up, Arkansas biscuits with chocolate gravy. Vikram, 5. My score, 1. Cam, 1.
The fact that this even made it to the S tier list is probably the biggest accomplishment for Arkansas this year.
Ever, maybe. I liked it so much more than I thought it was gonna be, and I'm still upset that it exists.
It's very inventive to me, as stupid as it is. You can get chocolate in a lot of other things, but this combination really hit for me.
Arkansas, strong, 7 points.
On to Alaska salmon dip. Vikram, 1. Mine, 5. Cam, 2.
What the f, guys?
It tastes incredible. There's not 1 ounce of anything special about this.
You get the essence and the enjoyment from the smoked salmon without having to eat loads of it, and it tastes great.
There are other smoked fish dips, even in America, that I think I would rather have, like a smoked whitefish.
Alaska, 8 points.
Next up, Colorado pork chili verde. Vikram, Jesus, a 7? A 3. We need a 9.5 or higher to take the lead. Cam, 3.
And this medium is just such a good way for green chili to come through, and it's one of the dishes where I'd actually go to the state and ask for that.
I would not go to the state and ask for it, because out of all the things that there are pork belly stew-wise, it's a 3.
It was amazing, but I can think of 3 different Mexican dishes that are adjacent to this dish that I would much rather have.
Green chili pork, 13 points.
Maryland crab cakes. Vikram, 7. Me, 6. Cam, 8.
It's the best way to eat crab, to me.
Crab cakes are just special, man. I'm from that area of the country. I would seek them out on menus as a child. And I don't think you really see them too many other places.
I think there are 6.
I love them. But if I was given all sorts of choices of the things that we ate today, I just wouldn't grab them immediately. Total 21, and our new leader is Maryland crab cakes. Massachusetts clam chowder. Vikram 2. Me 2. Cam, well, 4. Whoa, okay. One of my most favorite soups of all time, just so you know. But there are at least 4 or 5 soups I can think of that are almost identical in flavor or borderline the same. It's not that special of a soup.
Funny enough, he says that. Today was my first time having clam chowder, but it tasted like I've had it before. That's why I'm giving it a 2.
I just love clam chowder.
Massachusetts with love, an 8. Here comes a big one, Louisiana gumbo. Vikram, a big 9. Mine, 7. This might take the lead. Cam, 6. I don't want to eat gumbo when it's 115 degrees outside.
I didn't see it as a seasonal thing. All year round, I'd enjoy it. You can't really get a bad bite of gumbo, and that's why I ranked it so high.
It's very based off of so many different cultures that you can go around the world and find something similar to gumbo.
With 22 points, we have a new leader, but we have 3 big guns remaining. Georgia coming in with lemon pepper wet. Vikram an 8.5, mine a 6.5, and Cam gives us an 8.
Out of all the wings in the world, this is definitely one of the top ones for sure.
There's something special about this wing, but there's nothing special about wings.
I agree with that, but that's why I gave it a 6.5. Not revolutionary. A new leader with 23 points. 2 more remaining. Italian beef. Vikram a 10. That's what I thought. A 7, and Cam comes in with a 7. Out of all the sandwiches I've ever had, one of the few sandwiches that I'm like, this does not need and should never have cheese. It's just good on its own.
I think an Italian beef is one of the most well-balanced sandwiches you can eat.
It's the only sandwich like this that exists. What other sandwich is mostly liquid? It's inventive, it's tangy, it's sweet, and it's the top sandwich for me.
Illinois, 24 points. A new leader. That only leaves one more. The Oklahoma fried onion burger. Here we go. Vikram, a 9. Mine, a 9. We need a 7 or higher to win this, and Cam has not been the nicest. And Cam comes in with a 7. We have a winner, the Oklahoma fried onion burger with 25 points. I crave this item by itself.
It's an amazing burger, but did it reinvent the wheel? No.
Fair. Listen, it's America. There's nothing better than a burger. And this is definitely one of the top ways to make a burger. You just can't beat melted cheese, grilled onions, and a smash patty.
The burger might not have been created in America, but the burger was owned by America, and it feels righteous that it won today. There's a takeaway from this video, and that is that there's great food all over the United States of America. Even the ones that rank low, I'm sure there are places that make it fantastic. I encourage you to venture out, try your local restaurants, try restaurants all over the US. There's great food everywhere. Thank you to everyone who submitted your favorite food in your state. We wouldn't have been able to make this video without you. Greatly appreciated. And don't forget, my cookbook is officially out, and there are recipes in this very video that we use. It's available now. Go and get it. The link's in the description. Click it, order it. It helps us a ton. It's all about that texture, baby, not just flavor. So with that being said, if you enjoyed this video or you learned something, leave a like, subscribe, and I will see you next time. Look, I love MSG, and so do these guys. Today I've assembled the MSG Mafia. Not only are we going to show you almost every way to use MSG, but we're going to decide the greatest MSG dish ever. MSG has been the secret enhancer to making food taste good for over 100 years. Now, technically you could use it in literally any dish, but should you? Is MSG really the magic pill?
Of course, it's better than Viagra.
MSG can be used like salt. Technically, you could put it on every single food on planet Earth, which would be over 1 billion recipes, literally. We Googled it. So instead, Guga, Uncle Roger, and I have selected carefully 33 of the world's most popular dishes, some that traditionally include MSG and some that do not, that will put this question to the test. We're all gonna judge each other's dishes. We'll be rating not on how good the dish is, but how much the MSG improved it. And once we pick the best plates from each person, those 3 dishes will be combined to become the ultimate MSG meal. Or at least we hope so. Guga, you ready?
Absolutely. Always ready.
Let's begin. One quick second, really important note. In 4 weeks, something really special is happening that I've been working my ass off for. There's a big problem in the cookbook world. All we ever talk about is how we can make things taste good. Flavor this, flavor that. My new book that's available for pre-order is an unprecedented direction to only talk about texture, the other half of the conversation. Flavor is easy to achieve because of things like today's video, MSG, seasoning spices, soup-based powders. You can just mix stuff together and it'll instantly taste good. But texture really requires technique, it requires care, but really you just need to know a little bit about what you're doing, and that's what my new cookbook is about. So don't forget to pre-order the book. The link
links in the description. It comes out in just about 4 weeks. Anyway, sorry for taking up the time here. Love you.
So every single tasting is gonna have a control version with no MSG. I'm starting off with the fattiest, most marbled tuna, Otoro. Slicing at a 45-degree angle, get some 1/4-inch thick slices. We could probably get them even thinner, maybe even 1/8 of an inch. Thicker slices will get salt and a little bit of MSG. Weirdly enough, a lot of these foods have naturally occurring glutamate, so I'm wondering if MSG is even gonna boost it at all. This somehow feels close to being traditional, but it's not really at all. Plate and rate. Control first. Now MSG. Guga gave it a 7 and Roger gave it an 8, a total of 15. It's actually surprisingly high, but I'm not shocked.
This tuna is so good by itself already.
Your fish super fresh and good. Maybe don't put MSG on there to cover the flavor.
I had it earlier. I actually didn't like the MSG one. I like the freshness, natural quality of it.
Next up, Uncle Joshua green curry with some modification based on my review. Bring curry to simmer. Add MSG. Plate. Garnish with raw chili, Thai basil. Now we score.
Oh, extremely flavorful.
Uncle Joshua 7. Uncle Guga 9.1. Final score 16.1.
This one's like, and then this one's like,
I did not know you sing opera.
Uncle Roger think Uncle Joshua a bit stingy on this one. Next up, Uncle Guga.
If there's one thing I love, is grilled cheese sandwich. Keeping it nice and simple is the way to go. And here's how to do it. I added some MSG right on top of the cheese. Do not forget the butter. The more butter, the better. And the key here is to cook it nice and slow. This will allow the cheese to melt nice and slow. And adding a lid will ensure that that happens. Once both sides are nice and toasty, slice it up, and there we have it. Beautiful cheese pool. Now we taste. Josh 3, Roger 6, final score 9.
Maybe Uncle Guga didn't use enough.
that, or it just doesn't work with things that it can't dissolve in.
Maybe.
It's suspended in the cheese.
Next up, popcorn. Look, this is really basic. Popcorn gets popped in a pan. Of course, we gave it a little bit of butter. And while it's hot, you season with a mixture of salt and MSG, which we blended very fine, so it was more of like a powder, so it sticks to the popcorn. Now we rate. Control first, then our MSG. Google gives it an 8, and Roger gives it a 9, 17. We now have a leader.
Big improvement.
It's like adding extra butter.
More savory, more umami.
But not too salty still.
Exactly.
Next up, kimchi pancake, also known as kimchi John. Uncle Roger adapted this recipe from Auntie Mangchi, the best in Korean cooking. Flour, kimchi, water, spring onion, sugar, MSG go into batter. Mix it up, add more flour because Uncle Roger like it thicker and crunchy. You want to see crispy, brown both sides? You don't need to waste time watching Control. Uncle Roger know for sure it's gonna be good with MSG. Let's go. Uncle Joshua 7, Uncle Guga 9.4, final score 16.4. What it take to please Uncle Joshua?
So good.
You give this 7.
That's a good rating. 7's good.
Next up, mashed potatoes, hummus, and pickles. Not all together, one at a time. For potatoes, we used Joshua's KFC meal recipe. Just add MSG, mixed, and plate. For the hummus, just add MSG, add in some paprika and cumin, and I'll be honest with you, cumin is not something I enjoy. But to try to save it, we add a little bit of olive oil and serve. For the pickles, start with cucumbers into the mason jar, add the saucepan to the range, throw in water, white distilled vinegar, salt, sugar, MSG, bring it to a boil, add some dill into the mason jar, pour in the pickling mixture, add the garlic, and the pickles are done. Mashed potatoes, Joshua 7.3, Roger 8, final score 15.3.
It brings a meatiness out of it.
Correct. Savoriness and meatiness that you can't replace with salt.
Hummus, Joshua 1, Roger 1, final score 2. Ouch, that kinda hurt.
This don't mean your hummus bad, it just means there's no difference.
Let's just forget that just happened. Pickles, Joshua 8, Roger 4, final score 12.
4? It pickle. It
No,
tastes
it's not
disgusting.
just a pickle, it's like a super pickle.
MSG cannot save pickle.
Moving on, Texas-style brisket, a recipe from my upcoming cookbook. Link in the description for that if you want to pre-order. Love you very much. Don't forget to pre-order, okay? Start with a gentle slap. Rub down with a mixture of salt, pepper, and MSG. Now, into the smoker, that cooks around 225. Gotta wait for the internal temp to get to 155. Remove it, wrap it in butcher paper, then back into the smoker until the internal temp reaches around 200. Now, remove it, let it rest. Now, this thing was essentially cured and smoked in MSG, as you saw. So we're gonna cut it in half. Yeah, that's looking nice. Slice it up, and now we rate. Guga gave it a 5, Roger gave it a 6, with a total of 11. Surprisingly low scores, honestly. I thought that this would be higher.
I'm going to think that MSG make a bit of difference, but not that much difference.
I agree. So much flavor in here already. There's not much MSG can do.
Next up, Uncle Roger's favorite dish, egg fried rice for you. This recipe from Uncle Roger 3 million subscribers special. It's so delicious and so simple. It's all about the hot wok. You need some good heat. Uncle Joshua got fancy new kitchen, but the fire is still so small. Hiya. Move the wok around in circular motion. Get the oil on the whole wok. Shallot go in, garlic go in, 1 egg, scramble. And of course, use day-old rice. If you use fresh rice, you up. Pour soy sauce on the side. See the sizzle. Chili, sesame oil, and tossing. Get some good height, spring onion. And now MSG for you. This all about finishing with little bit of MSG and show off your wok skill. I think they're going to like this. Uncle Joshua 7.9. Uncle Guga 9.9. Final score 17.8.
I think it's delicious. I think everything is perfect in every single way except spicy.
MSG make everything better.
Absolutely, you cannot have this without MSG.
No MSG, no good.
Next up, miso soup from Joshua's early video. I mean, take a look at him. This man was a little boy. Just wakame and green onions, pour your dashi miso broth and add MSG. First, the control. Now we score. Joshua 9, Roger 10, 19? Wow.
It's like Jesus turned water into wine, MSG turned water into soup. This MSG is Jesus.
Now this was a shocker to me. I cannot believe miso soup went so high.
Next up, biscuit. Recipe for my KFC meal video, also linked in the description. So you make your dough, you add a little bit of MSG, dough under the counter, dust it with flour, roll it out, fold it onto itself, repeat that process, so now we have nice layers, cut into square biscuits and bake for 15 minutes until GBD, golden brown, delicious. Guga gave it a 6, Roger gave it a 0. I don't really understand why that deserves a 0. I guess he just didn't think that it improved it, so a total of 6.
Don't be nice.
Don't be nice.
Biscuit. Biscuit's supposed to be not salty like this. Next up, pad thai. Uncle Joshua and Uncle Roger make pad thai video together before. This recipe from that video. Pad thai great because it noodles, stir fry in high heat. Dry shrimp go into hot oil wok. Next garlic, shallot, zha cai or pickled mustard green. When it smells good, remove it and into a clean wok. Scramble 2 egg, add vegetable back in, add shrimp. But oh wait, like get the egg and veggie out so they don't overcook. There we go. The shrimp looks so nice. Everything back in, add the cooked rice noodle, pad thai sauce, white pepper, and of course MSG for you. We add MSG almost at end. All that left is fish sauce and bean sprout. Oh no, too many. No one need this many bean sprout. Hiya. Bean sprout, the Asian version of Brussels sprout. Green onion, toss wok a few times. Taste. Perfection. Make sure to finish with peanut and lime wedge. Now we score. Uncle Joshua 8.1, Uncle Guga 9.2, final score 17.3. Not bad.
I'm never making it again without MSG. Period. It grabs the already natural umami and takes it to the sky. This little shrimp tail to...
Next up, pork kafta. Now this is something we have in Brazil quite often. You can make kafta out of any ground meat. Usually it's done with beef, but today we chose pork. Into the pan, add a little smoked gouda, parsley, salt and pepper, and mix everything together. Once you have a nice cohesive dough, make a ball and add it to the skewer. Put it down on a cooling rack and into the oven it goes at 375 degrees Fahrenheit. We're looking for a final internal temperature of 165. Sprinkle a little Kashmir chili powder right on top, and of course don't forget to add MSG. Now we taste. Joshua 5.7, Roger 6, final score 11.7.
I think we like brother from another mother. It's a nice to have, but not necessary.
You heard that? Uncle Roger said nice to have MSG, not necessary.
No, only in this case. For Asian food, always put in there.
Next up, buffalo wings. Real easy. You fry your wings, make a very simple buffalo sauce of butter and Frank's Red Hot. Add in a nice sprinkling of MSG. I mean, this is probably one of the most ridiculously simple wing sauces I can think of. Let's rate. Guga gave it a 10 and a 10. So we have the first perfect score.
Wow.
I don't want to film video anymore. I just want to eat. If you're making chicken wing without MSG, you f***ed up. Next up, Tonkotsu Ramen from Uncle Roger 4 million subscribers special. Start with Uncle Roger Tonkotsu broth, add MSG, pour the mixture into cooked noodle, add egg, manma, chashu, nori, green onion. And now we taste, control first, and now MSG. Uncle Joshua 8.9, Uncle Guga 9.2, final score 18.1. Fuyo.
There was an improvement that was very enjoyable. It's good on its own.
It's so good by itself, everybody, that it did make an improvement, but not a crazy improvement. But don't get us wrong, ramen is amazing.
Next up, Caesar salad. Now, I'll be honest with you, this is not my favorite. Come on, it's green. Who likes green? But it's important to have a balanced meal. So here we go. Into a bowl, we add some shredded romaine, Joshua's homemade Caesar dressing, pecorino romano, add some MSG, and finish it off with croutons. Joshua 9? Wow. Roger, another 9? Are you kidding me? Final score 18. These guys really like their greens.
Cheese itself have MSG already, but then you add MSG to cheese, you turn the cheese into cheese on crack.
This better not win.
Moving on to a Korean fried chicken sandwich, which is probably one of my most favorite recipes of all time. So you season your fried chicken with a little bit of salt, a little bit of MSG, toss in your gochujang sauce, which also has MSG in it, and that feels highly unnecessary since gochujang naturally has a lot of glutamate already in it, but whatever. A little bit of mayo sauce on the bun, cabbage slaw, chicken sauce, and now we rate. Guga gave it a 9.5 and Roger a 9, 18.5. It's a pretty good score.
So delicious.
Asian food, of course, need MSG. It's the white powder of our people. Next up, katsu curry. We use Uncle Joshua pork katsu curry recipe. First, we get our pork dredged. Spank the pork like it's your girlfriend. Dunk your chicken in egg, then panko. Everybody like extra panko. Put into oil, don't burn yourself. Fry 10 minutes. 2 spoons MSG into Uncle Joshua sauce. Maybe a bit more. Pinky taste, perfect. Salt, white pepper, black pepper. Taste with pinky again. Make nice face. Pull the katsu. Sprinkle it like you MSG bay. Now we plate rice, curry, cutlet, green onion. Take selfie with Uncle Guga. Post on Instagram. No need to see control. Let's go. Uncle Joshua 6.2, Uncle Guga 7.1, final score 13.3.
The MSG didn't add as much to this.
It's not my favorite sauce, but the katsu
Maybe
is...
with more salt it would be.
Uncle Joshua adding salt. Let's see if score go up.
Revise.
Yes, Uncle Joshua revised to 7.1. New final score is 14.2.
It just needed salt.
Next up, guacamole from Joshua's Suadero video. Add some cilantro, parsley, onion, lime, salt, and of course, there's the MSG. Joshua 5, Roger 4, final score 9.
It's like the same, but like 2% better, maybe?
Avocado only good if you add other shit to it.
Next up, smash burger. Smash your patty into a hot pan, season with salt and MSG. And pepper, sear 1 to 2 minutes, flip, season the other side, again, yeah, MSG again. Cheese goes down, lid it, get a nice melt, repeat the process with your second patty, and assemble it beautifully on a toasted sauced bun. Looks nice. Now it's time to rate. Guga gave it a 9.2, and then an 8 from Uncle Roger, 17.2. Okay, not great, but it's not too bad.
Uncle Roger thinks it really elevate this, but cheese have MSG already, so maybe not necessary.
Like a double hit of MSG right there.
Take a burger and take the volume of flavor and turn that knob all the way up. Yes.
Next up, Filipino pork adobo. This recipe from Uncle Joshua chicken adobo, but replaced with pork because pork is the best meat ever. Anything haram mean it good. This cooked for 10 hours. MSG bay into dish. Taste test, so tasty. Plate, rice, adobo, spring onion. Let's go. Uncle Joshua 8.9, Uncle Guga 10. Fuyo.
I only gotta say one thing. If you've never had pork adobo, do yourself a favor. You're gonna enjoy it.
Does MSG make it better? Yes, it does.
It's just better.
Next up, I'm really excited about the Doritos ribeye. Season and sear your steak. We want to get a nice brown color. Once that's done, throw in a big hunk of butter and baste. Make sure to coat the whole thing. Now add it to a sheet pan and into the oven it goes at 350 degrees Fahrenheit until it reaches an internal temperature of 135. Now as you know, Doritos already has MSG on it. I added some tape in the middle, threw MSG all over. Now the magic, peel off the tape, slice up the ribeye. We gotta keep one as the control and the other one we're gonna throw MSG on it. And as always, don't forget to taste. First up, control, and then MSG. Joshua 9, Roger 8. Final score 17.
Uncle Roger think the Dorito overpowered the MSG flavor.
You always want to taste the MSG, never just Dorito.
Next up, omelette. So before you whisk your eggs, season with a little bit of salt and MSG. Oh, you can't season before you cook it. Shut up. Eggs into a hot buttered pan. You let it cook, bring in the eggs, let it set, fold the omelet, a little bit more butter to the pan till toasty, and let it cook until GBD. I like a little bit of color. This is a country style omelet. You can, of course, garnish it, but that doesn't matter. This is about MSG. So now we rate.
Uncle Roger make egg fried rice. Uncle Joshua just make egg glaze.
Guga gave it an 8, and Uncle Roger gave it a 7. Total of 15.
Lingers in your mouth, that wonderful taste.
What else you season omelette with? Salt and pepper only, correct?
Exactly.
MSG beat both of those. Fuyo.
I agree.
Next up, Thai Tom Yum. This Uncle Joshua recipe, modified with Uncle Roger review. Most important ingredient in Tom Yum, you need to balance this flavor. Palm sugar, lime, fish sauce, MSG into soup, add salt, add fish sauce, and now very important, turn off heat. Because if you put lime into boiling water, it kills the citrus flavor. You can squeeze whole forest of lime in there, it still won't be sour. More MSG, mix, top with cilantro, Thai basil. Let eat MSG. Uncle Joshua, 6. Stop lying to people. Uncle Guga 9.2. See?
Wow, you didn't like it?
I don't think the MSG added much to this.
Uncle Joshua published 2 cookbooks and now he think he food critic.
I think it's balanced and good as it is, and it doesn't need MSG.
Next up, breakfast sausage. This is really easy. Ground pork, we got all these nice spices, and of course we just added MSG to that spice mix. To me, with pork being naturally high in glutamate, I feel like there's something special here that could happen. So we sear that pork over medium high, flip, and sear again. You can also baste it with its own fat if you want to be sexy. Now, time to rate. Guga gave it a, what the f? A 0 and a 5. Really? 0 from the man of meat himself?
Too salty, too much flavor, overpowering. I think I'm gonna be tasting this into tomorrow.
Give me that man in black thing, make me forget the last 5 minutes.
Please.
Next up, beef rendang from my home Malaysia. This recipe comes from Uncle Roger, but in Texas where Uncle Joshua lives, we can't find all the ingredients. Hiya. So this not gonna fully capture the rendang experience. If you want proper rendang, come to Malaysia. Uncle Roger bring you around. I'm not sure it need MSG, but we add anyway. It's very good. It's still missing something. Probably the canto nut. It's a Southeast Asian ingredient. A bit obscure, hard to find in Western country. This rendang color also too light. Usually rendang very dark, very brown, almost angry. This rendang look too friendly. Hiya. Now we score Uncle Joshua 5, Uncle Guga 8.5, final score 13.5.
I feel like if you took the MSG away and just added more salt, it would be good.
Hey, rendang is one of my favorite things to eat, so maybe I'm just biased because it's good.
Not necessary for this one.
Next up, chicken nuggets. We're using Joshua's McDonald's butt batter recipe. We're adding MSG right after they're fried. It's kind of bouncing off the batter. This might not work so well, but let's find out. Joshua 2.
This I'm gonna give a 2. I know that it should have more MSG in it. I think if there was more MSG, this is where it would land.
You're gonna imagine why you won't cook?
Roger 2. Not good. Kind of makes sense though. Who likes chicken anyway?
Hey, oopsie doopsie. I think we forgot to give the MSG to Guga to put in the actual meat farce of the chicken nugget, which would have made it outrageously better and it would have scored way higher, but I don't think it would have won. Just wanted to be honest about that. Oh, don't forget to pre-order the book, by the way. Link's in the description.
Next up, gotta have a pasta dish, cacio e pepe, which this comes from my first cookbook. If you don't have it, what are you doing? And if you do, I love you. So we have our pasta cooking down in reduced pasta water, and of course black pepper. Season it tastes with salt and MSG, and then we add our Parmigiano, our Pecorino cheeses, toss until emulsified. There's something beautiful about adding a high glutamate cheese with more glutamate. So let's taste test.
Okay. The whole tree fall, not a single leaf on ground. Fake plant.
Okay, let's dig in.
First, coming in at a 9.1, and then Uncle Roger with an 8, a total of 17.1. It's funny because it's high, but I kind of wanted this to win. Definitely making this again.
Your cheek squeezing.
Yes, exactly. Quite a bit, actually.
Uncle Roger didn't give it 10 because I think MSG worked better for Asian noodle. Next up, instant noodle. This is Indomie, Uncle Roger's favorite instant noodle brand from Indonesia. This is dish with the most MSG because it comes with its own sauce and dry seasoning. All these packets have MSG in there. Seasoning oil, sweet soy sauce, sambal. Cut open and mix. Now dry seasoning. Put noodle into boiling water. Drain after 3 minutes. Now add shallot, garlic to hot oil wok. Scramble egg. Remove from heat. Mix in noodle and sauce mixture. Make sure to get it all out. Red chili, sesame oil. Smell good. Flip in wok. Fuyo, that a very nice wok toss. So much skill. It's not like French toast. Anybody can make French toast. Add MSG. You don't need much. Add spring onion. Taste. Maybe a bit more MSG. Okay. Taste again. Fuyo, nice. Plate with fried egg on top as bonus because the egg yolk in there can mix with the noodle. Let's eat.
You ever had this?
No.
Uncle Joshua 8, Uncle Guga 9.5, final score 17.5. Of course.
This is amazing, everybody. Food does not have to be expensive in order to be delicious.
This already had MSG in it. We added more, and yes, it made it better. More meatiness, more intensity, and you could taste every element that much more.
This dish is 50% MSG. Of course, it's good.
Next up, picanha with chimichurri. Now I call this the queen of all meats for good reason. It's the best because it's a combination of filet mignon together with ribeye. Now that is a cut to have. Keeping it traditional, I like to season it with a good amount of salt first. Then throw it immediately on the pan using the fat side first. Instead of using crazy oil, using the actual fat from the meat is the perfect way to go. As you can see, the fat will render nice and slow, and once you have a nice golden brown color, it's time to sear the edges. You want to do this as as quickly as possible as we're trying to avoid gray band. One other technique I like to use is to call the gugahe, and basically that is igniting the fat as you're cooking the picanha. This will give a nice smoky flavor to it and imitating it cooking it on the grill. Because once you're happy with the color, the next thing to do is to put it in the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit, and once the temperature of 135 is reached, it's time to slice. Now take a look at this. That is what I like to call medium rare. Nice and juicy, just the way we like it. To finish it up, add a little MSG on one half, add the chimichurri right in the middle, and add a little bit of salt on the side just in case Joshua wants that. Joshua 10. Wow, Joshua's first 10. 10 out of 10 will highly recommend. Roger 10. Final score 20. Perfect score.
If you season a steak, you can season it as much as possible until it's as maximally flavorful. If you go beyond this, it's too salty. The MSG does this. You can take it further without making it saltier.
That's why it's the king of flavor.
And picanha moves on to the super dish.
Next up, Neapolitan pizza. So we added MSG to the actual pizza dough, and we seasoned our raw San Marzano tomato sauce with garlic oil, salt, but now also MSG. So we have 2 layers of MSG on this pizza. Given how nicely it did with the pasta, I have a feeling this is gonna go pretty well. So we pop it in our Gozni rock box. These are our homies, by the way. If you want a pizza oven, these guys know their for real. Quickly turn, you pull it out. Come on, man, this is gonna be something special here. Less talking, more rating. Guga comes in with a 10. Could this be a contender? And Uncle Roger, a 10. Another perfect score. So it ties with wings for first place, and I'm gonna have to be the tiebreaker. Yo! In comparison to the wing, all things considered, protein's naturally gonna be better with an MSG, right? But pizza, I think it's thrice better than it would have been. So I'm gonna vote the pizza as a tiebreaker.
Roger agree?
So do I.
Next up, Vietnamese pho. This recipe from Uncle Roger's 6 million subscribers special. The broth cooked for a long time. Don't try this at home unless you're unemployed. Add MSG in the bowl, rice noodle, beef, cilantro, mung bean, Thai basil. Pour the hot broth on there and let the hot broth cook the beef. Don't just boil the beef separately like Rachel Ray. And now we taste.
No MSG. I just want the broth.
That's what it's all about.
Uncle Joshua 9, Uncle Guga 10, final score 19. Almost perfect score.
Let's go.
This made the umami and the salt go up without it becoming too salty.
And it's delicious.
I'm so proud.
Now on to our MSG Wombo combo. So Uncle Roger's pho, Guga's picanha, and my Neapolitan pizza are the winners today. Now I gotta figure out how to combine these into the ultimate MSG dish. I'm gonna be honest, this should be fun, but maybe a tad difficult. So since we had pho as our winner, I decided to take our pho broth, reduce it down to basically a demi-glace. Of course, it's seasoned with MSG. I combine that with my MSG pizza sauce, so we've got richness from the demi-glace, but we have acidity and freshness from the tomato sauce. Our picanha, quite literally seasoned with MSG, salt, pepper, seared on both sides until medium rare, which is an internal temp of 135 Fahrenheit. We should all know this by now. Please stop asking. Now we're gonna char a little bit of onion to mirror some of the fragrance from that traditional pho broth. Shape up our MSG pizza dough, add our sauce, our charred onions, buffalo mozzarella, and now it's time to cook, well, the same way as our Neapolitan pizza. So we pop it into the pizza oven, pull it out, looks beautiful. Uncle Roger's gonna show off his knife skills here with the picanha. It's actually surprisingly good. It's not bad. Most of you guys should take notes here. Uncle Roger, more like Uncle Daddy. That doesn't make any sense. But okay, this feels a little silly. Like, is this actually gonna work? A lot of the time when chefs go into the kitchen to come up with a new dish, things tend to be inspired in this way. We take multiple things that we love and kind of put them together in ways that we think make sense. But look, there's only one thing we can and should do. Let's taste test and see if truly MSG is the magical ingredient for all things good.
You said in life, use MSG.
Holy sh**. This is a top tier pizza. We made a lot of pizzas on this channel, but out of every single pizza I've tasted and eaten, this has to be easily in the top 2 greatest pizzas I've ever had on this channel, period. Thank you, Uncle Roger. Thank you, Guga. The MSG Mafia. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you did, don't forget to like, subscribe, and I will see you next time.
What about dessert?
I think this is gonna be really gross.
A little bit weird. Uncle Roger gonna eat the original one.
I kind of like it.
No.
It tastes like old egg yolk. When it comes to being on a diet or eating healthier, there is one major variable that makes it hard, and that is we want to eat the things that we cannot eat. But is it true that you aren't allowed to eat them? Why can't we have pizza, fried chicken sandwiches, burgers, burritos? I say nay. So I'm running you through the top 10 no-no foods that you can't eat and making them diet and health friendly. So let's begin. Really important, I gave a 1-of-1 custom-made knife away for people who bought my book in the spicy burger video. And it is a pleasure to announce we have a winner. Congratulations to Dionise, the winner of the custom
custom knife from Pie Cutlery. This is a handmade knife. This is the Thor's hammer of a knife. He promised it. It finally made it to him. Takes a while to make a knife. Hand forged, all those good things. Thank you to Pie Cutlery for doing the work. I mean, this is a beautiful knife. Look at this thing. And look how cute Dionys is. Look how happy he is. Dionys, thank you. We love you. And we also love you who's watching this video right now. Maybe next time you can win a knife. And also don't forget to get the book. Love you. It's upside down? It is.
First up, the breakfast burrito. There's all sorts of breakfast burritos, but let's say you ordered a breakfast burrito with chorizo, cheese, and refried beans. That would come out to around 1,100 calories, 70 grams of fat, 55 grams of carbohydrates, and well, a good 56 grams of protein. We can do much better. This recipe will make 4 good-sized burritos, but can make more depending on how much filling you use and how big your tortillas are. We're gonna start by making our diet-friendly chorizo. To a blender, add 1 teaspoon or 2 grams of coriander seeds and blend on high until the seeds become a powder. Then add 2 whole cloves of garlic, a 1/4 teaspoon or 1 gram of ground cinnamon, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of ground cumin, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of kosher salt, 3 tablespoons or 45 grams of white distilled vinegar, half a teaspoon or 2 grams of onion powder, 4 ounces or 115 grams of chopped smoked ham. I know it's a little weird, hear me out. 1 ancho chili and 2 guajillo chilies, both of which have been soaked in hot water until very soft. Don't throw the water away, you will need it in a second. Blend on high until as smooth as possible, using 1 tablespoon of your chili soaking water at a time, just to loosen if needed. Now, to a large bowl, add 1 pound or 450 grams of 95% lean ground beef. Add in your blended chili mixture. This is gonna add your chorizo flavor and moisture. Mix by hand until completely homogeneous. Heat a large non-stick pan over medium-high. Once hot, add all your chorizo mixture to the pan. Stir constantly using a spatula to help everything cook evenly. Then at the end, use a potato masher. This is a top secret tip. You don't have to do this. To mash as finely as possible. Continue to toss and cook till cooked through. You got some crispy bits, but not completely dry. There should be some juiciness to this. Now moving on to the eggs. We're making cheesy egg whites. Heat a large non-stick pan over medium heat. Add 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of unsalted butter. Once the butter is melted, add in your egg whites, season lightly with salt, and cook, stirring often. Now, as soon as the egg whites begin to set, add 1 ounce of low moisture skim mozzarella and 1 ounce of cheddar, about 27 grams each. Look, you can obviously use full fat or low fat cheddar. The macros depend on how much fat goes in, so, you know, choose to your discretion. The macros we used will be reflecting if you were to use low fat cheese, you know, as opposed to regular. Not a fan of it. Obviously, you can use regular, which is my preference, but that'll be higher calorie. Cut off the heat and fold together until the cheese is melted. Now let's make a simple little pico de gallo, you know what I'm saying? To a medium-sized mixing bowl, add 1 large diced tomato, half an onion, finely diced, half a bunch of finely chopped cilantro, and the zest of 1 lime. Season taste with salt and the juice of your zested lime. Now, lightly toast a burrito-sized tortilla over an open flame. Now look, this could be a regular burrito tortilla or a low-carb tortilla. For our macros, we're using the low-carb one. Into that, around 4 ounces of your chorizo, followed by a heaping spoonful of your pico de gallo, a 1/4 of your cheesy egg whites. Roll that puppy up nice and doip. Toast seam side down in a large saute pan to help it stay close. Cut in half and goddamn, that don't look like no diet burrito. So the normal version is 1,100 calories, and our version 434 calories. Coming with just 13 grams of fat, and if you're using a low carb tortilla, it's 33 grams of carbs and 59 grams of protein. Obviously, a real tortilla is better, so understand swapping regular will up the carbs and calories. Your choice.
So breakfast burrito. This one's from a local restaurant. Most breakfast burritos are gonna be built like this. A little taste. I mean, it's pretty good. It's ugly. It is what it is. I just need this to be just as good. That's all I need. Cheers. Listen, I hate and have always hated egg whites. This might be one of the only ways I think I could ever genuinely eat it and not hate myself. You essentially replaced what the yolk can do with lower fat cheeses. It doesn't go super high in calories, it stays super high in protein, and honestly, this beef chorizo, it's not fatty like I want it to be, but I'm not like upset that it's missing. If I don't get to have regular chorizo, but I get to have this on a diet, I'm stoked. All in all, this is a great breakfast burrito, but one of the best POVs. You can freeze them, then reheat them in the oven as you need them. So really, you only prep once for multiple breakfasts. Moving on.
Now the typical just plain 2 slices of French toast with a little bit of whipped cream, powdered sugar, and maple syrup comes out to 830 calories, 35 grams of fat, 115 grams of carbs, and 15 grams of protein. I don't even know how that's possible that it's even that high in protein. That's confusing. Can you even make this diet friendly? Well, look, if you can eat carbohydrates, you can. You're gonna need 2 slices of a good quality bread. Ideally sourdough, because it's naturally leavened and fermented. First, on one of those, you're gonna spread a thin layer of peanut butter. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not just any peanut butter. You want powdered peanut butter. I found this brand called PB2. This is not an ad, this is what I used. Mixed it with a little bit of water, and it comes out like peanut butter, but significantly lower in calories. And all it is dehydrated peanut powder. Anyway, spread that onto one of your slices, take your other slice and glue them together. Now we're gonna give it a little bath. In a bowl or quarter hotel pan, combine 4 egg whites, 1 whole egg, 2 teaspoons or 5 grams of Chinese 5-spice, little pinch of salt, whisk together till combined, then whisk in 1 cup or 240 milliliters of any milk of your choice. That could be oat milk, almond milk, non-fat milk, whatever. They're all gonna change the macros slightly, so just be aware of that. But if you use something that's low fat, low calorie, then you're probably in a better spot. Add in your bread, let it soak for about 15 seconds, flip and repeat on the other side. There's no perfect way to figure out exactly how much liquid the bread will absorb, but this is enough for 4 servings, so 2 slices of bread should get roughly a quarter of that. And look, the rest of this is very simple. You get a non-stick pan, you heat it over medium heat. Once it's hot, you put a little cooking spray in there, add your French toast, cook for 2 to 3 minutes, flip and cook for another 2 to 3 minutes. That is it. Now, a light dusting of powdered sugar adds a minuscule amount of carbohydrates and sugar. If you want maple syrup, you can go straight maple syrup if your macros fit it. There's sugar-free maple syrups, or you could just do fresh fruit. Now, for our French toast, you have 2 options. Option 1, no syrup, which comes out to 238 calories, 3 grams of fat, 35 to 45 grams of carbs, depending on your bread choice, and 15 grams of protein. We removed 500 calories, 70 grams of carbs, and 32 grams of fat with our version. Now, option 2, if you do use syrup, will be roughly 390 to 400 calories, 3.5 grams of fat, 75 to 85 grams of carbs, depending on bread choice, and 15 grams of protein. Still 500 calories less and 31 grams of fat less.
French toast. Probably one of my favorite diet-friendly things you can make because it's really not that different from any other French toast. You just need to soak bread in something with egg-like properties and toast it in a pan. That is it. Is it missing maybe like a slight amount of richness? Absolutely. But honestly, I don't think you'll tell a massive difference. It's a great French toast. This is a higher carbohydrate option. Is there a way to do it with lower carbohydrate? Sure. But it's gonna be shit because you're gonna use some sort of weird low-carb bread. And those always taste like ass. So that you can't really get around. Start with a good product, you end with a good product.
Moving on to the sausage McMuffin. This, I've always felt like, is a sandwich that never really satisfies. So I've got one that satisfies by itself. The macros on the McDonald's version aren't actually that bad. 480 calories, 31 grams of fat in a tiny little sandwich, 30 grams of carbs, and 20 grams of protein. And that's if you have an egg. If you don't put an egg, this thing's got basically no goddamn protein at all. Now onto my version. First, our sausage. This will make enough sausage patties for 8 sandwiches. Each patty is 3 ounces. Now obviously you could do 2 patties per sandwich and you'll have a whole lot of protein on that sandwich for not that many more calories. So 2 medium mixing bowl, add half a pound or 225 grams of 95% lean ground beef, 1 pound or 450 grams of lean ground turkey, that could be 95% lean as well, half a teaspoon or 2 grams of ground fennel, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of smoked paprika, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of garlic, half a teaspoon, 2 grams of onion powder, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of kosher salt, 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of breadcrumbs. This is really for moisture retention. You can totally leave it out if you want. 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of water. Eliminate that if you do not use the breadcrumbs. Mix by hand until fully combined and the sausage is emulsified. Begin heating a large saute pan over medium-high heat. While the pan is heating, portion your sausage into 3-ounce, 85-gram patties. Be sure to make the patties wider than your English muffins because they will tighten up and contract during the cooking process. Now, once your pan is hot, lightly grease with cooking spray, add in your patties, and sear for 2 to 3 minutes on both sides to get a nice, beautiful browning. And they're just cooked through. Do not overcook these. They will dry out. For each sandwich, split and toast 1 English muffin in a toaster, not in a pan with butter. Toasters don't require any fat. Now, in a non-stick pan, heated over medium heat, add just a light spray of cooking oil. Once that's hot, crack an egg into the pan and cook until the whites are fully set but the yolk is still runny. Season and taste with salt and pepper. Now begin by building the sandwich with an optional but honestly surprisingly macro-friendly slice of low-fat American cheese. On the bottom part of your English muffin, honestly you could use regular American cheese. It would only slightly up the fat, so there's that. You can do that under the broiler, you can use a kitchen torch. Add our sausage. Top with your over easy egg. Place on your top bun, and guess what? We still managed to cut that fat down by 30%. It comes in with a whopping 39 grams of protein, 28 grams of carbs, and 18 grams of fat. That is a lot more diet friendly for a high protein diet, if you ask me. You could always throw another turkey patty on there and it'll be probably upwards of 50 to 60 grams of protein. Don't quote me on that. I'm doing the math in my head and I did not go to college, so you're welcome. It definitely fits my macros for getting shreddy.
The sausage egg McMuffin is not necessarily the highest calorie thing, but man, hardly any protein, and it's never been good. Come on, you saw this. The gloss. Cheers. I'm blown away by the fact that this is actually juicier, ooey gooier than its counterpart by a lot. Somehow the egg yolk and the cheese form together into a singular sauce. And I actually prefer this sausage patty, but the fact that this is diet friendly, mind boggling. I don't need to say more. Sometimes you just gotta let the sandwich do the talking for you. All for this macronutrient makeup. This is a perfect breakfast swap. It's not that hard. We're moving on.
The fried chicken sandwich. A Popeye's fried chicken sandwich comes in at 700 calories, 42 grams of fat, 50 grams of carbohydrates, and a measly 28 grams of protein. Can you even make this diet friendly? Yeah, this recipe is for 4 sandwiches. First, we're using chicken thighs. Yep, that's right, pal. You can still use thighs and stay macro friendly. In a small bowl, season your chicken thighs with a mixture of 1 tablespoon or 12 grams of kosher salt, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of garlic powder, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of a spicy powder, could be jalapeno, could be cayenne. Short circle mine and season your chicken generously on all sides and let that cure in the fridge for at least 1 hour, but preferably overnight. Now let's start with a sauce, sort of a light ranch, if you will. In a medium-sized mixing bowl, combine 3/4 of a cup or 180 milliliters of non-fat Greek yogurt, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of buffalo-style hot sauce, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of distilled white vinegar, half a bunch of chives, thinly sliced, which is about 2 tablespoons, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of Worcestershire sauce, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of mushroom powder, season and taste with salt and pepper, and whisk together until fully combined. Now it's time to, I guess, quotations, fry. For years, I feared this day, and you have pushed over and over. It's an air fryer recipe, okay? Preheat your air fryer to 375 Fahrenheit or 190 Celsius and set up a 3-step breading process. 1 tray or bowl with about a cup of all-purpose flour, another with 4 to 5 egg whites whisked together, and another with crushed corn flakes. Now remember, use 1 hand for dry stuff and the other hand for wet stuff. So coat your chicken thighs in flour, shake off the excess, add your egg white wash, coat completely, and then transfer to your corn flakes and dredge, pressing aggressively so you coat every single little angle. Repeat with all of your thighs, put in your air fryer, close the door, and cook for 20 to 22 minutes. Obviously flipping them halfway through their cook time. Just before you put this together, make a small, dainty herb salad comprised of a 1/4 cup or 14 grams of fresh dill fronds, a 1/4 cup or 14 grams of mint leaves, and a 1/4 cup or 14 grams of parsley leaves, and a 1/4 of a red onion shaved as thin as possible. Toss together in a small mixing bowl, and now we assemble. You can eat your buns raw, or you can toast them lightly in a pan using a little bit of nonstick spray to get that toast. Now spread a small tablespoon-sized dollop of your ranch onto the bottom and top bun, followed by a couple slices of dill pickle. Place your fried chicken thigh onto the sandwich and top with a small handful of your herb salad. And then finally your top bun. And this comes in at 439 calories, 12 grams of fat, 51 grams of carbs, and 28 grams of protein. But is it really gonna be better? I mean, it wasn't even deep fried.
To be fair, this has been sitting in a bag, so it looks clapped. But this looks shockingly good for this, and it is crispy. I will say the air fryer might be onto something. She's juicy. That's a good looking cross section right there. All right, comparison to the unhealthier counterpart. I know you heard that. All right, it's crispy, it's crunchy, it's juicy, it's salty, it's seasoned. I will say the lack of fat does feel like it's missing something, but I'm not unhappy about it. I don't get to eat this on my diet, but I get to eat this. That being said, I do have to give this a little taste. God damn, they really mailed this up. So, ironically, I do like the mouthfeel of the fattiness and the oil that's in this, but comparatively, it's not a huge step up flavor-wise because it's just like rancid, bitter oil. This is clean, it's not too rich. You can eat a bunch of these, you still get that fried chicken crunch that you want. This is the beauty of the sandwich. You're going to make this, it's very easy, and you're not gonna miss the fried chicken sandwich. You're still gonna be able to have that and complete all of your body composition, dietary goals you could ever want with a fried chicken sandwich. Moving on.
Let's talk chicken quesadilla. Okay, you go to Taco Bell, you're getting something for 520 calories, 26 grams of fat, 41 grams of carbs, and again, small protein, 26 grams. I think this one we're gonna knock out of the park. We're gonna big time beat out the flavor and the calories on this one. First, marinate your chicken. So to a blender, add 1 7-ounce or 200 gram can of chipotle peppers in adobo sauce, 4 cloves of garlic, a 1/3 cup or 80 milliliters of water, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of kosher salt, and 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of avocado oil. You can totally eliminate that if you don't want the fat, but it'll be a minimal addition because it's just the marinade. This makes enough marinade for 4 total chicken breasts, but we only have 2 here because we accidentally bought 2. Massage the marinade into the chicken. Get it all up in there, you know? You want to get in them little nooks and crannies. Wrap that with plastic wrap and marinate for at least 1 hour in the fridge or preferably overnight. I feel like this quesadilla is getting a little extra freshness. So we're making a corn relish, medium-sized mixing bowl, adding 2 ears of fresh corn, 2 cloves of garlic grated, half a bunch of cilantro, finely chopped, 1 shallot, finely diced, and 1 jalapeno, seeded and finely diced. Season and taste with salt, and it's done. Now to cook the chicken, you can do this on a grill, or you can do it in a large saute pan, lightly greased with cooking spray, set over medium-high heat. Once it's hot, Add your chicken and sear for 2 to 3 minutes per side. Then at that point, you can just constantly flip until fully cooked at an internal temperature of 165 Fahrenheit. Transfer to a cutting board, let that rest a little bit, and then cut into bite-sized pieces. Now look, most of us have made a quesadilla. Let's not overcomplicate this. You add a tortilla to the pan. This can be regular or an 8-inch low-carb tortilla. We're using the low-carb one for our macro breakdown. Follow with an even layer of equal parts low-moisture skim mozzarella and reduced fat. And if you want to keep the calories low, reduced fat cheddar, shredded fresh. I'm not a huge fan of low-fat cheeses unless they are naturally low-fat, so try to find that. Spoon on some corn relish, followed by as much chicken as that tortilla can take. Top with just a light sprinkling of additional cheese just to help the other side bind. Fold together, toast for about 2 minutes, flip, and toast for another 2 to 3 minutes till golden brown and the cheese is beautifully melted. Look at this thing. So with this, we brought the calories down to 377 for a beautifully cheesy chicken quesadilla. I mean, come on, man. Here's the comparison on macros. Now let's taste.
Let's talk about this. Wow. I can't tell the difference between this and any other quesadilla, genuinely. But we'll try theirs. Here's the thing. This isn't like the worst thing I've ever had from Taco Bell. It's cheese, chicken, tortilla. It's not that crazy. The diversity of flavor and texture in this healthy one not only makes it better, but you're not even gonna be thinking about, I'm on a diet when you're eating this. The fact that this is high protein, low calorie, blows my mind. If you fed this to me and said that, I would have no idea. The chicken's juicy, it's seasoned well, it's marinated, it's a little spicy, but just a tiny bit. The pops of the sweet corn. Look, I fucking hate low-fat cheddar, but we used it anyway for the sake of the macro composition. It just works well. It might be the most perfect diet food that there is. Moving on.
Let's talk about a cheeseburger. Typically, if you go get a smash burger, it's gonna be anywhere from 700 to 1,000 plus calories for one little burger. And it's primarily due to the fact that it is extremely high fat. But that's also why they're so delicious. I wanna clarify something. I love fat, but when you're on a diet, we gotta find a way to make this thing work. So first, our sauce. Low fat cottage cheese, which we blended until completely smooth. This is a fun little trick to get a creamy-like consistency. Optionally, you can also add a 1/4 cup or 60 grams of light mayonnaise. Again, I'm not a huge fan of artificial low-fat ingredients, but in this case, it does help. 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of sambal oelek, or any chili garlic sauce, assuming that there's no fat in it. 3 cloves of garlic grated, a small handful of very thinly sliced chives, salt and pepper to taste, mixed together until fully incorporated. That's a pretty good looking sauce, I'm not gonna lie. Next, thinly slice 1 sweet onion, and then a medium saute pan set over medium-high heat at a very light drizzle of olive oil. And when I say light, I mean minuscule, like a teaspoon. You don't need a lot. Add in your onions, season to taste with salt, and cook while constantly stirring until lightly softened and browned. Kind of like this. Now, before we cook our burger, I have a secret to keep this 95% lean beef extra juicy. You ever heard of a Cuban frita burger? But we're using a sauce that would. In a medium-sized bowl, combine a 1/4 cup or 60 grams of tomato paste, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of ground cumin, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of garlic powder, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of coriander powder, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of distilled white vinegar, and 3/4 cup or 180 milliliters of water. Season to taste with salt and whisk together until homogeneous. Then transfer to a squirt bottle, or you could just leave it like that and spoon it on top. That's fine too. Now we cook and assemble. You're gonna need about 1.5 pounds of 95% lean ground beef. Break those into 3 ounce or 85 gram portions, roll into balls, and then heat a large cast iron pan or griddle over medium-high heat. And once it's hot, lightly grease with cooking spray. Place a burger ball onto the surface. Using a press or a wide spatula, flatten it as wide as possible. You can also use parchment paper in between that so it doesn't stick to the spatula or press. Remember, you need this wide. It's gonna shrink a lot more because it is leaner. Season generously with salt and pepper to taste. Cook for about a minute. Scrape aggressively underneath and flip. Look at that. I mean, that's a beautiful thing. Now, immediately put that in a light layer of that spicy tomato sauce you made earlier. It's just gonna add a little extra umami, light sweetness. Let that cook for another 30 seconds. Add on a slice of low-fat American cheese. That's right. You can also not do cheese and it'll be even more macro friendly. But I want to do this as nasty as possible. Repeat that with a second patty, and now we assemble. We got a toasted bun. Don't toast it in butter. A spoonful of your spicy garlic sauce on both the top and bottom bun, about a tablespoon each. And start with a couple pickles, your sweet saucy patties on top of that, and a small amount of your caramelized onion. Take your top bun and crown your king. If you didn't tell me what I was looking at, I'd say that looks like not only a delicious burger, but it looks like something that might be 900 calories. But it's not, bruv. It's 541 calories, only 15 grams of fat, 36 grams of carbs, and a whopping 60 grams of protein. Isn't that lovely? Obviously, the fat will change depending on whether or not you use cheese. Now let's taste.
Woo! Okay, to be fair, this burger has been sitting for a while. That's why it looks really bad. That being said, does this look like a burger that'll have you on a diet? Hang on. That look like a diet burger to you? This is made with 95% lean beef. Cheers.
Oh, this is the one. Yes, we made a lot of great recipes today, but we struck gold with this burger. Think about it. What's the one thing you crave the most when you're on a diet? Whatever that makes you feel, that's how this burger is making me feel. But this burger makes me forget that I'm on one. The biggest hack was this. You have to time it perfectly. When you add this, that burger soaks up all the juice from this Cuban style burger sauce. It is incredible. Now let's try this. That is not worth cheating on my diet for. I can't believe we made this. The addition of that cottage cheese trick completely stepped it up because you're not using all light mayo, you're not using yogurt. It has creaminess just like a mayo. It's juicy, it's unctuous, it's salty, it feels fatty. You got the ooey gooey American cheese. I will say, that's one thing I forgot about. The fat is a little higher because of the American cheese. You could just do one slice and it would still be fantastic.
Next up, quesabirria tacos. For the restaurant version, we used this recipe in my cookbook, Texture Over Taste, which we calculated to be about 20 to 24 tacos, giving us macros of around 475 calories, 35 grams of protein, 30 grams of carbs, and 23 grams of fat, which would be for one taco. Look at this glistening beauty descended from Mount Olympus, made for you. With a macro makeup of 203 calories, only 6 grams of fat, 12 to 14 grams of carbs, and 21 grams of protein in just one taco. You could eat 3 to 4 of these and have a full-blown meal and stay pretty fair on your diet. And guess what, pal? Yeah, it's cheesy too. Carbs will change depending on your tortilla. We're doing normal-sized corn tortillas. Our healthy birria has 60% fewer calories and even more amazing, 75% less fat. So while it's not perfect, it's pretty goddamn good. And these can be even more diet-friendly if you choose low-carb tortillas, but I'm not a huge fan of them, so I'm not gonna necessarily advocate, but hey, you can hit your diet easier that way, blah, blah, blah. Our recipe's gonna call for 2 pounds or 900 grams of beef shank. There's actually not a lot of intramuscular fat in this. There's a lot of collagen, which is gonna keep it juicy. That's the trick. Now, remove the bone, cut your meat into 1-inch chunks, slightly grease a heavy bottom 7-quart Dutch oven with cooking spray, heat over medium-high. Once it's hot, season your beef with salt and pepper, sear your beef in batches for 2 to 3 minutes per side till deeply brown. It's got a good old-fashioned Maillard on that bad boy. Remove all your beef, set to the side, reduce the heat to medium, add 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of tomato paste, cook and stir constantly till lightly caramelized, about 30 seconds, then add 1 rough chopped yellow onion, 1 head of garlic split in half, skin on is fine, saute that till fragrant, about 30 seconds, then add 2 quarts or 2 liters of a nice beef stock. Increase the heat to medium-high, bring to a boil, reduce to low, then add your beef back, followed by 1 bay leaf, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of cumin seeds, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of black pepper, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of Mexican oregano, 1 cinnamon stick, 2 chili de arbol, 2 ancho chilies, and 2 guajillo chilies. You can also increase these amounts. You can do 3 of each, 2 and 4, follow with a generous pinch of salt, cover with a lid, and let that simmer for 2.5 to 3 hours. That's not for no reason, because what's gonna emerge is beef so tender that it falls apart when you look at it. But first, open your lid, carefully remove your chilies, add to a blender along with 2 cups of the braising liquid, blend on high until completely smooth, pour back into the pot, add your beef to a bowl, shred by hand until incredibly fine, season to taste with salt, and add a little bit of your jus in the pot, toss together, and now we're ready for the magic. Get a big cast iron skillet or a comal or a plancha, whatever you got, heat over medium heat. You dunk a corn tortilla all the way into the broth, remove out of the pan while it's ripping hot, add a light sprinkling of shredded low moisture skim mozzarella cheese. Typically this would be Oaxaca cheese. Bit disgraceful here, but look, we're trying to make this macro friendly. Well, and it ain't easy, folks. All right, I'm trying. Followed by 1.5 to 2 ounces of your shredded beef per taco. Lightly press it down, then just let that toast for about 1 to 2 minutes. Flip and toast again for another 1 to 2 minutes. You pull this thing up and I'm telling you, it's already cheesy. It's dripping. You can give it a little dunk in the jus. I mean, look at this glistening beauty. Now let's taste.
You know, I never thought that I'd be able to make birria tacos diet friendly, but here we are. Wow. These birria tacos are from a local restaurant. They're actually extremely good, I will say. How good in comparison? I don't know. Cheers. Oh wait, no, I gotta eat mine. All right, cheers. A little dunk, sink and dink. Wow. Hold on. Something's going on in my mouth, and I think I like it. Look, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Oh wait, I gotta eat this one too. Listen, I'm gonna give you an honest answer. I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say, oh my God, this is exactly like the best birria taco I've ever had. Obviously, the best birria taco, it would be a little fattier, a little richer, a little more beefy. But you know what? To be honest, I don't think a lot of people will be able to tell absolutely major differences here. I think they'll eat it and they go, wow, it's really good. Something's different about this, but I like it. Big win to me. I would say the biggest L here isn't even the beef, it's actually the cheese. I like that fattier, greasier cheese that goes in there. And this sort of part skim mozzarella is not hitting it on the salt level, so maybe just increase the salt everywhere else.
Either way, you have a goddamn good birria taco. And I'll be honest, I was surprised by the beef shank. When it's trimmed properly, according to Google, it shockingly has remarkably low fat and high protein while not being super dry when you slow cook it. This is a common problem with a lot of slow cooked lean meats, but it's all thanks to the collagen.
That's a dub. Moving on.
Orange chicken. This is arguably, in America, one of the most famous Chinese takeout dishes of all time. Macros for one serving of Panda Express orange chicken is 490 calories, 25 grams of protein, 51 grams of carbohydrates, and 23 grams of fat. Our healthy orange chicken makes for 4 servings, but the macros for a single serving are 281 calories, 10 grams of fat, 24 grams of carbs, and 24 grams of protein. We reduce the fat by over 50%. Now, you're gonna take 4 boneless, skinless chicken thighs, not breasts, cut them into bite-sized pieces, place 4 of those into a bowl, season with 2 teaspoons or 6 grams of kosher salt, a little pinch of fresh cracked black pepper, 1 tablespoon or 8 grams of grated ginger, toss to combine, and look, you can use this right away, or you can wrap it and leave it in the fridge overnight to marinate. Now here's yet another 3-tier fry setup. That's gonna need 1 container with 1 cup or 120 grams of all-purpose flour, another container with 3 beaten egg whites, and another container with 1 cup or 80 grams of panko breadcrumbs. Now, your chicken pieces are first gonna get tossed in the flour, shake off the excess, then into the egg white wash, coat completely, and then finally into your panko breadcrumbs, coating every little crevice. Set to the side and repeat with all chicken pieces. Throw them in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit or 204 Celsius for 6 to 8 minutes. Now onto our sauce. 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of avocado oil goes into a saucepan over medium heat. Add your 2 red Fresno chilies, finely diced, followed by 6 cloves of finely chopped garlic, a 2-inch knob of grated ginger, and a sprinkle of kosher salt. Stir with a rubber spatula and cook until fragrant and the garlic is just barely beginning to toast. You do need to make sure the garlic toasts, because if it doesn't, it's going to taste acrid and bitter. If you're worried about that happening, then add the garlic at the end when the sauce is done and the heat is off. Next, add in the juice of 1 orange, a 1/3 cup or 80 milliliters of soy sauce, a pinch of monk fruit powder to enhance sweetness, 3/4 of a cup or 180 milliliters of white distilled vinegar, and lastly, the zest of 1 orange. Stir, bring that to a boil, reduce the heat to medium-low, then we're gonna make a quick slurry. In a small bowl, add 1 tablespoon or 8 grams of cornstarch mixed with a small splash of water. Pour that into your cooking sauce, stir for about 30 seconds or until the sauce thickens, cut off the heat, pass through a fine mesh strainer, and you have your sauce. Now, our chicken comes out the oven, into a bowl. Coat with your sauce generously and toss to coat fully. Pop that onto a plate. You can serve this with rice, vegetables, whatever you want. Top with a little green onion, maybe a little sprinkle of flaky salt. And let's give this a little taste test.
Wow, we're on the Chinese takeout train. Let's get it. I'll be honest, that baked chicken looks god-awful. But I can look past it because the sauce saves it. I mean, even with a subpar starting chicken, still looks better than the takeout version. But does it taste better? They both have their pros and cons. Although I prefer the ridiculous sweetness in this, it does taste good. There's something special about this just being salty and sour and nice. Like, not everything has to be sweet. If you're deep in your diet and you're really craving orange chicken, this is gonna go above and beyond your expectation. It is gonna give you ooey gooey, crunchy, salty, a little bit sweet, tangy, sauced faux fried chicken. You always lose the majority of the crunch when you make. Spilled my f***ing chicken. What I was gonna say was you almost always lose the breading whenever you sauce your chicken. So the benefit of this is that the breading from a baked fried chicken is never gonna be comparable to a legit fried chicken that's deep fried. But somehow the texture of that exterior meets up with something that was deep fried. I don't know how, because the way that the sauce reduces the crispiness brings it to the same level of crunch as if it were deep fried. You don't even have to make this. Just the idea of saucing oven baked fried chicken might be something there. That being said, moving on.
So our diet-friendly peanut noodles, again, you have 2 options. Option 1, no chicken breast, comes out to 530 calories, 17 grams of fat, 64 grams of carbs, 26 grams of protein for a single serving. We decrease the calories by 60% and the fat by 80%. Option 2, with a 7-ounce chicken breast, which is 873 calories, only 26 grams of fat, 64 grams of carbs, and 87 grams of protein. We decrease the calories by 35% and the fat by 70%. Adding protein, even if it's lean, still adds calories, pal. That's basically a Chipotle burrito bowl for a single serving. This is a protein slap in the croissant. And honestly, not a ton of peanut flavor loss, which I'm super stoked about. So cook and drain 1 pack of instant ramen noodles or any noodle you want to use. You want to use some sort of low carb weird noodle that I'm not a huge fan of, then fine. You want to use straight ramen noodles, you can do that too, but just be aware that it will change the carbohydrate breakdown depending on how much you use. In a medium mixing bowl, add 2/3 of a cup or 75 grams of peanut powder, 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of rice wine vinegar, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of sambal oelek, a 1/4 cup or 60 grams of soy sauce, 3 cloves of garlic grated, whisk together till combined. Now you're gonna cook your noodles to the package directions, and this is enough for 2 servings. Pop onto a plate, top with a sliced cooked chicken breast. You can cook it however you want. It can be grilled or seared, but grilled obviously is the lowest calorie option. But Josh, what about the protein? How do I know how much? Look, a whole chicken breast can be anywhere between 6 to 10 ounces, so it could vary a little bit. Garnish it with thinly sliced green onion, and you have your peanut noodles. It's really that easy.
I'm really excited to see how this does with the peanut powder. People have been using this hack in the diet space for a long time, in smoothies,
cheese, making fake peanut butter, and I've always hated it. But now all of a sudden I'm thinking, wait a minute, that's kind of low-key fine dining and could be a sauce. Here we go. It's pretty good. Honestly, not as much flavor as I was expecting, but I can feel the mouthfeel of that creaminess. The peanut butter, it's fatty. I really hope this holds up. All right, now for mine. First off, way juicier looking. That is crazy, whoa. You still get that creamy mouthfeel somehow. The penis is emulsified with the starch water and all the other ingredients in there. It's just become this sort of like emulsified creamy mass. The texture is really similar. It doesn't have that stick to the roof of your mouth texture, but the peanut flavor is there. It's creamy, it's got umami, it's lightly sweet, it's salty. If you add actual peanut butter, you might get a little more creaminess. It might be a little bit more rich for significantly more calories and fat. Hear me out. I still would choose the peanut butter from a chef's perspective, but if you're on a diet, I don't think you're gonna be missing that peanut butter. It's right here, baby. Moving on.
Next up, pizza. For the restaurant pizza, 1 slice from Papa John's 16-inch extra large sausage pizza is 340 calories, 12 grams of protein, 40 grams of carbohydrates, and 15 grams of fat. That's for 1 slice. Mix together half a cup or 80 milliliters of water and 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of instant yeast. Add your yeasty water to 1 cup or 240 milliliters of yogurt. Mix that together. Then in a large bowl with 1 1/4 cup or 150 grams of double O tipo flour, or all-purpose is fine. Add 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of fine sea salt. Add your yogurty, water, yeast, juice. Mix until you get a rough dough, then knead until smooth, about 3 to 5 minutes. That is your dough. Cover that and let it rise for about an hour or until doubled, or leave it in the fridge covered overnight. Now for the sauce, a 28-ounce can or 790 grams of peeled tomatoes into a food processor, just the tomatoes, not the liquid. 3 whole cloves of garlic, also into the food processor, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of olive oil. You can skip that, but really it's a minimal amount of fat because you're not going to use all this sauce on a single pizza. Season and taste with salt, blend until as smooth as possible. Press the dough out into a circular shape as wide as you can get it. This will stretch to anywhere between 12 to 15 inches, so it's a little smaller than the extra large Papa John's pizza. Spread the sauce on your dough, about 2 ounces or 56 grams. Sprinkle on low-fat, low-moisture mozzarella, about 2 cups or 180 grams. You're gonna take the exact same meat from the breakfast burrito, same cooking method, everything, and you're gonna spread about 6 ounces or 170 grams on the pizza as well. Top that with a little extra sprinkling of cheese if you like. Pop that into a pizza oven at 650 degrees Fahrenheit for 4 to 5 minutes or until it comes out looking like this. Now, wait, I know what you're thinking. Josh, I don't have a pizza oven. You can literally just do the same thing in a regular oven with a baking stone at the highest temperature it goes. Make sure to preheat your oven for at least an hour, and the cook time will change from 4 to 5 minutes to about 10 to 15 minutes. Once it's done, pull it out and cut your pizza into 8 slices. It's gonna cut the amount of fat down by half, 35% fewer calories and carbohydrates at a total of 224 calories, 14 grams of protein, 26 grams of carbs, and only 7 grams of fat. So our pizza has 50% less fat than the Papa John's pizza. Now, if you were to eat 4 slices of this pizza, that would be equal to roughly a high-protein Chipotle burrito bowl. I mean, but you got to eat pizza. This is as close to real pizza as you can get while somewhat staying on a lower calorie diet without some stupid cauliflower crust.
Wow, bonjour. Maybe it's the fact that I haven't had a cheat day in 2 weeks, but this feels like I'm making love. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure people are gonna be like, oh, come on, man, come on. Dude. The crust is a little different, I will say. I think the yogurt breaks down the gluten a little bit, so you don't get as much chew. It's a little softer, but it's still crisp. It's still a nice dough. It's got a little acidity from the yogurt, which I kind of like. In terms of the cheese and toppings, I would have no clue that this is like a lower fat topping. You can see that this isn't super oily. I'd have no idea that it was skim milk. It has a better cheese pull. It's chewier. Honestly, I think if someone delivered this to my house, even if I was off diet, I would still be happy to eat it. I wouldn't be like, oh, give me a normal pizza. And now for the unhealthy version. Hang on, I gotta go over here real quick. Could it be better with lots of fat and oil on it? In some contexts, yes, but honestly, I don't feel like I'm missing anything at all between this pizza and the other pizza. Obviously, it's not the easiest thing to eat every single thing you could possibly want and also be on a diet. The whole point of being on a diet is to be restrictive. But with a little bit of creativity and a little bit of intentionality, you can eat the majority of the things that are reminiscent to what you love and get pretty darn close and stay on diet. That's what this video is about. Love you and have a wonderful day. I'm getting a side stitch. Subscribe. A lot of things have changed over the years. Life, the internet, people, and especially food. The chefs and cooking shows that we used to watch, and not to mention the chefs that I used to look up to, have kind of become a part of the historical past. Their iconic recipes have been cemented in that history and now are put on a pedestal of greatness. But that makes me think, are the things we've been influenced by still as good as they were way back then? Or could they be made better? We're gonna break this down very simply. We must first make the original recipe as authentically as humanly possible, and then, based off our learnings, based off our tastings, we will do our best to make that item significantly better than it once was. So let's begin.
First up, Anthony Bourdain and his mortadella sandwich. He's easily one of the most famous chefs known to mankind. Oftentimes by his own quote said he was not a great chef, but I think pretty much everybody would disagree because we love him. He wasn't pretentious about food, and this sandwich was all about being unpretentious and simple. Now you can buy a half pound or a full pound of thinly sliced mortadella, but regardless, you're gonna layer a nice mound, which could be a couple ounces, a quarter pound, however much you want per sandwich, in a mound, in a 10-inch nonstick pan, heated over medium heat. Optionally, you can add a weight to help kind of get that mortadella nice and flat, or not. If you don't have one, that's fine. Let that cook for 1 to 2 minutes, or until golden brown on the bottom. Give it a flip, add 2 slices of provolone, reduce the heat to medium-low, cover with a lid for about 30 seconds or until the cheese is completely melted. Now remove your cheesy meaty boy, place to the side, and then in that same pan, add a small nub of butter. And look, Anthony Bourdain suggests either a Kaiser roll or a sourdough roll. We actually have a little bit of both. This is a Kaiser sourdough roll. Toast on their cut sides for about 1 to 2 minutes or until they look like this. Now flip them over. Yes, you can leave them in the pan. It's totally fine to toast the bottom and the top. It'll give it a little extra crunch and structure on the outside. Spread Dijon mustard on the bottom bun and mayonnaise on the top bun. Put as little or as much as you like. Place the cooked mortadella onto the bottom bun. Top your sandwich. If the sandwich cooled down at all, you can cover it with the lid until warmed through. By the way, we will have all recipes, both the OG versions and my new versions, on my website, which is in the link in the description. Now let's give this sandwich some top.
I have nothing negative to say about this just by looking at it. I mean, come on. Supposedly this is a inspiration from Brazil. Cheers. I mean, it's kind of a perfect sandwich if you think about it. Some people might say, oh, what if you put pickles on this and this, da, 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 da. This has the fattiness, the richness, the saltiness, a little cheesy, but it also cuts the richness because of that nice tart mustard in there. So really, you don't need to add anything. It's kind of good as it is. So how do you make this better? Well, we're gonna try.
Since this sandwich is about being relatively low-key, I tried to keep this simple while adding just a few quick things to see if we can upgrade it to what I think might be better, if that's even possible. I have one main thought here. We already have mayo and mustard, but could it be better? Maybe a Russian dressing-inspired sauce? So in a small mixing bowl, add 1 cup or 230 grams of mayonnaise, a 1/3 cup or 80 grams of ketchup, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of Worcestershire sauce, half a teaspoon or 2 grams of sweet paprika, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of Tabasco, or really any hot sauce, I don't care, 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of yellow mustard, 1 tablespoon or 4 grams of very thinly sliced chives, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of grated horseradish. That could be fresh, that could be jarred, but look, fresh is incomparably better. Salt and pepper to taste. Whisk together until thoroughly combined, and that is your sauce. Now, similar to before, heated 10-inch nonstick pan over medium heat. Generally speaking, for about 4 sandwiches, you'll need at least 1.5 pounds or 680 grams of mortadella, which has been thinly sliced. Think about how much meat you want on your sandwich, put that much in the pan. Once your mortadella is in the pan, roughly in the shape of your bread, add some very thinly sliced yellow onion on top of the mortadella. Again, as much or as little as you like. Now weigh that sandwich down using another pan, a chef's press if you have them. Let that cook over medium-high for 2 to 3 minutes or until a beautiful deep brown. Carefully flip, lower the heat to medium-low, add 2 slices of provolone, cover with a lid or an inverted bowl until just melted, about 1 to 2 minutes. Remove the meat from the pan, add a small nub of butter, increase the heat to medium. Once that's totally melted, add in 1 slice of sourdough bread and toast for 1 to 2 minutes. Spread sauce onto the untoasted side of the bread. Add your meat on top of that. Now once toasted, transfer that to a cutting board. Add additional butter to the pan if needed, and toast your other slice of bread. Again, you want that beautiful golden brown. Take it out, spread sauce on the other slice of bread. You know, maybe drizzle a little sauce on the sandwich too if you're feeling extra naughty. Crown your king, cut your sandwich in half on a bias, serve, and enjoy. So this is like a saucier, Oklahoma Smash inspired Morty sandwich. But is this too much in order to beat the original? Let's taste and find out.
Okay, the updated version. I didn't change that much. I tried to keep it simple. Cheers. Upon biting this, you get this crunch from the toast, you get the same salty, fatty richness from the mortadella like the last one. The onion added this sort of toasty, roasty, bring everything together flavor. It's like when you add cooked onions to a burger. It's not like you're just tasting onion. It's making a whole experience. And then the sauce, instead of it just being acidic, now there's a little bit of tart sweetness. It's a little more in-depth. But that being said, is it better? I think this is better in the right context, but not necessarily better in every context. Maybe you want something simpler. There's just acid, fat, crunch. So if you're looking for a bigger experience, this is what you make, but ultimately Anthony Bourdain had it right, let's be honest. So to make our ultimate decision, we have a taste tester coming in to finalize that. Here we go, Vic. Option number 1. Sandwich number 2. We touched hands there for a second.
Man, that's a tough one. They're both really good. I think I will give it to number 2. Here's why. Anthony Bourdain made a great base, and it's kind of at a point where you can only mess it up from here. What was great about this version, the onions have a texture within the textured bread. Overall, it creates a good experience. Would I be mad with Anthony Bourdain's? Absolutely not. I think both of these are interchangeable, and it's just a little bit extra on top of it.
It's a win on the but better scale, but really only by a slight margin.
Next up, Julia Child's coq au vin. In the 1960s, Julia became America's first celebrity chef and introduced French home cooking to America. So what I'm saying is she's a beast. Anyone in the cooking and restaurant industry has an undying respect for her, as do I. And coq au vin, chicken braised in wine, is one of the most famous of her dishes. So I want to clarify, I would have done this a lot differently, even with the same ingredients that she used, but we're gonna do it just how Julia Child did on her televised PBS segment about coq au vin. So, number one, basically you boil bacon for about 10 minutes in a small saucepan. You transfer that bacon to a 5-quart pot or rondo, brown over medium low for 6 to 8 minutes or until crisp. Then separately in a 10-inch saute pan over high heat, you add a little bit of oil, some pearl onions, cook until browned, about 4 to 6 minutes. Then you're gonna cover that with water, add a knob of butter, bring to a boil, reduce to a simmer, cover with a lid, and cook for 10 minutes. Yeah, I know, this is how it's done. That's how she does it. Remove the bacon from your pan, increase the heat to medium-high, sear all your chicken pieces 3 to 4 minutes, flip your chicken over until golden brown. And I will say, here's another thing I noticed. Normally I would season my meat before it goes in the pan, but Julia is pretty specific about seasoning her chicken with salt after it has browned. Add your bacon back to the pan, reduce the heat to low, no liquid, and cover with a lid and cook for 10 minutes. Now in another pan, we're now using 3 pans at this point. Heat a 10-inch saute pan over medium-high, add some oil to the pan. Once it's hot, you're gonna add quartered button mushrooms, sear them for 4 to 6 minutes, tossing occasionally, and season and taste with salt once they're done. Now to finish this off, you're gonna remove the lid from your chicken, you're gonna deglaze with some cognac. Julia likes to flambe it for fun. According to her, it's not necessary. I can respect that. I like a little fun. Then you add your wine, your chicken stock should be just enough to cover. Bring that to a boil, add in some tomato paste, stir that in, a bay leaf, thyme, crushed garlic, stir that all in. Bring it to a boil, reduce heat to low, cover and cook for 15 minutes. Now we're gonna make a beurre manie. Is that right? So you mix together equal parts softened butter and flour, a little paste. Then once your chicken's done, remove your chicken from the sauce. Julia chose to strain the chicken out. I just thought it'd be easier to just pull the chicken out since it's the same concept. You're gonna add your beurre manie to the sauce in batches until it's thickened to your liking, reduced while stirring once it's thickened enough to coat the back of a spoon. And you're gonna add your veg back to the sauce, the onions, the mushrooms, adjust your seasoning, mix together, taste one final time. This is the moment to check and see if you need more salt and pepper. And then add your chicken to a bowl, ladle your sauce and vegetables on top of the chicken, and serve. Again, it turned out beautiful, but I will say the preparation of mine, I would have made a little bit more one pot and simpler and cooked the veg together, but hey, we're doing it the way Julia asked because we respect Julia. So let's taste.
This is actually a childhood favorite of mine. I used to make this with my mom all the time. God, improving this is gonna be hard. It's just a perfect dish. You have everything you need in this. First off, the chicken's tender, falls off the bone, juicy, it's salty, it's rich, it's unctuous. The wine provides a woody deepness in the flavor that you don't get anywhere else. It's oniony, it's almost like the most hearty little French stew you can think of. It tastes like France. We're gonna have to take this way over the top to make it better, and I think I have an idea.
I'm gonna make little mini chicken roasts using a Ballantine chicken leg method. And maybe if we're feeling a little naughty, we'll turn it into possibly one of the first coq au vin poutines ever seen. Now, why would we take the time to debone the chicken? You can stuff it with whatever you want. It then becomes a flavorful, miniature personal roast. Is it a necessity? No. But does it add something? Absolutely. So you're gonna take 4 chicken legs with the thigh and the drumstick still attached, and you're gonna remove the bone, but leave it in one piece. If you wanna skip the deboning process, you totally can, but it kind of defeats the but better element of this. It's real simple. You take a knife, and with one hand, feel where that bone is, flip your chicken over skin side down, and cut along roughly where you feel the bone in a straight line all the way across the whole piece of chicken. Then using the back of your knife, scrape the meat away from the bone. You're essentially cutting the meat away from the bone while wasting as little meat as possible. Free the bone on every single side. There will be areas that are a little close to the skin. Just be careful not to remove too much meat. After a little wiggling and scraping, the bone should come out nice and easy. Now, once you get to the drumstick, it's a little bit awkward. I honestly just angle my knife just to the very edge of the drumstick and cut all the way through the skin like that to remove the leg, which will reveal a bunch of little tendons. You can run those tendons through a fork, grab them with a paper towel wrapped finger, and they should pull right out. Repeat that with all 4 chicken legs, and then we're gonna make a nice little herb paste. So we're gonna take 3 tablespoons or 12 grams of fresh sage and 3 tablespoons or 12 grams of fresh parsley, finely chop them together, then add that to a small bowl along with the zest of 1 lemon, 1 clove of garlic finely chopped, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of Dijon mustard, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of extra virgin olive oil, a little bit of salt and pepper to taste, mix together, and you should have a nice light paste. Now lay your deboned chicken legs out, meat side facing up, evenly split your herb paste between all of those, season a taste with salt and pepper, roll those up into doit logs, and tie at 3 intervals using butcher's twine. I mean, you can literally just tie it like a shoe, or you could just tie a knot. We just need this to stay closed. Now season your roast with salt. Heat a large 5-quart pot or Dutch oven over medium-high heat. Add just enough vegetable oil on the bottom to coat the pan, and sear your chicken on all sides about 2 to 3 minutes per side until the skin is golden brown. Remove the chicken from the pan, reduce the heat to medium, and add 2 ounces or 56 grams of diced guanciale or bacon. Cook until the fat's rendered and it's brown, about 3 to 4 minutes. Follow that with 20 pearl onions, depending on their size. If they're huge, maybe cut that in half. 3 shallots quartered, and 4 cloves of finely chopped garlic. Season that lightly with salt. Add 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of tomato paste, and cook until the tomato paste deepens in color, 30 to 45 seconds. Deglaze that with a quarter cup or 60 grams of bourbon, and reduce until all the liquid is gone. Follow that with 3 tablespoons or 45 grams of unsalted butter. Once that's fully melted, add 3 tablespoons or 30 grams of all-purpose flour. Cook for about 1 minute, stirring occasionally. Then add 2 cups or 480 milliliters of red wine, 2 cups or 480 milliliters of chicken stock. Season lightly with salt, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of molasses, 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of red wine vinegar. Now I will say both of these ingredients were mixed together, hence why the molasses looks sort of liquidy, because it's the molasses and the red wine vinegar mixed together. This is not a necessity for the recipe, we just did it to save an extra dish from cleaning. And 3 carrots cut into 1-inch chunks. Increase the heat to medium-high, bring to a boil, and then reduce the heat to low to bring it to a nice gentle simmer. Add your chicken roast back to the pot, followed with 4 ounces or 113 grams of maitake mushrooms broken up into bite-sized clusters, and 4 ounces or 113 grams of shiitake mushrooms that have been halved or quartered depending on their size. Woo, we're almost done here, brother. All right, stay with me. Add in 4 sprigs of fresh thyme. Pop on your lid and braise for 20 to 30 minutes. Once this thing is done, of course you can serve it just as is with mashed potatoes or rice or whatever. But we have to go above and beyond this, all right? So I fried up 1 pound or 450 grams of French fries at 350 Fahrenheit in a 6-quart Dutch oven filled just over halfway with vegetable oil. After that, I pulled my fries out, popped them into a bowl, seasoned them generously with salt, transfer that to a serving bowl, top with a few cheese curds, you know, for the poutine vibes. Lift off the lid from this beautiful braised chicken, and you're left with that same luxurious silky sauce, but instead this time you have boneless, stuffed chicken roasts sitting in that deeply flavored juice. So spoon some of that sauce and veg onto your French fries, slice one of your Ballantine roasts, lay out the chicken on the fries, drizzle with some additional sauce, and now we taste.
That is insane. This is a perfect dish right here. This is 100% elevated and better than this. Listen, I know Vikram is not blindfolded. Simple reality is the second a French fry goes into his mouth, he's gonna know which one is which.
The bar is here. All right, let's see this one. That's insane. What I like about this one is the traditional flavor of it. It's just great on its own. Now, what was improved here, the stuffing. Without the poutine aspect even in play, I think this is better, but adding in the fries, adding in the cheese curds, it's just a textural wonderland that improves upon traditionality. And so I'm gonna have to give it to the poutine, but I could eat both of these anytime, and it's just a matter of how much effort you wanna put into it.
So French fries aside, this seems like a pretty clear win. An incredible original dish. Moving on
to Ina Garten's chocolate cake. My wife loves Ina Garten, aka the Barefoot Contessa. She's a TV food legend. I gotta say, I love Ina Garten. She's so sweet. One of her most famous recipes is called Beatty's chocolate cake. Beatty? Is that true? Is that correct? Beatty? Beatty? I don't know. It's spelled like this, which supposedly is one of the internet's most favorite cake recipes of all time, especially for how easy it is. The spark notes is essentially dry ingredients like flour, cocoa powder, sugar, baking soda, baking powder, and salt. Get all mixed together, and then in a separate bowl, you beat together eggs, buttermilk, vanilla extract, and vegetable oil. Those ingredients get mixed together on a stand mixer until you get a nice looking cake batter, which you then add brewed coffee to that, which turns it into a surprisingly thin batter that gets evenly distributed between 2 greased, floured, and parchment papered 2 by 8-inch cake pans, baked until cooked through, and separately a simple chocolate frosting of whipped butter, egg yolk, vanilla extract, of course confectioner's sugar, melted chocolate, and hydrated instant coffee that gets blended. It looks nice. The only thing that was funny is once the cakes were cooled, I started spreading on the frosting and I realized, uh-oh, I don't know if we have enough frosting. And sure enough, well, we actually didn't. We ran out of frosting before I finished frosting the cake. Look, if there's anyone here that gets it, I get it. Writing recipes when they're being written in the hundreds or thousands can be very hard to keep consistent, especially when it's handed off to writers that maybe don't know your style. So, Ina, we love you. We get it.
The cake looks soft, but is it moist? I like it. It's a decent tasting cake. Number one, it is very moist, which that is already gonna be a big point for me. But the flavor is just not balanced. It feels very muted. It's very coffee forward. I don't pick up any of the vanilla. And by that, I mean maybe a little more sugar, but more specifically, there's not enough salt in the frosting or the cake. This is a key element of great baking, not just cakes, baking anything. Bread, pastries, pies, I don't care. You must add enough salt. That is key to making anything great. So I think I have an idea on how we can make this better.
Now we're moving on to my version. To start with, I'm only gonna make some slight changes here. Now for this recipe, I'm a big believer in small changes for big results. results. One of those is going to be the frosting, that's for sure. First, start with the cakes. By sifting into a stand mixer bowl, 1 3/4 of a cup or 245 grams of all-purpose flour, 2 cups or 300 grams of granulated sugar, 3/4 of a cup or 75 grams of cocoa powder, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of baking powder, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of baking soda, 1.5 teaspoons or 6 grams of fine sea salt. It's very important. Fine sea salt, not kosher. Whisk that together. Then in a separate bowl, you're going to add 2 eggs. Whisk those eggs together and then whisk in half a cup or 120 milliliters of vegetable oil, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of vanilla extract, 1 cup or 240 milliliters of buttermilk. Now add the wets to the dries in the stand mixer. Mix until homogeneous on medium speed using the paddle attachment. Once that's combined, add 1 cup or 240 milliliters of brewed coffee, which has been cooled to room temperature, to the batter and mix until just combined. Again, we have 2 greased, floured 2 by 8 inch cake pans that also have parchment cut out in the bottom, and you're going to split your batter evenly between the 2. Pop those into an oven set to 350 Fahrenheit or 176 Celsius. Use a cake tester, poke it in the center. If that comes out clean, it's done. Now let those cakes cool for 30 minutes or until completely cool. Do not frost a cake that is still warm. You will regret it, and then you're going to comment and go, well, it didn't, the frosting didn't work. I only let it cool for 5 minutes, but for some reason... Yeah, for some reason, huh? Maybe because you didn't listen. Now, upgrade number 1, which is less of an upgrade and more of a fix, I'm increasing the batch size of the frosting. Now, to make the frosting, add 12 ounces or 340 grams of chopped semi-sweet chocolate to a double boiler, which is literally just a bowl set on top of a pot filled with a shallow amount of water at a light simmer. Let that heat stirring occasionally, and once it's fully melted, take it off and let it sit for 5 to 10 minutes. Once it's sat in a large bowl, add 1 pound or 450 grams of softened unsalted butter. There is no skipping the softening process. Real sorry. Use electric beaters to whip the butter until pale and creamy. Now into upgrade number 2. Add half a cup or 120 grams of softened cream cheese. Look, I just like cream cheese and frosting. I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes recipe writing is very simple. I put this in there because it tastes yummy. Is that okay? Beat that together until homogeneous. And finally, upgrade number 3. Add 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of fine sea salt. Listen, this needed more salt. I'm telling you. I know I have a salt-heavy palate, but the greatest desserts that we've ever had oftentimes have way more salt than you would think to not only help bring out the sweetness, but bring out the natural flavors that are already in the dish that should be there, aka chocolate, aka coffee, so on and so forth. Now, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of vanilla extract, then beat in 3 cups or 330 grams of confectioner's sugar, beat in your melted chocolate, make sure to beat it in gently, otherwise it'll break. And finally, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of instant coffee granules, which have been dissolved by adding 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of very hot water and stirred combined. That should cool it down just enough to add, just make sure it's not boiling hot when you pour it in. Mix it till combined, and you have your frosting. Now remove your cakes from the cake pan, spread a layer of frosting on top of the first cake, add your second cake, and frost the entire cake. You know, if you rewind to earlier when I plopped this first little bit of frosting in the center, yeah, that was a bad idea. I did that a little too hard, and it kind of concaved the cake a whittle, so it might be a little weird shape when we cut it. So we cut, and okay, yeah, you can see where I threw that down. That's fine. Now we're gonna serve and see if my changes made it better.
The tale of 2 cakes. Listen, Ina, you're a legend, a scholar, and a beast, and I love you. That being said, I thought this cake was actually really nice. It was one of the better, more moist cakes that I've made, but there were some small details that I tried to improve on. Let me preface by saying I don't like making cakes. It is quite literally the one thing that I just have not enjoyed and have always kind of had a hard time making good. That being said, let's taste. It's not that different of a cake. It's not. It's just a little bit more refined in terms of it's got the salt that I want and it's got the chocolatiness that I want. That being said, both delectable cakes. This one I would say is slightly improved, but the only person that can answer that is our taste tester. You ready?
I'm so ready. I love cake. I don't like coffee.
Oh, forgot Vikram doesn't like coffee. All right, number 1.
Yeah, I'd say the coffee's only about like 10% of the flavor here.
Number 2.
I'm gonna give it slightly to number 2. What I like about the second one more is there definitely is a bit more salt. For some reason, it's just creamier. Just overall, a nicer bite, a nicer experience for me on the second one.
That is another win for us in the bucket, a slight win. All of these are all slight wins. But can we maybe, okay, you're sucking on that way too much, dude, all right? These are all slight wins. I want a big win. So we're moving on to
the Jean-Georges caviar egg. Jean-Georges is one of the most globally famous chefs in modern history. Somehow I beat him in a cooking challenge at his own restaurant. Frankly, I think he was just gracious enough to let me win. I would say that his caviar egg is probably one of the most iconically known OG fine dining dishes that I can think of. He has a savory whipped cream, which is made with heavy cream whisked together with some cayenne vodka and lemon juice. Then we have 4 eggs, which will be soft scrambled in a pan. I'm not gonna change the way that I make my soft scramble, so I'll explain to you how they're made in my but better recipe. So he makes a quick soft scramble, which is then spooned into an empty, cleaned eggshell. Yes, that's right, you gotta take an eggshell and take off the top. You can use one of these tools, or you can use a very sharp, small knife. Pipe your savory cream around the edge of your eggshell, leaving a little open nest in the center. What's gonna go there? Oh, maybe one of Chef JG's favorite things of all time. A big fat dollop of caviar. This thing just makes me want to give someone a little kiss.
It's like a creamy suede-like dream. It's salty, it's fatty, it's rich, it's smooth and silky. It's a very rich bite, but that's kind of where it stops. I feel like I want more to the texture of it all. But that being said, it is so unique and so good. I do like it, but I know we can make this a little bit more to my taste and quite possibly better.
Now, what are the changes that I made? I'm adding a few things to give it some extra textural depth. Surprise, surprise, the guy that wrote the book Texture Over Taste wants more texture. Now here we're using my duck confit hash browns. This time we just shaped our hash browns into little 3-inch patties using a ring mold, which were then frozen overnight. We then began the rest of the process, which I took half a pound of bacon that I cut into 1/2-inch thick lardones that were cooked on medium-low heat in a small pan until just golden brown, which were then drained and set to the side. Instead of the whipped cream, I'm gonna make a light citrus creme fraiche. So we got half a cup or 120 grams of creme fraiche into a small bowl, the zest and juice of 1 lemon, seasoned with salt and pepper, 1 tablespoon or 4 grams of chopped fresh parsley, 1 tablespoon or 4 grams of chopped fresh dill. Stir that together until thoroughly combined, and that is your citrus creme fraiche. Leave that in the fridge because we want it as stiff as possible. Let's briefly walk through the soft scrambled egg. It's real simple. Melt 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of unsalted butter in a non-stick 10-inch pan set over medium heat. Once it's half melted, you're gonna add 3 to 4 eggs depending on their size. Ideally, you would want to have a silicone whisk for this so you can constantly whisk and stir while it's cooking, but if you don't, a rubber heat-proof spatula works as well. So you're gonna cook that over medium heat, constantly stirring. Do not stop. Treat it like a risotto. As you see curds start to form, take it off the heat, continue stirring, back on the heat. It'll form some more curds, take it off the heat, stir. Just keep on stirring and repeating this process for anywhere between 4 to 6 minutes until you're left with a velvety smooth, small curd soft scramble like this. The texture should be relatively runny but not raw. Cut off the heat, fold in 2 teaspoons or 10 grams of cold butter into the egg until melted and emulsified, and set that to the side. Don't forget to season to taste with salt at the end. There should be enough eggs to cover 2 to 3 hash browns. So if you're serving maybe 4 or 6 people, you may want to double the amount of eggs. Fry 1 potato patty in duck fat or vegetable oil set to 350 Fahrenheit or 175 Celsius, and fry until GBD, golden brown, delicious. About 2 to 3 minutes. Remove your hash brown, drain, lightly season with salt, then pop your hash brown onto a plate, followed by a nice generous quenelle of your soft scrambled egg, a few of your big boy crispy lardones, a generous spoonful of your creme fraiche on top of the eggs, season lightly with fresh cracked black pepper, some thinly sliced chives, and finally a big fat juicy dollop of the finest caviar you can find. Is this insane? Is this overly luxurious? Yes, it is.
My inspiration behind this is a full breakfast. You got eggs, hash browns, bacon. What more do you need? A little caviar, a little creme fraiche to bring in the Jean-Georges. This is equally, if not more decadent than this, but you got some more structure from the crunch of the hash brown. It's crispy, it's soft, the bacon provides a salty little bit of chewiness, but then that all melds together into a creamy symphony of soft scrambled egg, refreshing creme fraiche, and then the of the caviar. A very modern interpretation versus a much older take with a different perspective. It's an unfair competition because this doesn't have a duck fat confit hash brown with it, so obviously I think this is better, but we have a judge to determine that.
Vikram doesn't like caviar, so I'm doing this tasting. God damn. This is so one note. The flavor's maximalized on it, but to eat it, it's all the same. And then you eat this thing, and it's like the greatest breakfast you've ever had in a few bites. It's so well balanced. But then you get these like pops of acidity from the sour cream with the lemon juice and the lemon zest, the smokiness from the bacon, that little bit of onion from the chives. This one's a million times better.
So we win another round. 4 absolute Goliaths, a couple massive wins, a couple small wins. I'm happy with it, but we don't finish here. We have 1 remaining Goliath to complete this, and that is the one and only Mr. Gordon Ramsay. Sweetheart, I'm coming for you.
Finally, the big one, Gordon Ramsay's beef Wellington. Contrary to popular belief, Gordon Ramsay did not invent the dish. Neither did Julia Child, but she was the first modern TV chef to popularize it in the 1960s. And he absolutely perfected the recipe. So Gordon's original recipe is pretty simple, right? We've all seen it. You got the perfect midsection of the filet mignon, cut into a small roast, it gets seared, brushed with mustard, you make a little duxelle. He actually skips the crepe process. He just straight up wraps his beef in the prosciutto and duxelle, which then goes into puff pastry, wrapped, brushed, and baked. That's kind of it. Now it's time for a taste test.
Okay, and I know what this tastes like, but just to refresh my memory. It's a classic Wellington. It's delicious. It's mushroomy, it's meaty, it's beefy, it's buttery, it's crispy on the outside, soft and juicy. It's a pleasure pure of flavor. That being said, it's an old recipe. I think we can beat it.
What are the changes I made? Well, for one, we're definitely adding the crepe. So we're gonna make a greens crepe, which will be using spinach as our green. But how do we upgrade this? For one, the mushrooms in the duxelle, instead of just being boring old button mushrooms, we're gonna use the most flavorful, my most favorite mushrooms ever, black trumpet mushrooms. Let's be honest, the lowest flavor of beef you can get, which is a filet mignon, a tenderloin, we're instead gonna be doing a 48-hour cooked short rib. Am I going way over the top? Of course I am. So you're gonna need 2 pounds or 900 grams of short ribs. Ideally would be to get a whole short rib plate, which was then cut into individual long boy dino ribs. But if you only have the cut up ones, then you can just make small mini beef Wellingtons. Now, season those with salt and pepper, vacuum seal in a bag, and cook at 69 Celsius, nice, in a sous vide circulator bath for 48 hours. Once those are done, cool in the fridge overnight, trim the meat from the bone, and lightly trim it into a rectangular shape. Sear that on all sides over medium-high heat in a non-stick pan. I know you're not supposed to use higher heat on a non-stick pan. I don't really care. I'm telling you, this thing will stick to just about anything. It's way easier to do in a non-stick. At that point, I'll take it out, brush it with 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of spicy mustard, and cool for 20 to 30 minutes. Now for the crepe batter, into a blender, add 1 cup or 140 grams of all-purpose flour, 1.5 cups or 350 milliliters of whole milk, 4 eggs, blend on high until combined, and then 2 cups or 90 grams of fresh spinach. Blend that on high until pureed, pass through a chinois, and that is your crepe batter. Now in a 10-inch non-stick pan over medium heat, lightly greased with cooking spray. Once hot, add a 2-ounce ladle full of batter, swirl to coat, and cook for 30 to 45 seconds, flip and cook for another 30 to 45 seconds. Repeat that until you have about 4 crepes. That's enough for 2 Wellingtons. To make the duxelle, into a food processor, add 4 ounces or 113 grams of black trumpet mushrooms, 4 ounces or 113 grams of shiitake mushrooms, and 4 ounces or 113 grams of maitake mushrooms. Blitz until very finely chopped. Add a tablespoon or 15 grams of unsalted butter, then heat a 5-quart pot over medium-high heat, let that melt, and then add 1 finely diced shallot, season lightly with salt, and saute until just translucent, about 1 to 2 minutes. Add your mushrooms, 1 sprig of rosemary, and let that cook until the mushrooms are fully cooked through and there's no water remaining, about 3 to 4 minutes, stirring occasionally. Then deglaze with a 1/4 cup or 60 grams of bourbon. Be careful because it will ignite from the flame below if you have high heat. Please be careful. Now cook that until no liquid remains whatsoever. Cut off the heat, add in 4 cloves of finely chopped garlic, and grate 1 ounce or 28 grams of black truffle into the duxelle. Now that's optional, but hey, I'm flexing here, all right? I'm flexing. Transfer that to a bowl and fold in 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of miso. Now here's how we shape this bad boy up. You're gonna put 2 green crepes on plastic wrap. Line up 4 to 6 slices of prosciutto. Evenly spread your duxelle over the prosciutto into a square. Place your short rib at the base of those layers. This should be long and wide enough, just enough to completely cover your short rib edge to edge. Roll that up, holding the ends shut, and roll up nice and tight until you get a round sausage like this. Rest that for 15 to 20 minutes in the fridge. Then roll out a nice large piece of puff pastry. Take out your short rib package, place it at the base of your puff pastry, and roll that up, and just until you meet both ends, lightly brush your puff pastry with egg wash so it sticks, roll it over, press to adhere. Now wrap that in plastic wrap, nice and toit, and rest in the fridge for 10 to 15 minutes. So once your pastry has rested, brush that with an egg wash consisting of 2 egg yolks and a light splash of water. Optionally, if you want to add a lattice crust, it's just literally additional puff pastry that's been rolled out, cut with a lattice cutter, and then draped over the top. You will need to brush that again with egg wash so that the lattice is also egg washed. Add a generous sprinkling of flaky salt on top, and bake in an oven set to 400 degrees Fahrenheit or 205 degrees Celsius for 20 to 25 minutes, or until a beautiful GBD on the outside, and the internal temperature is, well, it just needs to be honestly hot. Now we cut into that to reveal one of the most juiciest, fattiest, luxurious interiors I've ever seen to a beef Wellington. Of course, it's lightly pink from a little bit of a cure that occurs during the sous vide process. Obviously, it's not medium rare because it's been cooked for 48 hours, but that doesn't matter because it's short rib, and it's not about medium rare, it's about fall apart, tender, juicy meat in your mouth, encased in crispy, buttery puff pastry. This is luxury right here. But is it actually better? Let's taste and find out.
This is a big step up just visually. I did check it. It does kind of look like there's some white fat, but it's just really well marbled. And it's lightly cured, please. Look at this, dude. When I cut into this, my first thought was, this does look delicious. I know it will taste good, but I'm worried that it will be too rich, or only 1 bite and you're done. If I wasn't on a diet, I would eat this whole goddamn thing. So I would call it a winner, but we need a taste tester to determine a true win. Woo, Vikram's back. Yeah, Vikram loves beef fart.
That's insane. That's an easy win for the second one. It's not even close. That is so much more tender. It's every good part about a Wellington. Every single layer of it is better. It starts and ends with the beef in the middle. The short rib is insane. It's a great application in a Wellington. Would I ever do this? I don't think I'd even make a normal Wellington, but I'm glad I got to experience that.
Vicar made an important point here. All of these things weren't exactly the most practical, but they were better. And this feels a lot less practical than, say, this. So I guess what I would say to you is if you're gonna take the time to wrap the Wellington and wait for it overnight and all those different things, then you might as well just go the extra step and just plop a short rib into a sous vide circulator for 48 hours to experience a truly upgraded beef Wellington. So what did we learn? Well, I'll tell you what I learned is that all of these recipes were great in their own right, considering how long ago they may or may not have been made. They were the perfect jumping off point for me to make them better. What was great can always be made greater. And that's what this is about. Goodbye, I love you, big kiss, mwah. A food hack is one of two things. It's either the worst thing ever invented in humanity and a complete and utter lie, or it's so time-saving that it revolutionizes your cooking or eating forever. Yeah, sure, they're fun to watch, but are they even useful? So today we're going to TikTok to find the most viral food hacks, and we're gonna put them to the test to see if they even work in the first place. Now look, I know my opinions can be harsh. Worked my whole life in restaurants, mostly fine dining. Things are pretty specific and not always very nice in those worlds. But today, I'm gonna be a little nicer. Emphasis on only a little bit. I really am hopeful that some of these are actually good and effective. I want people to learn at the end of the day, but I also want people to know the truth. So let's give it our best effort, starting with number 1. Using an onion ring as a ring mold. This is an affordable and edible alternative, so I do like it. Pan over medium heat, onion goes in. I've got some oil already in there. Let that onion start cooking. I think you should salt the onion a little bit. I think that's nice. Take our egg, a little salt, pop a little lid on that bad boy. Here comes the bride. Ooh, all fat and wide, damn. I will say, if the onion ring was a little bigger, it would have held it together. So all things considered, we got a cooked egg. It's actually kind of badass. You could put this on a sandwich with some bacon and cheese. I'm gonna give that a thumbs up. Does your bread do this? Supposedly you can bring it back by taking to the sink and you just kind of give it a little one of those. This can't be good. Supposedly it goes in the oven straight up. All right, it's out. I have some thoughts on this. Heating up stale bread in the oven, especially if it's wrapped in something like foil, will almost always bring it back to life depending on how stale it is. That said, if it's really stale, the water might actually help, and I was surprised to see that the crust was still kept crisp. It's actually quite nice. Thumbs up. Supposedly you got cracked eggs in a bowl. Maybe you get a little shell in there. That happens. Hack is wet fingers will get it out. I've always used the shell. I did not know this. I could see this being true. It works. I did not know that. It's not even like an internet hack. That's a life hack. Thumbs up. Supposedly you can use an apple slicer to get potato wedges. Oh boy, this is scary. If your apple slicer has enough sharpness, you might get better shaped wedges. These are But what I should point out is whenever you do this, you will also end up with this. What do you do with this? Do you also bake this so all of them you have wedges except you have one phallic one for every potato? Or do you throw this away? Because that's just wasteful. Did you know that if you just used literally a knife, you can get both a cut apple and potato wedges and millions of other options? And this is hard to use. I had to apply a lot of force with this. So if you can do this, you can use this. It might be useful for some, so I'll give it a 50-50. Hard-boiled egg peeling by blowing it. This is one of the worst hacks I've ever seen, but if it works, I will be amazed. So little hole on the top, and then on the bottom, we're gonna make a big hole. And I just blow on this. No fucking way. It cracked a little on impact, but I mean, if it worked once, can it work twice? That's crazy. When you do this, it will crack the egg. So if you want a perfectly intact egg, you probably won't get one. Secondarily, I don't want your hot breath all over my hard-boiled eggs. So please don't do this for your guests and just peel them by hand because that is gross and unsanitary. But if it's just for you, I mean, if it works, it works. In between mid and good, it's like right here. I've picked a lot of herbs in my day. If you ever worked in a restaurant, you probably have also picked a lot of herbs. It's very annoying. So supposedly using a box grater speeds up the process. Let's try it. You just take a stem of your herbs, push the stem through here. Did I do that right? I mean, it literally just gave me more stems. I'm really trying here. I don't just do this to make it suck. I want these to work. I really do. People are like, oh, you're supposed to do it like this. And I'm like, you know how long I've been cooking? I've been cooking my entire life. If it is this difficult for me to understand it, do you think other people are gonna figure it out? That kind of worked. If you put more herbs, you get them picked. What I will say is they end up bruised and some of them don't fully get picked. I don't know who this helps. I feel like it's just as fast as just pull. pull. The amount of time that this took for me to figure out, I could have already had herbs picked. I don't see this reducing any friction in anyone's life. If you like it, let us know. But I'm not a fan of it. I'm gonna give it a thumbs down. I've actually seen this before. This has been around for a while. Supposedly a cup can peel a mango. These are things I have a hard time feeling good about, but I can't help but want to know, does it actually work? The funny thing is you do need a knife to get this part started. You already have the tool that you need to do this. So you get a mango cheek. You just get the cup, you get it lined up with... I knew that wasn't gonna work. You line it up. Oh, wait. It didn't really work that well. Second try. I really don't want to rip the skin, so I'm gonna go real slow. Maybe if I start a little higher up. There, hey, I mean, you're likely gonna end up with more waste doing this, but if this makes your life easier, it makes your life easier. It did work. I can't say it didn't work. We got peeled mangoes. So, little bit of waste. Try to be careful with it. Maybe just suck on these so you don't waste that. I'm gonna give that a thumbs up. Not bad. I don't think I'll ever use this again because I like the technique of using a knife, but that's just me. Reheating cold pizza. In my opinion, this is sacrilegious. Just literally eat it cold. It's so good cold. But if you want it hot, the problem is you microwave it, it goes too soft. What are you gonna do? Boil it? Putting it in the oven, it kind of dries out. So what's the perfect way to eat it? Supposedly, a hot pan. Now, bottom of the pizza in a pan that's been set over medium heat. So pan is hot, and supposedly you take an ice cube, whatever that's for, that goes next to the pizza, and then you lid it. And I guess we wait for 3 to 5 minutes. You got it. All right, let's check it. Top is gooey, all right. Take it out. First thing I'm noticing is that the top of the crust is completely soft, not crisp. But what is there to be said about the bottom? Pizza's heated through. I get what they did. This is basically the pot sticker mentality. What is that, you might ask? Well, if you've never made pot stickers, you make contact with the pan and it's searing. It's essentially crispifying on the bottom. You add the ice, create steam. You could also probably just add water, honestly, just like you do with a pot sticker. That cooks the top while the bottom stays crispy. It makes sense. It's not a perfect method though, because the crust is still completely soft, like as if you were to microwave it. But is it better than a microwave? Yes. Is this better than heating it any other way? Possibly. In comparison to an oven, not that much better. So I would say I'd give it a mid. This one is interesting. You ever bread something with a 3-tier setup? And I'm talking flour, egg, and a breadcrumb. Usually you need 3 bowls, but what if you could do it with just a sheet tray and foil? I like it, but we'll see if it works without them mixing together. So, got a sheet tray, layer of foil goes down, make a nice wall. I'm gonna do another layer just so that it's totally coating the surface. So we're gonna make 3 sections. Not sure if this wall's gonna hold up. Section 2 and section 3, which is a little skinny. That's my mistake. I mean, I feel like this is gonna work. Flour into one, breadcrumbs into another, egg wash. I mean, it's holding it. This is kind of a typical expectation of the simple fact that aluminum foil can be whatever you want it to be. That's what I'm learning here. If you were to bread, this would work. You can bread into your flour, your egg wash, your panko, and then when you're done, you just throw the foil away and your sheet tray is clean. I like this one. I actually might start using this technique. I'm gonna give this a thumbs up. Supposedly you can roast garlic in 5 minutes in the microwave. So cut off a little bit of the head. That then goes into a ramekin. So we're gonna fill this up about halfway with water. I mean, this is just boiling it. Little olive oil on top, 40% power, 5 minutes. See you then. Wow. Let me just say something. No. The benefit to roasting garlic is not just that it gets soft, it's that you slowly achieve caramelization. I want you to take a look at this and tell me if you think this is caramelized. Let's see if it's soft. It's not. I'm sure if you let this in long enough, it would be soft. Here's the hack. Take all these cloves out, submerge it in oil, low heat for like 2 to 3 minutes, and you will have essentially spreadable, roasted, caramelized garlic. That's also called confit. This is done. Thumbs down. Supposedly you can use a hair straightener to open a bottle of wine. Let me just do data research real quick. So from Walmart, you can get a wing wine corkscrew for $3.23. This costs around $20. If it works and you don't have one of those, maybe this is a helpful thing. You just do this. There's no way this is gonna work. I have this turned on to the maximum temperature, which is 410 degrees Fahrenheit. It has been over 5 minutes. Nothing at all has happened. Supposedly this lady said it could take up to 15 minutes. So I guess we'll wait the full 15 to really test this out. Okay, 15 minutes later, nothing has happened. This is a stupid hack. Go buy a wine opener on Amazon or wherever you buy stuff. You don't even need to do any of this stuff. Just go buy one right now. That's a thumbs down. The real hack is being prepared. Not everyone has a vacuum sealer. How do you vacuum seal something without that? Ziploc bag and a bowl of soon-to-be water. All right, so I got some butter here. Maybe I want to preserve this butter for longer. You got your item in the bag. You close it until it's almost closed. You're gonna finish closing that after you've fully submerged this in water. Once the water is as high to the seal as possible, you'll then close it all the way. There we go. It's never gonna be as powerful as a typical vacuum sealer, but you could use this for sous vide and it helps preserve things longer. So I'll give this hack a thumbs up. Okay, the overhead fan turned on because it's getting hot in here, pal. No, it actually is a really annoying trait that this thing has. If it reaches a certain temperature up here, fan turns on, and we can't turn it off, but it will turn off eventually, hopefully. So, fried chicken. I'm actually excited to try this technique. I don't think it's dumb, I've just never heard of it. But basically, you dip breaded chicken real quickly in water and then fry it. Supposedly, it makes it crispier and it has less oil sputtering. I feel like it's gonna have more oil sputtering, so I'm going to turn the fire off so that we survive this shoot, okay? First, we're gonna go in with the undunked chicken. This is just lightly marinated, lightly breaded, fried straight up, okay? So we can see how that's frying. Looks like that. So number one, not sputtering that bad. So that's already debunked. But will it be crispier? We'll see. So you just full dunk real quick and take it out. All right, yeah, cool, that just washed off all the batter. Let's see if it sputters less. Quite literally, no. Do not do this. This is the non-dunked, and this is the dunked. Clearly a lot less color. Season these with salt. The one that was dunked has significantly less color. It is more breaded than I thought it would be. Is it cooked through? Yes. We'll let it rest, and then we'll taste it. Okay, the moment of truth. So we'll start with the properly fried chicken. As expected, crunchy, juicy, salty, delicious. Great. Now for the dunked chicken. Cheers. The bite on it was crunchier. Maybe there were a few benefits. Surprisingly, some areas are more crunchy, but the underside was not breaded because it got washed off, and it did sputter more when it went in the oil. Typically, that would give it a thumbs down, but because there were some hidden benefits, granted I won't be doing this again for me personally, I'll give it a 50-50. It kind of works. Try it for yourself, just be careful. Supposedly, microwaving citrus will get you more juice. I'm gonna try to get these slices as similar in weight as possible. They weigh the same, relatively even in size, so we will microwave one. They say to microwave it for 30 seconds. So to maximize the juice out of this, I'm gonna use a spoon just to point out that you can max juice out without just squeezing it. That feels pretty juiced. The non-microwave citrus gave us 26 grams, so let's try the microwave. That is so hot. How the f do I juice this? I would consider this juiced. 18 grams. We literally got almost half the amount of juice. Citrus juice is very delicate. There's a lot of really special flavors in it. Now, cooking it changes the flavor. Raw citrus, light, fragrant. Cooked citrus, you lose flavor and you end up with more of like a caramelized flavor, which you don't always want. This is just a net loss all over. Thumbs down. You can apparently peel this with this. So you take a little piece of tin foil, scrunch it up, and then you rub this. Ah! I hate this hack. This isn't that dissimilar to how you would peel a carrot in a nice restaurant. Whenever you get those perfectly smooth carrots, they take a piece of Scotch-Brite scouring pad, for example, and they rub the carrot and you get a really smooth carrot. If you rinse this carrot, you will see that it is essentially peeled. You can do the same thing with a scouring pad. You can do the same thing with a peeler. Now, I'll give this a thumbs up with a caveat. I feel like this is somehow unhealthy. Maybe rubbing your carrots with aluminum foil is not good for you. I don't know, I'm not a scientist. I personally would not, but it worked, so it's a thumbs up. Supposedly you get a perfectly circular fried egg by rubbing garlic on the pan. That sounds like a load of horse shit. We're gonna find out, but as a substitute, you could just use a ring mold. You kind of draw a circle. So I'm gonna crack the egg right in the center. It's not a perfect circle, but it did stop. Did that just work? I wonder if it's just the pan. So this technically worked. We'll do another version without the garlic and see if it does the same thing. Here we go. Ooh, it was the pan. We cleaned the pan completely with soap and water, got the garlic out. It basically did the same thing. And I will say, the egg that we put in there was not perfectly circular. So some may say thumbs up, I say thumbs down. Chopstick a lemon and you just poke a hole in it. Work that hole out and it should juice. So here we go. It is juicing. Whoa, oh my God, sorry. Here's the thing, it worked, it got juice absolutely everywhere. I wanna see if there's still juice left in this lemon because I've squeezed it to its max. So you wasted about 25% juice with this method for the sake of convenience. This requires a lot of arm strength first off. With wastefulness, I'm gonna say that's a solid thumbs down. This is a butter softening hack. We have a cup that is running under hot water, very hot water. This hurts. You're gonna pour that out and you're just gonna do this. Now, normally softening butter takes 30 minutes to an hour. Supposedly this takes 5 minutes. So we start the clock. Okay, it's been 5 minutes. This should be softened. It's not, like at all. It's actually still cold. Softened butter would be room temperature, which should be anywhere around 70 to 75 degrees. That is 48 degrees. That did not work. It's still better than waiting 30 minutes. I feel like if you waited longer, it would probably work. So I'll give it a 50-50. You might be wondering what I'm doing. Supposedly this hack will give you 2 bags out of 1. So the key is to get your knife very hot and you just cut a bag in half and it should give you 2 bags that are sealed, supposedly. Oh shit, actually, wait, hold on. No way. Oh, there's a little leak. It sort of worked. I don't think that this is that practical, and if you pull hard enough, it will open. And the side that is sealed properly kind of doesn't. pitting a cherry with the chopstick. I'm skeptical of this one. I don't like single-use tools, but I will say a cherry pitter is useful. Hopefully this works. Stem off. Supposedly you just press it through the center. Perfect. That did not work at all. Thank you very much. There's no further testing. The pit did not come out. Supposedly the hack is you can juice a lemon using kitchen tongs. But I thought that you take the tongs and do that. It turns out you use this end and squeeze. You're just squeezing a lemon. It works. I kind of like it. It's like less aggressive than squeezing with your hand. But you want to know what else you could do? You could juice a lemon with anything. Take this offset spatula, for example. What about a spoon? Tweezers. The point I'm trying to make is that anything that will break up the flesh of a lemon will juice the lemon. This will juice the lemon without making as much of a mess. So it's a thumbs up. Supposedly you can use a fork to remove chicken tendons. So we have a deboned chicken leg quarter. You got lots of little white tendons here, like quite a lot actually. And these are very annoying to remove. So supposedly, paper towel, you put the tendon in between the fork tine. Try this with a strong hand. It kind of worked. See if it does it again. Some of these don't even usually come out with tweezers. I mean, here's my general thoughts. You do waste a little meat, but you waste less, which I do enjoy. This is a great hack. I actually might end up using this. Thumbs up. All right, I don't know what this is about. Supposedly a Pringles can and a watermelon. Oh, what do you do with the rest of the watermelon meat after that? You just have a hole in your watermelon. That's just wasteful. I'm not doing this. Let me show you the right way to cut a watermelon. A lot of people like to buy watermelon tools. And if you have to buy one, that's fine. But you have a knife, you can cut a watermelon. Cut off both root ends. Flat side down. Pick whichever one you want. Knife. And then you just carefully and slowly cut around the watermelon, okay? Might not be perfect. The first cut is usually the hardest because you're trying to figure out where that flesh is, right? Sometimes the white of the watermelon is thicker than usual. The first cut right, and then the other ones will follow. You're gonna go all the way around. Wow, look at that. There's a little waste sometimes. That's okay. The point is you save way more watermelon. You can cut it into rounds, or my preferred way, cubes. You see, I get not everybody is gonna be able to use a knife. I get not everybody's gonna be able to buy a tool, but with the waste that's gonna come from this, I'm not a fan of it. I'm gonna give it a thumbs down. I don't know why you would do this, but cutting cake with floss. This is mint. Maybe we should get unflavored next time. Well, I already cut a triangle out of this, so I'm gonna try and make more triangles out of it. Oh, look at that. Didn't get all the way to the bottom. That's lovely. That's a thumbs down. Thank you very much. That's fucking stupid. Use a knife. Vikram brought me his f***ed up pan, and we're gonna supposedly fix it with baking soda, a lemon, and a little bit of white vinegar. Supposedly the baking soda goes in the pan. You just throw the lemon in there, I guess. You turn it on, and you put some vinegar in there. You bring it to a boil. I think this is horse shit. And then you scrub it with the lemon. I mean, some of it's coming off. I still don't understand the purpose of the lemon other than the fact that it smells kind of good. Let's check to see the results. It's the same. To be honest, it did clean some of it out. I'm sure this would work on a pan that wasn't as messed up. Sometimes harsh chemicals just work better. I'll give it a mid. A muffin tin. Now, what would you use this for? Muffins, right? No. Now you can easily assemble tacos. I'll tell you one thing, if you pull up to Oaxaca and you're doing something like this, you better expect a chancla flying somewhere. This could help some people. I think it's incredibly dumb. I guess this works for hard shell, so. Does it work? It does. Do I like it? No. So I'm gonna give it mid, but it does work. You can cut an apple in half with just your hands. I guess if you want to share this with someone, you could be like, oh yeah, no problem. Here you go. How about you just eat the damn apple? If you don't have a knife, so what? I bet you I could karate chop this in half, Vikram. Worked. See how fucking stupid that is? If someone's like, hey, can I have a quarter of that apple? And you karate chop it in half? I don't know, use a spoon, pair of scissors. How about a really long chopstick? I don't know. What do I do with the technique? Because in any other scenario, you just eat the apple. Just eat it. If you don't get that, go to therapy today. Thumbs up. Supposedly you can hull a strawberry with a straw. I don't know if there's some sort of a joke in there. Look, you poke it through, and then supposedly, I don't see what that did. I mean, it does work, but I don't know. You wanna know the alternative to this? Use your fingers and do that, and eat the strawberry. You can eat the butt. It's not gonna hurt you, because of how you have to hold it. It's not making it easier for anyone. I'm gonna give this a thumbs down. Plastic wrap. Supposedly, if you put it in the freezer, it will not stick to itself, which makes it easier to use. It does feel different. All right, here we go. It works for about 50 seconds, so I see what's happening. Because this is cold, when it comes out, it gets a slight amount of condensation on the outside, and water prevents things from sticking together because it's wet. As soon as that dries up and this comes to room temperature, which takes about a fraction of a second, it immediately returns to its original properties. Does this work? Sorta, kinda, not really. I guess if you wanna keep your plastic wrap in the freezer, it might help you a little bit. I'll give it mid.
Okay, so they're calling this the reverse strain. You take a strainer, and instead of pouring your pasta through the strainer, or colander rather, you put the colander in your pot, and then drain. To me, this isn't really a hack. This is just smart. Kind of chefy. You got your pasta still in the pot, you can sauce it, toss it, etc. Just do me a favor and reserve some of that pasta water. I like it, it's smart, it's thoughtful, and with this being our last one, you know what? I'm gonna give it a thumbs up. So thank you, subscribe, goodbye. I've been battling the most iconic fast food burgers for years, and today we're gonna be ranking and tasting every major fast food burger in America to see which one is the best. Not only that, we're gonna combine all the elements of the best and make the ultimate burger that could exist. We're in Los Angeles, California, the place that pioneered fast food. So I'm with chef and certified burger expert Christian, culinary producer of The Burger Show. He knows his shit. Now, before we start, we have rules. Number one, they need to have massive cultural significance or a multitude of locations across the country. Number two, what does every fast food place have?
A drive-thru.
Every single one of these must have a drive-thru in order to qualify. The rest of this is simple. We'll be rating on a scale of 1 to 10 based off 3 things: looks, taste, and texture.
This journey is going to take us across a few states and through a ton of emotions.
A robot took my order. This is real food.
With that being said, let's do this, shall we? What better way to start this off than with the oldest standing McDonald's? I'm excited.
I'm not.
I know we said only drive-thrus. This has a drive-thru, although there's something iconic about walking up to this. I have to do it just for this one.
From the moment that payment went through till we got the burgers in hand, 5 minutes and 11 seconds. Fast food, huh?
This burger looks like it was 3D printed and ideated by a heartless, lifeless AI. It's crazy too, because they actually assembled this really nice. So visually, I hate it. It tastes like something and nothing at the same time.
My taste was mostly pickle. My pickles are thicker than my meat.
You ever had like 2 mediocre buns, but you put really thin layers of leather in between? All I pick up is just straight mayo.
Taste-wise, it's a 3.
It's high praise.
Even 3.
I'm gonna give that a solid 2. Can we go to the next one? I'm done here.
So McDonald's low score, not really surprising. Now across the street for a second burger, Jack in the Box.
Can we get 2 sourdough jacks with bacon, please? What was it? Can I get 2 sourdough jacks with bacon, por favor?
Can you say that one more time?
2 sourdough jacks with bacon, please?
Sorry, what? 2 sourdough jacks with bacon?
Yes. Yes, please.
All right, $14.94. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Suck it, clown.
They were so much faster and they were more busy. Okay, so this is probably singularly one of the most disappointing photo to burger comparisons I've ever seen, okay? But I will say the patty doesn't look half bad. I like the buns. The buns are cool. They're nicely griddled.
The marinade on this meat looks better than McDonald's, for sure.
First thought's dry as
I've only known to always get a side of ranch, so you can put it on anything at Jack in the Box. Way better.
Oh. No, man.
I wanted that bacon to be crispy, but it was hiding under that wet tomato. So overall, I give this a 5.3.
The patty has the flavor of a frozen meatball, but the buns are great. I love the toast. It does give it like a little bit more lightness, which I enjoy. I'll give it a 3.5, a little better. Now on to the next one.
Jack in the Box takes the lead. I really think this is gonna get dethroned quickly, but yeah. On to our next target, Wendy's.
Can I get 2 Baconators?
It'll be $16.52.
That is our fastest so far, baby. Wendy, she stepped it up. This is like very hot. They did deliver on the look. Good Maillard. This is the best looking one we've had so far by
Look
far.
at the bacon.
I don't remember this being that good when we did our but better, because it was nowhere near this good. Most actual burger-looking burger we've had so far.
I don't know if you could hear the crunch on that bacon. So good.
Everything else texturally to me kind of falls flat, so I'm 50-50 on the texture. Flavor, for a fast food burger, this is by far the best one we've had so far. I'm gonna give it a 5.
The meat looks great compared to the other, but it's under seasoned, so it needs that bacon, needs that salty mayo. 6.5.
Moving on.
Okay, Wendy, I see you, girl. She's doing pretty good. Next stop, Carl's Jr.
We'll take 2 superstars with cheese. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What are you drinking out of, a fucking bomb? It looks good, but it's kind of creamed up a little bit. Visually, it doesn't look bad, honestly. Boner appetite. That's not good.
No. Before I even tasted it, that smell was a little off-putting.
Tastes like the meat was boiled. The bun is like remarkably chewy and simultaneously super flat. It almost has like an after texture of like mochi. Basically, everything on this burger is better than a lot of the previous burgers, but the meat is so bad. That tastes like a lean cuisine meatloaf. You ever eaten one of those?
I have, sadly.
I'm gonna rate this a 3.5.
2.7.
Whoa, that's lower than I thought you would say. Not a good burger. Moving on.
A quick check-in on the leaderboard, and now for a pit stop at Rally's.
We're at Rally's. We're in the drive-thru. The number 1 choice is the Big Buford?
Shia LaBeouford.
Let's do this.
Can I get 2 big Buffords? Just a sandwich, please.
Thank you.
I'm finalizing your order and getting your total. $13.21, thank you.
This is simultaneously the ugliest, oldest / most advanced restaurant I've ever been to. A robot took my order. Thank you so much. They came in at 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Almost as long as McDonald's. All right, audio's kind of weird because we're in this like umbrella. It's actually different for once. This burger actually looks surprisingly good. It's got a decent Maillard. It's not like crazy. I like this like sort of, what is this bun?
Looks like a challah, yeah.
Challah bun? This is not good. The meat's a lot more tender, which I appreciate, but there's 0 salt. I will say though, I do like the bread, actually.
It looks like a steamed burger. I love that the tomatoes are cut thin. That's great.
You ever eaten a cafeteria burger at school and you're just like, that's terrible? That's this burger. And for that, it gets a 2.
I'm gonna go 2.5.
So Rallies takes last place, at least so far. Next, onto the king himself, BK.
Can we get 2 Whoppers, please?
Can we get those 2 sloppers, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Record time. If this is better than McDonald's, that is I'm actually excited that this lives up to the name Whopper. I mean, this is a hefty burger. It's pretty big. It smells charred, but somehow it doesn't have char.
It smells like wet lettuce.
This smells like whenever you go to like a cookout with white people.
Yeah.
Right? Let's just do it, man. We gotta down this thing. There's not much texture to me.
I got a crispy one.
Like, look how flat it got underneath where I bit it. I mean, I think this bun is like 95% air.
It came across fluffy, and then as soon as you picked it up,
the pickles are really good.
Yeah, they are.
It is a better burger though. So with that, I'll give it a 3.9.
In a 1 to 10 fast food burger, 6 flat. Should I take another bite? We only got like 18 more burgers, but.
On to the next.
Even against the king of burgers, Wendy's still dominates the leaderboard. On to our next stop, Jollibee.
I bet you didn't know Jollibee has burgers. Well, it does. And I like Jollibee, but I've never had their burgers, so let's find out.
Can we do 2 cheesy yum burgers, just a sandwich, and then 1 amazing Aloha yum burger? Thank you.
I'm smelling the pasta. You smell that pasta? He said go to parking number 1, but there's no parking. We're at 7 minutes at number 1. This is the slowest one by far.
You think they forgot about us? Thank you.
Bye. We're at 9 minutes. Okay, let's eat these. These are remarkably small. I'm really sorry. These are bad. The most anemic hamburger I've ever seen in my entire life. And I want to state first, I love Jollibee. All right, let's eat it. The bun is basically the exact same as a McDonald's bun. The meat's actually really good, but it's not a burger. It's like a sausage patty with no sausage seasoning. I kind of like it. End of the day, this is more of a sandwich than it is a burger. Also, that's kind of whack, what's going on right there. I'll give it a 4 because it does taste good.
I'm gonna go even 4 too. But there is another burger.
He told me to order this Aloha burger in Aloha. It's really good. It's not a burger.
It's not a burger.
The patties, I don't know. Something about the patties.
This is yum burger on steroids.
Look, if this was the burger we'd be eating, I'd give this a 5.5.
4.7.
All right, we have our rating. We're moving on.
Unfortunately, Jollibee lags behind in 4th place, but now we move on to one of my favorites, In-N-Out.
Can we get 2 double doubles animal style?
I don't want to do this anymore. I just woke up like 15 seconds ago and immediately I was on. I was camera ready, baby. Why do these make you feel so bad?
Yo, I'm the driver. I gotta stay awake. Thank you.
Oh my God. Look at that. This is literally prepared to be eaten in the car. And look at this. In-N-Out is so big, and yet they still have the guts to put it all on display. I mean, they left these wide open. Everyone else is trying to wrap them up like, please don't look at this. Whoa, where'd the headrest go? All right, you ready? Oh my God. Right away, the toast on the bun. The American cheese is like gluey, but in a good way. I enjoy it. It's the reason why we like American cheese. All the textures in here feel real and fresh. You can taste the beef fat in this, which is what makes a big difference.
Because of the beef fat, the onions are so sweet.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of crisp on it. Soft top, crispy bottom, right?
I like that bottom.
You're a bottom guy, huh?
I'm gonna give this a rating. 7.
I'm gonna go with a 8.7. This makes me so happy.
Things that would make this better, I mean, I think just more tender beef. I feel like there's a ceiling to how good a fast food burger can be, but I guess we're gonna find out.
In-N-Out takes the lead, now onto a West Coast classic, Habit Burger. This one's super iconic to me because I had it my whole childhood, and I don't remember it being that great, but I guess we'll find out.
Hi, can I get 2 char burgers with cheese?
Well, this just went into 2nd place, 9 minutes and 35 seconds. All right, all right. So we're at Habit Burger. You may not know if you don't live in California, but Habit Burger is a big deal here, and we can't not cover it because there's so many locations. Somehow smells like nothing.
I'm so done with eating burgers. Holy sh**, that's a salad.
It's called a char burger. They made sure to add 1 piece of char.
It's the most char tasting burger out of everything we've had.
I'm sorry, I don't see it.
Really? You want to bite mine?
Oh, yours is totally different. That tastes great. This one came out fresh out the microwave. Given the inconsistency, I'm just gonna rate what my burger is. I'm gonna give it a solid 3.2.
I was a little put away by all that lettuce. Because I'm rating my burger, not yours, 5.4.
That's the inconsistency. Moving on.
A quick check-in on the leaderboard, and then it's off to the next burger.
All right, we're at Arby's, and as you might have guessed, the parking lot is empty. I can't
fully think. My fingers smell like mayonnaise.
Hi there, can we get 2 deluxe Wagyu steakhouse burgers? Thank you.
What? Why is there a gyro on the menu too?
Did you say gyro? I thought it was gyro.
It's pronounced gyro.
Get the f out of here with that What the f? Thank you.
It's actually got like an insanely good Maillard. We have a Wagyu burger, wrong in every way I can imagine. The whole point of a good Wagyu is the marbling. And how do you experience the marbling when it's fucking brown? But no, marketing. Anyway. No fucking salt whatsoever on this patty. It could have been good. It's a juicy burger, but you know what? There's almost no flavor in this at all. I taste zero beef. There's no salt. They deep fried it. All you really get is the crunch, I guess, of the lettuce.
Could have been so much better.
What was it, $25 for 2 fucking fast food burgers like this? If there was flavor, this would have been one of the highest rated burgers. This is like a 1.
I would say 2.1.
Could have been something, moving on. Arby's snatches the last place spot. That makes a little more sense, but moving on. We're at Dairy Queen, baby. Home of the grill and chill.
Can we do 2 cheese deluxe?
Thank you. I don't want to eat this. God, please, no more burgers. How is this possible?
This hurts.
This is a normal bun. It's like McDonald's. It looks all right. That's the worst one. That's a 1. You don't need a description. There's no texture, just 2 slices of cheese and then some lettuce. God bless America. That's the worst one.
All I can taste right now is spicy raw onion, covered with a little bit of mayo. Go to a grocery store, pick a burger from the freezer, put it in your microwave, and put some raw onion on there. That's what you get. That's a 1.3 right there.
And Dairy Queen has the lowest ranked spot. They just keep getting worse somehow. Next stop, Five Guys. All right, so we saw the drive-thru. We thought, oh, Five Guys has a drive-thru this one, huh? No, it doesn't, but we're already here, so we're gonna go eat it. This place is too culturally significant to leave out. All right, we're breaking a rule here. That bun is ice cold. I mean, it's toasted somehow. Oh God, I don't wanna eat any more of these. Here we go. Texturally, it's not that different from any other burger I've had. You get the crunch from the bacon, bun's got some good chew. It's kind of a similar vibe as the Carl's Jr. bun. It's obviously not made there. Good Maillard reaction.
There's beef flavor, but there's no seasoning.
The cheese is also cold and solid.
The bacon is amazing. The mushrooms drag this whole burger down.
If you're not careful with this burger, watch this. Like if I was like, oh, I'm gonna have my, shouldn't be that easy for that to happen. There's no burger that falls apart like a Five Guys burger. But you know what, it's good. I'm giving this a 5 just because it's more fresh. It's got a little bit more going on flavor-wise. It tastes like beef.
I'm gonna give this one a solid 4.3.
It does taste like America. And with that, we're moving on. Now, looking at our scoreboard, it looks like In-N-Out is still the leader, but that doesn't mean it can't be topped. For our next stop, we traveled 2,000 miles for White Castle. Came all the way out to New York, and well, not everybody could come, so it's on my phone, and my wife is recording me. But we're at White Castle. Hate that. Can I just do the number 1, the 4 cheese sliders? Thank you very much. Let's just do this one in the car. Let's make this easy, all right? Oh, bro, it smells like a bathroom in here. I want you to look at this real quick. This should be a jailable offense. This patty's about 1/20th of an inch thick, 0 colors. That smells like poop. Here we go. The bun. It's as soggy as humanly possible. The meat is barely detectable. It's not beefy. It's just like old meatloaf vibes. And then after that, all I taste is American cheese and pickle. That's gonna get a solid 1. I'm glad Christian wasn't here for this. Moving on. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know that it gets much worse than that. White Castle, last place. We're now in Texas, and I brought Christian along because he's my sweet work husband today. There are certain places that we needed to try specifically here, so we're here. What is that restaurant? Whataburger. One of my least favorite restaurants in the world. Then there's Sonic, Culver's, Shake Shack, and Steak and Shake. Let's begin. We're at Whataburger. How hype is that? I hate this place.
I'll just do 2 Whataburgers. Thank you.
Thank you.
100% fresh.
I will say this is larger than I thought it would be. Like it's actually pretty hefty for a single patty fast food burger. These are all starting to taste the same to me. I actually like the way this looks. It feels hefty. It feels worth the price. Every square inch of this burger tastes exactly the same, and I don't even know what flavor it is. Mustard and lettuce, those are the flavors I'm getting. Maybe a pickle here or there.
Texture, it's crispy because of all that core of the lettuce. I'm gonna give this a 3.5.
I'll go to a 4. It's not bad, just not good.
It's a whatever burger, you know what I mean?
Moving on. So Whataburger takes 8th place. Sorry, Texas. But will our next burger take first? Sonic? So we have a drive-through, but this also has a drive-in.
Can I get 2 Sonic cheeseburgers?
They said they're gonna race it over here. It's been 47 seconds since we ordered. Thank you so much, you too. It was 3 minutes. I actually am having a great time. And I usually don't like Sonic. I don't understand how it has this ring of beautiful Maillard, but the center has nothing. It smells beefy, which I like. Somehow this is the same as the Whataburger one. It's a little beefier. On the outside with the buns closed, looks great. Once you open that thing up, I don't want to see any more. It's basically the Whataburger burger, but the patty is slightly more present in flavor. So with that being a 4, I'll give this a 4.5.
I think flavor is better than Whataburger. I want to give this a 4.1.
Whoa, my rating was better.
What would you give it again? I try not to listen to you while you give your rating.
All right, not bad. Moving on.
So Sonic and Habit tie for 6th place, which is surprisingly higher than I thought it would be. Up next, Culver's, another favorite of mine.
Can I get 2 Culver's Deluxe?
Number, please.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. 7 minutes and 45 seconds. So it's a bit long, but you know, I like Culver's. It should be good. It's 104 degrees Fahrenheit outside, but this bun is as cold as my refrigerator. Let's give it a try. Wait, where's the receipt? 2 deluxe doubles. There is 1 fucking patty in here, sir. You wanna know what's sad? This burger is so close to being good. The Maillard on this patty is quite literally perfect. The seasoning is quite literally non-existent. Again, this is cold. The only hot part of this sandwich is this thin ass patty where there's supposed to be a double. So it refrigerated itself. This is literally the patty that was in there. Literally just like 10% of effort on this burger would have put this potentially in the top 3. Because of that, I'm gonna have to give this a solid 5.
For what they're known for, having a butter burger, I don't really get any butter. What I'm eating here is a 4.7.
Big disappointment. Moving on.
So Culver's takes 4th place. Not bad, but not as good as I thought.
We're at Shake Shack, and yes, they have drive-thrus now. You know, I'm a fan of Shake Shack, just like I am with In-N-Out. Also, I'm friends with Mark Rosati, so this might be slightly biased.
Can I get 2 single Shack burgers, please? That'll be it.
You guys have a good day.
You too.
You too. Coming in at around 6 minutes and 30 seconds. First off, the Maillard. Look at that. That's got a crusty. If I had a knife, this would go. Couple things. Visually, this is the freshest burger we've had so far. This is the texture I want in a burger. Super soft buns, the meat is fatty, I immediately get the taste of beef, it's juicy, it's fresh, it's like rich and unctuous. This feels like a proper meal, but they did not use any salt whatsoever.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, you can even tell the meat wasn't seasoned.
I still gotta give a fair score for all the other things. If they had used salt, this would be the highest rated burger and might even win. That being said, I'm gonna give it a 7.2.
I wanna give this 7.8.
I'm finishing this burger.
You want some, Vic?
I want to clarify, this is one of my favorite burger places of all time, but I have to be serious about this review, so moving on.
So at this point, I feel like we have our worst burger. Our last stop could really go any direction, but could it possibly take the lead? Onto our last location, Steak and Shake.
Okay, so I ordered 2 burgers, they only gave me 1, but I'm okay with it because the burger looks nice. It's got a good Maillard. I can tell that this is a high fat content patty. That's how it should be. The ketchup on here does piss me off though, all right? That's f***ed.
In a good way.
Yeah, it's beefy. You immediately taste the beef followed by the gooey cheese. You get a solid crunch from the pickle. It's acidic, but not too acidic. I mean, I would eat this again. You're gonna eat it upside down? You're so naughty.
With the tickle pickle, you know what I'm saying? That Maillard is perfect. The pickle's really good too. That long pickle.
The best part of this burger is easily the meat. A burger should be tender. It should like melt in your mouth. It should be like the filet mignon of American sandwiches. All things considered, I think I'm gonna give this a minimum. Like, I might even say higher. I don't even know if I feel comfortable saying higher. I'm gonna have to give this a minimum of an 8.
I think I know what rating I'm gonna give it. This is an 8.2 burger. This is real food.
This is the one burger that broke it all up, made a burger that should be a burger. And that means that Steak and Shake wins.
And there it is, the final leaderboard.
This is gonna be a core memory, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, oh, burger. Have you guys had Steak and Shake? I gotta go find all of their locations and be like, oh, I'm near one, gotta get one.
That encapsulates this experience. We just created a core memory. Not only that, we're gonna combine all the elements of the best and make the ultimate burger that could exist. That being said, let's make this burger.
Listen. This is the burger. What is the answer of the burger? It's as if we extended our arms across all parts of the globe, but not really actually, just in a couple states. For the buns, we're going with our Shake Shack inspiration of specifically potato buns. I have a recipe for this, which the link is in the description. These are homemade, yes, but you could also use store-bought, whatever potato buns float your boat. Of course, toasted in butter, which is correct. Now, honestly, to my surprise, the Steak and Shake patty was so incredible, we did our best to replicate their mix. I'm not sure if it's exact, but I'll tell you right now, it's really good. We're using a careful mix of chuck, short rib, and T-bone steak, which I don't know why they use T-bone steak, but I'm not gonna argue with it because it was really delicious, so hopefully this test goes well. So we ground those bad boys together, a nice little double grind. Ran it through once, and then again, formed it into about 2.5 to 3 ounce balls. Ha ha ha, balls, yes. We're using the deluxe American cheese. We have a recipe for homemade, which we'll do again soon, but just unfortunately, Kraft is the way to go. I'm sorry. It's an American burger, okay? This is the only place you're gonna see this happen. A grilled cheese and a cheeseburger, okay? That's it. That's the only time I'm gonna use it, I swear. We're not overcomplicating the inside either. We have thinly sliced sweet onion. Of course, our dill pickles sliced lengthwise. And then for our sauce, my burger lover In-N-Out spread, which comes from my In-N-Out but better recipe, which is literally, you know, the fixins. Mayo, Worcestershire sauce, mustard, ketchup, caramelized onions, 1 dill pickle, finely diced, chives, salt, pepper, all sorts of good stuff. Mix that all together, and that's your sauce. And of course, the burger's simple. They're smashed patties, they're seared, they're flipped. You add some cheese. We're only doing 1 slice of cheese. We have our toasted buns, sauced on both sides. Pickles go down. Our cheesy patty, our other patty. If you want to do onion, you can, or you can skip it. A little extra sauce, and we crown our king. And I know what you're gonna say in the comments. No matter how good it is, try doing that faster than fast food. You can't. We timed Christian, and he actually beat out most of the drive-thrus, so how about that, motherfucker? Anyways, now for the taste test.
Visually, obviously this is the best burger. Commercial buns just have a certain softness, really hard to achieve.
And a chew, that bimbo chew.
We're working on it. You could really use any potato bun. If you want to use store-bought, that's fine. It honestly would come out just fine, but making the homemade ones, you at least have that control of the flavor. The steak and shake, I think, was the biggest inspiration here.
Especially with, and the topping.
It's very basic. Meat, cheese, bun, pickles, onion, nothing more, nothing less. We're not doing the run-of-the-mill lettuce, tomato, all right, and diluting the flavor, we're adding to the flavor. It's cheesy, it's creamy.
Minus the ketchup, I think In-N-Out spread binds it all together. Like that, I think that's what the steak and shake burger was missing. Ooh, what would you rate this? I'm gonna go 8.7.
That's crazy.
Don't you say it.
Mine was gonna be 8.7. Turn the cameras off. The real reality here is adding so many toppings, lettuce, onions, tomatoes, this, that, and the other. It's nice, but the problem is it dilutes the true flavor of what a burger should be. Meat, cheese, bun, that's really like the basis of it, right? You're losing the soul of what it was. So if you really want a proper burger, slow it down a little on the toppings and go one step at a time. And with all that being said, if you enjoyed this video or you learned something, leave a like, subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Today I'm tasting and ranking every major fast food fried chicken sandwich in America. It needed to happen. Fried chicken sandwiches keep popping up everywhere, even in places where they don't really seem to belong. I am joined by Christian, yet again, culinary producer of The Burger Show. We have two rules. Number one, it either has massive cultural significance or it has many locations across the United States. Number two, it has to have
a drive-thru.
It better. Otherwise, it's not fast food. We're gonna be rating these from 1 to 10 based off 3 things: looks, taste, and texture.
Today's chicken showdown is going to be one for the ages with over 25 locations. It's gonna get wild.
I'm scared.
What is that? You gleeked in my face.
Ah! So with that being said, let's begin. Everyone says I look like the Colonel, so here it is. I'm sick and tired of hearing it, okay? We're gonna go to KFC in a second, but I'm doing this for you. Now you can make the memes, okay? Here's the meme. There you go. But I have an important announcement. We just hit New York Times bestseller. Thank you to you guys. I really, really appreciate it. If you haven't gotten a copy, the link is in the description for the brand new cookbook, over 75 recipes, and don't forget to leave a review. But more importantly, don't forget to come to the tour. We still have a few more dates on the block. It's been awesome. All of them have been selling out. So please be sure to come. The link's in the description for more info on that now. That being said, let's see who the real Colonel is. All right, we're in the car. Vikram's here too. If you might be wondering, well, how do all these videos get recorded? It is not a floating ghost.
First stop, Zaxby's.
Real chicken. Is that really their tagline? We're so Can I actually just get the Zaxby's signature sandwich, 2 of them?
Yeah, are y'all from TikTok, the cookie one?
I do things on TikTok, yeah. Oh, let's go, I love it. I'll give him a video. What's his name? Devin. Yo, what's up, Devin? I'm at your lady's crib here. This chicken better be good. No, I'm kidding. I love it.
Are you a chef-fluencer?
Oh, God. Thank you so much. You too. 7 minutes and 46 seconds. I'm gonna let it slide. They just opened. Can't say I'm gonna be nice to this next part. Damn. This looks great. It's sauced adequately. It's got a little bit like a buffalo vibe there.
Zach sauce.
The buns are nice.
Devin,
Look.
shout out to your girl for the hookup.
Yeah. It's pretty good. The chicken is really stringy though.
And bouncy.
This is a 6.8, and I would have given it a 7 if the chicken wasn't stringy.
Texture of the crisp is great, 6.3.
Good work, Zaxby's and Devin's girlfriend.
What if we put the chicken in between the cookies and ate it?
You can't be doing this anymore.
Zaxby's with a surprising first score on the board. Then we go right next door to Whataburger.
Zaxby's can definitely see my car over here. Can I just get 2 Whataburger chicken sandwiches?
What's the name?
Josh. I've never been asked for my name
at a fast food.
That's how you know they're gonna make us wait.
That's actually a very good point. We're gonna sit here for the next 23 years. Yeah, this is fun. We're pulling up to the line. Thank you so much. 13 minutes, but I really liked the guy. Oh, I just got a whiff of this sandwich and I regret it.
My chicken's juicy, dude.
Yeah.
They might have freshly fried this.
You can taste the bitter vegetable oil that they're cooking in. So if it wasn't for the juiciness, this would get a lower rating. I'm gonna give it a strong 5.
Even 6. This is way better than their burgers.
Moving on.
Whataburger better than expected, but still not taking the top spot. Sorry, Texas. On to McDonald's.
Mando Sando.
Can I just get 2 McChicken sandwiches?
First round up for me, please.
388 boss.
Great price. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm in park.
Goddamn.
Classic McDonald's moment. It was cheap and extraordinarily fast. They did kill that, as much as I hate McDonald's. So that's what 1 minute looks like. This is a tragedy of a sandwich. It smells exactly the same as their burger. Lettuce and mayo.
My bread's super stale.
And it's bitter. That's worse than the McDonald's hamburger. That's a 2.
I agree.
So far, the worst chicken sandwich I have ever had.
What do we expect? McDonald's in last place. On to Arby's.
Vikram was like, I wish there was an Arby's nearby. And then we saw that hat appear in the distance. I'm concerned as to why they have a chicken sandwich. Arby's, I feel like, is just taking random stabs in the dark, hoping that they hit something because they're like, man, how far can we get by with our fart sandwich?
I'm ready for it.
Can I just get 2 classic chicken sandwiches? There are 2 cars in the drive-thru. This is the busiest Arby's I've ever seen. Thank you. Not bad. Looks horrible. All right, Arby's.
This is what an average Filipino size is compared to your average American. Do I just stare at you the whole time I eat?
It's so dry.
I do like the taste. It's seasoned and it's salted.
It's seasoned really well. It does have that bitterness. It has that commercial fry oil bitterness yet again.
The tomato's sad.
Not much crunch on the chicken. It's kind of dry, but the flavor is good. 3.4.
If this was juicy and had this flavor, it'd be so good. I'm gonna go 5.2.
Moving on.
A surprising not bad for Arby's, which puts it in 3rd place. Next up, Wendy's.
In the burger version of this video, Wendy's ranked surprisingly high. Let's see if they can do it again. 2 classic chicken sandwiches. They have so many crazy items now. They're like the loaded nacho chicken sandwich with bacon cheddar ranch. That's what happens when Wendy does meth. Thank you. Almost as fast as McDonald's, if not just as fast.
Faster.
Yeah, get the bib, let's go.
I got a wet chicken, soggy McSoggerson. Should I eat the wet side?
No. No crunch. There's that bitterness.
Yeah.
A fried chicken sandwich absorbs a lot of oil. So if your oil is either old or just it's gonna be bitter and gonna have a gross aftertaste. And this has that.
Oh, yours is thick. Look how thin mine is. They beat mine up.
It has a texture of like baked frozen chicken nuggets. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Where the breading is just soft. Bun.
Pinch that. She's stale.
I'm gonna have to give this like a 3.5.
3.1.
Unfortunate, Wendy. I really had high expectations, and that's a rarity for me. Moving on.
Wendy's a big disappointment, sadly. Moving on to one of the top dogs in the fried chicken space, Cane's.
Can we just do 2 chicken sandwiches? Thank you. You too.
That was only 3 minutes? That's pretty good.
You sound so surprised.
This is huge.
I think it's 3 tenders per sandwich.
The color on it.
It's a 2 tender sandwich.
Why do they do that? That's what's gonna happen. Cane sauce. It's one of the most famous chicken sauces in the world, so this better be really good. Cheers.
Yes.
Right out the gate, all I taste is ketchup and mayo.
Fancy sauce.
This is the cleanest bite we've had all day.
Doesn't make me feel nasty.
It's not oily, it doesn't have that bitter taste, but it's also just like very mellow. There's not a ton of flavor in it. I'm gonna give it a 5.99, almost a 6.
It's good crunch. It's a little too bready on the bun. Sauce is average, 6.1.
Good job, Cane's. Moving on.
All right, Cane's, but Zaxby's still holds the top spot. On to Jack in the Box.
It smells like poop out here. Which fried chicken sandwich is like y'all's most popular? 2 of those, just a sandwich. Thank you very much. It says, I like it saucy, but there's no visible sauce on this. They literally have a whole ass tomato in here to provide it moisture, and it's still dry as
Yeah, dry, but drippy.
There's nothing special about it, but it doesn't taste bad. I will say I appreciate that there was no bitterness. It's another 4.
I did have some crunch. There's a lot of lettuce in mine. I'll give this a 4.2.
A very basic sandwich, nothing too crazy. Moving on.
So Jack in the Box, very middle of the line. Honestly, I expected worse, so not bad. Now on to A&W.
Okay, this is another one that was highly requested from the burger video. We didn't include this
because of these windows.
Yeah, I think it's because of these windows. And also this boarded up entire wall. Why is this thing so attacked?
Can we get 2 chicken sliders?
Give me just a second, I'll be right with you.
So yeah, sorry. Was that the first person a robot?
I'm scared.
Hello? Hello?
Give me 1 minute.
We're gonna dip. They have not come back on the loudspeaker. This place looks absolutely class. We're leaving.
Yeah.
No way!
We'll come back to A&W, just maybe not the same location. So instead, let's jump to Shake Shack.
Can I just get 2 chicken shacks?
It'll be 17:30 at the window.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
6 minutes. They're all about fresh cooking, so I'm okay with that wait. It smells great. I smell the seasoning. I smell the pickles, the ranch, and these are those yellow buns you like. Totally different batter. It's almost like borderline tempura. This one isn't dry, it just could be juicier, but I don't love the breading.
Texture's good, but I wish it was crispier.
I'm not blown away by it. It's like a 6.4.
6.8 for me. I'd come back.
I'd come back. Moving on.
Shake Shack coming in as the new leader. Will it be dethroned? Next up, Church's Texas Chicken.
Oh.
Can I just get 2 original chicken sandwiches?
You were first. Begin.
Sorry, what?
2 chicken sandwich, okay? And I'm asking the regular spicy.
Regular.
Regular.
Thank you.
There's an angry energy in there. Sometimes food made with anger is good though. 202. All right. This looks the most like real fried chicken.
The smell.
Yeah, it smells great. I have a feeling it's gonna be dry though, just by feeling how firm it is. Oh, I was wrong.
That's a juicy chicken. There's a specific crunch on it, but it's more stale, but it has good flavor.
I love the bun. Great toast.
It's got the right amount of mayo on there. Glad I'm wearing a bib.
Everything's good, but because there's no crunch, best I can give this is like a 4.8.
Everything but the perfect texture is there. 5.2.
Moving on.
Church's comes in as a surprising contender, not enough to dethrone Shake Shack. Now for the moment that many have been waiting for, Chick-fil-A.
Oh my God, what the is going on? I've never seen a line like this before.
Chick-fil-A, I think we're gonna go ahead and come back when the line dies down. How about that? On to Pollo Campero.
2 classic Campero sandwiches. It's pollo time. Pollo. Thank you very much. 2 minutes, great time. I'm excited. It smells great, but I am a little nervous because there's no sauce whatsoever and no toast on this bread. Here we go.
Right off the bat, dry.
I got quite literally a perfect bite. Equal ratio of everything. Look how dry this chicken is. The bun is also dry and cold. The flavor is nice. It's chickeny, it's super salty, it's got MSG, a little bit of kick of spice. It's a 4. New rule, you cannot have a fried chicken sandwich without sauce.
It leaves a dry taste in my mouth. Tastes great, feels bad. I'm gonna give this 3.5.
I had high hopes. It is what it is. Moving on.
Pollo Campero, good vibes, but not a good sandwich. Next up, Sonic.
Can I get 2 crispy chicken sandwiches?
This must have been fried fresh though, so it might be good. Wow, well this one looks pretty good for Sonic. This looks
Yours
solid.
looks better than mine.
Yours looks, but mine looks pretty good.
Okay, let's wrap that up. No.
It's crunchy. The bread is good. The pickles are nice, which they don't make. It's dry and it tastes of salt and absolutely nothing else. Classic Sonic moment. Solid 2.1.
The bread's good. It is crispy like you said, but that's all it is. There's like 0 moisture in that chicken. I'm gonna go with a 2.4 on this one.
Yeah, that's a boot.
That's a heel.
Let's be honest, what did you think was gonna happen with Sonic?
Okay, Culver's, wow. Can I just get 2 crispy chicken sandwiches? They have iron bars on the windows. Is that necessary? Who the is coming to rob a Culver's?
Same people who rob that A&W, Doug.
Oh yeah. Thank you very
you.
much. 6 minutes. This is just a salad in here. You getting that?
What is that?
You get the chemically
Yeah.
taste? It's my lettuce that smells crazy. Like, get in there.
Oh yeah, mine's is floral.
Yeah, see, that shouldn't smell like
I
that.
think they washed it with soap and water.
Or the lettuce was rotten on the bottom and it perfumed up their Cambro. I don't know what it is, but something's not right about that lettuce. That is an unseasoned State Fair chicken breast. Game over, dude. That's a 2.
The chicken is okay for being a frozen fair chicken. I want to say this is a 2.5.
Moving on.
And we have a tie of mediocrity. Now it's time for a coast-to-coast break.
We're at White Castle again, and I could not be less enthused. There's a drive-thru here. I want to let you know that. We're just in New York, and we don't have a car. Here's how they assemble it. It's just 2 boxes atoms smashed together. Yeah, bon appetit. Another White Castle that Christian couldn't join us. I'm beginning to think that he just doesn't want to be here for this one, and to be honest, Christian, I understand. Oh, at first I was gonna say it wasn't so bad. The immediate taste I got, you know, the chicken, it was juicy, it was salty, and then, thank you. And then immediately, all you taste is stinky, old, sweaty American cheese. Unbelievably bitter. This is a 1.5. I will never eat this again. I will not think about this again. I will block it out of my memory in perpetuity of my life until I go to the grave. And hopefully, dear God, when I die, I don't think about it. Moving on.
White Castle, as expected, dead last. And now on the other side of America, Christian was having some trouble at rallies.
Hello? Oh yes, 1 classic Mother Cruncher. It was a chicken Mother Cruncher. Sorry, what do you want? So I'll do 1 regular Mother Cruncher.
Well, eventually he got it figured out.
Thank you. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Rally's chicken sandwich. That is a bready, dry piece of chicken. The bread's okay. I mean, overall, it looked like trash. There's no crunch. It's just pure stale chicken. It is seasoned. I will give them that. So 3.2. It's the best I can give it. What do you think, Max?
I give it a 5.
That's a 5? Wow, generous.
All right, rallies with the 3.2. Thank you for your honorary rating, Max. Now back to A&W for another try.
From A&W, can I just do 2 fried chicken sandwiches? Thank you, you too. Okay. By the way, I don't know what the this is. Roast chicken. We were 50-50 on if they gave us the wrong thing and this was fish. This is quite literally the ugliest chicken sandwich I've ever seen in my life. End of story. Texture, not bad, considering there's absolutely no toast on this bun whatsoever. The buns do suck, and they're very dry. Sorry if I spit in your face.
You gleeked in my face.
So I'll give it a 4. I don't want to go higher than 4 just because this is not what a chicken sandwich should be in my opinion.
Texture, no crunch, just really greasy. The sauce is addicting, the pickle's good, the chicken's not that dry. 4.3.
All right, moving on.
A&W, as weird and annoying of a process as it was to get your sandwich, not bad. Next up,
Burger King.
Can I do 2 original chicken sandwiches?
Tick tock, tick tock.
Thank you.
6 minutes, 52 seconds, almost 7 minutes. So first off, they didn't toast this whatsoever. What the is that? 9.5 tiny little pieces of lettuce.
I got a lot.
This is worse than I remember. Sounded like a cow. I can't even taste the chicken from the old putrid vegetable oil taste. It is dry as I'm giving it a 1. You bit it like that. That's maniacal.
That's center bite, dude. It had mayo, it had everything in that one.
Maybe the center bite was my problem. It is better.
It's better,
it's
right?
Better. 1.2.
I'm gonna give this 2.1.
There's a facility that makes 95% of this sandwich. So it is not the worker's fault. It is the multi-billion-dollar backed corporation that should be executing a higher level than this. Unacceptable.
Whatever that word was.
Unacceptable.
All right, BK, y'all should probably just maybe stick to burgers. Next stop, Freddy's.
We're pulling up to one that was missed in the burger video. I'm very sorry about it. A lot of you commented. I didn't think that it deserved to be on the list. It seemed too small of a franchise, but we're here.
2 chicken sandwiches, crispy.
Can you hear her?
2 crispy chickens, just a sandwich. That'll be it.
You can see his underwear right now. That's how hard he's stretching out the door.
Thank you.
4 minutes and 45 seconds, certainly not the fastest. Let's taste. They put this sandwich out and said, this doesn't need sauce. Freddy's, you should be ashamed. I like that they did the long pickles. I appreciate that. Insanely dry. Salt levels are low. You can taste the bitterness of the oil. There's no depth of flavor. I mean, it truly tastes like nothing. I'm gonna give this a 0. I do not ever want to experience this sandwich again.
This is gonna be my first one. I mean, it's edible. If it was something like cardboard, I'd give it a 0.
Deserving of its rating, moving on.
Pure and utter defeat. Well, hopefully the next one is better. Dairy Queen.
Let me get the crispy chicken sandwich, just 2 of those. We're pulling around to the front. They're making fresh chicken patties. So the one thing I will say, the places that have a leg up are the ones that are gonna fry their chicken fresh. Thank you very much. Who the wants to wait 7 minutes and 20 seconds for a DQ chicken sandwich? Cheers, Bink.
It's bitter.
It's bitter as all I taste is old ass fried oil. That's disgusting. I don't even want to take another bite. The bun is the worst. It is the ugliest and it is the driest. This is a 0.2. I don't even want to think about this sandwich again. This is the worst chicken sandwich I have ever had in my life.
It's soggy for something that just got freshly fried. Bless you. This is a 0.5.
Yeah, it doesn't deserve to be a 1, and I'm happy to not be eating it anymore. So moving on.
DQ comes in setting a brand new bar on the floor. Next up, Dave's Hot Chicken. The one we're going to does not have a drive-thru, but there are many locations that do have them, so it's still a contender today.
Looks good, smells good. The red cabbage, interesting choice, but it's coleslaw, I guess. The texture is not good on the chicken.
Really bouncy. I like the crust though.
Yeah, the crust is good. The seasoning, the spice on this, the natural hot quality, not bad, but practically no sauce inside. All things said, I'm gonna give it a 6.5.
6.9.
That's high.
I want to finish it, but I know I shouldn't.
We're rating out of 10. We're looking for the best chicken sandwich that there is in America. 10 is almost impossible to achieve. Nothing is perfect, so I don't know that there will ever be a 10. So 6 is high. This is a great sandwich. I will come back and eat this again, but we're moving on.
And Dave's Hot Chicken tops the leaderboard. But can it be beaten by arguably one of the most culturally significant kings of chicken sandwiches, Popeyes?
This is the sandwich that started the But Better series. Can I just get 3 chicken sandwiches? The classic. Thank you very much. That's not too bad, but it's kind of slow. I will say, it does look like they stepped up their game. Visually, it looks beautiful. I'm not detecting any bitter this time.
The batter's kind of sweet.
The crunch on the chicken, very good. Honestly, the flavor's kind of basic, but it's all about texture in this. Like in my cookbook, Texture Over Taste, link's in the description. You can go and get that now. It's an amazing book. It's a solid, strong 5.5.
I mean, it's pretty greasy, but the chicken itself isn't juicy. That's just mayo and batter and oil. The looks was great. Texture over taste for sure. 6.2. I enjoy it.
Moving on.
Ah, surprise, surprise. The Popeyes chicken sandwich was never that great, but it's good enough. Next up, KFC.
Can I just get 2 classic chicken sandwiches? Thank you very much. 1 minute 22. Very, very fast, but they seemed very sad, which I get. Working at a fast food restaurant is not easy. It's not an easy job. Oh, God. I'm fading right now. I just need like a second.
Sniff.
Ooh, that made my nipples hard. Oh, sorry.
So dry. I can't even talk. I'm still chewing.
That is rough. No amount of mayo sauce is gonna save this. 1.5.
This is a letdown. It took me like forever to finish that first bite. This is my 1.2.
Nothing left to say. Moving on.
You know, the Colonel would not be proud. Moving on to one of my least favorite burger spots, Carl's Jr.
I didn't know this. So Carl's Jr. has 8 Michelin stars. This does not feel like the place to get a chicken sandwich. 2 hand-breaded chicken sandwiches, just the sandwiches. Thank you.
Oh shit, you heard that?
He just hit us with the Chick-fil-A My Pleasure. Oh, thank you. Holy, that was the fastest service.
That was genuine.
And he was nice. He said my pleasure, and he moved his ass. They take pride out of the speed. God damn. I will say there's no way this sandwich is good. These look weirdly good for Carl's Jr.
That yellow bun again, dude.
Yellow bun on any sandwich is good.
It's pretty good seasoning.
Not bad. A little chewy.
A little dry. Mine has great seasoning, like salt, it's there. Do I have pickles on both sides? Maybe that's why I'm thinking salty.
The bun looks like fresh baked. Good texture. Is their chicken sandwich significantly better than their burger? Yes. It's crunchy,
flavorful.
But I will say this was made pretty fresh and it's pretty stringy.
I think they fried it fresh, but the chicken's not that fresh. Texture's there, the pickle, chicken's a little off, and this tastes great. This tastes like
no bitterness.
No, exactly.
You don't taste the vegetable oil.
Like, I'm looking forward to that bite. This is gonna be a 7.3 to me.
A little generous. Out of all the chicken sandwiches that there are in the world, I can't give this a 7, but I will give it 6.4. Carl's Jr., just drop the whole burger act and move to chicken sandwiches. It probably would be good for you.
Carl's Jr. becomes the new leader. I'm feeling not so good after this many chicken sandwiches. But we move on to Bojangles.
Hi, can I get 2 chicken sandwiches, please? Thank you. No, chicken, no.
Just gonna get this over with.
I'm so tired. Whoa, is that Cajun seasoning?
This is surprisingly good.
It's almost like dark meat.
I think it might be dark meat. That's dark meat.
No. Is it?
It's spicy.
It is spicy.
I like it.
Look at the colors on that. You think that's thigh?
Yeah. No?
Bit my tongue.
Surprisingly solid. Crunchy, salty, it's got MSG in it and I like it. It's got spiciness to it and they're not afraid to have it, which I respect. This is juicy.
So juicy that we thought it was dark meat.
For fast food, 7.3.
I love the crunch. Seasoning is on point. Bread does suck a little bit.
The bread sucks. 8 or more if the bread was better.
Yeah, 7.5.
Honestly, Bojangles, I'm shocked. Good work, even though you made him bite his tongue.
Bojangles immediately becomes the next top dog. So while we're on the double win streak, let's head back to try arguably America's favorite chicken sandwich at Chick-fil-A.
Can I just do 2 regular chicken sandwiches?
Do you by chance make like a cooking show?
Yeah.
Bro, my brother wants to.
Oh, really? Nice. We're making one right now. What's your brother's name? Tyler, shout out. Hope you checked this video out. If you didn't, damn, that sucks. Thank you. Slow for Chick-fil-A, but you know, we got drinks.
Because that takes a long time.
This is probably the most iconic chicken sandwich in America. What do you think this should minimum rank?
I hope this hits a 7.
It is clean tasting.
I wish there was sauce.
Look, it's a good sandwich. I never seek this out though. I think it's very boring. Great crunch, surprisingly, even though the breading is super thin. Not enough seasoning. I think at most, I can give this sandwich 5.5.
Mine has a nice crunch, good flavor. Not as dry as most of the sandwiches we had. The bread's whack. Overall, 5.7.
Look, I know this is a lot of people's favorite. We have gone to Chick-fil-A 3-4 times and it has been the same thing every time. But in regard to the sauce conversation, you already know how we feel about it. Maybe we could have put a sauce on it, but ultimately you're hiding the problem, not elevating it. Sorry, it is what it is. Moving on.
This might be shocking to a lot of people, but not to me. So is Bojangles really gonna be our winner? There's one more place remaining. And can it take the top? Our final place is one of the biggest underdogs in the fried chicken space in America, Jollibee.
We were pretty disappointed in the burger. I really think the chicken sandwich could go any way at this point.
Jolly afternoon. Can I get 2 original chicken sandwiches? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Whoa, Jollibee coming in with 1 minute. That has to be like a record overall, not just for this video. Jollibee, it's an underdog in the fast food world. It doesn't get the respect and love that it deserves. I mean, look at this. This looks way better than the Popeyes one.
They seasoned the breading. Look at that. It's orange. Oh, she's juicy.
Whoop. It's juicy, textural, the bun's nice, it's toasted nicely, good amount of mayo. This is the most flavorful one we've had all day, by far. They're not trying to hide flavors by adding pickles and crazy sauces. It is a big, thick piece of chicken. There's way more chicken than bun in this. You cannot avoid the chicken. That's what the sandwich is all about. I mean, this is good. I'm gonna have to give this a solid 8.35.
Eating this reminds me of the basics of meat, cheese, bun. When it came to the burgers, this is chicken, batter, bread, a little bit of sauce. The simplicity of this, delivered.
8.4.
And Jollibee comes in as the final leaderboard winner. Big dub.
We have a winner. The underdog rises to the top. It's not always about the kings that are running the show that might be the best because there's so many people that go there and eat there. But you know what? Under all that bullshit glistens a diamond in the rough. Congratulations, Jollibee, the greatest chicken sandwich that there is. If you haven't been to Jollibee, it's time to go. Jollibee, mahal kita. Today I'm making the spiciest burger ever. Behind me are 10 subscribers and friends. And whoever eats the most of this burger will walk away with the Thor's hammer of chef knives. This knife is handcrafted by one man with handmade Damascus steel, and one of the rarest woods on planet Earth is the handle. Now there already was a spiciest burger, around 1 million Scoville. That restaurant closed down. Now this burger, on the other hand, we're making with the goal of hitting a minimum of 9 million Scoville. That's 2,250 times hotter than a jalapeno, 4,450 times hotter than Tabasco, and 9 times hotter than a ghost pepper, one of the hottest chilies on planet Earth. I am sorry for this. Once the burger is complete, then we begin the eating challenge.
We're incorporating some of the spiciest ingredients in the world in every single layer of this burger. We're gonna even take it as far to make our own American cheese, which I'm pretty sure is quite literally the spiciest American cheese that's ever been created. I'm not joking.
Just so you know, you can make this burger at home without the spicy stuff and still enjoy it.
But first, we're gonna talk buns. I'm calling them midnight buns. This is a little lighter. It's like 300 to 500 Scoville. Why do they look like they're burnt? Look, it's just squid ink. Pretty sure BK did this or something somewhere, but whatever. Measuring cup. Add half a cup or 120 milliliters of water, half a cup or 120 milliliters of whole milk. Those should both be lukewarm. Whisk in 2.5 teaspoons or 9 grams of instant yeast, 1 whole egg, 1 egg yolk, whisk. Pop that into a stand mixer. Now, how do we get this midnight level? 2 tablespoons or 40 grams of squid ink. Yes, it's gonna smell interesting, I can tell you that. Whisk that together, then you're gonna add a flour mixture consisting of 3.5 cups or 525 grams of bread flour, a 1/3 cup or 75 grams of sugar, 2 teaspoons or 12 grams of fine sea salt, 1 gram of optional amylase enzyme for dough softening. Whisk that together until combined. Anyway, add that about a 1/4 cup at a time until all that's been added, mix until smooth, about 2 minutes, then add 4.5 tablespoons or 65 grams of softened unsalted butter. Mix until homogeneous, rise in a bowl till doubled. About 1 hour, divide into 8 even pieces, roll those pieces into toit balls. Don't add more than 6 evenly spaced apart on a parchment-lined baking sheet, please. Let that proof about 30 minutes. Brush lightly with a combination of 1 egg white, whisk with a tablespoon of water. Once they're all brushed, top with black sesame seeds and bake at 375 Fahrenheit for 15 to 18 minutes or until firm and cooked through. You will not be able to tell how cooked or brown these are because, I mean, look at them. You can always check the internal temperature of about 190 Fahrenheit if you're really nervous. Moving on, a flavored mayo on a burger is a non-negotiable. And this one we're guesstimating could be around 6 million Scoville. In a blender, add 4 charred and peeled jalapenos, 4 fresh red Fresno chilies, 4 Thai chilies, 1 egg yolk, 3 cloves of garlic, 1.5 teaspoons or 25 grams of sugar, a generous level of salt to taste, 2 tablespoons of white distilled vinegar. Here's where things change. 1 full heaping tablespoon or 15 grams of the hottest pepper extract in existence, Mad Dog pepper extract. This is so hot, it's advised specifically to not be ingested directly. It's also 9 million Scoville on its own. Anyway, blend that together, add a touch of water just to loosen, and blend on high until smooth. Now, while constantly blending, emulsify in about 3/4 of a cup or 180 milliliters of vegetable oil while that's blending until smooth and homogeneous. Then pour that into a bowl containing 1 cup or 240 grams of mayo, whisk together until combined, and that sauce doesn't look as evil as it really is. Moving on, bacon with about 3 million Scoville. 4.5 pound or 2 kilogram pork belly with skin off for the cure. Combine in a bowl, 45 grams of kosher salt, now for the heat. 20 grams of jalapeno powder, 18 grams of Carolina Reaper powder, 30 grams of dark brown sugar, 14 grams ghost pepper powder, 5 grams of pink curing salt, that's Instacure #1, and 20 grams Carolina Reaper flakes. Whisk together, rub down your whole belly with all that seasoning. Pop it in a gallon Ziploc bag, cure in the fridge for 7 days, pull it out, wash and cure it off. Now, before smoking, make a quick rub consisting of 1 teaspoon or 1 gram of coriander powder, 1 teaspoon or 1 gram of red pepper flakes, the zest of 2 limes, 4 cloves of garlic finely chopped, 4 Carolina Reaper chilies finely chopped, mixed by hand with a glove, please. Be tossed in a handful of fresh cilantro left. Freshen it up a little. Rub your pork belly down with all of that. Pop into a smoker set to about 275 Fahrenheit until the pork reaches an internal temperature of 160 Fahrenheit. Pull it out, chill in the fridge overnight, and slice it up and fry it up. It is spicy. I feel bad and don't feel bad about how spicy this is. So we're gonna make a quick, easier pain dill pickle. Thinly slice 4 pickling cucumbers and place in a large 1 to 1.5 quart jar. In a medium sauce pot, add 1.5 tablespoons or 20 grams of kosher salt, 2 teaspoons or 6 grams of coriander seeds, 1 teaspoon or 6 grams of black peppercorns, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of dill seeds, 2 tablespoons or 13 grams of red pepper flakes, 1.5 cups or 360 milliliters of white distilled vinegar, 1.5 cups or 360 milliliters of water. Bring to a boil over high heat, then immediately pour over your cukes. Cover with a heat-proof small container to keep everything submerged under that pickling liquid. Let that cool to room temp and you have pickles. Let's talk about potentially the world's hottest American cheese. Coming in at 2 million Scoville. Medium sauce pot, add in 300 mils of whole milk, 50 grams of cold unsalted butter, heat over medium. Once that's hot and melted, mix in 18 grams of sodium citrate and 1 gram of sodium hexametaphosphate. Whoa, Josh, what am I, Bill Nye? Well, you may not be as cute as him, but you can literally buy this online. Probably on Amazon, like my newest cookbook, which is officially on pre-order. Wow, link in the description. It's a special book, texture over taste. Anyway, slowly begin whisking in batches 500 grams of real grated cheddar cheese. Okay, no fake stuff. Only to use an immersion blender to ensure everything is melted nicely. Now, once all of your cheese is added, it's homogeneous. Using an immersion blender, blend in 1 sheet of gelatin. Once it's nice and glossy and incorporated, now you add 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of the spiciest pepper extract on planet Earth. 9 million Scoville exiting this bottle of Mad Dog pepper extract. Blend until combined. Pour a very thin layer on a parchment lined, lightly greased quarter sheet tray. Make sure it's no thicker than about 1/8 of an inch thick. Repeat 2 to 3 times and chill in the fridge until firm. Remove and cut into 4x4 squares. Yes, it melts even better than the American cheese. Now we're pretty much there. We can finally sear our burger, but I have one more trick up my sleeve that I learned while making the Cupid Frita from the Every Way to Make Hamburgers video. A spicy burger sauce glaze coming in at another 2 million Scoville. Again, double the heat of a ghost pepper. So, bowl, add 1/4 cup or 60 grams of tomato paste, 2 tablespoons or 45 grams of gochujang, 1/2 cup or 120 milliliters of Pepper X hot sauce. This is a modified pepper that is so hot it pretty much doesn't exist without human intervention. 1 teaspoon or 6 grams of fine sea salt, 1 teaspoon or 3 grams of garlic powder, 1 teaspoon or 3 grams of cumin powder, 1/4 cup or 55 grams of white distilled vinegar, 1.5 cups or 360 milliliters of water was still combined. At this point I felt it wasn't hot enough, so I added another 1/2 cup of Pepper X hot sauce. You know, go big or go home. Get yourself a nice searing hot pan. Set over medium-high heat. Add in a 6-ounce patty of 75-25 lean. Never any leaner than that. God, please stop. Anyway, season generously with salt and pepper. Press it out a little bit. Sear for about 3 minutes. Flip. Season again with salt and pepper. Sear for another 3 minutes. Cut the heat to medium and generously douse your patty with your Pepper X sauce. This is where a problem kicked in. It was worse than I expected. And now we're sending the vapor of the Pepper X sauce throughout the air of my kitchen. Here's how it went. Look, let's just finish this up. Toast your bun in butter once it's, I think, toasted. Now your bottom bun, your death sauce, ease your pain pickles, your open the windows beef, the world's spiciest American cheese, crispy ghost pepper bacon, more death sauce, and crown your, well, normally I'd say king, but there's no king. This is more like a deadly emperor or something. Looking at this absolute monster, I know eating this burger is gonna be more of a mental challenge than a physical one.
And that's why today's sponsor is BetterHelp. As you can see, we're in the new studio. It's a little bit of a mess. Whether you're going through a hard time or just want a mental health checkup, then maybe consider BetterHelp, a platform that makes finding a licensed therapist easier and more affordable. You fill out a survey about your needs and preferences and get matched with a professional therapist. And in just a few days, you can start therapy from your own home without being limited to only therapists near you. Please take care of yourself physically, but especially mentally. If you want to learn more about BetterHelp, go to the link in the description, betterhelp.com/Weitzman to get 10% off your first month to see if, online therapy is right for you. Now back to the video. Before we get to the burger, we have a meatball warm-up. We have 4 meatballs, all ranging from low to high. So this is their opportunity to tap out, or if they drink water or milk, they're also out. Round 1, let's begin. Okay, in front of you, you have the most tame meatball. I wanted to start things off light. Meatball number 1. This is the bomb.
I don't like hot sauce. In general, I feel good about hot sauces. That one is worrying me.
Please, begin. Remember guys, we can always tap out. It's okay to tap out. There's no shame in it.
I'm a little scared. I'm a little nervous. People were hyping it up back there.
Big juicy hot ball.
Yeah, it's there.
That honestly tastes awful.
Well, the hat's already off. Okay, all right.
My dad is also competing in the challenge with me.
I don't know if my son can beat me or not. I can eat some pretty hot stuff too. But we're gonna go drink some beer together and celebrate. If he wins, I'll celebrate for him. If I win, he celebrates for me.
But will any of them tap out?
This guy has zero reaction.
I can't tap out, bro.
How we feeling?
I don't think I'm gonna make the end, no.
My heart rate's going, but I'm good.
My fiance's name is Michaela Emanuel, and I'm here to beat him.
She is coming in a little overconfident, I think.
I've loved spicy food longer than I've known him. If we can do this together, our marriage will last forever.
I mostly feel it in my legs.
This is gonna be a big emotional journey. I'm gonna cry the whole time, and it's gonna be all right.
Surprisingly, they're holding strong. Let's see if round 2 can take anybody out.
This is the mean green. So now we're gonna set it around 1 million Scoville. There's a buzzer or there's a meatball.
See you on the other side.
Oh, okay, we got a technique. I'll allow that.
How's that nose plug treating you? I'm already done.
All right. Let's see how everyone else is feeling.
I'm feeling okay.
This one was nowhere near as bad.
The pinch in the nose, that's it.
The bomb made me think about tapping out. This one was okay.
This one was good. I would buy it and eat it.
Not really the reaction we were hoping for, but round 3 should definitely take some people out.
This is Reaper Squeezins. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your meatball.
I do eat hot sauce every day. I've been training on accident for this.
See some running eyes?
This one lingers a little bit. It got me crying. The spice hit my uvula. It's going down.
Definitely feeling this one.
I feel like that video where the guy's like, I'm just wondering why everybody's still standing here.
I'm wondering the same thing, Arnie. Are people gonna finally tap out?
Oh boy. Is this gonna make it all the way down to the burger?
Only one way to find out. Round 4, Pepper X Hot Sauce.
Meatballs up.
For Josh. Balls up for Josh. Balls up for Josh.
Let's go.
I'm just trying to swallow it before it hits.
That's what she said.
If my nose start running, it ain't me.
I just feel like it doesn't matter what I'm feeling at this point. I'm in too deep.
Somehow everyone has made it through. I guess if everyone is able to eat the burger, everyone gets a knife. That's not going to happen. Now we move on to the final round. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. Each contestant will be given a burger weighing exactly 12 ounces. After the first bite, each contestant must wait 1 full minute before continuing the rest of the burger. If nobody finishes, then we'll weigh the burgers and whoever has the least amount in weight wins. If you're out. Let's begin.
Contestants look ready to go. Let's see how they think they'll do.
I'm gonna win.
I'm hoping for at least top 3.
Top 3.
At least top 3.
Top 10%.
As long as I can just commit to being out there and get through that journey, I'm gonna be happy even if I'm the 10th.
I wouldn't want even my worst enemy to eat this. We haven't even started and I feel bad.
Every part of that burger is spicy, right?
Yes.
Oh, God.
1 bite, I'll start the timer. When you're ready and take that first bite, I'll start the 1 minute timer. You set it down, you wait, and then we continue after.
Get it over with.
Here goes nothing.
Yeah! Boom. Your 1 minute begins.
Holy mother.
There are things happening in my body.
Spicy. Literally burning the inside of my cheek.
Think about all the good times that there are in life. You know, there's highs and lows.
This is a low, Joshua.
There's a high inside a low. What's the silver lining?
I'm never gonna have to eat anything this hot again.
That's a beautiful silver lining.
Yeah, it's burning, stabbing at the same time.
God, it hits your ears.
That's up, man.
Right, she's meditating. That minute flew by. 3, 2, 1, and now you can eat.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, that looks painful. We've got to get some tap outs.
I'm out. Oh man, respect. Somebody get this man some milk. Boom.
That's hot.
Okay, 3 down, 7 to go. Who's next?
Okay, I'm gonna do 1 more.
This is for everyone.
Cheers.
Wow, 2 bites. Yeah. Oh, wow. Monstrous bite. Oh my. I'm scared right now. Okay, are you stretching out?
I'm just getting the blood flow.
Does holding your nose help?
Oh yeah. You don't want to breathe that in.
How are you feeling right now?
Some burn.
Some
in
burn?
my throat, yeah.
It's kicking in. How would you describe the heat?
With words normally.
Ooh. Whoa.
That was our first hiccup.
Holy.
Yeah. That's kicking in.
There's a second one.
You know, the tears are coming, baby. Here we go.
So hot.
All right, sorry, man.
Woo! Hey, 2 bites.
Feels like I just went to a volcano and just poured lava down my mouth.
She's going for the 3rd. No way. Bite 3. 3rd bite. Ooh. Fight it through, girl. What do you got? Oh, snap.
What's going through your head?
Dude, so much right now where I'm in the temple right now, the shaman are around me, and it's a whole sweaty mess.
4, oh snap. Wow. The pain in people's eyes as they eat it is just remarkable.
I think.
Oh, will she keep going?
And there it is. Only 5 contestants remain.
I'm the hottest man out here, man. Hot boy.
I made burgers last night. Hopefully my body's like in burger mode, and it's gonna take this one really nicely.
Good Lord, this guy's demolishing this burger.
Dude, crying is so good for you.
It catches up with you.
The bacon touched the very back of my throat, and that's kicking my right now.
That's how I feel. You could always press that button, man.
Who's gonna carry the boats and the logs?
You are.
I wanna. I'm crying.
We got 5.
Big girls, don't cry. We got this. All right, all right.
We're going for 5. 5 bites. Diabolical. Y'all are wildin'.
This sucks.
I'd be calling my mom right now.
I love spicy food.
Dude, I got to put stuff in a box and move it after this.
You got barbecue sauce on it, babe?
I think I'm gonna do one more bite.
Oh my God, 6. Oh man. Yeah, wow. 6. Wow. 7 bites. Bite number 8.
I'm done.
Wow. Wow.
You hit 5 and your lips start to burn. You don't want to die.
That burger, what I imagine like being pepper sprayed feels like in the mouth and like down the throat.
And with that, we're down to 3. The ultimate showdown begins.
Oh, it hurts. Oh my God.
I gotta stop breathing. Oh man, that's a trick. My stomach is on fire right now, man.
I think I gotta feel more.
Yeah, let's go. Okay. Wow.
Oh my God. I can't see.
This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Incredible.
I got one more bite.
Oh my God.
Who's gonna carry the boat?
How do we feel? They don't know me, son. They don't know me, son.
Wow, we're done.
Oh, I feel it all.
I feel it all.
I'm feeling hype. I feel like I just ran a race. I can't feel my tongue. I think I won.
The weighing begins. Some serious troopers in this. I'm kind of mind-boggled. I'm gonna announce people in reverse order leading up to the winner of this competition. If I announce your name, politely walk off. George.
Yeah, boy!
Yeah! Dan. Hey, anybody who ate this burger is a step above me. Mikhail, 10.7. Mina, 10.5. Sarah, 8.0. Wow. Out of the 10s, out of the 10s. Shannon, 5.7. Whoa. Hayden, 5.5. Solid. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed Arnie.
That's okay, keep going.
Arnie, unfortunately, you were at 10.5. I'm sorry.
We're back in the 10s.
We're back in the 10s. Now we have 2 people here. The amazing thing is this was actually by 0.10 ounces. 10% of an ounce. Gentlemen, please give me your hands. Oh, I hope you wash them. But our winner today is Stevie. Woo! Beast mode. Wow. Let's go. Let's give it up for Stevie. Yes! Thor's hammer, handmade by Jody Hale of Pie Cutlery. He forges the steel, he makes the handle. Everything is done by one man for one blade, made specifically for you.
Pie.
Yes, Pie Cutlery, dude.
That's tight right there.
A little bit of a design. He engraved a little tiny chili pepper. Killed it, you deserve it. You're walking away with the blade of a dream. Hope you use it well.
I will.
Good work.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You too at home can win a knife. It won't be the same one, but it will be badass. All you have to do is pre-order my new cookbook, drop a comment letting us know, and you'll be entered for a chance to win. And the winner will be announced in an upcoming video. Don't forget, if you want to learn more about a more affordable and easy way to do online therapy, don't forget to check out our sponsor, BetterHelp, link in the description, betterhelp.com/Weissman for 10% off your first month to see if online therapy is right for you. Bye. At this point, Chinese takeout has become a staple in American culture. The thing I really love about Chinese takeout is that it's one of the only things, specifically in American culture, that's actually about a whole meal. It's never just the one. It's the rice, it's the noodles, it's the side dishes, it's the chicken, it's the beef, having all of that in one experience. Maybe one of the few things that the family sits down to eat together. Which begs an extremely important question, which is, what is the perfect combination? So I asked you, the audience, and did a poll on my Instagram. We asked you to vote on your favorite Chinese dishes in 5 separate categories. So then take
Taking the winners of each category, I'll show you how to make them all at home perfectly so that they're just as good, if not better than most Chinese takeout restaurants. And at the end, we'll find out our favorite dish and determine, is this the perfect Chinese takeout meal at home? Let's begin.
So we're starting off with the greatest simple homemade egg rolls. And before we actually make these egg rolls, obviously you'll serve them with a sweet chili sauce. You could easily buy this at the store, but come on, we're gonna make our own. And it's honestly not that hard. So here's how you do it. In a small saucepan, add 1.5 cups or 300 grams of granulated sugar, half a cup or 120 milliliters of water, 1 cup or 240 milliliters of white distilled vinegar, half a cup or 120 milliliters of fish sauce, half a cup or 20 grams of dried Korean chilies, 5 whole peeled cloves of garlic, 2 green onions rough chopped, place it on the stove, bring it to a boil over medium-high heat, and then place either a lid or a cartouche on top, reduce the heat to low, and simmer for 10 to 15 minutes or until everything is completely softened. Transfer all that to a blender and blend on high until as smooth as possible. Transfer to a bowl, cool it down, and you have, I would argue, one of the most delicious sweet chili inspired sauces that there is. Forewarning, fish sauce is stinky when you make it. Now, egg rolls. The filling is everything. It is the beating heart, the soul of the egg roll. So use the highest quality 1 pound or 450 grams of ground pork you can possibly find. I want it high fat, okay? None of that lean ground bull. And if you have a meat grinder, great, but you're basically just gonna grind 1 pound of a boneless, fatty Boston butt. I will say, this is obviously the benefit of grinding your own. I chose to grind my pork 2 times to make sure the filling was extra fine. You obviously don't have to do that. You also don't even have to grind it yourself if you don't want to. I just like to control my product. Heat a large pan or pot over medium-high heat. Add just enough oil to coat the bottom of the pan. Add in your ground pork and smash that down to get full contact. Let that sear for about 2 minutes till you start to get some browning, and use a hand masher to break up the pork as finely as possible. Let the pork continue to cook, stirring often until you get little crispy brown bits like this. Pop one of those in your mouth, brother. Woo! Don't go to Flavor Town. Once that's brown, reduce the heat to medium. Then to that pot, you're gonna add a 1-inch knob of ginger grated, 2 green onions thinly sliced, the whites and the greens, 4 cloves of garlic grated. Cook that for 1 to 2 minutes. Then add 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of MSG, a 1/4 teaspoon or 1 gram of ground white pepper, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of granulated sugar, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of Shaoxing wine, 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of soy sauce, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of toasted sesame oil, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of oyster sauce, 2 carrots that have been shredded, 2 cups of cabbage thinly sliced. Increase the heat to high and cook, tossing often, just until the vegetables are softened, about 2 to 4 minutes. Turn the heat off and transfer your cooked filling to a sheet tray to cool completely. The rest is extremely easy. All you need is an egg roll wrapper. Obviously, you can make them yourself. Roll wrappers made at home, not always worth the squeeze. So find the finest quality you can or make them at home if you wish. Lay an egg roll wrapper in front of you with one of the corners facing you. Lightly wet the edges with water. Place 3 to 4 tablespoons of your filling slightly off center towards you. Start by folding the bottom point up and over the filling. Fold the left and the right side over. And before you close this up, wet the tip of a finger and lightly dab the top point of the egg roll wrapper, close, and finish rolling all the way up to seal completely. Now, rinse and repeat that process with all of your egg roll wrappers and filling until everything has been used up, and then fry at 350 degrees Fahrenheit and 175 degrees Celsius in a deep fryer or in a pot filled with vegetable oil until the most beautiful blistered GBD egg roll I think I've ever seen emerges. About 2 to 4 minutes. Remove, transfer to a wire rack to drain, and repeat with all of your egg rolls. Serve with your sweet chili and enjoy. Moving on to our second appetizer, pot stickers. This is by far the highest winner of the appetizer category with nearly 40% of the vote. So first we need to start with that classic salty, slightly sweet and sour dipping sauce. So in a small bowl, add half a cup or 120 milliliters of soy sauce, a 1/4 cup or 60 grams of Chinese black vinegar, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of sesame oil, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of mirin, 1.5 teaspoons or 6 grams of honey, 1 Thai chili thinly sliced, and a 1/4 cup or 60 grams of rice wine vinegar. Give it a little whisk together and that's your sauce. Let's talk filling. This is a much simpler filling than the last. So first, you're gonna need a 1/4 of a head of green cabbage thinly sliced. Lightly season that with salt and give it a nice little massage. Feel the little threads of cabbage. Squeeze out the excess moisture and discard that liquid. Then mix that into 1 pound or 450 grams of a high-fat ground pork. Add in 4 green onions thinly sliced, 3 cloves of garlic finely chopped, a 1.5-inch knob of ginger grated, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of soy sauce, and optionally season with a light pinch of salt to taste. Mix and knead that by hand until completely incorporated and tacky. Now the assembly of these are simple. First, you'll need to lay out a dumpling wrapper. Josh, what if I want to make it at home? Hey, guess what, sweetheart? I have a recipe for making your own dumpling wrappers from scratch, and the link for that will be in the description. Obviously, you can also use store-bought. Fill that with a 1 to 2 teaspoon ball of your meat, and here's the folding technique. It's not as complicated as it looks, but it does take some practice. First, wet the entire border of your dumpling wrapper. You're gonna fold it like a taco and pinch right at the top of that taco in the center, leaving 2 open split ends. Now, on each open split end, you will crimp and fold one side, not both sides, of your dumpling wrapper over itself 3 times, sealing it against the other half of your taco, which should leave you with one sealed side. Repeat that on the other side, and now you have a crimped, beautiful dumpling. Repeat that with all of your dumplings. Look at these little things. Now heat a 10-inch nonstick pan over medium heat. Add 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of a neutral tasting oil such as canola. Once that's hot, add as many pot stickers as you can fit in the pan. Be careful not to overcrowd. They need to be in a single layer only and have full contact with the pan. It should be around 8 to 12. Now let those cook for 2 to 4 minutes or until the undersides of them are a beautiful GBD. And here's the steaming secret. Quickly add a quarter cup of water. It should immediately boil, and immediately add a lid to steam for anywhere between 2 to 4 minutes or until the water is completely evaporated and your dumplings are cooked through. Now for the finishing touch. Drizzle with 1.5 teaspoons or 6 grams of toasted sesame oil over the dumplings, just a tiny bit. Transfer to a plate and serve with your sauce. Obviously, if you want to get real naughty, you can put a little chili oil or chili crisp on it and garnish with thinly sliced green onion. Enjoy. Onto the noodle portion of our meal. We're going with a classic lo mein, vegetable only, but obviously you could add protein if you want. This won 40% of the vote for the noodle category. Chow mein was in second place with 35%. Thankfully, we have a recipe for chow mein, by the way, which is also the link in the description, but this lo mein is really what we're talking about. So first we need our lo mein sauce, very basic. In a small mixing bowl, add 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of dark soy sauce, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of Shaoxing wine, 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of brown white pepper, half a teaspoon or 2 grams of toasted sesame oil, 1.5 tablespoons or 22 grams of oyster sauce, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of water, and 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of cornstarch. Don't skip the cornstarch. The thickening properties are a part of the recipe. Now you're gonna need a big boy wok for this. Add 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of canola oil. Obviously you can use a large pan if you don't have a wok, that's totally fine, but you will not get the wok hay. And we all know Uncle Roger's watching. Heat that over medium-high heat, and once it is ripping hot, add 2 green onions sliced into 1-inch segments, 3 cups of cabbage thinly sliced, 1 large herb of celery thinly sliced, 1 carrot julienne, and 1 cup or 120 grams of bean sprouts. Season that lightly with salt and stir fry just until the vegetables begin to soften, about 30 seconds to a minute. Then add 6 ounces or 170 grams of lo mein noodles. Now look, some lo mein noodles won't require cooking prior to stir frying, but if they do, please check the package directions to ensure you do it correctly. Now stir fry that just until the noodles are hot, another 45 seconds, and add a 1-inch knob of ginger grated, 4 cloves of garlic finely chopped, add your sauce, toss to combine, transfer to a bowl, garnish with green onion, and enjoy. Not only was this one of the easiest, but it's also the fastest to make, and look at this thing. I know you want this. Next up, the rice category. There are many ways you can enjoy rice, but what was really the winner that came in with nearly 70% of all the votes for the rice category? No surprise, it's fried rice. Here's one of my most famous recipes. So in a small bowl, add 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of soy sauce, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of Shaoxing wine, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of mirin, half a teaspoon or 2 grams of ground white pepper, half a teaspoon or 2 grams of MSG, and 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of sesame oil. Give that a whisk, put it to the side, and now we're gonna make a very quick, very delicious, very simple fried rice. Crack 3 eggs into a small mixing bowl, whisk together to combine. Have those ready for you. You will use them soon. Get a wok and heat it over medium-high heat. Add 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of canola oil, or really any neutral oil. I don't care. You could use avocado oil. I don't know. I'm trying to save y'all money. If I say avocado oil, then people go, oh, yeah, I don't want to spend money on avocado. Okay, then fine. So once that's hot, add 1 shallot thinly sliced, 1 carrot finely diced, the whites of 3 green onions thinly sliced, season to taste with salt, stir fry that for about 30 seconds. Then optionally, you can add a half pound or 225 grams of a cooked protein if you wish. I have some of this cooked char siu pork, which I have a recipe for. The link is in the description for that as well. Now cook that another minute to get some browning on the meat, and the veg is softened. Now push all that stuff to one side of the wok and tilt the wok in a way that the empty side is being blasted with your flame, bruv. Add a little extra vegetable oil to the pan if needed. Add your beaten eggs to the empty side of the pan. Let those cook just until the eggs are set. Don't forget to season them lightly with salt. Then once they're set, chop your scrambled egg up into small pieces, toss together, then add in 3 cups of rice that has been cooked and chilled in the fridge overnight. Make sure that rice is broken up as much as possible. Stir fry just until the rice is hot. Then add half a cup or 70 grams of frozen peas. Add in your sauce, stir fry for about 30 seconds, and add 4 cloves of garlic finely chopped. Toss to combine, then cut off the heat and garnish with your thinly sliced green onion tops. You know, the ones that you didn't add because we just used the whites earlier, and that is your fried rice. Now you can't have a Chinese takeout meal without a couple entrees, and the first entree was beef and broccoli. So I thought, well, let's make the most OG delicious beef and broccoli we can make at home. So first, slice 1 pound or 450 grams of flank steak as thinly as possible. I'm cutting this on a bias to get wider thin slices. Now in a large bowl, you're going to velvet the beef. To do that, toss your beef with 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of baking soda and let that sit for 20 minutes in the refrigerator. You can also skip the velveting process if you want, want. But if you want that classic Chinese takeout, how is this beef so tender? Question mark? You're gonna do the velveting process. Next, assemble your beef and broccoli sauce in a small bowl by combining 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of dark soy sauce, 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of regular soy sauce, 1.5 teaspoons or 6 grams of white distilled vinegar, half a teaspoon or 2 grams of ground white pepper, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of granulated sugar, and half-inch knob of ginger grated, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of oyster sauce, and whisk until combined. It's time to cook this thing, brother. So heat a large wok over medium-high heat. Add about 2 to 3 tablespoons of vegetable oil. Then once that's reaping hot, add 2 crowns worth of broccoli florets, season with salt to taste, and half an onion thinly sliced, season with a little more salt to taste just to bring out that water from the onion, and stir fry for 2 minutes. I want a little bit of color on that broccoli, and I want a little bit of crunch left in the broccoli. Do not overcook it. Remove that from the wok, add in some additional vegetable oil, another 2 to 3 tablespoons or so. Now, typically people would rinse the beef after the velveting process. Honestly, I skip it oftentimes, but if you want to rinse it, you can. Toss your beef in half a cup or 60 grams of cornstarch, shake off the excess, add your beef to the wok. Once you get your browning on one side of the beef, stir fry for about a minute, then add your broccoli and onions back to the wok, followed by your sauce, stir fry for 1 more minute, then cut off the heat, finish with 4 cloves of finely chopped garlic, toss, and serve in a bowl. That is it. And finally, our most voted for line item, more specifically, our final entree, the one that everybody loves, and the one that surprisingly beat out orange chicken. It is General Tso's chicken. So let's make this easy. In a large mixing bowl, add 1.5 pounds or 675 grams of boneless, skinless chicken thighs, cut into 1-inch pieces, 2 teaspoons or 8 grams of salt, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of Shaoxing wine, 1-inch knob of ginger, finely chopped, 2 cloves of garlic, finely chopped. Toss that together and let that marinate for at least 1 hour in the fridge, but ideally overnight. In a separate large mixing bowl, you're gonna combine half a cup or 60 grams of cornstarch, half a cup or 70 grams of all-purpose flour, season that lightly with salt, whisk that together, add your chicken to the dredge, shake the excess dredge off the chicken, and you're gonna fry that in a deep fryer or in a pot filled with vegetable oil that's been heated to 350 degrees Fahrenheit or 175 degrees Celsius. You want this to reach a beautiful GBD, which will take anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. See that? That looks like something special right there. Now, remove that from your fry oil. So transfer that to a paper towel-lined baking tray to drain, season lightly with salt. And now we're gonna make our sauce. So first, mix 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of cornstarch and 1.5 tablespoons or 22 grams of white distilled vinegar together in a small bowl. Then heat a large wok over high heat. I know we're using 2 pots here, but I'm telling you the wok toss is important here. Add just enough vegetable oil to coat the wok, about 2 tablespoons. Once that thing is reaping hot, add a 2-inch knob of ginger, finely chopped, 4 cloves of garlic, finely chopped, and 5 dried red chilies, you know, like a Korean chili, and 1 teaspoon or 4 grams of Sichuan chili flake. Stir fry that just until the Korean chilies begin to toast, which will take anywhere between 10 to 30 seconds. Then immediately add 3 tablespoons or 45 grams of granulated sugar, half a cup or 120 milliliters of chicken stock, 3 tablespoons or 45 grams of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon or 15 grams of Shaoxing wine. Once that comes up to a boil, which should only take a few seconds, add your cornstarch vinegar slurry, followed by your chicken, and then constantly toss until it's completely coated in the most beautiful, luxurious lacquer of a sauce. Pop that chicken in a bowl, garnish with toasted sesame seeds and thinly sliced green onions. Hopefully this ends up concluding the perfect Chinese takeout meal.
But first, I want to find out which our favorites are. I feel like we got to start with the fried rice just because it's like the iconic centerpiece of a Chinese takeout meal.
Yeah, I normally have fried rice with like a ton of soy sauce mixed in, but this is still very balanced. It's got that classic restaurant taste to it.
This is like childhood nostalgia on a plate.
Everything about fried rice is kind of everything you want in a Chinese takeout meal. There's texture, it's chewy rice, it's salty, you got umami from the MSG, a little sweetness, garlicky. It really is like the perfect dish, but I don't know that it's my favorite. Now, moving on to General Tso's chicken, another certified hood classic. I like General Tso's chicken, right? It's kind of like the same vibe as orange chicken, but just more flavor. It's got a spiciness to it. It's not too sweet, it's saltier. There's also just like the general flavor of the pepper is really what makes this dish. All right, before we go to the last main, let's move on to an appetizer, the egg roll. This is a classic. Give a little dunk in the sauce.
That sauce just takes it up another level.
Yeah, that sauce is not fair. The sweet chili you're used to is like the sugary, a little tinge of spiciness, red sauce that we're used to seeing in a packet or in a little mini deli sauce container. This is crack. This is essentially that in the sense of you got the sweetness and the spiciness, but there is so much flavor compacted into that. It's got like an oceanic quality to it. It's the fish sauce, but it doesn't taste like fish. Making egg rolls at home should be a standard. I'm telling you, this out of anything so far is the most worth making yourself.
This redefined what egg rolls are for me. I didn't know they could be this good homemade. I think I'm very used to how they are at restaurants, and this effort that you put in is really worth it.
These set the bar like here, to the tippity top.
For anybody thinking we're fluffing this we're being real. This really good.
Moving on to dumplings. Can't believe I'm poking this with a fork. What I will say is these will taste quite literally exactly like you would expect, but the texture is better because they're fresh made dough and they're made right in front of you. Now that being said, if you go to a restaurant that's making them fresh, you probably won't make them better, but you will make them just as good at home.
I love the layering that you can do here. There's a lot of flavor on the inside, then you wrap that, and then you can layer texture and flavors on the outside. I think it's a great vehicle for flavor.
Dumplings are one of the greatest things in the world.
Cool, moving on. Lo mein. I love lo mein. It's a very sidestep dish to me. I like lo mein, but I don't love it. I think this would be a little more exciting. It was the first thing we ate, but we ate all these bangers, then we go to lo mein. I think it's a reminder that lo mein is quite literally a side dish.
I've been making a lot of noodles recently, and it's a very quick process. You just stir fry your veggies, you throw the noodles in there, you have a sauce, that's it. It's gonna take much less time than anything else here, but it's not as good, but it's still a great dish.
Last but not least, beef and broccoli. I'm surprised Mongolian beef didn't win this one, but hey, we made beef and broccoli just for you, so you gotta get a piece of broccoli, a piece of beef. Beef and broccoli is the secondary protein dish that you get when you say, we're going a little overboard right now, let's get something a little healthier that still tastes good. I like that it's not complicated. I like that it is quite literally tenderized, velveted beef that has a nice, rich, savory, brown umami sauce and some broccoli. That's it.
The velveting adds a good texture, and it's a very classic Chinese takeout flavor. I came in today being like, beef and broccoli is pretty boring, and I'd rather have Mongolian beef. But honestly, after eating this, I can see the case for it. I don't typically order it, but I think now I will if it tastes anything like this.
Meat and potatoes, beef and broccoli.
We're gonna have two different voting rounds. One, we're gonna vote which one is our favorite, and then the second and final vote will be, is this the perfect Chinese takeout meal at home?
I'm gonna go with the General Tso's. I think it's an upgrade over what people like usually the most in America, orange chicken, but it's a lot deeper of a flavor, and it's the deepest flavor out of all of these. I think it's still really easy to make, and I think the time you put in is gonna be worth it for a flavor that you'll really enjoy.
I'm gonna go with the egg roll.
You know what's funny? Every single thing in front of us here is delicious. I'm surprised to say that I agree. It's the egg roll. The egg roll here by far is the best thing in front of us. And the only reason I say that is because there are other dishes that exist that are like General Tso's chicken, that are like fried rice, that are like beef and broccoli, that are like lo mein, that are like the dumplings. But I mean, let's be honest, a Chinese takeout egg roll, there's nothing better than this one right here. That is by far the best dish to me. Let's take our votes. Yes or no, is this the perfect takeout meal? Would there be something you would want to add to this if this was in front of you, or is this the one?
Coming into today, I wanted to swap beef and broccoli with Mongolian beef, but I'm very happy with every single dish here. You have your protein, you have great appetizers, you have your starches. I feel like this is the perfect Chinese takeout meal.
I'm gonna say no. I'm not a huge fan of lo mein, and for me, if I were gonna do a meal, I would do 3 appetizers. I would change out the lo mein for crab rangoons.
Honestly, I would probably replace the beef with Mongolian beef, just because I prefer it a little bit more over the beef and broccoli, but I wouldn't be upset if I got this. So in a way, this is a universal Chinese takeout meal. I would still call it a success, but if you wanna make the perfect Chinese takeout meal at home, you have the things in front of us that you need to make it. I hope you enjoyed this. I love you, subscribe, and goodbye. The fast food industry is worth $331 billion, and it didn't even exist 100 years ago. We have people alive today that are older than that industry. In such a short period of time, there has essentially been a fast food revolution, each decade standing on the shoulders of the last. Sliders lead to chicken sandwiches lead to whatever this is. Maybe at this point, fast food has regressed? You see, a lot of people would say that fast food has gotten better and better, but is it at its peak of what we have available to us? The real question is, have we made everything that could possibly be made? Which is why today we are going through history to make, taste, and rank 100 years of fast food.
All right, let's kick things off in 1902. The first demand for fast food in America ever was created by something called the automat, which arrived from Germany. That sounds about right. Food was prepared and replaced quickly for self-service through little coin-operated slots. Horn and Hard Fart, or Hard whatever, was the first automat, and the mac and cheese earned the most points. It was a very weird recipe, I will say that. You have cooked noodles, a bechamel, that's right, a bechamel, not a Mornay, just a plain bechamel, Worcestershire sauce, and then you add huge cubes of cheddar, a lot of it. You toss it together, and then that goes into a casserole dish and gets baked. They called it the macaroni au gratin and casserole. And if you're guessing if that looks good, it doesn't. Now on to the tastings. For the items that cannot be acquired today, we'll be eating what we make. If it's available today, we'll eat it from the restaurant. Each one will be ranked from 1 to 10 on a scale of inventiveness. Starting with this one.
So this is the original recipe for the thing. This is what I would imagine mac and cheese served in hell would be like.
It's like mac and cheese if the pasta was sandpaper.
This is the first mac and cheese I've had where the cheese is actually separated from the mac.
The flavor's not bad. I will say it tastes pretty good. The texture is revolting.
It makes sense that this was popular during the Great Depression because it made me depressed.
This caused the Great Depression.
You might be right.
Don't fact check that. It's a pretty big innovation. If this never existed before, it's a pretty big deal, even though it was
Yeah.
You know, of course, the first version of many things are I'll give it an innovation score of a 6, just because it's brand new. And it's not really improving upon anything. It is the thing.
I agree with the 6.
Yeah.
Oh my God, look at you. So beautiful. I've never seen anything like this. So worth every dollar I could have possibly spent. Mwah. Go get the book. It's a good time. The link's in the description. Texture over taste.
Moving on to the 1920s and a major milestone, White Castle, founded in 1921. It's widely considered the first fast food chain. Despite me not loving it now, it smells like poop. Maybe it was great back then. So you're gonna take a real small little slider patty, sear that on a flat top or a pan, season with salt and pepper to taste, get a nice sear on it, flip, and add a little tiny piece of cheese. By the way, this is the way that it was made in 1921. They didn't do the whole steaming and all that stuff until the 1940s. Now you're gonna add a little bit of grilled onion on top of that, then you get your little slider bun, patty goes down, add pickles, tomato, lettuce, and crown it. This looks better than the original White Castle. Maybe it is better.
This is a toddler's burger. That's pretty good.
I wish they still made it like this. I feel like White Castle just stopped innovating after making this.
White Castle introduced centralized bakeries and basically general production of anything on their menu. It was said at one point that the only thing that White Castle didn't do was raise the cow and grow the wheat themselves.
Big ups, everybody loves a hamburger. This is the kickstart to probably one of the most important foods in American history.
As far as fast bites and fast production, I think that's about an 8.
I will also agree that it's an 8.
I'm gonna give it a 7. So we're gonna settle at a 7.5. Thank you, White Castle. Fast food got better from the previous decade because of you. Moving on.
On to the 1930s when the Colonel himself, no, not me, I'm not the Colonel, okay? Just stop it. Harlan Sanders started pan frying and selling KFC. His biggest innovation was his secret 11 herbs and spices. And 9 years later, he switched from pan frying to pressure cooking and inevitably deep frying. That's what made KFC fast. Obviously, nobody knows the secret recipe, but I know a recipe that beat theirs. And that is my KFC meal but better recipe, which we're picking up as we dredge our chicken, put it in its flour mixture with my 11 herbs and spices. The ingredients and method is in my recipe, which is in the link in the description. And now we pan fry in a cast iron skillet. Yes, the old school way. Turning and flipping the chicken until beautifully deep fried and cooked through.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Is that from KFC? Is that a KFC slogan?
No.
Oh yeah. The way that they did it with the seasonings and the 11 herbs and spices set such a foundation for what fried chicken is today.
They went from like a really fast, hot service item to something that technically takes more time and is more difficult to produce. And it tastes pretty good. I've never loved KFC that much. I don't think it's that great, but
in the 1930s.
But for the 1930s, that would be hitting.
To take something that takes 25 minutes to a half hour to cook and be able to make that a serviceable item and still have a great depth of flavor is an improvement.
I'm going to give KFC a whopping 9 on the innovation scale.
I'm just gonna give it a 7.5.
I'm gonna go an 8.
We'll average it out. Innovation scale of an 8. Great work, KFC. On to the 40s.
Next up, the 1940s, McDonald's made maybe the biggest change ever. Starting in 1949, they replaced potato chips with French fries, which they actually cooked in beef fat back then. What happened to those days, huh? They ended this recipe in 1990 and replaced the tallow with canola, blend oil with beef flavoring. Well, we're gonna make it the OG way, which is very similar to the recipe that's in my cookbook, Texture Over Taste. If you don't have a copy, the link's in the description. I love you so much. But we're picking that up with the second fry. Yes, they get fried twice. They've been poached, par-fried, and frozen. Now we do our final fry in hot beef fat until beautifully golden, crispy, crunchy, stunning, mouth-watering, chancla-throwing level delicious. We season it with salt generously, and we taste.
Everybody who ate the KFC and they were like, whoa, 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 and then they ate this and they were like, good Lord. I can just drive up somewhere and get this.
I'm kind of on the opposite point of this. Fries already existed. McDonald's just made it fast. To be in the 30s and have fast food, probably just as good as being in the 40s.
For me, it's a major improvement. Before this, restaurants were making chips. Can you imagine going to McDonald's, ordering a quarter pounder and getting a side of chips with it?
How common were French fries back then? I don't know that they were that common. Considering the #1 staple at a fast food restaurant is a side of fries, I feel like that's a pretty big jump, but the level of ingenious, maybe not huge.
Yeah.
I need to stop eating this. Although minor, I would say it's an improvement.
I'm gonna give it a 7.
I'm gonna give it a 7 too. I love French fries, makes me happy.
I'm also going to give it a 7.
7 for the zero. Moving on.
On to the 1950s. A little Florida chain called Burger King introduced a quarter-pound version of their flame broiled burgers in 1957. They called it the Whopper. That's right. It cost fewer than 40 cents back then, which honestly, if you pay more than that today, you're probably paying too much considering what you get, but that's another story. But what the is flame broiled? From a restaurant perspective, I don't know what they mean by that. Is it actually on a broiler? Oh, it actually is. Literally, a conveyor belt broiler. We don't have one, so we decided to cook our patty on a charcoal grill for that flame broiled flavor. It's really about the beef fat popping on the hot heat and smoking and scenting the meat with its own hot fat. Kind of a beautiful thing. Now, we have our patty seasoned with salt and pepper, searing it on both sides until cooked through, a little bit of American cheese to melt, and then the patty goes on a seeded bun, specifically a large one. We sauce our top bun with mayo, and then we add pickles, ketchup, onions, tomatoes, and lettuce. Crown our king, and we have essentially an older school, but not too different from new school, Whopper.
Not that much better than the slider, but what I love about it is you get a full meal here. Slider's just like a little boy burger. This is a man-sized burger.
I feel like I had the opportunity to actually enjoy that compared to the slider.
Did this push the industry forward enough to be the most impactful thing? This is just a big slider. I'm gonna give it a 4.
Give it like a 3.
I'll give it a 3.
It's a 3.5 on the innovation scale. So we're gonna say didn't improve from the past decade. Moving on.
Next up, the swinging 60s. What does that mean? What do they mean by that? When Glenn Bell opened Taco Bell and helped popularize that hard shell taco he had first tried at nearby Mexican restaurants, his customers first called them tacos. This is according to the Taco Bell website. So here's how they do it. You cook down some ground beef, get it nice and fine, season it with whatever their taco seasoning is. Add your seasoned beef to a taco shell, followed by sour cream, lettuce, diced tomato, and cold shredded cheese. I've always hated that they did it this way. The cheese stays cold and I don't understand why. Now we taste.
I grew up in a town with not a lot of culture. This was my idea of Mexican food till I was probably 16.
It tastes good, but it's built for when you're under the influence.
Taco Bell is best enjoyed at 2 in the morning.
Yeah. It doesn't feel that innovative to me.
But what do you think this was like in the 60s?
Tacos. Tacos.
Historically, Taco Bell did popularize a version of Mexican food.
Maybe this was really revolutionary for them. Did this become better than the previous year? I mean, I guess yes, because there was a new thing. So we'll give it a score of 4. Moving on.
On to the 1970s, the Arby's roast beef sandwich. I don't know how they're doing now, but they were selling like crazy back then, supposedly. But not like their burger competitors. How do you boost your beef sandwich? 1978 rolled around and they created something special, the beef and cheddar sandwich. Somehow the sandwiches today look like they were actually cooked and assembled in 1978. So there you go. So we get our bun, Arby's sauce goes down, a thick layer of your roast beef on top, drizzled with cheese sauce, and then you crown your king. It's a simple sandwich. I do like beauty and simplicity, so let's taste.
I mean, this looks a lot like school lunch. That's all I have to say about it.
This feels like it would have been invented in 1910, but somehow just got invented in 1970.
This did everything for Arby's, but nothing for fast food.
What was going on in the 70s that they were like, this is what the people need?
It's just a roast beef sandwich. Even with the perspective of where we're at now in fast food, this wasn't inventive for the time, I don't think.
I'm gonna give it an inventiveness score of 2.
I'm gonna agree with a 2.
I'm gonna go 3, just because of what it did for Arby's.
Locking in an inventive scale at 2.5. Was this better than the previous year, though? I'd be happier with this than a hard shell taco.
Same.
I'll let you guys have the majority on that. I don't think I'd be happy with this any day.
Slightly better than the previous decade. Moving on.
The 80s. McDonald's introduces arguably one of the most iconic fast food items in the world, the McNugget. Funny enough, the whole point was to try and convince Americans that they were better for you than beef. The cool thing is, chicken nuggets were supposedly first invented by a food scientist in the 1950s, but they never took off until McDonald's did it like this. So shout out to McDonald's. We can forget about the pink goo in their breading looking like some sort of secret thing, so I'm using my butt better McNugget recipe. Picking it up as we dip our shaped nuggets into a thin batter, followed by a flour mixture, and finally into a tempura style batter. This is very similar to how they do it in the factory. It's sort of like a 3-tier process. We then immediately deep fry till golden brown delicious, GBD, and immediately season with salt. Now we taste.
You know, I've always hated the McNugget, but a chicken nugget is a special thing.
This is super revolutionary for the time. You had that fried chicken from the 30s, and now it's been turned into this really small bite-sized thing. I think you can't get any more fast food than what this is. To me, it's an inventiveness of like 7.
Because of the importance of the chicken nugget, I will give it a 6.5.
I'm gonna give it a score of 7.
An inventiveness score of 7, but was this better than the previous decade?
Yes.
Yeah, literally a foot would be a step up from the Arby's sandwich. Moving on.
Finally into a decade that I was born, the 90s. Going back into our childhood today. One of the most unique inventions in fast food, the Pizza Hut stuffed crust pizza. I mean, it's literally just a pizza dough and then they put cheese sticks around the entire outside of the edge, folded it and baked it as usual. It's not that big of a jump, but I feel like in the 90s, food was kind of the same across the board. So the second you have cheese in the crust, people were like, whoa, we're in the future, brother. And I respect that. I remember feeling that way. But does it really withstand the test of time? Let's find out.
That's a lot of bread.
It's almost like a mozzarella stick type beat at the back, and then you have the pizza at the front. This is probably the point in time where fast food started to go wrong. It was like, let's just put things in other things and not make new things. It's inventive, but I don't think this was the step in the right direction.
I completely disagree. I'm old enough to remember when this was introduced, and it blew my mind. And I still love stuffed crust pizza because of that like nostalgia factor.
I don't think it's that inventive. I think it tastes okay. Is it better than the previous generation of chicken nugget edition? Maybe yes, maybe no. But inventiveness, I'm gonna give it a 4.
I'd give it a 5.
I'd give it a 6.
That gets averaged out at a 5. Moving on.
Now, hang on, you might be thinking, are the inventions over? Wrong. The 2000s gave us one of the coolest, albeit craziest, true, honest inventions that actually stuck. The McDonald's McGriddle. We all know what this is. Somehow, McDonald's gets little syrup bombs built into their buns. And thankfully, we have our own method to do that. So you sear a sausage patty. I doubt they're searing them fresh, so we're really making them look good here. We got some fresh griddle cakes, which we added cooked down crystallized maple syrup so that it would melt and turn into buckets of maple syrup. Flipped our griddle cake, cooked them through, and then assembled by melting cheese on the bottom griddle cake, dropped down your sausage, a folded scrambled egg, and crowned our king. This looks beautiful. Let's taste.
I'm a big fan. I had a McGriddle this morning. The fact that you used to have pancakes, breakfast sausage, eggs, and now it's all combined into one small sandwich that you can take on the go, I think that's huge for fast food.
This is a real invention. A lot of these fast food things were introduced to fast food, but they weren't invented by fast food. This is an invention of fast food that honestly, I will say, I actually do like when I make it.
It's a very simple evolution of what already existed on the market. I still think it's awesome today. I would give this an innovation of 9 to 9.5.
Yeah, I'd give it a 9.
I'm gonna give it a 9. Total score 9. Was it better than the previous year? Hell yes it was. At least they were thinking for this one. Shout out to McDonald's. That puts McGriddle in the lead. It's gonna take a lot to beat this, but we still have a few more.
Now into the 2010s. KFC kicked off the decade with the Double Down. Yeah, I'm just gonna say this one didn't stick, but maybe it ranks well here. So essentially the way it was made was marinated chicken going into the 11 herbs and spice dredge. You get a nice crackly crust and it gets deep fried. This can be done with breast or thighs. Now we have 2 pieces of fried chicken that are boneless, to be specific. You take your monstrosity, your chicken. First down goes white American cheese, followed by bacon, spread on some mayo on the other side of the piece of chicken, and put the other piece of mayo spreaded chicken on top, and there you go. Welcome to hell.
It's a massive tendon. Gross.
They're like beating the out of your taste buds. They're like salt, fat, creamy, crunchy.
My thoughts exactly. I want like a good, easy to eat meal on the go in my car. It's not really there anymore. And now you're kind of just in these wacky things like, can you eat it?
I was in college when this thing came out, and I thought it was the coolest thing in the world.
Jesus Christ, Cam.
Tasting it just now, I almost threw up.
Better than the previous year? Absolutely not. All these ingredients, all these flavors already existed. They just mashed them together and took the bun away. Inventiveness? That's a 1.
I'd also say about a 1.
2010s were like the beginning of the age of excess, and this is like a perfect sum up of that.
I'm gonna give it a 2 just for college Cam.
Shout out college Cam.
So I think we'll round that down to a 1.5. Moving on to our final contestant, the modern day. How does the modern day size up with 100 years of fast food? Let's find out.
The loaded nacho cheeseburger from Wendy's. So it's a seared, yes, square patty for whatever reason, seasoned nicely, seared on both sides with a little bit of American cheese on it. You add your cheesy patty to the bottom of a jalapeno cheddar bun. They then add more cheese on top, to be specific, a poblano cheese sauce, dredged fried crispy corn kernels, tortilla chips, lettuce, tomato, chipotle sauce on the inside of the top bun, and you crown your, I don't even know if I want to call this a king. Do you feel like this is something new? Or does this feel like just throwing stuff on a burger? There's only one way to find out.
Oh my God, do not smell it.
That's scary. Have you ever gotten too drunk at a football game, ate a ton of nachos and thrown it up? That's what that tastes like.
Whoa, that is so specific.
This tastes like a jar of Tostitos queso that was just microwaved and thrown on here. I wish we could have eaten the one we made. This was a bit difficult to eat.
That instantly gave me heartburn.
One could easily say that today's world is the golden age of fast food. Undoubtedly, because you have unlimited options all across the globe. And yet they're making things like this. Is this gonna be around in the next 5 years? No. Was it more inventive than the previous year? No. That's a 1.
It's a 1.
It's a 1.
I think we might have stopped being inventive in the world of fast food starting 2010. 2024 is here. Maybe it'll be better this year. Bye! Today, I'm cooking something I've only seen in my nightmares.
But not only that, you can't just roll up and acquire a whole alligator. We're gonna try and catch one. And who better to help than my man,
Lizard, snake, you've done all these crazy things. How do you think I'm gonna do with this?
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. It is impossible to make it taste good. Tastes like chicken, fish. It's also extremely tough. I don't know if you're gonna be able to do it, Josh.
Today we're gonna change that. We're gonna make a meal that's completely unforgettable. One that will live in your brain forever.
Well, if you do that, you're definitely gonna impress me. So I'll tell you one thing. Good luck, brother. You're gonna need it.
This isn't Florida. Well, today is our last upload. Well, not forever. Look, I got my wedding coming up. Everyone's telling me, oh, Josh, you gotta take a break. Well, I'm taking one. Just 2 weeks. That's why we're leaving you with arguably one of our coolest videos we've done. But when we come back, I've got something real special for you. So I know there's nothing here, but there's a lot coming, trust me. Now back to the video.
The day started off meeting our gator expert, Rob. Guga explained that he'd introduce us to gators by pushing us off the deep end. Supposedly, they already caught a gator that's a nuisance gator, which poses a dangerous threat to the community. I had no idea what to expect.
I don't know why they're trying to scare me so much. I'm limbered up right now, you know? You always limber up.
You look like you're built different.
All right, we're here with Rob and Guga. Rob, what's going on here?
Yeah, can you tell Josh is a little bit nervous?
Yeah, I saw him over there like hip flexors, like touch his toes, touch his toes.
That ain't gonna help you.
This is a good friend of mine, Robert Lilly. Last night, he caught a really big alligator. And we've had alligators move all over the place. So the gator that's in here right now, come here, I wanna show you something. I just wanna say this before we get started. What we're dealing with is very, very serious. You know, when you're watching Animal Planet and guys are like in there with alligators and they're like, cartoonish.
I've never seen that before.
You're dealing with UFC alligators today. These alligators, they're gonna do the super fly snookle with you, brother.
Oh.
But the alligators in enclosures, they know that, hey, this person is gonna bring me food. I don't have to kill them. These alligators will, in fact, bite you. Whatever it bites, it owns. So if it grabs your hand, consider you don't have that hand anymore.
Oh, good.
It will bite it, break it, roll it right off of your body.
This is locked. Steel locks. Oh, hell nah. Oh, nah.
Okay.
Oh, my God. That thing is huge. Holy.
Okay, hold on.
I like how he's not wearing shoes or socks at all.
There's another one there for you too, Josh.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's
I'm so excited for you.
Why are you so excited? This is horrifying.
Because I got to watch it, baby. I don't have to do anything. I'm gonna be on the back.
Rob then decided to show us gator safety by pulling a gator out of a truck that it was already in.
Whose front yard is this?
Welcome to Florida. Come feel this.
Oh,
just right here.
Oh. That was messed up, man.
This is a spot to be right here.
What do you mean I'm in the front?
Pick him up and put him in that truck.
Oh my God.
Push, push.
All right.
Wow. You haven't gotten dirty yet, but now we're gonna go ahead and kick it off, you know, and this was your amuse-bouche.
Oh, great.
Next comes the appetizer.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Good job, brother. Now, I ain't getting dirty. You get away from me. I am staying clean, baby. I ain't getting dirty today. Hell no. Hell no.
Speaking of appetizers, I needed a real taste of gator before I cook it for the first time. So Rob took us to his favorite gator spot to try some classics.
Anytime you come to the South, if you're eating alligator, you're eating alligator bites. Deep fried with a sauce.
Is this your first time, Josh?
It's my first time. There's not that much going on. It's not like good or bad. It's got a similar texture to chicken, a little bit chewier. It's very dense. So what I'll say is this. It's kind of like a blank canvas. Whatever you put in this, I feel like it's naturally just gonna take hold of whatever that is.
Alligator takes what you give it. Second, we have a scampi. You've got alligator instead of shrimp.
I'm excited. I've never had that before. I had the gator bites, but not this.
It's really not bad. Completely different than any other protein that I've had before.
It's not like chicken. It's not like fish. It's very unique.
It's like if you took a more textural, finely ground beef, meatloaf it, combine that texture with like a really firm steak, and the flavor is chicken.
Next, we have alligator jambalaya.
How do I look?
You look beautiful.
You know, the only biggest difference for me is like Joshua's. Damn, bro, I missed my flour, man. It's springy.
The jambalaya tastes like the jambalaya.
Next up, we've got a po' boy.
All right, let's see what we got going on here.
Brad makes everything better, everybody.
At the end of the day, it turns it into a real meal. It's not quite scampi. It's not like this obscure thing like nuggets or a bite. It's a sandwich. It's crunchy. It's crispy. It's got sauce on it. It's a whole experience. And because the alligator is so mild, like you said, it's gonna take on the flavor of the breading, the flavor of the sauce. This is like the perfect finisher for all this. I know what I need to do.
Honestly, at this point, I thought I was just gonna be cooking with some gator, potentially the one that Rob showed us earlier. But then he told me,
you gotta get your own.
Oh man. So we hit the road. It was time for the hunt.
This is the weather you want to go alligator hunting.
Yeah, right. Again, we're on the hunt for nuisance gators. Rob told me that these gators trespass onto properties, people's homes, and pose a real threat to the community.
And a big alligator that gets close to people, that's a dangerous alligator.
They can eat small dogs, kids, and even full-size adults. Local people call in experts like Rob, and today, we've come along to see how he does it.
Catching a gator, baby. We're catching a gator.
I quickly learned that gator hunting was a game of patience. If a gator even gets the slightest bit tipped off, they sink back down for hours, and you miss your shot. And after about an hour of waiting, our gator vanished.
Yeah, the gator was scared, so we have to go find another one.
You rather lose an arm or a leg, huh?
I'm not gonna go see this alligator and talk about this right now, okay? I'll tell you afterwards.
Hey, a leg is way better than an arm.
On to the next location.
All right, Josh. This gator's about 7.5 to 8 feet long. That's a really dangerous alligator. Robert's gonna play a call. We're gonna try to get that gator as close as possible so we can get a hook in.
What the hell am I doing with this?
You got this, Josh. I believe in you.
Come on.
Is that him right there?
Yeah, that's him. Holy moly.
We take one camera, 2 rods, and me and you go get this gator.
Jesus. I brought boots. This guy's wearing flip-flops. Whatever people said about Florida, they were wrong. Everybody here's really nice. Just let us walk up on them on their backyard, and they're like, hey, yeah, the alligator's right there. Chill.
The hunt was back on, and we sat as still as possible while we waited.
He's gonna pop up right in here. He's laying out here in the middle of the pond, and he figures out, oh, these jokers are here to catch me. I'm gonna go into full hide mode.
Well, they can see that lady over there in the bright-ass pink shirt.
So we waited, and waited. But unfortunately, we lost another gator.
We can't let this alligator know we're after him. Otherwise, we're just gonna keep doing the same thing over and over.
So I think we'll stay behind. You go and you.
What? What is that? What is that?
I don't even know what to say, bro. You go do what Joshua does best.
I cook.
Hold this.
Okay. What the do I do with this? Okay, so we're pulling up on this gator. We have to be really quiet. Okay?
Josh, listen. This family has a lot of little kids. They play in the pool all the time. The gator's been in their pool. This alligator has no fear, so we gotta catch him. Just stay right here for a second.
This whole time we've kind of been scouting from afar, but Rob decided to do the unthinkable.
Okay, Josh, swim right alongside of me.
No. Are you sure you want to do that, Rob? All right, I'll take that silent no response as a solid yes. Rob is built different, you know, like Rob's the kind of dude that would rub himself with like blood and meat and guts and then jump into the ocean after a shark because it kept swimming away too many times.
Even by taking a kayak directly into the eye of the storm, we just barely missed this gator. Which at this point I was like, did we just waste several hours? Are we not going to catch a gator at all?
Bad time for me to have to pee, huh?
I gotta piss so bad it's stupid.
So the sun is setting. We've been going on and finding several different gators. It's not that simple to get them, everybody. They don't want to play along, obviously. I'm confident in Rob. He's the man. He'll never let me down.
Do you think his pink sweatshirt's distracting us?
I think that's the reason why we haven't caught one yet.
With the sunlight slipping away, this was our last chance to catch a gator.
There's my shot.
Here it goes.
Whoa. Oh, motherfucker came off.
Wow.
Gosh, dang it.
Yet another gator gone, and our hope sinks lower. But when we needed it most, destiny rang. The previous house's gator had reappeared, and the hunt was back on.
The race is on right now.
A race for time, a race for light, and a race for this god dang gator.
Hey, carry this. I think I see him.
I have to pee so bad. All of us have to pee. It'd be crazy if we all simultaneously peed our pants.
The sunlight was fading fast, but Rob was determined.
I'm going to catch that gator in that pond. We're going to be able to find that alligator with the shine of his eye.
Bro, what? Is he going in the water? Yeah. We're doing this again. Oh, Jesus.
I know it seems real bright, but this is with our cameras turned all the way up. This is what it actually looked like.
You heard that?
You see him?
Yep.
Okay, Josh.
Yep, I'm right behind you.
Get ready. Get ready. Got him! You're gonna have to keep this line extremely tight.
Okay.
Okay. God. Hold on.
I'm right-handed. Oh, shit. You might want to grab this.
No. You're going to catch him. Oh, there he is, right there. There's the gator, right there.
Finally, we had our nuisance gator, and the people of the community are a little safer. You can assume what happens next.
All right, so we're back. We have the entire gator broken down.
Were you scared, Josh?
Was I scared? I was myself.
I was a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie.
Were you? You said it was fun.
Because I gotta build your confidence, bro. I can't turn around to you and tell you're about to die. I can't say that.
What, did you think I was gonna die?
Yeah.
My goal is prepare this in a way that makes gator not just gourmet, but convince you that it's great. So we're gonna cook this from nose, well,
it's missing that part.
yeah, to tail. I want everyone to know, I've never cooked gator before. I tasted it, and that's all I have. You're gonna help me a little bit with this.
It's gonna be fun.
Look, obviously, we have all the parts of the gator here, but to prevent this video from being 2 hours long, I chose what I hoped would be the best cuts. I guess we'll find out if they were good. We got tomka with the tail, a fancy steak made with the cheeks, and tacos with the backstrap. Or strip loin? I honestly couldn't tell.
First, the butchering. Look at that, only bone left.
You can use this for stock.
Thank you, sir.
Tender, so we're gonna do tomka. Do you know what that is?
I have no freaking idea, but I'm excited to try it.
We've got my tomka broth, which is in my second newest cookbook coming out soon. Also, he has a book. That'll also be in the link in the description. All right, Guga, so you grab the tail, pick your favorite loin.
Take a look at this, it's like tuna.
Yeah, what does the fat taste like, Guga? And he said to avoid the fat.
Muddy.
So you're gonna cut it into little cubes like this. So while he's doing that, I got this simmering away. This is hot. A bunch of different things to season this with. Thai basil, bruise it a little bit.
Yes.
Fish sauce. Typically I do palm sugar, we got light brown sugar, it's fine. Stir it. What do we always do, Guga, whenever we want something to taste good?
MSG.
It's not a bad idea, actually. I was gonna say taste it, but yes.
I'm gonna remove all this fat, Josh. That sounds weird because usually you want extra fat.
See, but I already thought ahead, Guga. This is a coconut-based soup. Fat is in the soup, so we don't need to rely on the fat of the gator.
Throw it in?
Pot, yep, right in. Bring this back up to a simmer.
And now we wait.
The gator meat's cooked, the heat goes off. We're gonna take our Thai basil, you throw it in. Cilantro, you throw it in. That's gonna flavor the whole broth.
It smells great.
Tomka is about balance. Salty, sweet, acidic. It's like, You know what I mean? This is fresh lime juice or fish sauce. You wanna know how it's good? Your mouth immediately gets nice and moist.
I love that word.
It's good word. It's about to get bussin' in here.
Can you explain the word bussing?
It is one of the ultimate pleasures.
Oh, so bussing is like damn good? I got it now.
I proceeded to balance out the flavor for a full 15 minutes while Guga watched on. I had to get it right for him, you know? And I think I got it there.
Well, Guga, you ever seen something take that long to season?
Not necessarily, but I can't wait to taste it. You must be amazing.
All right, let's get our bowl.
So you ladle it into a bowl, add some fried shallots, fresh cilantro, fresh Thai basil, chili oil, and there it is.
If at least this one doesn't do well, we might as well quit here. All right, Guga.
Looks delicious.
Tomka tail.
A little bit of everything. Thanks, Josh. Oh. Wow, that is amazing. So fresh. And the richness from the coconut, wow.
Is this Guga approved?
It is Guga approved. I can't believe you made gator taste so good.
Well, Guga, it's only gonna get better. I'm making a peanut mole, smooth, nice sauce. We got peanuts, peanuts. So we got peanuts, onions, sauteed, chipotle peppers, fresh tomato, lard, and tortillas. The recipe's in the description, damn it. While that's going, you're gonna make a special butter.
Because it's got MSG.
Uncle Roger, if you're watching right now,
we miss you.
You can be here right now, in between the two of us, buttered up.
Ooh.
You're gonna slice those chives really, really thin. While you're slicing that, look at that. Knife skills going on, baby. I'm just gonna pour my chicken stock into here. Blender goes on. All right, yeah.
Butter goes in.
That was a good slap.
You better believe it. Chives go in. Salt, the king of flavor. Mix, mix. That did not work.
There's a technique.
We're gonna save it. Oh, it never happened.
That's blended.
I love the color. Damn, these cheeks are big, boy. What do you want me to do here? Cut it in steaks?
What are you doing there, man? I'm thinking literally like all the way across.
Oh, it is tough.
Well, that's concerning.
And these knives are sharp. Okay, round two. Steel. It's all that power from the jaw. You can get a plier and squeeze it and it still won't go through.
We had to switch the cut up. We have no idea what it is. We're gonna find out.
Can't wait to try some chewing gum, baby. You better get really in there, Josh.
I'm gonna baste it, sear it.
A bit of salt.
Pepper, both sides.
You have no feelies anymore in your fingers. So what are we going for here? Medium rare?
No, well done. Can you eat gator medium rare? Once it stays here for a while, it's gonna cool down that part of the pan. You move it to another part of the pan, that part's hot. You keep moving it, then the pan is always hot. I want a little bit of char. Ooh.
Very nice.
There we go. 2 cloves of garlic, a little bit of thyme, unsalted butter.
Okay.
I'm just gonna let this cook it all the way through. Completely off. So you're gonna add half that MSG butter out of the pan. I know it seems like a lot of butter because it is.
But butter makes everything better.
And then we're gonna melt that down with our brown butter from the pan.
Oh yes. Cut it real thin?
Very thin.
Paper thin. Almost like sashimi style.
How are you feeling, Gugu? You look nervous.
I am. I think it's gonna taste good, but I'm afraid of the tenderness.
Okay, we have our nice toasted peanut mole. A little bit of our brown butter.
Only you can make gator look good, but is it gonna be tender? All right, let's go for it. Oh, you're gonna do that? That's not gonna work, my friend.
Ha
ha, you almost broke the plate. All right, buddy.
Cheers.
Cheers. Voila! I mean, the taste is amazing. A little bit spicy, buttery. You nailed it down on the fat, and it's not that tough.
No.
Wow.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
I think if you cut this into thick bites, this would not be a pleasant experience.
It tastes good. Nice and spicy. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
I think that's a Gugu win. Time to move on to the next. I don't know why I'm doing all that. Next, tacos.
Love me some tacos.
So you're gonna make the slaw. Go ahead and slice this really, really thin. I decided to do onions 2 ways, pickled and fried. In one bowl, we're gonna add our buttermilk. See, the thing I like about these kind of fried onions, you just throw in a little buttermilk, onions in, you mix them, you put them in the flour, you fry them. You cannot screw that up. So I got my sliced onions into the buttermilk. Are you ready? Oh, that was fast, boy.
Sir, we don't play around.
I'm tossing my wet boys into my dry boy. Strain the excess flour, and then directly into the fryer. That's it. Don't overthink it. You like some fried onions, Gugu? How do you feel about that?
One of my favorite things. You know what the problem with these are? Fry them, and then you just can't stop eating them. And I'll tell you one thing, Josh, I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too. Why am I so hungry? Oh, because we're doing fine dining portions, that's why. Damn, Gugu, you got some knife skills on you, boy. Get it, Gugu? So I just almost ate all my onions.
Come on, Josh, we need them. Oh, we'll stop.
Yeah, so zest 1 lime into there.
Okay.
Can you juggle?
I'll try.
All right, I'll put my face right here, go.
Yo, we got frying oil, juggling.
Onions are done, look at that. They don't have any salt in them, man.
They're hot.
All right, this is really fine salt, so I gotta see where it's going here. Oh my God, how did you eat that?
Stop.
What? I'm just testing it.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually nervous.
Oh, what the?
That's it.
Have you ever juggled before?
No, first time. I used to be able to do a backflip. Now I just do 1 flip.
What does that mean?
Like, I just sit.
Where the did this guy come from? So, last one. Mayo, a little bit of garlic, a little bit of hot sauce, smoked paprika, some diced shallots.
Shallots or shallots?
That's for Gordon Ramsay.
He called me a donut.
That's an honor.
I know, right? Ooh. Olive oil in, cilantro.
You didn't even chop it. There he goes. Oh my goodness.
Done.
Boom.
Lime juice.
Fresh, it's crunchy, it's salty. That's bussin'.
Bussing again, I don't understand that word. May I?
Yeah, I heard you love cabbage.
Ooh, it's bussing.
Broken down this backstrap a little bit. We're doing these 2 pieces here. Salt, pepper. Look at that. Off to the grill.
Here we grill with a tamarind glaze, flip, glaze again, and let them cook through and get nice and tacky.
All right, I did a little slicing. Gugu's doing the chopping. Beautiful.
Smells incredible. I can't believe I said that about alligator.
Try to split it evenly. Cabbage slaw, spicy mayo, crunchy onions, gold red onions.
Vikram, alligator. You won't even try, Vikram?
All right, last but not least.
I have no problem with cilantro at all.
Oh.
Ooh, that looks amazing.
It all comes down to this. Let's taste. Nothing to be said.
Cheers, brother. Oh. Money. Sweet, sour, crunchy. That's my favorite one.
Oh. Sometimes when you go to a taco truck, you don't even know what protein you're ordering, and it's like chewy, but it's fatty, and it's good, and it's meaty. Fits the profile texturally. It's almost like alligator was born to be a taco meat. There it is, a 3 for 3. With Gugu, my man, me, Rob, we came together and we proved something. With hard work and effort and care, you can make something amazing, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without you, Gugu.
Thank you for coming. Something I'm never gonna forget. Friends for life.
Don't forget to get his book, links in the description, but more importantly, listen, okay? This is our last upload. We're going on an upload blackout. It's my wedding. I'm gonna be in Italy. I'm gonna be busy. I wanna take some time.
Yo, congratulations,
Thank you, brother. I'm gonna miss you guys, but we're coming back with something really special, and we're ending with someone really special.
Aww.
So we'll see you guys very soon. Everyone wants cooking to be easier, and over the years, various cooking gadgets have been invented for that very purpose. There's hundreds, if not thousands, all over the place. How are you supposed to know where to spend your hard-earned money? So today I'm going to be trying the most viral cooking gadgets to determine whether they are useful or not, so you don't have to. Let's begin. The rolling, supposedly the egg master. I just want to say real quick, this is their selling point. What is this? I'll be right back. It's an automatic egg cooker. Supposedly it prepares eggs, omelets, and frittatas. Always spray the hole. This is godless. This was not meant for humanity. Now we wait. I like looked down into this and what I whiffed was quite literally a fresh fart from a butt. But it's also egg, so it's wiggling a lot. This thing is pulsating. Oh! Oh my God! What the is that? It's going back in. Oh my God. It's gone. It's finally gone. There's no way in hell that you're proud to sit down with your family and your children at the breakfast table before Papa goes to work and saying, eat up, kids, eat up. This is abhorrent. How do you even salt this? If I didn't know this existed, I would be probably 2 to 3 times happier than I am moving forward. That's a big thumbs down. This is the singing pasta man. Because why set a timer and check your pasta? His name is Al Dente. This feels wrong on many levels, and I feel like anyone who's Italian American is probably going to get mad about this. So I'm not going to say anything, but here it is. So we got pasta. Oh, you're using Barilla. Shut the up, okay? It's what's in the studio. We're using this. Here we go. Don't forget to salt your pasta. Frank! Who put him here? Frank! He's dead. So what is this supposed to tell me that it's doing this? Hey, the pasta's raw, pasta's raw. Okay, pasta when you cut it should not look like that. So as we've continued to cook this, I've realized that it's basically gonna go off at different intervals as the pasta cooks to remind you to check it. Thankfully, we live in the modern day where we can have a cell phone, use an egg timer, use the timer on your oven, have your mom stand there and wait for it to be cooked, or you stand there and wait for it to be cooked. It's fun, but is it useful? No, zero use, zero. This is the snap and strain. It's supposed to make straining pasta or things out of pots easier. All you do is snap it on, it's secure. I guess you strain. I don't think this is gonna work, to be honest, but we're here to try it, and I'm gonna really genuinely give it the good old college try. I'm not gonna do it to make it fail on purpose. I want these gadgets to work. So you strain. I do like the spout. The spout is nice. I lost a couple pieces of pasta, but it is nice to have this and not take as much room as a typical colander. I'm gonna double this up and see if it still works. This is more of like a family portion, you know? This is probably gonna serve 4 to 5, maybe 6 people. I mean, it works. I'm not gonna sit here and say it doesn't work. So we'll give it a thumbs up. It's not perfect. Colander would do the job better. This fish thing, which is for separating egg yolks. This is another single-use gadget, but it is kind of cute, I will say. I am genuinely trying. Oh, I got it. Okay, I guess I use the egg yolk now. Hey, you wanna see another tool you can use? I didn't have to buy that. You can also use a water bottle to do the exact same thing. I have no words. The finger guard. I know many of you are scared to cut, so this was made for you apparently. If you're gonna pull up with this, you might as well pull up with this.
I'm so scared. I gotta cut the widow's too. I know.
This is so weird. I mean, it works, but like, it makes it harder to cut and it makes me have worse form. To me, this is more dangerous because if this slips and you're relying solely on this and you don't have any real skills, you're probably gonna cut yourself. Thumbs down. Toss and chop scissors. Wow. It works, and I would give it a thumbs up, but it's just as efficient as just using a sharp pair of good scissors. The problem is that all the food gets caught in between these. I'm gonna give it like a thumbs, like in between. Mid. Not a thumbs down, not a thumbs up. It's okay. For the next gadget, you're gonna, wait a minute, that's not a gadget, that's my cookbook, which you can buy now. The link's in the description, love you so much. It's not a gadget, it was a promo, I'm sorry. This is an avocado tool, one of the stupidest gadgets I think I've ever seen. Its sole purpose is to deconstruct avocados. People will complain about the price of, oh, I had to go buy flour and yeast and this, that, and the other, but then they'll buy this. You literally just needed a knife. You wanna know what you can use a knife on? Everything. So we have an avocado. There weren't really instructions with this. I guess this is the knife. It's not even long enough to go across the whole avocado. So what I'm gonna do when I do this is I'm just gonna rip and tear. Wow, I could have done that with a knife. Is this for the pit? I'm genuinely trying. Ah, there we go. It only took me 3 tries. You wanna know what else can do that? A knife. And I guess this is for scooping. It's to slice your avocado, of course. Is there a sharp end? Of course there isn't. That worked well. Perfect. Now what the do I do with it? Beautifully sliced, guys. Didn't even get the whole avocado. It's almost like the people who created this were like, yeah, there's only one size of avocado. And if I slice it, oh my God, wait a minute. Josh, what's going on? I don't know what I earned by having this. I mean, look, technically it works, but there's no advantage to this whatsoever, and it gives you a product. Thumbs down. This is called the guac lock, so to keep guacamole from going brown, I guess. So I guess this goes into this, which turns this into like a sealing chamber that's not so sealed so well, whatever. So the guac goes in here at the top. This is really weird. Then the lid goes on with its hyperbaric clamps, and then you press. I want you to know that this is as securely tied down as possible. I can't clamp this any harder and it's coming out the sides. So we're gonna clean this up and see if the guac gets brown. See ya. Okay, it has been a full 24 hours. How did the guac lock do? You know, I didn't think about taking this off. Oh, the ring came out. Well, I mean, it's not brown. It didn't oxidize at all. It tastes great. I'm shocked. All things considered, look, I don't like single-use items, but this did work. If you make guacamole all the time, you don't want to always make it every day, this might be for you. Granted, this is only 24 hours. I don't know how it does after multiple days, but hey, it did work. So usefulness, thumbs up. The breakfast sandwich maker. So this goes down in there. Okay, that's fun. Top bread with pre-cooked meats or ham, okay, and cheese, which barely fits in there, so that's gonna burn. Yeah, I'm doing what it says. Make sure cooking plate is in place. Crack an egg onto your cooking plate. Okay, it doesn't specify to add salt, but I'm going to because I respect myself. Salty salt. Top with the other half of bread. This goes onto a raw egg, so that happened. Cook for 4 to 5 minutes. It's been 4 minutes. When finished cooking, rotate cooking plate until it stops. Something happened. I can't tell you if it's good, but it did happen. Using an oven mitt, lift ring assembly. Breakfast sandwich that's burnt on the bottom. I mean, it looks edible and it's ready to eat. What I don't like is the cheese is so melty that it's just kind of like sliding all over the place. Like my sandwich shouldn't be able to do this. Let's see if the egg is cooked properly. If I squish it, it should pop. The egg is cooked how some people like it, not how I like it. No runny egg. Let's get a cross section. I'll give it a try. I don't know how to feel about this one. I mean, technically speaking, it worked 100%. Time saving, I don't really know. Cause like the one thought is like, oh, well, you'd have to use a pan and this, that, and the other. But like really, you only need a pan and a ring mold for this. The whole point of this is convenience and ease, but you gotta clean this and you still have to clean this. If you have any ounce of cooking ability, I would just use a pan. You could invest $30 into this, or you can invest like a few bucks into a decent ring mold if you already have pans. To me, this is not worth it. To you, it might be. So I'll give it a 50-50 just cause it worked. But I mean, really, this is just an advanced ring mold. The fish scaler looks like some sort of torture device that's been combined with a weird handheld vacuum. What? Wait, it worked? I mean, there was very minimal flesh loss. Look at this. It can work once, but can it work twice? That's f***ing insane. What do I say about that? I mean, I for one like skinning my fish with my knife. If you don't know how to do that and you really want to cook fresh fish, if this gets you to cook more fish, I mean, that's kind of useful. This is kind of badass. I don't know about the longevity of this machine, but I'm gonna give it a thumbs up. This torture device, why eyeball it when you can just buy an entire specific device just to make Hasselback potatoes? You gotta be an addict for that. This also only fits small potatoes, but hey, we'll try it. Oh my God, the tines aren't lined up. This is ruining my knife as we speak. It cut all the way through. Okay, I will try a larger potato. How the f is this supposed to be held? Like down here? I see metal shavings flying everywhere. Yeah, I just scratched the shit out of my knife. Look at the discrepancy between all the different cuts here. None of them are even. This is a thumbs down, around, and up your This is a corn peeler to get the kernels off. Again, a knife. I feel like all these could just be solved with a knife. Damn, that's juicy. I will say it did work pretty good. But again, if you already have a knife, guess what? You could do the same thing. Yeah, well, it did it once, but can it do it again? It's a little messy. It doesn't give good clean cuts. You can still do this with a knife, but if you're really scared of using a knife, I will say it did work surprisingly well. I mean, this is a clean cob. Point is, I'll give this, out of the kindness of my heart, a thumbs up. The slap chop. I hate this thing, but it's unwarranted because I've never tried it, so we're gonna try it today. You know what's dumb? If you need to cut an onion for this, guess what you're gonna need in order to start it? A knife, because you're gonna have to cut this in half and make it fit in here so that you can cut it again. That is already an L for the slap chop. Here we go. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Oh, it doesn't fit. All right, let me take more of it out. I will say it worked, but look at this. I only did a quarter of this onion. So I gotta still cut this, peel this, put it back in there, all over again. Like, are we really that lazy as a society? We gotta do this?
The pancake batter mixer and dispenser. It's an all-in-one. So it's a protein shake bottle with a spout. To me, this could be useful. If you wanna make pancakes, you don't wanna have a bowl and a whisk and you gotta get the ladle and all that stuff. It's a lot of stuff to wash. This is kind of everything in one. So if this is able to mix the batter properly, then this might be a win. The bottom twists off, I'm assuming to add ingredients. Okay, so I'm not loving this aspect. This is gonna take a while. We have our flour. Now we add